What's up, DK Sim fam? Welcome back into the Dream Stream. We're going to go where no man has gone before, like the Starship Enterprise. And joining me, my first mate, Tom Carroll, on the day. We're going to just carry this stream all day, you and me, Tom. Get ready, pals. DK Sim fam. I'm on for 3 straight right now. I think Tom's got a break in here, but he's doing like $1 billion as well. So I hope you're having a great Saturday, Tom. I know I'm off to a good start here. We got a great weekend of sports going on. Got the PGA. We got basketball, we got hockey, but we also got Green Bay, Arizona to kick things off in the Dream Stream. How you doing, man?
I am doing well. It's 10 a.m. your time.
It is.
Did you stop by T-Ho's yet for a coffee? That's what you Canadians do, right? Grab a hot one at Tim Hortons.
Let me give you a little lowdown on the Canadian Tim Hortons stuff. If you're a Canadian, you know that Tim Hortons is like the most overrated coffee / store in the world. So I know the, traditional, oh yeah, you go to Timmy's, all these Canadian guys.
Timmy's, nice.
It's really not like, it's not, if you're like a fashionable, like you're like a, you're a cool Canadian, really try to stay away from the Timmy's. Now, I did get a delicious iced coffee there this week, so I'm a bit of a hypocrite, but yeah, I tend not to drink their coffee too much.
Here he is negging Tim Hortons, and then he closes out the little rant there. By the way, did get a delicious iced coffee at Tim Hortons.
Iced coffees are delicious everywhere.
Iced coffee is sort of like negligible. You could pretty much go anywhere. It's hard to screw up iced coffee, right? Because there's so much ice in there, it waters it all down as it is.
And it just feels good. You put a little sugar in, whatever, yeah.
I've never heard it referred to as Timmy's, but I guess that, they're so common in Canada, you got to have nicknames. I've heard T-Ho's. I've never heard. I like that. Timmy's.
Timmy's is definitely, it's good. Like,
yeah, exactly.
You get a double from
like
Timmy's.
Dunkies. People call Dunkin' Donuts Dunkies.
Exactly. So yeah, it very is much like the Dunkin' Donuts up here. Yeah,
I didn't know until this week that Tim Hortons was named after an NHL player.
Yeah, no, I
think Morgan told me that earlier this week.
Yeah, it's a cool little story, like how the franchise came about, for sure. And I'll let the if you're out there in Simland, you go Google it yourself. I'm not going to give you a lowdown because
I thought you were about to tell us the tale of Tim Hortons.
I'm definitely not going
very
to
excited.
But it is interesting. I'm sure you probably find it more interesting than me. But we got Timmy's. Is there a story around Dunkin' Donuts? It's like senior Dunkin'.
There was some guy up in Mass.
Some guy
dunked his donut in a coffee, and he was
guy,
like,
bro.
I'm dunking my donut over here. He said, "Hey, Charlie, get over here."
That's the story. That's like how you would envision Dunkin' Donuts. It's like, this is so good. I can't believe this. Dunkin' Donuts in the coffee. And then that's actually what happens. I want that to be the story. I'm not even going to look that up. I'm just going to assume that's how it came about. So.
The original Dunkin', I believe it's in Quincy, outside of Boston.
Okay.
Pretty unassuming place.
Yeah, Robert from Op says that's the story now anyways. Okay.
Hey, Charlie, get over here.
That's right.
I just dunked my coffee. I dunked my donut in some coffee. It's kind of good.
This is amazing.
We should start a shop.
Oh, man.
The
All right.
South Shore was never the same.
I hope DK Sim Fam is doing good. Yeah, no kidding. Okay, Chris, calm down. Anyways, I do hope you guys are doing good, though. Green Bay, Arizona. Did you get a lineup in?
I did. Did you?
I mean, I know you always do. I did actually get it in this time.
That's the story here.
Yeah.
Not if I got. Of course, I got a lineup in.
Yeah, I know. I don't even know why I asked you that. Who'd you captain?
I went with Mercedes Lewis.
Mercedes.
I figured he gives me some flexibility. I've smartened up on him. I used to not even consider him. Oh, almost a pick there from Kyler. But you get him in the lineup in the captain spot for $10,200. Gives you flexibility the rest of the way. That allowed me to get Kyler Murray, Kenyon Drake, who's really good in these, and Aaron Rodgers as my high-price guys. Then I got MVS for sort of my middle-of-the-road dude, and Alan Lazard as the punt play, someone who does factor into these sims from time to time. So I like it. I like this lineup here. I usually like to get Aaron Jones and Devontae Adams in, but I felt like with the Cardinals on the docket, had to get Kenyon Drake and Kyler Murray in there. I've had a few Cardinals sims recently, and Kenyon Drake has just been awesome.
I know. The last one I saw, I think he had 3 touchdowns.
Maybe we were together.
It could have been. It probably was. It's probably last weekend, if we're being honest. Oh,
Yeah.
wow. That was a good punt. All the way down.
Punting, man. Punting in Madden.
Oh, Aaron Jones. Aaron Jones has a little lane there, potentially. Go 98. But, yeah, I put Devontae Adams in my captain spot. I went very Packers-centric, which I like, but I think I made a mistake. But the only Cardinal I used was Fitzgerald. I really should have got Kyler Murray in there. Again, I really like the strategy going up against rushing QBs, getting their rushing QB in, and then just going heavy on the other team. But, oh, there's Aaron Jones. He's still play. Okay, we're off here. The Sims began. Green Bay's driving. Ashley, Captain Aaron Jones. How you guys doing? Smash that like button if you come on in, guys. Appreciate it. We got 6 Sims on the docket today. Hopefully everybody enjoyed the American Ultimate Disc League last night. Does anybody know who won? The Hustle or the Glory?
2 great names for teams.
Oh, I know.
Have you ever played Ultimate Frisbee?
I mean, I've definitely played it like with friends before. Not
very fun game.
Yeah. Oh, it's totally fun. It's underrated fun. I was never one of those guys who like got, like in college there was always like these competitive. If it wasn't like intramurals, it was like there were some leagues that were like more serious than that, like almost like pro, but like almost amateur college level sports. But like there were always those leagues in college of just like ultimate like disc league. Like even here when we have like 3 months of summer, like there's just like competitive disc league players, like or frisbee players, whatever you want to call it, everywhere. I don't know. People just like it. It is fun. I understand. Did you play?
I used to play in summer camp. And the thing I liked about it, I don't know if we were playing properly or not, but it was almost like a mix of soccer and football, the way that we would play. There'd be an end zone, and it was continuous. Yep. And a cool thing that we would do at summer camp was if you scored, right, like you got your 2 feet down in the end zone and you scored a point for your team, your team would then be given you would be given an extra point opportunity. So they would put a football at half field, and someone from your team was allowed to pick it up, and they had, it was sort of like if you're playing pickup football where you get 10 seconds for someone, then they could rush the quarterback. So you get 10 seconds behind the halfway point of the field, and you could throw the football from the halfway point into the end zone, and someone could try and catch it. So basically it was like a Hail Mary opportunity to score an additional point. So it was like a cool little addition we would add to Ultimate Frisbee. It was like Ultimate Frisbee football almost. It was a ton of fun. It's my favorite thing we did in summer camp growing up.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, you don't like, you can get like a mix of people. Like you don't need like a specific skill set to play Ultimate Frisbee. You don't even really need to be able to throw the Frisbee that good, because you can just be one of the guys who catches it.
You could just be a catcher, right?
Yeah. So, yeah, it's a good sport to like just go out.
It's a really fun game, honestly.
Get like 10 random people or whatever. So I don't know the rules either, so I have no idea if that's like the correct rules. But yeah, that kind of stuff makes it fun. I know there is a quirky rules like that in it, but I guess I should have watched the Ultimate Disc League 101 yesterday, which we did play.
Tune in next. Was there like a 101 special to kind of?
Yeah, there's actually a good video. Yeah, that we played yesterday.
Oh, very cool.
Like,
I'm sure they explain it throughout the broadcast too.
Yeah, totally. Yeah. I don't know, brother Phil. I mean, like the Frisbee, you can make fun of it, but like it's constant action. Like it's an actual sport. It's not like you're watching like, bocce ball or something. Like I wouldn't look, I mean, sure, you want to watch NBA over Disc League, I get that, but
it's a good second screen sport.
I think like I would sit down and watch it for a bit. Like I said, it's constant. It's always on. There's probably less breaks than football, for being honest.
Oh, totally. That's why I said it's like soccer and football together.
Yeah, exactly. So, anyways.
No, it's cool. It's definitely cool. I've watched mindless sports like that before. Like anytime the World's Strongest Man competition, like that's great background television.
Sure.
Right? You just got dudes lifting cars and stuff, or
trying to rip their arms off.
You remember what ESPN would have, and they probably still do at times. They had like Ultimate Drone League, like drone racing.
Really?
That's
No,
another
I've
great
never
thing to
seen
have
that.
on in the background.
I've seen the marble racing.
It's yeah, the marble racing was a thing. I don't know if that was ever on TV, but that was a thing online for a while.
Yeah. It might have been on TV at the beginning of the pandemic, to be honest. It might have made its way.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Yeah. But yeah, and
Yeah,
like
watching darts on TV, that's interesting.
Oh, and like I watch curling here, so like I'll get into a good curling match. Trust me.
Okay, you're Canadian. You probably are very familiar with curling.
Yeah, I mean I never really played it much. I've actually only played it like a handful of times, but I know all the rules. I've watched it a ton growing up. It's kind of like it actually might even be our national sport, if I'm being honest. I can't remember.
No, I think lacrosse is technically the Canadian national sport.
Yeah, I think
even though it should be hockey, but
yeah,
I guess lacrosse is Canada's summer sport.
Somebody looked in a book and it's like, oh, lacrosse was moved.
Oh, Audible! I've never seen like a full-on Audible like that.
Yeah, I've seen them a couple times now. Feels like this week.
Nice, Aaron Jones falling forward. That's what you
pretty
want
good.
If he's
pretty good Audible too for being.
Yeah, that was
like
cool.
A dominant drive by Green Bay as they've just been getting like 6-yard chunks here. Aaron Jones up to 36 yards. They've had the ball for like 6 minutes. Like we're almost at the end of the queue here.
So I did curling once. There was like a curling exhibition when I was in high school at a rink in my hometown, and I can understand why people do it. Like if you and there's a touchdown there from Davante Adams.
Yep.
Like if you have a group of like 6 or 7, 8 dudes, and you have the equipment, and you just like want to kill a few hours, and you're in a really cold area, go out to a pond and just do some curling. It's kind of fun.
Oh, and
it's a lot of strategy involved.
In Canada, I mean, we got a ton of sheets, like a ton of rinks. I mean, it's legit fun. I mean, it's you get right, like you get into curling very quick once you get on that ice and you slide a couple times. You're like, wow, okay, now I want to do this more. Like you can easily kill a full evening with it. Like I understand why people get into it.
Totally, you're down there with some buddies. You got the Diet Cokes flowing, having a good time.
Yeah.
It's like playing. It's like a lawn game for Canada. It's so cold out there.
That's exactly what it is, right?
Yeah.
But it's totally fun. That was Davante Adams there, like Tom said. I'm just going to bring up his ownership quickly. What do we got?
Yeah, I'm sure he's high.
50.9% owned. 14.
I think he didn't.
1%.
I didn't check his numbers, but I'm pretty sure he kind of no-showed the last time I had the Packers, so that's why I faded him today. In fact, I'm positive he no-showed because we originally had someone else as our babysitter, Billy, and then we looked and we're like, oh, Davante Adams has a goose egg, so we changed it. And it was like the chat was, the chat's always a little bit behind. So we were just getting roasted, and they were all like, "You're insane! You don't have Devontae." It was like, "Oh yeah, guys, we changed it. We're caught up. We're good."
Yeah, he had 3 points against Cincy. That's probably the one you're talking about. Anyways, he's very boomer bust in these sims. He definitely will have games where
he went on a stretch where he wasn't bust at all, though.
A lot of the wide receivers, yeah. I mean, there goes Skyler. Got a big rain. Oh, you're gonna slide. A lot of the wide receiver ones in this that's the biggest difference between the 2020 and the 2021 versions. Like the wide receiver ones are way more boomer bust in the newer version. In the older version of the sim, the wide receiver ones were more like you just almost had to have guys. Like DJ Chark was like, you just were getting like 15 points minimum from him. Felt like every sim. So.
You ever feel like Kyler Murray's
sorry. So he actually had like a full-on bagel where he got like, so I didn't, so the game wouldn't even show up on the game log if he had a bagel.
That's the one that I'm talking about.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I forgot about that. They don't even show up.
I believe he played, I think it was against Washington.
Yeah.
We originally had the sprinkler.
I always forget about that.
And then we said, oh, wait, Devontae. Because you're always focused on the guys that do poorly in your lineup first, which is not the right way to do it, but that's just, where your head goes first when you're looking for the worst player.
Yeah.
And then it's like, oh, wait, no. Someone got 0.
River Rat says, I lost all respect for Moose after that bocce ball knock. You're dead to me, bro.
Bocce's awesome. How dare you?
I've never played it. I'm sure it is fun. It's like curling, though. These games are just like
It's all about strategy.
Play them a couple times. I know. You just like get right into it, man. It's like playing
bocce's great. I prefer beach bocce to like the bocce courts because you can kind of go different angles and stuff. Right. The bocce court, it's just like flat, and it's. I think it's slightly harder when you're playing with the soft sand. It's all about getting that ball right where you want
like
it to
layouts and stuff too, right? So,
yeah, beach bocce.
Exactly.
Fun
beach
stuff.
Bocce. Sounds fun. We had one touchdown this half. Is Devontae Adams. He's got 2 for 20 yards. Skeldez Vantling. Marquez Valdez-Scantling, 2 catches, 23 yards as well.
That's really a name that's not that easy to get right unless you say it a lot, but we say that name a lot. So Marquez Valdez-Scantling.
Sometimes I'll say Scantling.
Like, what a name. Valdez. Underratedly, like, really cool name.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
We just say MVS. We don't say his name out loud all that much.
I actually have a lot of guys like that. Equinemius St. Brown. And what's his dude? Oh, I got to look it up. His brother just got drafted. He's on the Lions, and he's got a fantastic name. My
favorite name in NFL. What? Say that again.
Amon-Ra St. Brown.
Amon-Ra. That's awesome. That's an awesome name.
Yeah.
Favorite name in NFL history is Barkevious Mingo.
Barkevious Mingo? Yeah, that's a good one.
Barkevious Mingo.
Well, I always was of the opinion that Jacquizz Rodgers, the only reason he stayed in the league for 8 years was because of his name, and people just thought it was cool. So coaches were just like, "This guy's got a cool name.
Get that guy on my roster.
He's got to be good."
Bert letting us know that in other cool names news, a guy is officially on the roster at Alabama with the name Kool-Aid. Awesome.
River Rat, I know you were joking, buddy. No one takes bocce ball that seriously. What is up, guys? Smash that like button if you're just coming in. Hope everyone's having a great Saturday. I'm having a great Saturday, man.
Kyler with the first.
Yep, Kyler burning it down.
Instead of going for the slide, takes an absolute huge hit.
Do you want to hear my sad golf story for the week, Tom?
Give it to me.
So I got a burner lineup going for the golf today. I got it in a single entry. It's so good. But it's only got 5 or 6 golfers. And Wednesday night, I had Seamus Power in them, who's in there, who's 7,600, and he's in T6 right now. But I switched him out for Ben Martin, who missed the cut by 10 strokes. So as good as this lineup is doing, and it's a top 10 lineup, it would probably be in first right now in a couple huge contests if I had just kept Seamus Power in there. So I'm gonna be sick to my stomach watching this lineup all week, and it's probably gonna make me a decent chunk of ROI, but I don't even want to know what the final total is gonna be on it. So I'll update you guys next week, but it's just one of those things in DFS. You're just oh my god, what could have been. So
that's always the worst, right?
It's gonna be fun to watch because it's got DJ in there, it's got Harris English in there. Both these guys are in the top 5 as well, but oh man. Hurts right now. So anyway.
That's always the worst when you know what could have been.
Yeah,
you're just sitting there going, oh, God, Oh, Larry Fitzgerald comes up short of the end zone.
Oh, I couldn't use that. He's the only Cardinal I rostered in my lineup too.
Oh, bummer.
Well, he still hasn't signed it, has he, Tom?
I
don't think so.
He's not under contract with Arizona still.
Yeah, producer Andrew says no. As usual, our producer is just
they know everything. He's still a free agent, huh?
Drag down right short. And I don't know if he's gonna come back. They got AJ Green. It kind of feels like they just Fitz just said oh, it's a low chance I'm coming back. So
I just did a quick Google search. Looks like there's a Steelers blog that wants him to sign in Pittsburgh. Obviously, he has the Pitt connection. I just saw there's a Vikings blog that's saying that there's whispers about him in Minnesota. I think he grew up in that area because his dad, I believe, is a sports writer in that region.
I mean, if he wants to, maybe he's waiting for Aaron Rodgers to decide, and then he's just going to sign with Green Bay.
That would be cool.
It would be cool. And it's not like it's going to propel the Packers receiving corp into a top 5 receiving corp, but, he basically is a tight end at this point in his career. And, you look at that 2-point conversion play, from last year, I always bring it up. The one that got dropped, like you have Larry Fitzgerald on a play like that, it probably doesn't get dropped. So,
he's sure whether or not he's the guy he used to be. I don't think it's even debatable. He clearly isn't, but he's still sure-handed. And yes. Bert brings up a great point in our Zoom chat here, saying that one of the coolest stats ever is he has more tackles in his career than dropped passes. That's crazy. Kyler Murray with the touchdown.
There's Kyler burning me for fading him.
Like Larry Fitzgerald is not going to be a person you should look at in DFS or season-long fantasy.
No.
In any way. Unless, there's a spot start randomly with injury stuff where he could maybe get some grabs depending on where he goes. But regardless, it's still a fun story. He's one of my favorite players ever.
Could you imagine, though, watching Aaron Rodgers and Larry Fitzgerald?
That would just be so cool.
Like, and winning the Super Bowl, going on like a deep run. It would be really
amazing.
Fun. And look, I'm not expecting Fitzgerald to be like a massive part of the offense. Again, he'd probably be out there, maybe seeing like a few targets, but I think he could definitely contribute. I think Green Bay would be like, it's just the good spot. They got a good running game. They got a good defense. He's not going to be asked to do like down the field stuff because they got young guys. They got Devontae. He's just going to be there as like an outlet, and he's probably going to make some defenses pay for, covering him with like linebackers when they're trying to double team Devontae or something. So
one of the Drews of the Drew stack saying with Frank Gore in the backfield.
That's right.
Just, let's get all the old dudes together.
Get Adrian Peterson on there.
Yeah, who else? Trade for J.J. Watt, even though he just signed in Arizona. Vinatieri come out of retirement, even though he just retired. Yeah, let's bring them all together.
Vinatieri, yeah. Why not? Sign Morton Anderson, too.
Yeah, why not?
Announce it on the pod, Tom.
He's coming back. No, he said he hasn't even tried to kick a field goal in years, and it was a few years ago. He was on a vacation down at the beach, and I forget where. And some dudes were just playing catch, and he walked up to them, and he was like, "Hey, can I just like kick that around for a little bit?" I guess he was doing all sorts of like tricks, kicking the ball on the beach, and people were enamored by it. And they didn't even know who he was, and he just walked away. He was very proud of himself. And he said the next day he almost couldn't walk.
Sure. Yeah.
He probably only did. Yeah. He was telling me maybe a dozen kicks, and he was like, it probably didn't help that he was on the sand, but when you kick at the level he did for 25 years, with all the preparation that goes into it too, his knees are just gone. His plant leg, he said, is just shot.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, because, it's not like kicking looks effortless, but, like, when you're trying to kick the ball 50 yards, and you're doing that, like, a billion times a day or whatever for practice.
Exactly.
You're putting a lot of strain. Yeah,
it's all the reps that go into it to make it automatic on Sunday that destroy your legs. And we talked the other day, him and I, we recorded a bunch of stuff to release throughout the summer, some hiatus content, as we're calling it. He was talking about when he decided to retire. Mentally he could keep going. He was 47, and he was like, my goal was to play till I was 50, but I just couldn't prep the way I needed to be as good as I wanted to be. He's like, I could have probably loafed it and gotten a few more contracts, but I was holding myself to a higher standard than that. His final year in the league at 47 years old was his best season from an accuracy standpoint, right? I think he missed one kick the whole year.
Yeah, dude. It's insane. It's definitely says a lot just about like genetics and like just how good like an athlete those guys are. Like Vinatieri, same thing, right? It doesn't even matter. It doesn't even matter that they're like, it's obviously a non-contact position, but like just to be able to sustain that type of performance. It's like Phil Mickelson is like, being able to do it at 50 as well. So
the Vinatieri thing is kind of sad. I think he's retiring at 599 field goals made. His last field goal attempt of his career was a blocked field goal that was scoop and scored.
Yeah, that kind of
It's
sucks.
such a bad way to end it. So, Aaron Rodgers.
Fumble? No.
It looked like a fumble.
Yeah. I guess I went forward.
He was saying when we had him on the podcast a few weeks ago, one of the reasons why he was really trying to come back so hard was he didn't want that to be his final field goal attempt.
Yeah.
Ends at 599, and then that's how it ended for him. It's like, I just want to come back for one more honorary kick, but he just couldn't do it. It's just he's not bouncing back the way
Patriots.
he wanted to.
The Patriots just need to get to the Super Bowl and then just sign him for the Super Bowl.
Bring him back. What you know? What though? That would be very disrespectful to the Folk hero, All-Pro kicker Nick Folk.
No, it's
had a great year last year, man.
Got to do like the wrestling thing. They got to like Folk gets like an injury like third quarter. And then it's like you just like play like the Stone Cold music or something, and Vinatieri just like walks out,
Comes
like
out
Vinatieri
of
316 walks onto the field. Everyone just crumbles in fear, and it's like 48 yards automatic. It'd be amazing.
It would be. But come on, Nick Folk, baby.
Folk hero was good last year. Here's Aaron Rodgers, who's also good. 10-yard line touchdown.
Who we got?
Perfect timing for me to pick up the play-by-play. It looks like Lazard. It is Lazard.
In my lineup. Let's go.
The Zad King. Did you roster him?
Carbon Rods pointing out that our battery on our remote is low. That did pop up on the screen. Plug that baby in.
8.7% owned. Alan Lazard in the free roll, 1% owned in the captain spot.
Very nice. Good check. Oh, nice. I'm in 10th. I don't think you revealed your lineup, Moose.
No, I didn't. I got Devontae in the captain spot. I got Aaron Rodgers obviously with him. Aaron Jones, Valdez Scantling. Again, the mistake I made.
Oh yeah, you did. Gotcha. Oh no, maybe
yeah.
that was when you were reading stats that you said his name wrong. I'm forgetting.
Yeah. But either way, the only Cardinal I rostered was Fitzgerald. Like I said, probably a mistake. I should have just gone with Kyler because again, rushing QBs. That's good strategy.
Ooh, D-Rod had Lazard as his captain. So he's the 1% that has him in this captain spot. Congratulations to D-Rod. That's huge. When you have a quote unquote punt play or a flexibility play, as I'll call them moving forward, that just popped into my head. I like that. A flexibility play at your captain spot, and they score. Few feelings better in the world.
True. Instant
especially when you're in a head-to-head with a buddy during the NFL season. I'm going up against Koff, and my cheap captain does it for me. Oh, beautiful feeling. I honestly can't wait for dailies during the NFL season.
Yeah, no. NFL season is going to be lit this
year.
So
fun. I love building lineups for football. I think DFS at its best for me.
It's a lot of fun building.
It's so fun.
Building the lineups for football is amazing, and we're gonna.
I like tiers first. I am looking forward to doing tiers for football. Tiers is the best because it's just who's gonna have a better week. That's what you're worried about, as opposed to like salary builds. So it's more mindless, but at the same time, it does require skill. It's more like matchup based, I think. Like okay, so like which of these studs is gonna have a better game? You don't have to worry about the price. You just have to worry about who's going to outperform who.
Yeah, I definitely, from the tiers perspective too, you can go like if you're in a massive field tournament, you can really just focus on the upside, trying to get lower ownership on a couple plays. It's fun. I mean, there's still quite a bit of strategy involved in it. So, what's that? Christian Kirk, the Starship Enterprise. 2 catches for Christian Kirk in the first half so far. Tiger agrees. Tears is my favorite, he says. It's nice too. Cheers is nice too if you don't have like a ton of research time, because you just you're limited to the players that's available to you.
Exactly.
So.
Brother Phil saying that Lazard catches a pass about once every 6 to 8 sims. Showdown, punt play only, useless in classic lineups. Completely agree. You don't want to. It's too risky to have him in a classic lineup. Brother Phil saying, lightning in a bottle if you captained him. Good on you. There you go. Good on you, D-Rod.
This Fitz over to the sideline. We have 48 seconds left. They still have 2 timeouts, so they could definitely march down here with points. I'm just going to open up here.
CEH 1300 says, gotta punt the cap spot to fit all 4 studs. Yeah, so, sometimes I do that. Every time I do that, it doesn't work out for me, though. Every time I do that, one of those 4 studs goes off, and the people that had that stud in their captain spot end up finishing higher than me in the contest.
Yeah, punting the captain spot. It's actually funny because I talked about this with Koff last night, this strategy. He got beat big up by a guy who got 0 in the captain spot the other day in NBA.
That's just lucky.
It's definitely a little bit lucky, obviously. But the strategy is to the point, especially when you've got like a shorter rotation for the NBA playoffs. Like, I don't think the strategy the guy created the lineup around was bad. It's just, to get 0 and win anything is like amazing in your captain spot. So,
by the way, speaking of NBA, Jazz Clippers tonight, 7:30 Eastern. Or is it 8:30? I forget.
2-0 Jazz, right?
2-0, correct? Utah on top. Sorry, I forgot if my ESPN app was Central or Eastern time. Regardless, it's tonight. So we'll definitely be talking some NBA later.
Oh, Phoenix is up 3-0. I did not know that.
Oh, yeah. Yep, they took a 3-0 lead last night with a fumble there by Kyler. That'll happen when the QBs are on the run.
Green Bay get it? I missed it. I was looking.
Green Bay recovered.
All right. Glad someone was paying attention. Wasn't me. Green Bay, 3 timeouts, 30 seconds left. Rodgers going to go shotgun, empty backfield. Bum, bum, bum. Go deep, Aaron.
Hey, how about Milwaukee getting a win?
No, I know. Well, that's
right
what we were
after
talking
we talked about it. Yeah.
Don't write off teams too quickly in the playoffs.
Don't sleep on the Bucks, baby. I still think Brooklyn wins the series, but
I do too. I mean, I'm not going to proclaim that Milwaukee's suddenly going to be the favorite.
Good for them, though. I mean, they needed. Yes. Maybe Game 2 was a true wake up call for them. Like, hey guys, hello, stop playing with your food, as they like to say.
Stop sitting Giannis for 10 minutes. I think it would be hilarious if they came back and won the series, just for the number of like awful takes after Game 2. The freezing cold the takes account would be just on fire if the Bucks came back and won. So,
Brother Phil bringing up a good point. Lazard, depending on what goes down with Rodgers in real NFL, could be a sleeper. Kind of expecting him to become a very relevant player if Rodgers stays there this year. I agree. I mean, eye test, you can see that dude has talent. He's fast. He's tall. I really like Lazard in real life. Totally. I could totally see him taking a big step forward if Rodgers figures it out up in Green Bay.
Yes. Lazard is a guy I was hoping would have a breakout last year. Rostered him in a couple best balls and stuff like that. Had him, in a couple lineups, but the injuries just seemed to catch up with him, and he just wasn't he had a pretty good start to the year too, but not a great end. So it didn't really happen for him last year, but it looks like he's going to get another shot at that number 2 position. We did have 2 Aaron Rodgers passing touchdowns in that half. Rushing touchdown for Kyler Murray with 46 rush yards. So he could get the bonus. Aaron Jones, 53 yards rushing. Both guys definitely could see the bonus, just like one long run away here. No one really threatening the bonus on the receiving.
I'm an 8th.
You're 8th?
Yeah.
Who is your captain again?
Mercedes Lewis. So if he starts to actually do things, man, I'm looking good. Kenyon Drake, too, hasn't really done anything.
I mean, he's got 3 catches for you already. That's not bad for Mercedes.
I know, but in the captain spot, he's only sitting at 9 points.
For sure.
You want more out of your captain.
Yeah. You need a touchdown. If you get a touchdown from him, you'll be.
Yeah, no doubt.
Shape. Yeah, I like
some
that
catches from Drake out of the backfield would be helpful, too.
And you got your Lazard touchdown, too. I'm in 16th, so I'm not that far behind, man.
There we go. Hey, look at us.
Could have really
look at us, Jeff.
I could have really used that Fitzgerald touchdown, though, if I'm being dead honest. All right, we got a question here in the chat. I like this question. What QB are you targeting this season, and how early are you taking him?
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, Jeff. You're a guy that doesn't worry that much about the QB spot, or is that LaMarca? I get my fantasy experts confused.
No, I'm pretty much that guy as well. And
okay,
it's
yeah.
just
it feels like I should start to be that guy because I always draft my QB in like the 5th or 6th round.
Yeah, I generally don't do that anymore, but it really just depends on valuations. Like, you know, when some of the top QBs drop too far, like, you know, you're just like, well, this is too good to pass up on. You do want consistency from your quarterback, but you should be focusing, in my opinion, on like just their pure upside. And there's lots of guys like, you know, QB 10 to 15 to 20 range even with really good upside. So I'm going to go through a bunch here. We'll go through a couple. Jalen Hurts at number 10, man, like he's trending around QB 10. I mean, that's just like, it's just a gift. I mean, the dude is just going to run so much this year. He's got no backup competition. It's Joe Flacco. Like, they're not going to bring Joe Flacco in for more than a game unless Jalen Hurts gets hurt. So, like, that's just got to be – he's just got to be on your list. I mean, he's going to provide such a safe floor with that rushing upside. Love Jalen Hurts. Let's see here. Justin Herbert, I think, is interesting as well. He's going a little bit higher. I will say this, too. You know, it's fine to pay up for like a Kyler or a Josh Allen. Again, it's just where they're going, where they drop to. You know, if they drop far enough, like, I don't have a problem taking Kyler again. But I do think Kyler is going to be ripe for some rushing regression just from a touchdown perspective. So I just wouldn't overdraft those guys. I actually think that Russell Wilson might be the guy who you can get for really good valuations this year. Like, you could see Herbert and maybe even like Tom Brady go ahead of Wilson in some drafts this year.
Wow.
People just like not in on the Seahawks. You know, everyone's scared of Pete Carroll. Russell Wilson is still like an elite quarterback.
He's just a really good fantasy quarterback because even though we all think he should get more opportunities to take over games, he still has such an impact on every play.
Yeah.
I mean, I love having him in fantasy. Whenever I have Russell Wilson, I'm always a happy camper.
Yeah. I mean, he was QB 6 last year. Like, you know, like I said, if he starts going below guys like Herbert or even Brady, you're just getting a guy who's probably not going to finish worse than QB 8. And his upside with DK Metcalf, if they just let him throw like even like 5-10% more, I mean, it could just be insane, right? He's so efficient. So I again, it all depends on shoestring tackle there on Rudge. It all depends on valuations, but Russ will be a guy I'll be watching because I think the sentiment on him is going to be low this year, and I think you'll get him falling a lot in drafts. So that's kind of where I'm looking at the top of the board. There's some dudes, though, like you can just wait on as well. I mean, I think Justin Fields is interesting. I even will say, like, Daniel Jones, I think, is semi-interesting, you know, having Kenny Golladay back and stuff. Should have a bit better O-line. Saquon back probably helps him from efficiency. He can run a bit, too. So I'm not completely out on him. But those are kind of the top guys I went over there. If you're drafting, like, below, like, QB 15, really just focus on upside. Again, Fields, Daniel Jones, they bring you a little bit of rushing there. So that's why I don't mind those two.
If I'm in a 10-person league, how high should I draft my quarterback?
A 10-person league?
10-person league. Because that's one league I do every year. Yeah. It's just been a 10-person league forever, so we all have awesome teams. Even in that case, I still feel like I'm always overdrafting quarterbacks.
Yeah, I would really wait. I think the smaller the league, the more you wait on quarterback because, again, some of the upside you can get with like let's say Wilson falls to like let's say 7 teams pick and Wilson is still on the board. You're probably going to get him in like something insane like the 9th round or something. Jalen Hurts will probably fall. You could even wait on him till almost every team has drafted a quarterback, and you could go with like a Jalen Hurts Ryan Tannehill combo or something. Like just load up on in 10-team leagues. I'd load up on the skill players, and especially this year because quarterback is really deep to like. You could even get Matt Ryan on like QB 15, you know. So yeah. Trevor Lawrence probably a good rushing upside, you know. Like it's. I just the shorter
Trevor
the
Lawrence is an interesting fantasy guy to talk about.
Yeah,
like how do you think he does?
I think he's going to run a lot. I think there's a chance Trevor Lawrence could end up with like 6 touchdowns, 600 rushing yards. And just off that alone, he's probably going to be a good like a top 12 fantasy QB. So, again, another guy you can just wait on. I think he's going around QB 15 right now. Yeah, so. And Derwin, that's fine. Like, you could pick, let's say you're like, you're picking 10. You could go Mahomes Hill. I don't have a problem with that either. You're getting, if you do go Patrick Mahomes, the benefit is you're getting, like, you just don't have to worry about QB the rest of the year, right? So,
and that's why I always am like, well, do I go up there and get like my guaranteed top 3 to 5 quarterback, and then I'm not worried about that position, Whereas if you're going a little bit later and you're going with like a Jalen Hurts, we all think he's going to be great next year, but do we actually know, right? The Eagles are going to be probably pretty bad. So it's like, am I going to have to drop this dude at some point? Is he going to get hurt because he's a mobile guy? So
let me put it this way.
I definitely weigh those things.
If I'm paying up for a QB this year, like if I'm going to draft one high, it's definitely going to be Mahomes. But like to the Jalen Hurts point, Jalen Hurts and Kyler Murray, like I don't know if there's going to be that big a spread between these guys, and Hurts could score more touchdowns on the rushing side than Kyler Murray this year. Like, don't be shocked. So I think that Mahomes definitely, if you just want to get QB out of the way, go Mahomes. The rest of the guys, I feel like, even with Josh Allen, like you could get Aaron Rodgers or Russell Wilson later. I think the spread between those guys could be really close. Jalen Hurts and Kyler Murray. So Mahomes is the one guy I definitely don't mind paying up for. Everyone else probably going to get drafted too high for me, and I'll just take guys like I mentioned, in that 8 to 12 QB range. And Jones.
There you go. A little education there.
That's my early take on QB. Anyways.
I like that. That's helpful. So in fantasy, season-long fantasy last year, I was in 2 leagues. One was a 10-person, one was a 12. I won the 12-person league. I came in last in the 10-person league. The duality of life. And I mentioned this at the time when I came in last. Because I came in last, I now have to sit at a diner for 24 straight hours.
Oh, right. That's the league. When is that happening?
So I need to do it before the draft. And the draft is, we try and do it as close to week 1 as possible.
Are you going to do a sim from the diner?
I emailed our bosses about it. We'll see. Touchdown Devontae Adams. Devontae Adams should not have faded him today.
No, actually working out well for my captain position. Unfortunately, I don't know if the rest of my lineup is going to be good enough to carry me to new highs, but Devontae Adams.
I'm going to be there 24 straight hours. I said to them, I'm like, look, I could do hits from the diner.
Yeah.
I could just be live there all day. We can check in, see how I'm doing. I can do sims from there if their Wi-Fi is good enough. If everyone's cool with it, like I'm going to be there. We might as well do something with this. I know the Lebitard crew just did a 24-hour stream for DraftKings. Shout out to them. Love the Lebitard crew. I didn't watch any of it, but I've seen clips. Seems like they all lost their minds.
We could bring you in at like halftime for every game.
Yeah, I'm totally game for that.
All right, Devontae Adams, 33.3 points in the flex right now. He's got 2 touchdowns, 5 receptions, 52 yards, so he's balling out. Aaron Rodgers, 3 passing touchdowns, 17 rush yards, 189 yards, 21.26 in the flex. He's semi-balling out. What does Kyler have? Kyler. 13 points for Kyler. Just the rushing touchdown. First time playing Fortnite's going to pick Kyle Trask with his first round fantasy draft.
Oh, probably not a good pick.
Bold. Hey, he's playing that Tom Brady injury. He's too old, right?
Too old. He can't play forever.
This time, right? It's like Krusty the Clown. I thought the Generals were due. Kenyon Drake on the catch there. Will dump off. Arizona needs a score here. Down 14. Hope's fading. Hope everyone's having a great Saturday. If you're just walking into the sim, we've had 2 Devontae touchdowns, Devontae Adams, a Kyler rushing touchdown, and a Alan Lazard touchdown. I remembered. Smash that like button if you are just coming in. If you are in here since the start and you haven't smashed it, what are you waiting for? Just smash it. Just do it, man. And it feels good.
Get in there and smash, bro.
It makes it positive. You're like, man, I supported these guys today. I need all the support I can get. Okay, Tom's good, but I need support. I live off the likes. Okay? 5 Schrute bucks for every like. That's what I get paid.
A Schrute buck.
No worries, Miguel, sorry. Yeah, Miguel. I don't know why I pronounced your name like that the first time. That was a good question. MF Jones wants DeAndre Hopkins. We have not seen. Oh, on cue, there's a DeAndre Hopkins catch.
Yeah, there he is.
Touchdown.
He is the most underutilized great player in Madden 21.
Yeah, it's true.
Just an absolute waste of star talent.
Yeah, because his rating is off the charts. It's like 97.
Incredible. He's got all the special powers and just nothing.
That was his first catch of these Sims too.
He was great in Arizona last year.
Oh yeah, no, he's just good. He's just good at football.
He's a good player, man.
No. Hate to say it, but he's just one of those guys. Good #good at football. He might even be being underdrafted. Another guy. I mean, he's getting down to like wide receiver 7, but like he's gonna see 150 targets. Like, I'm sorry, AJ Green is not gonna take away like a bunch. Yeah,
AJ Green's not that guy anymore.
No. Nope. They don't have a tight end there. DeAndre Hopkins is gonna see 150 targets again. So.
And him and Kyler clearly like each other, right? I mean,
yes.
It was a connection right away. Sometimes that doesn't happen. We saw Phillip Rivers really hurt T.Y. Hilton's fantasy stock last year. I think a lot of it had to do with A.J. Green not being the player he used to be, but him and Joe Burrow didn't really have a good connection. Sometimes it doesn't happen right away. Kyler and D-Hop, it was great from the start.
Yep. No, that A.J. Brown Burrow thing did not materialize at any point.
The A.J. Green, yeah.
Yeah.
A.J. Brown.
What did I say? A.J. Brown? A.J. Green.
Yeah.
A.J. Brown definitely had a good connection, just not with Joe Burrow.
No, different team.
That would have been bad. Burrow just thrown to the sidelines. Hey, A.J.
Trying to throw it as far as he could from Cincinnati to Nashville.
Yeah. All right. Not much change.
I saw Julio Jones is wearing number 2 for the Titans in practice uniforms. Is that going to be his actual number?
Yes. Apparently, A.J. Brown did try to give Julio 11. Julio would not accept it, which I just really respect.
I respect the heck out of that.
And obviously, Julio's like, this guy's great. He's going to be a star.
He's a stud.
He's got to have his own number. I'm not going to come in here and wreck things.
He's too good.
Himself to the team and the fans already, in my opinion. So I like that from Julio. I like that.
Number 2 for a stud receiver is a pretty cool number, I think.
I'm admittedly very high on this Tennessee Titans team at this point. I like, and again, it's not.
Yeah, you had them winning what, 11, 12 games when we went through the schedule?
11 games last year, and I've said this like a million times over the last couple of weeks, but 11 games with the 3rd worst defense in the league. Like
their defense regressed so much last year.
Terrible on the defensive side last year. So to win 11 games with that kind of defense, again, like that offense was. I just think people would like it. Underrated. And again, I don't know what to do with Julio and A.J. Brown from fantasy necessarily. Like, I don't really want to overdraft them, but I kind of want a piece of the Tennessee offense. So I'm not out on those guys. It's just the Tennessee offense is just, I think it's going to be so good. So anyways, it's going to be a fun team to watch. They were fun last year, mainly because they were so bad on defense and all their games were shootouts. But
even though they're a rushing team, it's kind of an anomaly.
It is.
Like, they're
weird.
In shootout games, but Derrick Henry had 2,000 yards rushing.
They're a very big anomaly. Like,
yeah,
to have that bad a defense and then be 3rd in rushing attempts per game, it's just very weird. So, okay, 4th Q.
Brother Phil is high on A.J. Green. He said that A.J. Green spent most of last season attempting to catch really bad throws from really bad quarterbacks that will likely never play another snap in the NFL. I watched him some. He was getting open. Writing AJ off a little early, guys. I mean, he just hasn't been the same player in years for me. I mean, he's clearly good enough to be on an NFL roster. I just don't think that he's an upper echelon guy anymore.
Yeah.
And brother Phil, I'm curious, are you a Bengals fan? Were you forced to watch a lot of Bengals games? And I'm not saying that as like a dig or anything. I just know they were a really bad team. But if you follow the box scores, they played a lot of really close games.
They did. The Bengals actually weren't terrible last year.
They were kind of fun last year, like sneaky, fun team to watch because they played in close games. It kind of got out of hand at the end there, but
yeah,
early to mid-season, a lot of close games.
They had Burrow just keeping them in games a little bit. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, maybe brother Phil's like me; he just watches every single game every week.
Probably. Yeah, that's kind of how I am too. Just strap on the red zone feed bag and just give it all to me.
4th down there, conversion to Mad Max Williams, his second catch. Okay, Arizona keeping it a game here. Good for them. Good for you.
Brother Phil, okay, he just has Sunday ticket. Nice. Who's your team, Brother Phil? I know you're kind of a historian guy. I'm just curious. What squad you pull for? Or are you just a fan of the league?
Oh,
Kyler Tudd.
Just like that, folks. Flipping this game on its head. Also flipping DFS contests on its head. If you faded Kyler, probably not going to work out, just like my lineup. I was in 5th for a hot second. I ain't going to be in 5th after that, I'll tell you that much. Back down to 19th where I belong. I might even drop further than that.
Sean Preston asking, how big is A.J. Green? He's small, right? No, A.J. Green, I believe, is 6'4". He's not like a jacked dude, but he's tall. He's tall.
Tall and lanky. He's got that good arm span.
I think he's 6'4",
somewhere in their range. He's one of those dudes who looks taller than he is because he's so lanky too. But yeah, that's the one, and that's the thing I do worry about AJ Green. He was never that explosive guy with like just crazy speed. He could get open downfield, but he would also just do it with his like circus catches. So if he has lost a bit of a step,
and has great hands.
Yes. So if he has lost a bit of a step, it does concern me a little bit. But yeah, you guys are probably right in the chat. I mean, he came back from injury. Let's give him another year. Probably writing him off a little too much. I just don't think he's going to affect DeAndre Hopkins that much.
Drew confirming he's 6'4", 210.
6'4".
So he's slim.
The other thing about the bigger receivers, like the taller kind of, he's maybe a little bit slimmer, but they do tend to burn out a little bit quicker, with like injuries and stuff, the taller dudes. So again, I wouldn't write him off completely, but if he starts bad, again, if you're snagging him in a draft, I wouldn't wait too long on him. Like if he has like a couple bad games, don't wait. Just get rid of him, quite frankly.
Yeah.
There's your
Bert saying he's a poor man's Julio, spoken like a true Bama fan.
Oh, Miguel 84, the guy who dropped the nice fantasy football question, is in first now in the little free roll.
Hey-oh. Yeah, remember that they were in the same draft, Julio and AJ. That was kind of
that's right.
Who's better.
Yeah, there's some other good receivers in that draft, wasn't there? Like, maybe I'm
in 21st now. Off the top of my head, I'm not sure what year that was. Here, let's look it up because I love going back and looking at draft classes.
I want to say 2010, but I could be wrong on that.
All right, let's see. 2011.
Okay.
We'll pull up the old Wikipedia page for it. All right, let's sort it by receiver. Let's scroll down to W. The wide receivers of note from that draft were A.J. Green, Julio Jones, and Randall Cobb. Dwayne Harris also in there.
Oh, man. Sounds like a pretty serious injury in the... what game is that, guys? Finland, Denmark?
Denmark. The Danes.
Euro 2021.
Torrey Smith in that draft.
Torrey Smith.
Austin Pettis. Vincent Brown. Cecil Shorts. I'm just saying kind of the guys people might know. Denarius Moore. Jeremy Curley. Aldrick Robinson. Ronald Johnson, sorry. So, not a crazy high-end wide receiver draft. Good pass catchers in that draft, though. Kyle Rudolph, Jordan Cameron, Julius Thomas.
Yep.
He was a beast for a while.
Yes. Well, where was Julio taken overall? Was it like around 11 or something? Or
let me
higher?
scroll down here.
Actually, I want to say it was like 7.
He was 6th.
6, so very close. Okay.
AJ was 4th.
Oh, yeah, that's right. AJ went before him. Okay. Yeah, Julio Jones, I just remember watching some of the stuff of him coming out of college. It was just like, oh, my God. The guy's just ability to leap and get up and how big
The
he
last
was.
decade of receivers coming out of Alabama has been freaking insane.
Did AJ Brown have Stafford thrown to him in college? I can't remember either, but that does sound semi-correct.
AJ Green, you mean?
AJ Green, sorry. Good God.
Yes, they
AJ
played at Georgia together.
Clearly, I mean, I have been talking a lot about the Titans lately this week, so.
Their good year together in Georgia was 2008.
Okay, so there you go. First and 10, Packers. Ooh, a little short there by Rodgers. They're driving again. They're already in field goal range, so they get a field goal here. This one's basically going to be over. Pretty good game, though, to be honest, from offensive. 2 Kyler Murray rushing touchdowns, 2 Devontae Adams catching touchdowns. Also had Alan Lazard touchdowns, if you're just joining us. So definitely need Kyler, definitely need Devontae Adams in your showdown lineups right now. And for classic format, those guys are definitely going to be key. I'll actually give a little update here for that. Oh, it's a dart over the middle, first down. Aaron Rodgers, tough to stop in the DK Simville. Yeah, Aaron Rodgers, 28.6% owned in the classic showdown. What else we got here? Devontae is 46.3 there, so a popular stack. Devontae, Aaron Rodgers in the classic. 3-game classic early. What else we got? Kyler's probably getting up there as well. Let's see what his ownership is. Rodgers leading the way, though, Rodgers lineups. Kyler Murray, 31.5% owned there. So both QBs very highly owned in the classic, the early classic. Could get another Aaron Rodgers touchdown here, too. First and goal, so we're going to track that. If you got a classic lineup, track him. It all counts. Lots of paid contests for the Madden Sims. If you're just coming in, check those out. Or if you're just new to the Sims. And also, smash the like for the stream if you could. And also, subscribe to the DraftKings YouTube channel if you haven't already done that. We appreciate it.
And subscribe on YouTube. I mean, Twitch. That's what I meant.
Yes.
Twitch.
Follow on Twitch, I think is what you do.
Follow. Do whatever you're supposed to do for Twitch.
Love Twitch.
The video on Twitch is awesome.
Yes, totally. Only thing I like about Twitch is they disappear the chat when you reload it. Really annoying.
I'm there. Oh, it's not letting me. Oh, here we go.
Oh, Giggle Pigs. I love that, dude. Luke Donald? Yeah, give me all the Luke Donald, buddy. Good update. Thank you. That makes me happy. I need lots of Luke Donald, so. What's he at, Giggle Pig? Give me an exact
Jeff just
score.
got a little pep in his step there.
Yeah, no. I mean,
It's like the T-hose from the other day just kicked in.
I told my sad golf story, but Luke Donald playing well would very much help. So give me a score update. Like, what's he at? I think he was at -2 before. That puts a little
Aaron
score.
Rodgers, 3rd and goal.
Yeah, here we go. This is big.
Hands it off. Ooh, that's big for the contest. Aaron Jones with the score.
Yep.
That's going to make things change towards the top.
Yeah, that's and Aaron Jones 54.9% owned in the classic as well. So big score there. Lots of people liking that. What is he in the? Oh, that's going to boost my little lineup here too.
Ooh, I'm in 32nd. The
70.9%.
free fall has continued. I'm going to go ahead and give Kenyon Drake the Babysitter Billy Award winner. I know there's some time left here, but
Oh, wow.
it's not like Arizona's going to be running the ball a lot here. They have some ground to pick up. He wins unless things change. Kenyon Drake's going to be my guy. Less than 6 points in the flex. Large ownership on him. Not a good game for Kenyon Drake.
If he he needs like a 50-yard screen pass here to get that changed.
Until further notice, he's my guy. How's Devontae doing? Is he going to be our wooden nickel winner?
I think so, man. Sorry, I'm reading these golf updates now. I'm very distracted.
Must be asking how he can get in our fantasy league. I think that we should do a DK Broadcasters season-long league.
Oh, we usually do that, Tom. That's right. You weren't here for it last year.
No, I wasn't, because I feel like that would be good for conversation.
It's a complete disaster. First of all, Glasheen runs it. And then you've got like random people. Just some people don't do anything for the whole year. Then you've got like guys who are like overzealous about it. So it's just
is his name Adam Kaufman?
Complete disaster. It's probably that's his name.
Yes.
But yeah, it'll be fun. Well, what we need to do is get something like really serious on the line. And I'm not even talking about money. I'm talking about we need to get like
the loser has to do 6 sims solo in one day by themselves.
Totally. We need to do something. Yeah.
That would actually be hilarious.
Yeah. Oh, awesome. Luke Donald getting the birdie bonus. Giggle Pigs, you're making my day here, pal. That is great. We could still get some Kyler bonus time here. So this one's really producing for the guys in the classic lineups. Oh, look at our guy.
What a move.
He's trying
he hurt me.
A couple more of those. You never know. Kenyon Drake.
Yeah. As of now, still the recipient of that award, but that helps.
He needs like 3 more of those, I think, for us to take the award away from him. He could do it, but let's see. Let's see what Kyler dials up here. Yeah. Oh, okay. There's 2. 2 more of those, and we'll take it away. We'll give it to someone else.
I think that actually would be a fun like live show too. If we all did some sort of like live Zoom with everyone doing a live draft.
That would be good.
With the YouTube chat. When are we going to have one of these stream Zooms? Like we were supposed to have these monthly meetings. We did one of them. I got ideas here, people. I got to write this one down. I'm sure this is already being discussed. I'm writing it down.
As you'll find, it's always a lack of manpower. We got too many guys doing too many things, but they're all, I know. It's one of those things. No one has time to. We're carrying a stream here, Tom. So, but that is a good idea. I agree. Like a live draft, that'd be good. If we could get that going, I'd
get Cofield to host it.
I think the first year we did the draft, Jessie slept through the draft, so she just auto draft. It was pretty funny.
Shocking.
So she might actually be down for just hosting it, not drafting. So she can just go to sleep after.
Yeah.
I think she still beat a bunch of people too. That's the sad part. I don't think Tara Lynn even set her lineup last year.
Shocking.
Okay, Kyler. All right, 22 seconds, 1 timeout. Maybe a couple more plays here. Again, Kenyon Drake needs at least 1 more catch here to get out of the babysitter Billy. DeAndre Hopkins had a bad game too. So let's put it this way. If Kenyon Drake catches 1 more pass, we'll switch it to DeAndre Hopkins.
Yeah, but what's D-Hop's ownership? Because people at this point know he's bad in the Sims.
That's a good point. We'll look that up. Oh, there it is. Okay, now we got a decision here. Drake is at 54% owned. D-Hop is at 28% owned. So you make the call, man.
I'm giving it to Drake because Hopkins is meeting expectations.
It's true.
We know he's not good in Matt.
That's fair. This has been a good drive for Kenyon Drake owners, though. He's got 3 passes already. Oh, we're going to go deep. Mad Max Williams trying to come down. Okay, 1 more play. 4th and 10. Oh, they do have a timeout, so we could actually get more than 1 play. But this is it. They need at least 10 yards here. Bum 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 bum. Kyler shotgun. Okay, here we go. Oh, going for it all. I like it. That's D-Hop. No,
that looked like a possible pick opportunity too. I thought that was getting picked.
I actually thought D-Hop would come down with it. That's usually what he does.
That would have been big for Packers DST owners.
Yeah. Would have been big for Kyler Murray owners as well. That's going to do it, though.
That play could have swung a lot of things there.
Definitely could have.
So is Devontae getting the wooden nickel here?
Yeah,
you're a Devontae owner. How's he doing?
I think that's fair. I think he deserves it. 24.7 points in the flex. It's when you get 20 plus from a wide receiver 1. That's you're semi breaking the slate. But a nice day for Aaron Rodgers, Devontae Adams connection. Kyler did outscore Aaron Rodgers by like 0.4 points, but it was very close. Both QBs over 24 points. So
the Guru 805 saying Monday Night Football theme song?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, you were just getting into that a little bit.
Why not, man? Just need a little drama. Just trying to build things up here on the DK stream.
I am a big fan of like the interlude music on all the different various broadcasts.
Oh, I love it. It's
for different sports. Yeah.
They're all burned in your head from like.
Yep. Have you seen those videos of where wives and girlfriends will play the Sunday Night Football music from the other room, and the dudes just like instinctively, like whatever they're doing, they drop and they just like walk into the room on random days of the week. It's very funny.
it's like legitimately.
It's like a dog whistle for dudes.
It's how my wife never sees those because I'll be one of those guys. Okay, guys. Again, we got Miguel 84 hung on there. Aaron Rodgers in the captain spot, 35.74 points, 73 points. He had 3 passing touchdowns. That's gonna do it though for this one, guys.
Devontae, congrats.
Devontae,
free ice cream cone, Lions Choice roast beef here in St. Louis.
Let me see here. I will be back for the next sim here. I gotta scroll up. I'm going to be on with Kaufman. Bengals and Jets coming up 2 p.m. Eastern. So that's the first of 6 sims in the bag here, guys. After that, we've got. Why did I scroll back there? What am I doing to myself here? Okay, so I'm on with Kaufman. The next one, Bengals, Jets. I've lost. Here we go. Thank you, Andrew. Titans, Colts next, or not next, 4 p.m. Eastern. After that, Tom and I will be back together. So Titans, again, we can talk Titans, Colts. That's like the AFC South right there. So big divisional matchup. 6 p.m. Eastern, Rams, Texans, Rossi, Lamarca. 8 p.m. Eastern, Steelers, Browns. Tom's back with Lamarca. 10 p.m. Eastern, Eagles at Lions. Tom Lamarca going to bring it home. And right now, though, Pat Mayo coming up next with NFC West previews on his Pat Mayo Experience show. So you stick around, you watch a little Pat Mayo, and we'll be back soon with The Sims. Thanks, guys.
The Pat Mayo Experience. Pat Mayo Experience. Pat Mayo Experience. Pat Mayo Experience. Experience.
Welcome to the Pat Mayo Experience, presented by DraftKings 2021 NFC West player profiles and team odds from a fantasy perspective. We're going to be digging in to where each of the players on each of these 4 teams falls in terms of ADP and where we have them ranked going forward. If you missed the AFC East or the NFC East, shame on you, but you can rectify that issue right now. Hit the description. You can find the link to both of those. I did them with Jake Seeley. There'll be more Jake Seeley coming up, just not on this show. I have Elliot Chris from FTNFantasy.com joining me on the line, but I do want to remind everyone to smash the like button to the video. And in the comment section, you tell me who is going to be the number 1 receiver of all of the players, half-point PPR, let's call it, in the NFC West this year. Is it going to be Robert Woods? Probably not. Is it going to be DeAndre Hopkins? Probably. Is it going to be DK Metcalf? I mean, you could make a compelling case for that if you really wanted to. Maybe Brandon Ayuk is the way that you want to go with this. I don't know. You tell me. What are you guys thinking about the NFC West right now? Also, subscribe to the Pat Mayo Experience audio podcast. Leave a 5-star review while you're up there, and subscribe to Mayo Media Network's YouTube channel, where you'll get a ton of not only football, but all of the sports coverage that you're going to need. Elliot Chris, like I mentioned, from FTNFantasy.com on the line right now. You guys got an early bird package going on, don't you?
Yeah, absolutely. We're ramping up for this football season. We got all kinds of new stats that are about to launch here in a couple of weeks. We've got it's just $59.99 right now. You can use promo code Mayo, save a little bit extra. You're better at pitching that than I am, but all kinds of stuff. We've got high stakes coaching. We've got tons of tools, league sync, start sit tools, draft guides, all the content you could ever want. Also combined package with DFS and betting as well. We've got a ton of people with high success rate. Our CEO, Kevin Adams, went over 90 units last year, professional DFS players. So we're incredibly excited about this football season, put a ton of time and effort into everything, and could not be more ready for 91 more days to be gone and it be football season.
Well, like I said, I'm ramping up full-time fantasy football coverage along with full-time golf coverage because there's a major championship coming up in golf. Then you're going to get football right after that. There's been so much content up on the network right now. Like if you're into the other football, there's a brand new Euro 2020 pick show that's going up every single day on Mayo Media Network. If you want some bets on the day's Euro action, you can find it in 10 minutes or less up on Mayo Media Network in the DFS Mix podcast as well. Let's jump into this. Arizona is going to be the first team that we're going to be talking about from the NFC West. Their over-under for win totals for the year is 8. They're plus 190. That means you have to bet $190, or you have to bet $100 to win $190. Right now at DraftKings Sportsbook to make the playoffs, 6-1 to win the division, 20-1 to win the conference, 40-1 to win the Super Bowl. But the guy that we really need to be talking about here, Elliot, is Kyler Murray. Is this the year he takes the leap and becomes the number 1 overall player in fantasy football? Or is he just being overdrafted right now because he's currently being drafted as the number 2 quarterback off the boards behind Patrick Mahomes?
Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing with Kyler is his health, right? I mean, he averaged 51 yards per game on the ground last year. He's the second most explosive running quarterback in the NFL after Lamar Jackson. And that dual threat ability, the Konami code, right, that everyone likes to call it, is everything. It creates such a nice floor and ceiling combination. We saw before the AC joint strain last season that he basically was looking at 25 plus DraftKings points with a ceiling of 40. A huge thing too for them is the horizontal raid. They call it the air raid, right? But the number of passes they have towards the line of scrimmage, I think Kyler was 7th in all the screen passes last year. They really got a missing piece with Rondell Moore, the rookie receiver there, who 39% of his college production came on passes at or behind the line of scrimmage. So he's kind of been that missing piece. They added A.J. Green as well, or kind of, I guess, the ghost of A.J. Green, DeAndre Hopkins. I think Kyler, as long as he stays healthy, is absolutely in position to be a top 3 quarterback right there with Lamar Jackson and Patrick Mahomes.
So Josh Allen is actually being drafted as the number 2 fantasy quarterback right now in early fantasy football drafts. Kyler number 3. So Kyler's going at pick number 33 overall. That's a lot for me to spend on a quarterback, especially when I just look back, like 10 picks later, you can get Dak Prescott. That still seems a bit too early for a quarterback for me. But Lamar Jackson coming in at pick number 49. You said that the Konami code of the passing, the upside, the rushing touchdowns that go along with it. I mean, I guess Jalen Hurts, you can kind of project as sort of like the minor league version of these guys with the same potential upside, just with far more downside when it comes to entering your fantasy football drafts this year. Do you think you could see yourself drafting a quarterback that highly? And would you just wait the 2 rounds and take Lamar over Kyler instead, since they're pretty close?
Yeah, I would. I love Kyler, but not at that ADP. I can't touch that. You look at any form of data and it suggests that waiting on quarterbacks is the right approach, right? And even you look at younger guys coming into the league like Trey Lance and Justin Fields. When those guys start, because you look at a history of guys going top 5, they crack the starting lineup sooner rather than later. And Justin Fields has to beat out Andy Dalton, which is not necessarily the hardest thing to do, right? So they have that rushing potential as well. Justin Fields running a 4.40. So I love your call on Hurts. He's not the same level of quarterback as these guys by any stretch of the imagination. But what he is that rushing upside. It doesn't really matter if he's the same level of NFL quarterback, right? So Kyler is being overdrafted right now. He's not wrong to be a top 3 quarterback, but I'm not taking any quarterback in the first 3 rounds.
No, and I think that you made a good point with Hurts. Like, he's not on the same level in terms of talent as the other 2 that we talked about. However, that doesn't matter in fantasy. People forget that, like, Tim Tebow was a pretty good fantasy quarterback for, like, a 9-week stretch because all he did was run. My guy, Tyler Thigpen, led me to a fantasy championship like a decade ago, and he was god-awful, but he ran a bit. He scored some rushing. I think he had a receiving touchdown in the fantasy playoffs at one point. Like, when you just get these guys that are stat accumulators, especially at quarterback on the ground, and they get the valuable 6-point rushing touchdown instead of the 4-point passing touchdown, or the 10-point rushing yard instead of the 25-point, like, it just makes up for a lot of gaps so quickly. And I think you're seeing right now, I mean, there's a lot of uncertainty around Hurts, and we discussed that on the NFC East preview show, but I still think that there's enough people who just want to say, well, he's not good, I'm not going to draft him. It's irrelevant whether he's good or not. I mean, I guess it helps if he's good. He could elevate himself into like top 5 quarterback, top 3 quarterback if all of a sudden he's throwing for 4,000 yards and starting all 17 games. But if he just starts all 17 games, it feels like he would be a top 12 quarterback just based on the style of play that he has, doesn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. And he's also built like a running back, right? So they're going to use him near that goal line. And one of the biggest complaints about Jalen Hurts is the fact that he will go through one or two reads and then look to run. That's fantastic, like you said. And it kind of comes down to basic math, right? You get 40 rushing yards as a quarterback and score a touchdown. That's equivalent to 250 passing yards. It's so hard to compete with. I mean, Tim Tebow had a week where he was like 4 for 24 and 90 passing yards and ended up as a top 12 quarterback that week. Terrell Pryor is another example, right? I think he broke like a 95-yard run as a quarterback, and I think he completed like 4 passes that week, and it didn't matter. So Kyler's got that. Jalen Hurts has that. That's really what I'm looking for with any fantasy quarterback I'm drafting is, do you have that rushing upside? Because if not, then I'm probably going to look a different direction.
Well, let's discuss the running backs on this team, because it did seem for a while like Chase Edmonds was going to be the guy. He was getting overdrafted. Then they signed James Conner. And we don't know really whether James Conner is washed up. He was running behind a pretty terrible offensive line in Pittsburgh a year ago. Plus, he was banged up. That's never a good sign. And it seems like this is going to be a split backfield where maybe it actually shapes up a lot like we saw a year ago with Kenyon Drake and Chase Edmonds, where it's going to be like a 60-40 split. The weird thing about this is, though, Edmonds is currently going ahead of Conner in fantasy drafts. They're both going pretty late down the board, but where Kyler calls his own number so often near the goal line that he kind of sucks away fantasy value from the quote-unquote goal line back, and that's what you would assume James Conner would be. There's no set-in-stone obvious reason why that's going to be. I mean, that just seems like why they would bring him in. Run between the 20s, maybe go near the goal line. That's going to be your job, James Conner, for high up pace, 2-minute drill, passing downs. That's more of a Chase Edmonds type role. Maybe you can cobble together like 10 to 14 touches a game. They're more valuable touches potentially because a lot of them go through the air. But if Kyler's stealing touchdowns away from both of these running backs, it caps their upside for one. But there's also the other factor. You said Rondale Moore comes in. He helps out Kyler Murray. Can Kingsbury help out Kyler Murray by stop kicking field goals from the 1-yard line?
Can he? Very easily, right? Will he? Not sure. I think your point on Kyler is huge, right? Because we saw Kenyon Drake's goal line touches really increase as the season went on due to that shoulder injury. And Kyler's health is going to play a major role. I do think you're 100% spot on where the profile suggests that Chase Edmonds is much more likely to be the pass-catching back, while Conner kind of probably takes less of the Kenyon Drake role, but will be the back inside the 10 and a first and second down back. But to your point, like, there's been so much research done on weighted opportunity, which basically is the value of individual touches. And if you're in a PPR league, it's a target is just so much more valuable than a carry. So I would lean Chase Edmonds at similar ADP. If I can get Conner at a discount, and you see sometimes you can, I wouldn't be mad at that as like a zero RB target, one of those later round running backs where if Chase Edmonds gets hurt, which we've seen him get done in the past, there's not that many other people there, and Conner could have a really nice role, while he should have some touchdown equity in the offense.
It's just strange to see them where they're going right now. Edmonds is going as running back number 28. James Conner is going as running back number 31. That's pick 65 and 71. Essentially, you're taking one or the other once you get to the end of the 5th round, early 6th round in fantasy drafts right now before we have all the information that we need. But the other guys going around there are like Mike Davis, Ronald Jones, Myles Gaskin, Leonard Fournette, Travis Etienne, Damian Harris, David Johnson, Kenyon Drake now on the Raiders. Like, it seems like, I guess you could make a compelling case for Mike Davis. When we talk about the NFC South, we'll dig more into that. It just feels like he's not good, despite having all of the role in the world to be like a running back one. He just won't be because there's just one problem. He's not any good.
Well, Mike Davis, quad Twitter would disagree with you, right? People love his quads, but Mike Davis is like a bowling ball. He's a decent pass catcher out of the backfield, but he's a jag, and so is Myles Gaskin. Like, none of those guys get very excited because either the role isn't great, it's a timeshare, or the talent is lacking, and that's why so many people get uncomfortable taking running backs in that area. And it almost makes sense to try to get some guys with more pass catching upside that are an injury away from being a league winner a couple rounds later than really targeting that dead zone for running backs.
Well, to me, I made this case with Jake about how you just don't want any of the Bills running backs because the running back on the Bills that you want to own is Josh Allen, and he just kind of sucks away the value from everyone else. And they don't even really check down to running backs. At least in this offense, they might check down to Chase Edmonds and use him as a receiver a lot of the time. Do you think that Moore takes out some of the Edmonds equity here in the passing game?
Maybe a little bit. I think Moore actually kind of fits pretty nicely into that Larry Fitzgerald underneath role. Obviously, he's not the blocker Larry is, but Larry was used so much in that 5 to 10 yard range, except at this point of his career, he was not very good. Edmonds we've seen some pass catching upside. We've seen when he's had a few bell cow opportunities, he's exploded. It is a good offense to be a part of. I would definitely, at those ADPs, I'm taking Edmonds over Connor all day long. It's just, and without a Connor injury, you question exactly how much upside there is.
Yeah, right now I'm looking at my initial projections and simulating the season 10,000 times. I have Chase Edmonds, if we're going to round to like an even number, around a 12% target market share, around a 21% rushing touchdown market share on this team. That would say like a 40% for Connor, but also like a 33% for Kyler Murray as well. So if you just, and it seems to me, although we've seen Edmonds get banged up a little bit, I don't know if I necessarily want him as the workhorse back, but I think if he can somehow flip the script on Connor a little bit and get up to, and he can be the 60%, 65% guy, he can be a top 20 running back this year.
Yeah, that's absolutely fair. I think that's well within the range of outcomes. And I don't think Edmonds is ready to be a bell cow back for the entire season, right? That's why they brought in James Conner. But if you get a couple games of it, those couple games could be top 12, top 10 running back weeks, which obviously help throughout the course of the season.
So wide receivers, we talked about more already, but it's probably good to focus on DeAndre Hopkins. Once again, smash a like in the comment section. You give me your highest scoring fantasy receiver from the NFC West. Do you think he outscores DK Metcalf this year?
Yes, I do, pretty confidently. Metcalf is going to be obviously touchdown dependent, and one of the biggest issues with Seattle is that they tried to protect their defense the second half of the year, right, and really tried to go more run heavy, which almost made Russell Wilson demand a trade, or he did demand a trade, almost got traded this offseason. And Pete Carroll was adamant that we're going to really rely on this run game. The Cardinals play with a better pace; they pass more. I think that Hopkins is going to continue to be that target guy that sees 8+ targets a week. Metcalf is obviously an incredible talent, dangerous down the field with the ball in his hand. Certainly no knock on him. He's going where he should go, but I do think that Hopkins has a real good shot to end up as wide receiver 1 overall.
So, number 1 overall. He's currently being drafted as number 4 at wide receiver, and DK Metcalf's actually going at number 5 at wide receiver in early drafts right now. Let me give you the rundown of the market share that I have projected for these receivers. I have Hopkins at 29% of the targets, Rondell Moore at 15%, Christian Kirk at 13%, AJ Green, who, yes, is on this team and is being drafted in fantasy leagues right now, at 7%, Isabella 5%, Keyshawn Johnson at 3%. Does that strike you as Hopkins, Moore, Kirk? But it could be Kirk over Moore, depending on how the early season goes. But it's going to be Hopkins, then those two, then the rest?
Yeah, I mean, Hopkins has a good chance to double the next guy's target share, which I think is basically what you have at 29 and 15, right? So I think AJ Green might end up a little bit more involved. I'm a little worried about Kirk because he was the wide receiver 2 last year. Then they signed AJ Green, and then they drafted Rondell Moore. Sometimes teams really tell you how they feel about a guy with their roster moves, but Hopkins is going to be one of those guys. And yeah, is he likely to be wide receiver 1? I don't know. Stephon Diggs, Tyreek Hill, Devontae Adams, right? Those are probably the guys that are ahead of him. But he's definitely in that conversation and has that kind of upside. And his weekly floor also just gives you, so you just know you're getting 15+ points with those 30, 40 point upside games. So his floor is incredibly attractive as well, while Metcalf is a little bit more, the variance with him is higher.
Looking at Rondell Moore, he's being drafted as wide receiver number 68 in early drafts. That's around guys like Darius Slayton, Elijah Moore, Denzel Mims, all guys on your mighty, mighty Jets, Elliott. Then you have like Nelson Aguilar, Amon-Ra St. Brown, who could be in a really nice spot in Detroit. Maybe I actually would take him. Like Kadarius Toney. It seems like he has more upside than most of these guys.
Yeah, because he's got a real path to be that wide receiver too, right? And he fits that underneath offense. He's an incredibly explosive player. a lot of people comp him to Steve Smith. Obviously, 5'7" is the concern, but when healthy, he's been nothing short of spectacular.
Do we worry? Hold on. Do we worry about something like 5'7" as much in 2021 NFL than maybe we would have in like 2005 or 1995?
Do we worry or should we worry? It's kind of like the different question, right?
I guess, should we worry as much about a tinier player? Yeah, one hit can kind of end you when you're that small, and someone, especially in terms of like concussions, they can be reoccurring after a while, and it's probably a bit easier for someone that small getting hit by someone with so much force so big to cause that. But it just seems like there's so much protection on the offensive players. Now it's football, not obviously everyone cannot be protected, but it does seem like there are fewer headshots, fewer cheap shots, just because people don't want to get fined. People don't want to give up those penalties. That for these smaller type players now seems like the best time ever to be a small guy and play in the NFL.
He's also built, you know what I mean? Like, he's not like frail. I think he set Purdue's squat record, right? So, and he's going to play a lot in the slot, which is going to give him free release. So I'm not particularly worried about his size. Like, is he going to go up in contested catch situations? No, probably not, right? But that's never been his game. It's not how he wins, so it's not a huge concern. I just meant like people are going to point out that he's 5'7" more so. And I agree with you in terms of the range of receivers. I would take him over Aguilar. I would take him over Mims, who's now apparently running behind Keelan Cole. Elijah Moore apparently has been the best player at Jets camp. I don't necessarily know if that means that he's actually doing well or everyone there is terrible. But, and he's going to compete with Jameson Crowder for that slot role. I really like Elijah Moore long term. But I think Rondale Moore found a great home. He can fit very nicely. And if he gets that 15% target share and he really carves out that underneath role in the offense, he will, outperform his ADP.
All right, let's move on to the Rams, the new look Los Angeles Rams with Triple X Elliott Christ coming at you. Matt Stafford is now the quarterback. Obviously, that feels like an upgrade over Jared Goff. 10.5 is their win total, minus 200 to make the playoffs, plus 190 to win the division, 6-1 to win the NFC, and 13-1 to win the Super Bowl. They are the favorites in this division. Do you think that they should be the favorites in this division? Like, is that upgrade substantial enough? And like we've talked about even on the win total show the past 2 years as it pertains to the Rams, like they're pressed up against the cap. That doesn't really seem to matter. They have amazing starters on both sides of the ball, but it feels like they're one of the most susceptible teams. Now, all teams you can kind of say this for, but if they lose starters, like their depth from starters to next guy up is not good. So they need to get some injury luck throughout the course of the season, which every team needs to if they're going to win the Super Bowl. But it feels like for them, it's especially important.
Yeah, I mean, look at that playoff game, right, against the Packers where Aaron Donald wasn't 100% healthy, wasn't himself. And now we went from the best defense in the league to we can't stop a nosebleed. Their depth, like you said, they lost Johnson, the safety, to the Browns, who was a big piece. But Jalen Ramsey is one of the best corners in the league. Aaron Donald's one of the best pass rushers. And on offense, they've got Cam Akers, who really came on at the end of the year. I think Matthew Stafford is a massive upgrade over Jared Goff, who I think is one of the more league average players, if I'm going to be kind, and McVay kind of elevated him. I think they're really interesting on offense in terms of the weapon standpoint, because Robert Woods is one of the league's best route runners. Cooper Kupp's a fantastic slot receiver who's caught over 90 passes in 3 straight years. And they added Deshaun Jackson, who, when he plays the 2 games that year, will add a nice little vertical threat. Van Jefferson came on nicely. Tutu Atwell was a very confusing second-round pick, but they made it. Like, they've really tried to add a lot of dynamic weapons around them, and I think they're going to be able to attack, vertically underneath. They're going to be a difficult team to stop as long as they're healthy. And, Stafford could really take the next step, as this is far and away the best supporting cast I think he's ever had.
He's going as QB number 13 right now. That's around one spot behind Ryan Tannehill, one spot ahead of Matt Ryan, who obviously just lost Julio Jones. But we'll see how big of an impact that makes. It's weird when you have – it's not like Stafford can't run, because he does from time to time, but no one is banking on Matthew Stafford rushing stats whatsoever. It's all going to be passing stats. So I'm looking at my first run projections on him, and it basically comes out to 4,800.5 passing yards over 17 games. It's pretty good. That would put him in the realm of like 413 pass attempts, or 633 pass attempts, over 400 completions, and like 323 fantasy points. But that feels not necessarily like a seat, like that's his median projection. Obviously, he could do better than that, but if I already have him projected at around 33 touchdown passes. Like, how much better is he really going to do than that? Do we think this is a Matt Stafford 5,300 yard, 40 touchdown season? Like, it's the right cast to do it, but I just don't know if that's how they want to play.
Yeah. And we've seen a history even with Todd Gurley, his major touchdown seasons, right? I mean, running backs have a huge part of touchdown equity in this offense. They do a fantastic job spreading you out and creating open running lanes for the running back there too. So, and the season you're talking about with Matthew Stafford would legit be like an MVP level season, right? Stafford, I think he's not QB 13 is not a bad price for him. I don't know how much rushing upside he has. And I'm going to be relying on those huge passing games that I would probably look other directions at quarterback.
Yeah, I think a good comp for him is like the Matt Ryan MVP season, where he ended up as a top 10 fantasy quarterback, and he was good. You could start him almost every single week, but he didn't sniff like the top scorers that year.
Yeah, there's just too many quarterbacks that run now, right? It's not like even 5, 6, 7 years ago there was a few. Now Mahomes offers stuff on the ground. Josh Allen does. Kyler Murray does. Dak Prescott does. Lamar Jackson obviously does. There's just Justin Herbert's adding stuff on the ground, and the new age quarterback, right? Zach Wilson is projected to score multiple rushing touchdowns. Trevor Lawrence is a great athlete. It's just when you don't have that rushing upside, it becomes tougher. I mean, look at a guy like Ryan Fitzpatrick who continues to put up QB1 weeks, and it's because he's so comfortable using his legs. I tend to avoid quarterbacks who aren't really willing to do that outside of like DFS stacks.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with you. So I think if he falls, that's where you probably want to take him. Like if you are playing necessarily late round quarterback, essentially, shout out JJ. But if you're getting like the 12th round, 13th round, then yeah, you take Matt Stafford. He's a fine QB1 for you and the rest of the team that you've compiled. The problem is he's just not falling that far. So he's kind of falling into a dead zone with me. Cam Akers is going to be the talk of fantasy drafts because he's feeling not necessarily a little Clyde Edwards-Helaire from last year where the hype gets up so high it's like, oh my God, Clyde Edwards-Helaire is going 5th overall in fantasy drafts. At least we've seen Akers do it when he's been the guy, and they've had to rely on him as a bell cow. The issue is you still have Darrell Henderson there. Obviously, Malcolm Brown is gone. Can we project Cam Akers for over 75% of the market share of rushes? Because if we do, he's probably a top 5 pick in fantasy drafts. Like, he might be better than Alvin Kamara.
Yeah, I mean, I think we can. We saw it down the stretch, right? And Sean McVay came out and said, we're going to give Cam Akers as much as he can handle. And they showed in that playoff run that that's exactly what they wanted to do. They started using him in the passing game. And I don't think they like Darrell Henderson very much. I mean, the reason you might draft him in fantasy is because if something does happen to Cam Akers and he misses time, it's just Darrell Henderson, because you mentioned Malcolm Brown's down in Miami now. So I think Akers is every bit worth that late first round running back, and he may end up challenging as a top 7 pick, right? Potentially passing a guy like Jonathan Taylor. So I'm big on Cam Akers in that 8 to 12 range.
So the way that I ran the median projections, I have Cam Akers at a 64% of the rushing share in this offense. And if we think that he gets higher than that, he can dominate the goal line. Like I mentioned Kamara for a very specific reason, that I have him projected in half-point PPR at 363 fantasy points for the year. Cam Akers, just 300, because it's not showing him as a gigantic workhorse running back like he is the other way. Like even when I look at his receiving game stats, like that's good for almost 1,200 yards and 11 touchdowns over 17 games. When you look at the receptions, 58 targets, 45 receptions, that's really good and everything. But do you think that he could beat like the 46 receptions? Could he break 50, challenge 60 if he's on the field that often?
I think he could. That's probably close. 60 is probably much closer to his ceiling. I really think that you've seen historically the Rams with Sean McVay. I think their running backs are averaging like 18 touchdowns a season. So if he does dominate that, he could end up being the league leader in touchdowns scored this year from the running back position. It's probably going to end up being Derrick Henry, but regardless, I just think he's got that type of ceiling. I have him closer projected to about 72, 73%. Of the market share. So like that 8% really is the difference between him being a second-round pick and a first-round pick.
Yeah, and him with that touchdown upside, like if he can monopolize the goal line work, on the Rams and they do turn back into a run-heavy team and continue that near the goal line, and all of a sudden he spikes for like a 17, 18 rushing touchdown season, then all of a sudden he's like a top 3 fantasy running back. The receiving concerns me, but it doesn't concern me at the same time. Like looking back at his numbers, like when they had to win in week 17 last year, 4 targets for 52 yards and 21 attempts. Like if you can keep him around that like 25 touch level in the playoffs, it was a bit weird because he had the 28 carries the first week of the playoffs against Seattle, and he only had the 2 targets, but he made a lot of that. But it's not like even Goff was playing at that point. Like it's really hard to figure out what this offense is going to look like with Stafford versus kind of Goff. And what was the guy's name from last year in the playoffs? I completely even forget it now. It's how quickly like the first round of the playoffs. Wofford, was that the guy?
Yes, yeah, I think it was. Where Jared Goff had the hand injury, right, and wasn't able to start against Seattle, and they got up, and it was just basically the Cam Akers show. You see he's an incredibly explosive athlete, and I have to imagine they want to get him in space. I think he actually has the talent to do it. But you're right, like the end game stretch, like they also wanted to give up on Jared Goff. They might have a lot more confidence in Matt Stafford, right? So it's definitely a bit of a projection. But I think one of the things that's great that I always try to make sure when I'm drafting a guy is like, am I drafting him at his ceiling? So if I draft him at the end of round 1 and we're saying, if he gets that touchdown roll, he could be a top 3 running back. That means there's still ceiling there. If I'm saying like this guy's maxed out at 60% market share, and I'm taking him top 5, then there's no ceiling there. You know what I mean? Like I've boxed myself in. So I still think at his current price, there's a lot of ceiling left.
Yeah, he's going as running back number 11 in fantasy drafts right now, and that only is going to climb. I think he seems like a guy that people will reach on. There will be one guy in every one of your drafts that just sits there and is like, oh, pick 7, I'll take Cam Akers. How about that? I'll leave Zeke on the board. I'll leave Eckler and Jonathan Taylor and Nick Chubb. I want Cam Akers. I'm not even saying that's the wrong decision to make, but it's one of those like, oh, I want to be smarter than the crowd. I'm going to go take this guy because I'm in love with his upside. But like what you just said is there becomes a breaking point where you've just bought up all the upside and it's no longer worth it, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of you got to realize you're like building a portfolio, right? It's the same thing with investing or whatever, right? You never want to buy at the top. That's a great way to lose money, and it's the same thing when you're doing your fantasy drafts. So you want to make sure you have that ceiling. So I would absolutely take him over Nick Chubb. I think I'd probably take Zeke over Cam Akers at this point, but I would take him over Eckler. I would take him over Mixon. I think that he's got that kind of upside. Him and Taylor are probably a toss-up. That would be a tough decision for me at 7-8.
So looking at the backups, would Darrell Henderson without Malcolm Brown around become one of the higher end handcuffs, like someone who is draftable in round 13 or 14?
Yeah, I mean, he's the kind of guy that, maybe he does have a little bit of a pass game upside, right? That's one of the things he's that big time explosive player at Memphis. So I think that's the exact kind of guy you're looking in round 13, 14. Like if I have to spot start him, he's not going to get 0. And if there is an injury to Cam Akers, he could be a league winner. So those are the exact kind of guys I'm looking for there.
It's funny because that's exactly what you kind of said. Like you can spot start him and you can plug him in. That's actually the opposite of the type of handcuff that I like. I want my handcuffs to be running backs who I don't even have to think about starting if they don't just like Latavius Murray is a prime example of this. I mean, I suppose you could spot start him, but with absolutely no confidence. However, if Alvin Kamara goes down, he's like a top 5 running back. I would think that.
Oh, that's what I mean, by the way, by a spot start. I just mean like in a pinch, he's not going to score me 0. I don't feel good about it by any stretch of the imagination. I'm never debating him versus, my 5th round wide receiver. I just more meant like he's not going to get you 0 on a weekly basis, and he's got big time upside.
Yeah, I just like having the handcuff where there is like this happened to people when they drafted Alexander Madison last season. Where remember all the hype that Alexander Madison, he's going to cut into Dalvin Cook's work. You can, he's a flex play every single week. It's like, no, he's not. If Dalvin Cook is hurt, you can play him. If Dalvin Cook is not hurt, you can't play him. And even when Dalvin Cook was hurt, you couldn't even play him anyway.
Yeah. The we're going to take Dalvin Cook off the field for Madison was that's one of those galaxy brain things. Like it's one of those, sure, if the Vikings are up 28 points, they'll take Dalvin Cook off the field. But if it's a close game, he's on the field and they're not really spotting him much with Madison.
At wide receiver, you kind of went through the litany of guys. Kupp and Woods, obviously, the 2 that we're most concerned about. Maybe Deshaun Jackson with that speed. You mentioned Van Jefferson. No Josh Reynolds anymore on the Rams. And then Tutu Atwell was drafted in the 2nd round for reasons, I suppose. But Cup and Woods are who we need to focus on here. Are they both top 25 receivers, top 20 receivers? Could they both be top 15 receivers? Because we don't know how this offense is going to operate with Matthew Stafford versus what we saw. And we still have Tyler Higbee in the mix too without Gerald Everett around. And we do know that Stafford, he has a penchant from time to time to throw to his tight end. That do we have to wait and maybe even try to guess who Stafford is going to have as a favorite between these two? And maybe it is one of the young guys because there's no loyalty there and familiarity. Like, you bring in Atwell and let's say Goff is still the quarterback. Well, he's used to throwing to Cup. He's used to throwing to Woods. Those are his guys. It's kind of a blank slate now with Stafford. Does that worry you at all for Cup and Woods?
I think those two will still be the alpha, right? I mean, you know McVay's system historically has been so 11 personnel based, especially losing Everett and adding more receivers. And Cup and Woods historically have just spent so much time on the field. I'm a little bit more worried about Cup than I am Woods because he had that whole I was Jared Goff's roommate during training camp, and we just have this perfect chemistry. And he's going to look at me underneath, and every time there's a slot matchup, I'm guaranteed 10 plus targets in this matchup. And I think Woods is one of the league's most underrated players. He's an incredible route runner, open consistently. They get him involved in the running game on end arounds, including inside the goal line, which probably get a rushing touchdown on the season and a few points here and there. I would prefer Woods to Cup actually this season. I think he's going to mesh with Stafford, but no one can tell you exactly what's happening, right? They're just hitting OTAs now, so they're still developing this chemistry. But I think those two will definitely be the alpha receivers, and the other three will be mixed in.
What is up, DK Sim fam? Great to be here with you. You know this guy, Jeff Ulrich. I'm Adam Kaufman, and it is true. This is the Mad Matinee. It's my wife's birthday, but I'm still here with you, Free Roll, and we're getting all ready to jump into it. Lineups lock in a matter of 15 seconds or so. Jets and Bengals. So if you're going to parachute for one sim, you know, I mean, hard to imagine a better, more captivating matchup than this.
Completely, man. I mean, these are two elite teams, you know, going in the exact perfect direction. You know, who knows? Could we get an undefeated season? No, I mean, I don't know. I feel like I've seen this matchup like 3 times before too. So obviously we're going by the schedule at this point. So we're slaves to whatever's been thrown out. But I swear to God, I've been on like 3 Jets Bengals sims in like the last month. So I don't know. Maybe we'll get a good sim.
I'm gonna just because I didn't look to see how many times they've matched up here in Madden 21. So let's check it out. So I'll just pull up a guy who's played.
I swear to God, I've done like
Le'Veon Bell. Well, I'll count through them real quick. Why don't you give me your lineup?
Okay, Captain John Ross, because you know, again, we only have so many John Ross sims left. People like this guy's disappearing from the face of the earth in about 3 months.
Not a Madden 22 factor.
Joe Burrow, Lev Bell, Boyd, Perriman, and then Jets D. At Jets D, I figure you know they got a bit of hard hitters. Maybe like a lower rated quarterback. So I don't know. I've been playing the D's more lately. It's just a thing I'm on. So
sure, yeah, why not?
Yeah, why not?
So we have producer Drew. We got Drew, our excuse me, I'm still dealing with that, folks. Our technical director, and we got Bert Hood, always up to no good. Bobo is our game ops guy. Drew, one of the Drews, but producer Drew, really in particular, could you back me up on this? Is it possible that this is the first ever Jets Bengals sim? I mean, I know what Jeff just said, but I'm looking at the Madden 21 game log, and I don't see a previous matchup. And it's not like Le'Veon Bell would have ever had a 0-point game.
It just doesn't seem right. I probably watched them in the tournament.
Right. It definitely doesn't feel right.
Maybe I watched them in the tournament or something, but that doesn't even make sense. I don't know. I just feel like I have seen this matchup multiple times before, but it's probably just my brain being drunk or something, even though I'm not.
We're going to find out. My lineup is this. Brashad Perriman in the captain. I went with a very balanced lineup. Perriman at $8,700 in the captain, 10 points per sim. Then Le'Veon Bell, John Ross, because like you said, you gotta. AJ Green, Chris Herndon, and Tyler Boyd. It's your boy! And that's what I've got going on for my lineup. So we'll see what ends up happening. So obviously the key fades, if you will, in my lineup. I avoided the QBs, the both of them, Joe Burrow and Sam Darnold. And no Gio, no Crowder, no Uzuma. Hogan is often a staple. Mixon's a cheaper guy. Not super, super cheap, but cheaper. So those are the guys who could potentially do something who are not part of my lineup. But we'll find out.
Yeah, Mixon got that multiple touchdown upside. Never a terrible roster.
Cough's cough drop. Feels like that was inevitable. That's in the chat and says, smash that like. I think that's a great idea. We're a couple away from 100. Let's get there. 2nd and 10. As Mike Bizzle says, witnessing history in this sim. It really might be the case.
I swear, I'm not just saying, I wasn't saying that just to be, you know, I really felt like I had seen this matchup like 3 times. Maybe I had just seen these teams so often over the last month that it feels like I've seen them play each other. Because I definitely have seen them play. I've seen the Bengals a lot. So it probably, again, per usual, I'm being overly dramatic as my life.
No, but to your point, I went to the game log to look it up, not to prove you wrong. But
no, I know. Oh, no, I know.
Like, I thought I was going to come out of it saying, like, this is the 6th time we've seen this matchup, you know, to prove your point. And yeah, I don't see a 1. And you know, Drew is double checking. He's going back through the records.
As I say, I stand corrected. Historic meeting here, as we've seen, as the chat is pointing out. The Jets and Bengals, the 2 powerhouses of the Madden Simville. I
feel like we need a full-on, like, NFL Films intro.
Wow, a Drew sample sighting, just to kick things off, too.
The frozen tundra is...
Yeah.
It's just a matter of time before these 2 teams got together in Simland, and it took a full-on 2021 NFL simulated real-life schedule to make it happen.
Well, I mean, these 2 teams, this is These two teams will meet. I think we're on week 8, week 9. I don't know where we are, but
I'd 7 or 8. That feels about right.
this is a meeting that's going to happen at some point in 2022. So prepare yourselves.
Sounds
It'll probably be a Thursday night game too if we know the NFL. So.
Congo Cavs back in the says, me too, Jeff. I've seen this matchup before. I know it.
Maybe we had it in the tournament or something, like a bracket. I don't know. It's very possible.
Listen, if it was in Madden 21, it would be on the game log.
Yeah.
And it's
No,
not
I
on the game log.
know.
So
Now
I'm
not disputing it. I'm not being. I'm not putting
maybe we saw it 7 times in Madden 20. I mean, that could be.
I'm flabbergasted. I don't know.
Jeff, not you, Jeff, but Jeff Friedman in the chat. Bell may not get the bonus, but I think he's going for 7 to 10 catches the way things are going. All right. Well, obviously, Jets haven't touched the ball yet. Burrow is red hot. 5 out of 5 for 37. That time, A.J. Green, his first catch, has 9.
Good sign for Joe Burrow. I'm getting a Joe Burrow rookie card back from PSA. Nice and graded. Got a 10.
Nice. What's the?
10
You
grade
got a
on it?
10?
Yeah, I got a 10. 10 out of 10.
Where's what's his name from Varsity Blues when you need him? You know, the big dude. It's a 10. It's a bleeping 10.
Okay. I have no idea.
You haven't seen that movie?
No. Oh, Varsity Blues. Oh. I thought you were going. Oh, okay. I still don't remember that reference.
Remember the big
but
dude?
I know the movie at least.
Drew is confirmed. This is the first Bengals-Jets Madden 21 matchup. Wow. You know what? I take all my pregame snark back. I've parachuted in for history.
Yeah. I mean, I like that Congo Cab is backing me up, but it does appear we're wrong. But maybe in like my dreams, just as I replay every sim at night, it just,
Sure.
like snuck in there. So I don't know what to say, man. Anyways.
Giggle Pigs, Cough and Moose. Sure glad I played my worst lineup made for a head-to-head with Cough and not my 6 out of 6 that's in the PME top 100. When you buy some Dayquil, feel free to silently thank me for paying for it. Touchdown! Joe Mixon, folks. Like I said, cheaper, super punt, but cheaper, and he got it done.
He's got that multi-touchdown upside, man. So if you want with Joe Mixon, I don't have the ownership's up, right? But he's probably not heavily on. So.
Not popular. I bet he's not popular. He typically isn't here in these sims. 20, fittingly enough, number 28 is 28.8% owned. $5,400 in the flex, and that's a quick 6+ for him.
Yeah, you got that Bengals D mix and match. You'll be liking that.
Producer Drew says, so for that one guy in Twitch who always thinks we only schedule the crappy games, we've avoided this game for 9 months.
No doubt. That was a pretty solid drive for John Ross, too, our guy. 3 catches, 35 yards. So.
Absolutely.
So that was a big drive by the Bengals, like a 6-minute burner, too. So
Good question. Good real-life question by Brian here. Hey, Koff, are there 10 wins between these two teams this upcoming season? It would be at least a combined 10 and 24. I mean, you tell me what you think, Moose, but if Ducey were here, he'd tell you the Jets are getting 10 all by themselves.
Yeah. It's like, he actually would say that, so it's not even hyperbole.
We're not mocking him. He believes
he's actually said that. So
yeah.
I mean, we're not even putting words in his mouth. I think so. Actually, I do. I would probably, if you're giving me 9.5, I'm going over. So, yeah, I really feel like the Bengals could be competitive. Some of it's going to have to do with Joe Burrow's health, but I like the moves the team's made. I worry more about the Jets. Again, we talked about this on a previous sim. The Jets have zero backup plan for Zach Wilson.
Yeah, none.
Like, they don't even have a veteran. Like, I don't know if it was you I was talking about this with, but they got no backup plan. They got the captain, James Morgan, like a 7th-round pick from last year as their backup right now. So if Zach Wilson is bad or gets injured, wow, dude. Like, this team is going to be a disaster. So I'm more worried about that. I do think that, they should be better, and their defense should be a little bit good enough to scratch them out like 4 or 5 wins. Might only need 4 wins because I think Cincy can get to 6 wins. So, yeah, I'll take the over 9.5.
So, I want to pull up a list, or maybe you just know off the top of your head, but who are the free agent veteran quarterbacks that are available right now?
Yeah.
Other than, everyone's going to say Colin Kaepernick, and I get it. Other than Colin Kaepernick, like someone who was in the league last year.
Yeah.
Available.
It was I talked about this with Rossi. That's who it was.
Robert Griffin. RG3 is out there.
RG3 was one of the top ones. Yeah.
Let's see. Blake Bortles, he has a new home, doesn't he? He signed something.
Green Bay.
Yeah. So, as they continue to just add quarterback after quarterback. Nick Mullins, is he still available?
That was the one guy we were like, how is this guy still a free agent? And why haven't the Jets signed him, quite frankly?
Right. I mean, other than that, and there were a whole bunch of names that I skipped over, but there's nobody,
and
nobody else.
And look, there can be a lot of movement in camp. Like the veterans often end up getting released. Like if Aaron Rodgers gets back, Bortles is probably getting released. So maybe the Jets are just waiting, because I just cannot see them going in without like some kind of guy who could potentially take over for a couple games. But I'm surprised they didn't address it. And they had Flacco, so I don't know why they didn't just bring Flacco back. But I don't know, man. It seems extremely risky, and it definitely could end up being, again, if anything just goes a little wrong, or he just has trouble adjusting, even. Oof. No back.
That's what makes Ducey's take one of my favorites. Is that and you've heard this, that it's on his trading card that our guy Daniel put together.
Yeah.
That he believes the Jets are going to go 10-7 in spite of Zach Wilson getting injured at some point during the year, not even playing the whole year.
Yeah, felt very strongly that Zach Wilson wasn't going to play the whole year, yet still put them at 10 wins. So maybe he knows something about James Morgan that I don't. I don't know, but
I mean, he knows his name, which is more than most non-Jets.
I don't even think he knows who James Morgan is, if we're being honest. He's just Ducey thinks the Jets defense is going to be basically like, the Broncos, from their Super Bowl run. Like he that's the level he has them on. So I don't know. He thinks they're going to win every game, like, 14-13 or something.
CEH standing strong with you, my man. Says there's no way these teams haven't played. The stats are wrong.
That's kind of what I mean, I'm not going to say it like that. You guys feel free. I mean, it's your but like that's how I felt too. I was like, this just can't be right. Like we must have had some exhibition or something that just, I don't know. It's a nice run by Burrow. This is a very good half by the
Executive
Cincinnati
Sessions,
Bengals.
the boss and Gio Solo in the building. What's up, Executive Sessions? So great. Must be dogs. Captain Morgan. There you go. Gio Bernard from the 39 out to the 29. 9 for 9 for Burrow, but it's second in inches. Burrow just over 100 passing. We are working our way to the end of quarter number 1. Not too far away. Minute and change. Drew Stack, Bobo and Ops. Moose, Koff. Busy sim day ahead for you, folks. Unlike yesterday, where I know you had some American Ultimate Disc League action in the evening, you will get back to a full half dozen Madden simulations today, all the way on through Madden After Dark. And you will have Moose coming on back with Tom Carroll for the next one. A little under 2 hours from now. That is, of course, the early bird special, Titans Colts. After that, Jason Rossi, Matt LaMarca. LaMarca, the first of 3 for him. So he's doing the whole late classic here on a Saturday.
Yep.
And then, after Rossi, Tom will come back for the last 2 with LaMarca. So you got TC for 3. Big 3 for LaMarca. I'm just parachuting in, like I said. Moose for a couple. Rossi. Big day, folks. Thanks for hanging with us.
Yeah, I got the early classic shift. Lamarcus got the late classic shift, and
That's right. 3
Tom's just everywhere. Weekend Tom, I'm going to call him from now on.
Weekend Tom. Well, you know what? It fits because Weekend Tom is doing the first 4 sims tomorrow.
Yeah.
And obviously he did the first one today. So that's 8 sims for Weekend Tom over the course of this Saturday, Sunday. That's That's fire right there, man. That is weekend durability. That is reliability. That is the greatest ability, which is availability.
True. When we got these millennial guys like Glasheen, they got to do their alone time or whatever. Their retreats,
Yeah.
their vacations. We got guys who can carry the weekend. So
And I don't
I'm
know
sure
if
Glash will
Kyle's
come
with
back
us,
nice
by
and
the way.
rested.
Yeah, I don't know if Kyle's with us, but Brendan Glasheen, rumor has it, will be back for Madden After Dark tomorrow night. That will be his return from vacation, return from slumber. He better have a tan after all that time in Florida. I'll tell you that right now.
Simcation for Glash.
Simcation.
That was a good quarter for Burrow, man. 10 for 10, 100 yards. John Ross, 5 catches. I'm very into this game now, just because now that it's like been put that it's the first matchup. I'm like actually tracking it. It's kind of dragged me in, weirdly enough. But
I like that.
anyways,
I like that. What we got? Oh, Glash is out tweeting about the Premier Lacrosse game on right now too. He's all over the map. He's busy.
Is it actually your wife's birthday today?
It actually is. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So what do you think? Is this going over well that I'm here in Simland in the middle of the day? Or is
well, you're only doing one, right? Like
that's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
I was like,
I'm sure
I'll make my this is like there's no less cocky way to say this. I'll make my appearance in Simland. I'll do just one.
show my face.
Show my face. Show that I don't, as Drew called it, that I don't need this load management. Come on in and spend a little time with the people.
Like that Drew thinks that way.
Yeah.
Load management.
And honestly, like it's strategic too, because yes, it's my wife's birthday, but on top of that, it's just it's Saturday. And what I mean by that is baseball this morning, soccer this afternoon, all your still typical weekend events that we've got going on. So I deliberately didn't do the nooner so that I would be around for lunch, obviously. And here we do this, and then I'll roll right out of here and go to soccer. Then we'll come back, we'll do dinner. So I'm not doing a sim opposite dinner. I'm leaving the evening open for whatever that involves. I say that like I probably should be the one with the plan, but whatever that involves, and we'll have a lovely day.
Yeah.
I'm disappearing for an hour is really what it is here in Simland.
Yeah. I think that, like I said, you can get away with that.
Yeah.
I definitely do not want to stretch it though. That would have been pushing your luck for sure.
So she had, and I played a role in organizing this. I sort of like it. It was like plant the seed and get out of the way kind of thing. She had seven or so of her girlfriends over last night. So there were 8 of them for kind of a, I guess a ladies' night, for lack of a better way of putting it.
Sure.
I just like they all came over and they all had their fun, obviously, and we just kind of got out of the way. Like I hung out with the boys, watched a little bit of TV or whatever, and then I put them to bed, and then I just I cleared out. Like, you guys good on your drinks? You need me to fill up that bucket of ice, and then get out of the way. And I can only imagine, especially post-pandemic, because that's how people want to view it. Like, for all intents and purposes, it's over, life's back to normal, all that stuff. Even though we know, it's not over, but you know what I'm saying. And I can only imagine what that must, because I've not done one of these. I haven't had one of these big guys nights to this point. So
Sure.
I wonder what that must feel like to 8 of them all huddled together, talking, hanging out, having their drinks, and just dodging their families, their husbands, their kids. Nope, it's all about us tonight. Which, by the way, great. They deserve it. They should do it more often. So that's not what I'm saying. I wonder emotionally, how charged that must feel. That must be such a thing now.
Yeah, it's definitely gonna be weird. Doing activities like that. It's probably going to make a lot of people feel more grateful for having the ability to do that. So,
Right.
Oh damn, that was a bad sack. So yeah, I think you'll get a lot of just happy, people on. People should just be more joyful when they're doing, stuff like that. Whereas you might have viewed going out as a task at some point. It's like, well, this is actually going to be awesome because we haven't done this for like 2 years. So
Right.
I'm looking forward to do lots of stuff like that, even myself. So
Meager says Glash wasn't invited to ladies' night. Can you believe that?
well, he just wasn't in town,
Yeah, I said, had he been around,
right? Of
he
course.
could have hung out on the porch. They did for the most part. We got a flag.
Legal man downfield. No, wait, what is that? That is a legal man downfield. Right? Oh, legal forward pass. Excuse me.
Executive Sessions says, as he calls me, Cuff. Cuff going deep into his bag of tricks not to get stuck all day shopping. You know what, Moose? Here's the thing about me. I was going to say I think. No, I take that back. I know. I don't think. I know. I enjoy shopping more than my wife does.
Really?
Like, yeah, because don't get me wrong, she shops more than me, but she's, like, we've probably talked about this. We got Amazon coming 3 times a day, every single day. Like,
Sure.
all of her, even before the pandemic, much of her shopping was online. That's what most people probably do. I can't tell you the last time, in large part because of where we're at in the world, I can't tell you the last time I went to a mall, but I used to enjoy going to the mall and truly just, like, window shopping. Like, I liked that. That was not, I mean, maybe not with kids, but like if we're just like I used to work in Providence. For anyone familiar with the area, I used to work in Providence, and I worked across the street from the Providence Place Mall, and I would spend most of my lunch breaks just walking around the Providence Place Mall.
I mean, shopping it's fun if you like doing it by yourself, or you're like going out and you got like money to spend. If I'm getting like going to just aimlessly walk around the mall, I absolutely hate it. So I'm pretty much the opposite.
Yeah.
It's one of those activities where I burn out really quickly, and I get like, I legitimately will get cranky, and like my wife would never take me shopping. She knows. I mean, I would last like 10 minutes before I'm like, okay, I'm gonna go to like the food court and like take a nap. You just come get me when you're done. So I'm that's like one of those activities I just not so good with.
Well, there are a few things as we're 10-0 Cincinnati after the field goal and halfway through the second. Bengals ball as well. There are a few things that are more enjoyable than food court people watching at the mall. I mean, that's where it's at right there.
Food court watching. Yeah, that can definitely be an activity. That's true. Shopping is one of those things. Like I said, I like buying stuff. I mean, I don't mind the activity of like going out and getting a bunch of stuff, but I like to do it as quickly as possible. Like I don't want to hang around a mall. Like if I'm there for more than an hour, it's like I got to get out of there. So, it's Boyd.
Bert says, if it's shoes or new clothes, big fan of shopping. That's what I'm saying. Like, I will, and there were, I mean, not anymore, because, like, what reason do I have to get dressed up ever? But back when I had to wear not only, like, nice clothes, but there was a point in my life where I was shirt and tie or a suit every single day to work. And so I would allocate that one time I'm not going to pretend I'm rolling in dough. So like, let's say every 2 or 3 years, there'd be that one day that I was going to go over to wherever, Macy's, or somewhere like that. We're not talking about designer clothes, all due respect, but I'd go to a place like that. It's like, this is the day that I'm like resetting the wardrobe, man. I'm going to buy 3 suits. I'm going to buy, bunch of new shirts, ties, shoes. Like, let's have a day. I'm gonna, and like that was a fun time, and that was like my wife's hell to watch me go through that process. Even no matter how big a say she had in it, and I trust her judgment. I trust hers more than mine. Like I'd happily want her opinions, but it like to watching me try on clothes for like 2.5 hours. Like you think there's a personal hell for you. That has definitely got to be hers.
That sounds terrible, if we're being honest.
I'm not saying it should be sounding
one activity that's actually fun. Oh, we're gonna get screen pass touchdown.
Yo!
Gio.
Yes, sir. Gio this time. Gio Bernard. So the 2 RBs created, sure enough.
Joe Burrow is having a game here. One activity that I actually really enjoyed going to Vegas is you go to the outlet malls there. And again, when you go to Vegas, you usually bring a bunch of cash with you anyway. So, or at the very least, at the start of your trip, you got a lot of cash. So,
Yeah.
going to the outlet malls there, oh yeah, man, it's outside, it's hot,
Oh,
kind of
yeah.
good stuff. You can just load up. Done that a couple times. That's fun. That's probably like the only kind of shopping experience I enjoy. But
I'm with outlet stores are a good time. I'm with you on that.
yeah,
Executive session says Gio Solo, that is of course you, gives his wife the Al Bundy treatment. Take my credit card. Let me watch the game.
yeah, must be the rules of Canadian football a little different, friend. Bigger fields, 3 downs. You can get a rouge, which is a single point if you kick it through the end zone, or the other team kneels in the end zone on a kickoff return. Fun game though. Canadian football. They're gonna be starting back up soon.
There you go.
My team changed their name. The Edmonton Elks now.
Oh, that's right. You talked about that.
It's a good logo too. You seen their logo? It's good. It's good. What's that? Sorry.
They were the Eskimos before
They
that.
were the Eskimos before, so
And now the Elks, when they should be the Moose, as a tribute to you.
they had to keep the EE because there's a classic EE logo. So
Got it.
they were gonna. It was always gonna be something that with an E. I actually like it. I
Manitoba
like
Moose.
it.
Yes, I know Drew. I've seen them. Seen them in person. The Manitoba Moose.
Yep.
That's hockey.
Classic AHL or minor league team.
Yeah, AHL.
But yeah, I like this new logo they came up with. I think it was a good choice. So
In fact, the funny thing about the Manitoba Moose, so when I was, for anyone that doesn't know, I spent the first, not in its entirety, but the first decade of my career was doing actual play-by-play, not what we do here. I was doing actual play-by-play for hockey to the point where, even did some NHL preseason games. Like it was really cool, and I was going through the ranks and whatnot. And so when I was at the AA level, I was in the Central Hockey League at this time. But the old Central Hockey League doesn't exist anymore. They merged with the ECHL.
right.
But the first, before I wound up in Providence, again going back to Providence, I was with the Providence Bruins for a handful of years. The very first AHL job that I applied for was the Manitoba Moose. It just they had an opening at the time, and those jobs don't open often. And so I applied, and I'm sure they sent me a polite rejection letter or something like that. But I just remember applying, and my boss was like, "Yeah, I'm sure the Manitoba Moose can't wait to hire this American, kid to come in and be their play-by-play guy." Like, yeah, I guess they're probably gonna. That job is probably reserved for a Canadian.
It's true,
It's one of
especially
those
like a minor league.
written things.
Well, it's a minor league Canadian hockey team, so like, it's not even so much your play-by-play ability. It's can you speak to like the local players, the local system? Like, yeah, they probably didn't even care about your play-by-play skill. It was just like how much you into the minor league hockey.
Where's he from? Boston.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, you'd have a better chance than some guy from like Florida or something. That's for sure. But
Sure.
yeah, that's probably I'm sure they gave it to a more local guy. I don't know. The Oilers play-by-play is I'm pretty sure he's American. He worked up in like Alaska or something for a bit. Jack Michaels. So
Yeah. You're right about that. Yeah, he was with the Alaska Aces. I do remember that.
yeah.
He's good too. I've
No,
heard.
I don't mind him at all. I mean, I grew up listening to Rod Phillips, who was like a local guy who was extremely good on radio. But Jack Michaels is, I think he's very good. So I definitely he's fit in well and stuff. And yeah.
Hit that like, folks. We're getting close to 125, 150, that vicinity. Hit the like, hit the subscribe button. Greatly appreciated. Many people complaining about the quality of the first half of the sim, and it's living up to the hype. 17-0 Bengals so far after all that we said coming in.
I mean, the people complaining are the people who stack Jets, right? So
exactly.
You got like Burrow and Ross.
Yeah,
and,
you're doing real well if you stacked certain members of that Bengals crew.
This just all tells you that, don't listen to anything Kenny Ducey ever says. So.
Fade the Jets in real life and certainly in Simland. Burrow off and running.
It is going to be one of those
yard after all that.
underrated things to watch to see what the Jets do in training camp if they bring in another QB. Like, I'm very interested to see how that goes. And what if Wilson comes in and plays like 2 preseason games and is just terrible?
Well,
like,
I mean, aren't you pot committed at that point? Like,
well, that's what I mean. Like that's my point. Like, they don't even have they don't even have like a D alternative.
No, but I just mean, even if they, like you said, name your veteran or Nick Mullins or whoever. If we get a fumble, the Jets will pick it up. And see points before the
I've
break.
spoken too
For a
soon.
touchdown. We'll see about the flag, but it could stand. We'll see.
Jets defense just making me look silly here. I did roster them though. I have a feeling this is going to come back.
We got a hold.
Well, maybe not.
The Jets.
Is it on the Jets?
Yeah.
Oh, it is
Mosley.
too.
All right. New
Stole
life
their
on the
ball,
Bengals.
so it's on the return. Okay.
So all I was going to say about that, what I meant when I say pot committed, is not that they don't have a plan, which is of course the truth, as you said, but even in this alternate universe, where let's say they had a veteran backup, or like Nick Mullins, or somebody like that, or I don't know, RG3, or just obviously we got to live in the reality of guys that are actually available, not like, oh, Joe Flacco's still there or something, and as we know, he's in Philadelphia. Even if they had a guy, I mean, Zach Wilson was drafted not only to be that guy in the sense of long-term plan, but that's maybe the worst kick I've ever seen. Wowzers. Like, even caught in the end zone, it was so bad. Holy
Russo got a return.
gracious. But not only drafted to be that guy in terms of long-term, he was drafted to be that guy right now. Like, even if he was terrible in the preseason, I just can't imagine the level of how bad he would have to be to not still be the week 1 starter.
Yep.
Like, there was no scenario. Again, even with that veteran in-house, there was no scenario Zach Wilson would not be the week 1 starter.
No, for sure. And it's a correct take. I mean, I don't even know the scenario. Like, he would have to look pretty bad. I mean, it's preseason games too, right? So he would have to show like no progression. And I mean, if he was bad in week 2, week 3, they'd probably just play him in week 4 and try and get him some confidence against the third stringers. So, but I'm just really interested to see if they bring in someone else, because I don't know, man. Maybe their backups are better than I'm giving them credit for, but it just seems like a weird thing to be rolling with like that kind of depth chart. Anyways.
Ross 5 for 68 at the break, by the way. 17-0 Cincy. You had to roster him. We told you. Gio and Mixon with the touchdowns in this one, plus the Randy Bullock. Fat Randy with the touchdown. I meant to mention this earlier. Also, it was in the chat from our guy, Jeff Friedman. It says, so Gio, like, in real life, retired, right? No. Gio Bernard's a Tampa Bay Buccaneer, my friend, and that mustache lives forever. That thing's in the Hall of Fame.
I keep forgetting where he went. I always want to say he went to the Texans, because the Texans have like 5 running backs right now. But yeah, it's the Bucs. That's correct. Yeah. And if you're looking for an interesting dynasty stash / handcuff, Travion Williams of the Cincinnati Bengals. I would really keep an eye on him next year. Dude looked really good in college. He's kind of got the attributes of like an every down back. I'm not saying he's better than Mixon, or he's not going to take over the job, but Mixon has been injury prone. Just a guy to keep an eye on, Travion Williams.
Tyre Woods going back to the hockey conversation. Plus, they'd hate an American saying hacky instead of hockey. That would bug me. They have to say a boot to sound authentic.
Where's the laser puck?
Yeah, I'm trying to follow the little fire on the back of the puck. Where is it? Boy, give Fox credit at the time for trying to be innovative, but yeah, that was a failed experiment.
Yeah, maybe they just didn't execute it properly. I don't know.
You know what, though? And I'm not saying I have a better idea. I don't. But for anyone like the Rossies of the world, the people who don't have great eyes, he talks about that all the time, or, just older people. Like, my parents say all the time, like, big hockey fans. They weren't until I started working in it and then fell in love with the sport. And now, like, they'll watch anybody play. They're obsessed with the playoffs, and who isn't? Everybody should be obsessed with the Stanley Cup playoffs. But they're watching the games every night, and I'll get texts like from my dad, like, I can't see the puck. It's like I'm watching on like a 70-inch screen. I can't see the puck.
I mean, hockey takes a little bit of anticipation. Like, you've got to know where the puck is kind of going, because then you can track it. If you're just looking for it all the time, it definitely can be. I can see that. So again, I think it is one of those things where you know the game a little bit, then it probably just becomes easier. Like, it's like if you see a guy like getting ready to do a slap shot, you know there's a one-timer coming. If it's on the power play, you know it's going to the point. Like, it does come with a little bit of that helps. I think more than any other sport, you know, just because of how this is a nice little jaunt by Sam Darnold.
21 on the ground. That might be more yards on that one play than the Jets had in the entire first half.
Talk the Jets
pickup
into
for the
existence.
new Carolina Panther.
Yeah, going to be interesting to see. I'm definitely not super in on Sam Darnold next year, but maybe having McCaffrey back there takes a little bit of load off. Robbie Anderson, we know they have good chemistry, or just a decent connection when they were together. I don't know. I just never really seen it with Sam Darnold. Even when he came out of college, I was like, this guy should not be number 1 overall pick, number 2, whatever he went. Maybe this is where it happens, though. He's super young, and it's a valid point. Like, you just can't give up on a guy that quickly, especially for the Panthers now. They've invested like actual capital into him. So I don't really like the move. The Panthers should have just taken Justin Fields, but that is what it is now.
2nd and 5 from the 26. Jets trying to claw their way back into this thing. As like you said in the chat, some people saying, speak the Jets into existence. Never mind just a singular player. Speak the Jets into existence. That's 43 passing for Darnold. As Mr. Nick notes, the Jets had 9 total first half yards.
Guru, I'm kind of like that. I feel like every baseball hit that goes in the air, I'm like, oh, that's a home run. That's a home run.
The best too when you're watching on TV and it fools the camera guy.
Oh yeah.
Ends up being just a towering home run that is a good 50 feet shy of the wall. It was just hit. It was hit 500 feet straight in the air.
Well, when
home run the silo, as the expression goes.
The thing with baseball is they had that stretch there where it was like legitimately every hit was a home run. So it was like almost you were almost like disappointed when it wasn't, because they just seemed to be hit like I don't even know if it's a ball or whatever. Oh, superb effort by Lev Bell, but
almost got there.
But now it's kind of switched back this year, right? So I don't know. I was definitely that guy though.
I'm sure you've seen like Pete Alonso and some of those guys coming out and talking about Major League Baseball, like players. I mean, stars. Obviously, he 50 plus homers as a rookie a couple years back. Stars, excuse me, coming out and publicly, like not even alleging. I mean, straight up, as we have a Le'Veon Bell touchdown, accusing Major League Baseball of doctoring the ball as it sees fit year by year, depending on the free agent class, depending on the trend. You had what was admittedly kind of crazy to me. And Drew, producer Drew, is a huge baseball guy. So either Drew, tell me I'm wrong or back me up on this, one or the other. Before this year, obviously the intentions from Major League Baseball and coming out, like Major League Baseball coming out and saying we're deadening the ball, 3% or whatever it was, 3.5%. That was the first time I can ever remember Major League Baseball, again, publicly acknowledging that it has the ability to doctor the ball.
Yeah, I know.
Like that, and then you had all those people coming out and saying like, all right, so about that steroid era, and you're gonna tell us the balls were never juiced.
Yeah, no, I know. I kind of feel like that didn't get enough attention. Like
it really didn't.
No, I know. I was like, really? Like this is okay? Everyone's just gonna ignore this? That we're all of a sudden they're just gonna doctor it and like legitimately just mess with like records, and you could argue and how the game was played and was being played, and B, that this is the first time they've done it. Really? Like, I don't think so.
Nope.
Yeah, I don't think so. So yeah, I don't know, man. It's weird. baseball operates like it's like it's the CIA or something, and legitimately, like you have teams that, you know, are operating like it is like Secret Wars or something. You know, like you got teams like hacking other teams. You got the Astros, obviously. So I guess it's kind of like intriguing from that perspective, but it's also, it kind of hurts itself too. So.
As Bruce says, wasn't a secret when they put dehumidifiers for the balls in every ballpark or in certain ballparks.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, you know, our guy Bobo saying Garrett Cole, prime example of someone taking full advantage of the new, quote, rules. Yeah, I mean, if that wasn't a terrible look from Garrett Cole the other night when he was, you know, asked about using a substance on the ball and just couldn't say no and talked around it for 90 seconds or whatever it was. That was, and like personally, this is just my personal opinion. I'm not alone in this. Go ahead. Like it's been happening for as long as the sport has existed.
Yeah.
Like, this is not new. Why are we running from this stuff? Just do it. It's an unwritten part of the game, but it's part of the game. Like even Pete Alonso, I believe it was Alonso in that same conversation that I brought up before. He came out and said, "Yeah, good. I want him doing that. Put whatever you want on the baseball and throw it to me because I want you to have a handle. I want you to have a grip on that ball. I don't want it to come flying out of your hand. You not know where it's going to go, and you Kevin Pillar me and hit that, you know, hit me right square in the face with a baseball at 98 miles an hour. Doctor that sucker up with whatever you want. Excuse me, please. Like, you know, just like whatever. That's good. And it was just that was a tough night at the park for Garrett Cole, who is one of baseball's best pitchers. Look at, and never mind the payday, and statistically, like, you know, not just this year, like look back obviously over the course of his entire career, save for like 1 year in Houston maybe. He has been great across the board. That it's tough when you deal with those questions and you would just like deer in headlights, have no idea how to answer it on the Zoom call, you know?
Yeah, no, I know. It's just baseball. Baseball just can't stay away from this controversial stuff. I don't know. Like it's just what the sport is. Like I said, it just operates like it's some kind of like secret Cold War thing. Like the whole league is. So I don't know. Some people like it. It makes it, I guess, intriguing from like a news standpoint, but it definitely, I think, takes away from like, you know, like whereas like, you know, even just NBA, you know, sometimes there's a little bit of drama, but when it comes down to it, we're focused on like, okay, we got awesome matchup here. With MLB, it's always like, well, it's the Astros, you know, like, and this is, you know, remember where they were 2 years or something. It just feels like it's always like a little bit tainted. So
yeah,
it's not a sport that's done itself any favors over the last decade or two. That's for sure. Like just in terms of, and the numbers, viewership and stuff point to that. So
we've really moved on from that too, huh? The old Astros saga. Like it's not like it never happened, obviously. Everybody remembers, but nobody really talks about it anymore. Short of the only thing I can really remember was earlier this year, JJ Redick. I don't know if you saw this, and I don't even know who he's playing for anymore. He's not in Houston still. I don't recall. But he came up to the plate in whatever visiting ballpark he was in, and the PA announcer put on the sign by Ace of Base when he stepped to the plate, which was made for great viral videoing, if you will. But other than that, like nobody's really talking about that this year. That's not really a story. What happened in Houston? It was a big story last year because that was, or Josh Reddick. Yeah, that was. Thank you, Drew. That was a big story. JJ Reddick. Yeah, the basketball player. That was a big story on the heels of the suspension and everything, or the punishment. But yeah, 2021 hasn't really come up.
no, it's true. It hasn't. And I feel like, again, it's just like moving on from controversy to controversy. Like now we have this deadening ball, and you got Garrett Cole stuff and these no hitters, and so it's good for Astros, I guess. But like, yeah, it's just baseball like not being able to kind of just, you know, distance himself away from this and just like people focusing on the game. So
Bizzle says he's a Diamondback now. Thank you, sir.
who's that? Reddick?
Yeah.
Okay.
Field goal's good, 20-7. Hey, speaking of baseball, by the way, because there's no Cough Classic NBA today with just the one game. We don't have that ability in the NBA. But I'm just looking. There's a 4 o'clock baseball slate, 11 games. Now, obviously, if we did something larger, it would have to fill in the next hour 15, hour 20. Who'd be up for a little last-minute MLB, a little Koff Classic baseball? Anybody feel like making lineups for that? Because remember, if I do something bigger than 20, it's got to fill. Who's interested? Shout it out in the chat if you want me to build that contest real quick.
You heard the man. If you want some baseball action, get in. Koff will build it.
If I build it,
he's got to get that itch. Wife's birthday coming up, man.
Got to scratch that itch.
Scratch that itch, something.
Bert's has never done baseball. I'm in. That's what I like to hear.
Producer Bert. No, statistician. No.
If you enter, I will build it. It's true. It's the
Ops.
exact opposite.
Bert from Ops. Okay.
Cena says he's in. CEH, I'll play. 1st and 10 from the 23, final minute, 3rd quarter. MLB, let's go, Koff, says Jeff. This is a do it. No, don't do it. Brian, I'll play Koff. Build it, says Koff's cough drop. Need to go into overtime for that. Congo Cab, Koff, no NBA showdown tonight? I'll do one later. That'll be the true last-minute NBA format, though. It'll be a 10 or a 20. Adams has played baseball a couple times. Koff took $15 from me.
I just sent Pat Mayo $25 this week because of a stupid golf wager we made on his show.
Right?
So.
Did you Venmo him directly?
PayPal, pal. We don't have this Venmo nonsense.
Well, that's not a thing north of the border.
Apparently not. I don't. Maybe they have Venmo for Canada now. I don't know. Pat on top of his multitude of shows and business streams, now he's just taking money from his guests. So.
He's really Mayo Media Net, man.
Really just works too hard is what the problem is, and he makes us all look bad. So.
True. It's very true.
It's just a show off.
There was somebody, and I wish I could scroll back and find it, but we're past that point in YouTube. But I noticed it in the in-between sims. I'm assuming we must have showed something involving the Pat Mayo experience. And came on, and somebody was just dumping all over Pat. It was like he's just like the worst person in the world or whatever. And I read that comment, and all I could think was he would love this. He would love every second of this comment. Burrow 21 out of 22 for 232 and a touchdown through 3. And Sam Darnold 5 for 10, 69. So nice for him. Mixon 8 for 21 a score. Bell 6 for 21 a touchdown. We'll give you the receiving numbers as well in just a moment here. Again, Mixon has got a score as mentioned. Also, Bernard has one. 27 game.
Pat would just thank you for the interaction and the YouTube
it all
and the fact that you're helping his YouTube algorithm. That's legitimately all he care about. He'd be like, "This is great." Maybe he'll get some more people interacting too. Thanks, pal. So
6 for 84 for Ross, a touchdown as mentioned for Gio. 3 for 39,
Ross
and Green is 5 for 53.
We got a John Ross bonus watch. Exciting stuff going into this 4th quarter. The Jets and the Bengals, a historic first sim meeting, even though me and CJ and all the other guys in the chat think this is like the 7th time they met. So I don't know what's going on. I'm going to dig into this controversy for you folks. I'm going to dig right in and just make sure. Don't worry, I'm on the case.
He's on the case.
Swear to God, we've seen this, dude. Either that or I absolutely, I might just need to go and check into someone somewhere because this is.
Is it possible? And Drew, I'm not asking you to do this.
We need to go to Florida with Glasheen and a simcation.
Just get some sun. I'm not asking you to do this, Drew. I'm asking if it is even possible for us to access this information. Could we find out? Do we have the ability to find out how many times these teams matched up in Madden 20? Does that log exist somewhere so that we could try and put Jeff's mind at ease?
Did anyone care enough?
Yeah, he says I don't have it.
Yeah, it's okay, Drew.
Like I said, I wanted to be very clear that I was not asking him to do it.
Dude's producing 3 sims in a row on Saturday.
Right.
I'll give him more stuff to worry about. I'm not even in the right selection. What am I doing today?
Where have you been this whole time? We're 3 quarters in.
No. Oh my God. Just a disaster. Here we go. Okay. We'll figure it out here. This doesn't affect anything in the chat.
Bizzle says, gotta ask Madison for the
There we go.
password. Where's Robbie Noble? Madison! Madison! That's what I picture Robbie Noble's Saturday nights and Friday nights looking like. He's just out in the streets screaming Madison's name, hoping one day she'll just come around the corner. Robbie, is it really you? Madison!
Oh boy. Okay. Who's that? Herndon.
All right, I'm going to make this contest. Wait, I got to go into leagues. I want to make sure I'm creating it in the right place. DK Sim Fan Friends League. Closing in on 2,000 members, by the way. Good God, do I love all of you.
That's fantastic. Good little league. Hope you guys. I know you guys make
Good
use.
little league.
No, it is for real, man. I mean, it's a good little 2,000 people. I mean, I never would have even thought, but
See,
I'm legitimately glad people make use of it for not just for these, but for making their own contests.
Oh yeah, they create. It's believe me, like it would be.
I know.
It'd be kind of a gag. It would feel like if people were only signing, coming in to sign up for our commentator created leagues. No, they're out there like our things are in the backdrop. They're creating their own stuff a zillion times a day, head to heads, paid, free, every sport, whatever's available.
Yep.
Love it. All right, I'm gonna do. I want this to fill, folks. And what can I say? I haven't set up baseball for all of you yet, so I don't know how to read you. I know how to read you on NBA. I don't know how to read you on baseball. And we only have an hour plus to work with, so I'm doing 20. It's gonna be a buck buy-in, top 5 win. Off classic.
Oh, Darnold.
MLB.
Darnold.
Darnold!
Go Sam.
Get there!
He's in. So 20 person for your
20
Cough
person
Classic.
buck buy-in,
All
top
events.
5 win.
Yeah.
And Cough Classic NBA or Cough Classic MLB, pardon me, is created right now. Hop in if you'd like. Check for the notifications or just go to the DK Sim Fan Friends League. 11 game slate beginning in a little over an hour. And these are all 4 o'clock games, mind you.
You create Cough Classics for golf because it's U.S. Opens next week.
I can. I haven't, but I'm certainly open to it. I've always, as the people know, because it's been like the gimmick. I've always done NBA, and now that we're getting toward the end of NBA, and the interest of just kind of keeping it going, I feel like I need to start to make stuff for.
You know what I'll do? I'll make.
You gonna make one?
Classic. Next sim, I'll do it with Tom. I'll go through it. I'm sure I can figure it out. I'll make a Moose Classic. We'll do what?
For golf for next week?
Yeah, for next week. Salaries are out, so we can make them now.
Make it right now.
Okay. Yeah. Actually, okay. There's like 6 minutes. I thought there was 1 minute left.
No, make it now, so I can reserve my spot and make my lineup.
All right. How many people should I make it?
Well, if we have a week to fill this thing.
That's what I was thinking. Like, should I do 400 people or something?
Well, the max is 200.
Oh, okay. Well,
but I'm still not super confident that would fill. Why don't you?
I think it'll fill. I definitely.
You think it'll fill? All right, then do 200. Fill. Yeah, we can push it all week and make sure it fills. So do 200.
It's gonna fill.
Yeah, we got plenty of time.
Peeps love the golf.
Now, what's your payout structure going to be? You going to do a 50-50? You going to do top 25?
Oh, you mean we're not doing winner takes all?
Are you going to do winner takes all?
No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I mean, you can.
Top 20 sounds fine to me. I mean, 200 people, top 10% get paid. Unless you have a feeling elsewhere.
I always, and I don't do whatever you want to do. I always just do the maximum payout other than the 50-50 for what the contest size is. So for the 20 person, the max I could do was top 5. For 200, I don't remember what it is. It might be.
It's 20.
Is it 20?
Yeah.
Okay, then 20.
It's the Moose Classic U.S. Open Bonanza, I'm going to call it.
Yes. Moses Koff, I hope you get commission for getting us all to play all these contests on DK. Yeah, who do I talk to about that? People were saying that I should set up some rake-free contests like Mayo.
Yeah.
Guys, Mayo's way more important than me.
Okay, it should be up there.
I'm gonna look.
Confirm that it's up there, and I did this correctly, please.
Okay. Refresh.
There it is. I see it.
You see it? Hang on. We're going to the leagues. In case it's Friends League. Where am I going to have to scroll down to find this thing? 20 to 14, by the way, halfway through. Oh, there it is. Yeah, way at the bottom.
Get in, folks. $1 buy-in. U.S. Open, Moose Bonanza. Moose Open, whatever I called it. I don't even remember now.
Drew has reserved his place. I'm going to do the same right now.
Look at this. Look at us.
Look at us. Who would have thought?
We're already filling this up. I'm going to get my sleeper in there. I'm not going to tell people who it is. You're going to have to read the PGA sheet next week.
My baseball filled up in about 2 minutes. Apparently, I should have done more than 20.
Wow, yeah. Jeez. Like the baseball, you guys.
I'm sorry. I took you all for granted. I won't let that happen again.
All right, I got a dummy lineup in there. Hopefully I don't forget about it. It's not a bad lineup if I do, so.
Yeah.
Can enjoy kicking all your butts and taking all your money next week.
I'm not, well, maybe I'll set a dummy lineup. I'm not doing it right now. Maybe I'll do it later. But I think I'll remember. I don't think I'll forget about it. I spend enough time in the upcoming contest section of my DK web browser.
I'll start. I can do this every week too. If people want.
You should.
All right.
People love it, man. They love.
Tell you what,
love just competing with the fam.
You get us to 150 likes here. I'll do it every week. I'll commit to it.
Whoa, you hear that, folks? Get
Yeah.
to 150 likes by the end of this sim. You got 3 minutes to go and less than 30 likes. You get to 150, he will commit to doing it every week.
There's like 300 people in here. We've done 2 sims. There's a ton of likes sitting out there. Get it to 150. I'll do it every week.
Lindenbaum says, "Koff, you gonna do a showdown for MLB or for NBA?" I'm gonna do it a little bit later on.
Taylor's in. I know Gaggle Pigs will be in. He's probably taking a break right now. He loves the golf.
PGZ, man. Koff, I finished my lineup for baseball. I have no idea what I was doing. You're welcome.
Yeah,
I wish you the best.
that's how I feel whenever I enter one of his contests as well. Must talkie.
I sort of missed the boat on doing classic hockey contests because obviously we're in the same boat as we are with baseball. You just only get a couple a day.
Yeah. Yeah, we're down to like showdowns only for hockey.
Right.
So that boat has sailed, unfortunately. It's all good.
Fake punt unsuccessful, by the way, for Cincinnati. So Jets, 2.5 to go. All timeouts available plus the 2-minute warning. Only down by 6 and at the 27.
Bit of a bold choice there.
Yeah, really, really bold.
Didn't really know what was going on there for a sec, but yeah. always must be some weird algorithm when the sim just decides to mix in the fake punt, but making it a little interesting. Spicing up Saturday afternoon here. Get in the Moose Open for the U.S. Open. The Moose Open, U.S. Open Bonanza. $1.
I think that's. I do think you need to, in the same way that I've got the Koff Classic. I think you need to brand that. I like you've got Moose Classic, U.S. Open Bonanza. I think going forward, it should just all be Moose Open.
All right.
You know, Moose Open, then whatever it is.
All right, we'll do it.
Yeah, you've got it.
6 more lights. I'll cut it down to 140.
Or the Moose Major, if you want that alliteration.
The Moose Major. We'll see. I'll decide next week. I'm not definitely not going to change this one, but
well, you can anyway.
I can't, can I? No, I don't. I don't think they. It's a great interface, but that seems to be going overboard. If they were just allowing editing of the title only.
Giggle Pig says, Jeff Koff, got my golf entry reserved, ready to rock. Thanks for being with us, all of you.
It should be in there,
PGZ.
Yeah,
can't find. So don't worry about the notification because for whatever reason I didn't get the notification either. at least as far as I saw. But yeah, it's go right into the DK SimFam Friends League. It's right at the bottom. Touchdown, Chris Hogan. Man, the real life lacrosse player always shows up, doesn't he?
Right there, man. About to start his new life as a lacrosse player. Jets gonna go up one.
Hey guys, Kenny Ducey's in the chat and says the Jets are winning here. Lock. Well, you must be feeling pretty good there, Deuce man.
Wow.
He says,
hey,
come
Ducey.
on, Jets, Jets.
Ducey, answer this question. Are the Jets and the Bengals going to go over 10 wins next year combined? Give us your answer, bro. We need it. I'm the Jets expert.
I have another question for you, Ducey, after you answer that one. Jeez.
I was taking shots at Joe Burrow. Wow.
Eat it, Joe Burrow. Ducey coming hot. Wow, love it.
How many contests do you have on this one, Burrow or Deuce? I mean, God.
Yeah.
Did you enter like the 2K heads up or something on the sim? Oh, my God. We did kind of there we go. That's the answer I wanted. Jets are going to win 8. So he's.
What happened to the Jets are going to win 10?
What happened to the 10? Yeah.
Going against your gimmick?
Reduced it a little bit. Okay.
Says I'm fired up, Cough.
He's been watching French Open tennis, I assume, for like 48 hours straight. So.
Drew says he's just been sitting in the sim the entire time, quietly waiting in the chat, waiting for the Jets to take the lead.
Lurking.
Kenny, my question is this: we were, excuse me, jeez, Burrow, one incompletion, by the way. We were talking about this earlier, Kenny. Do you believe the Jets will or should sign someone better than James Morgan? Sign a better veteran backup. We're not presuming Zach Wilson won't get the gig or something, but just a veteran backup in case, as your prediction stands, injury should strike.
We'll wait.
It's like we're hanging up and listening.
Yeah.
2nd and 10 from the 27. I've never rooted harder for the Bengals to win this game than I am right now. He came in so hot.
Kenny has definitely given us a little bit of a reason to pay more attention to the last couple minutes. We're being dead honest. I mean, it was a pretty nice comeback by the Jets because we had kind of
they were down 17-0 at the half.
The real started like 15-15. So we'll see.
Guys, remember 150 likes if you want Jeff to commit to creating a Moose Open contest.
Right. I'll reduce it to 140. Just get us 3 more likes here, guys.
Don't know. 150. He'll do it every week. So Ducey says, no, James Morgan's going to be a legend. They drafted him for a reason. Lindenbaum, also a Jets fan, says, I guarantee they will sign a veteran QB. I can't believe you guys are still talking about it.
I'll go with Jordan, who is the far more rational Jets fan. So.
Agreed.
Oh, Burrow. Dart to the sidelines. Is that going to count? Yeah, 1st and 10, 21-yard line. Tyler Boyd.
Well, you know what? We mocked this matchup coming in. We questioned it throughout. But the very first ever Madden 21 Bengals-Jets showdown is living up to the hype. Just took a little while to get there.
So PGZ man 666. Yeah, John Rahm is still listed as out just because of he withdrew from his last tournament. They will confirm him as in like next week. It's nothing. It just shows up like that on DraftKings player cards for a bit. But unless there's more news, he'll be in the tournament. There's nothing to really worry about right now.
Bonus.
He does have to get cleared from his COVID thing, but it should be like confirmed next week that he is.
The Guru and Kenny, this one goes out to you. The Guru says, I got to admit, when the commentators get in the chat when they're not working, makes for a better experience. I agree. Because it shows that this is a place that we genuinely want to be. We are just not merely paid to be here. 2nd and 4 from the 15. Burrow rolls out laterally, now picking up a little ground, flipped it, and
Good pass. What the?
Wait, that was odd.
What the? What the heck?
What the heck?
Just run for the first, Joe. I know you got the knee issues, but that
Not
actually would have
Sim
worked. If he had like flipped it over the, I don't know. Anyways, this is a weird play. 3rd and 4 is big now. Jets could stop, potentially get a chance to go back the other way.
Whoa! Good enough
Not
for the
anymore.
first. There's a timeout.
Not gonna lie, Deuce. This is not looking good, bro.
You can't feel good, Kenny. This
I
is
need a miracle at the Meadowlands type of situation here.
a real tough spot for you. Jets DST letting you down.
What was the Titans miracle touchdown called? The miracle? No,
The Titans or the Vikings?
the Titans. When this is way back when, dude.
Oh,
Like
the
when-
Music City Miracle?
Music City Miracle.
There you
That's
go.
what it was.
Because we had that Minnesota Miracle a couple years back.
The Minnesota Miracle was also something.
That was with, speaking of QBs who,
Diggs, Case Keenum.
Case Keenum, that's right. Diggs, I remembered. I was trying to remember Keenum.
Yeah, Case Keenum almost taking a team to the Super Bowl, man. Which really buys into Kenny's theory that doesn't matter who
The
your quarterback
QBs are
is.
not important.
The QB is the least important spot in the NFL.
Second
I
and
don't know.
goal. Yeah, you got to have that left tackle. And touchdown, Cincinnati. Joe Mixon again, second of the day.
Joe Mixon, we said it off the top. He's a sneaky multi-touchdown play, and there you go. He just got his second touchdown of the Sims, so proving my point. They're going for 2, and he got it.
Got it.
Take that, Jets.
Bernard, man, it's been the Bengals running back show.
Yes. Oh, yeah, Bernard with, that's right, a touchdown. Now he's got the 2-pointer. "45 seconds left, though. Sam Darnold, I guess we're going to see if the Jets made a mistake in releasing him or not. This is it.
Guys, we are 4 likes away from 150. 4 likes.
You're going to have to get me to commit to the first thing in my entire life here.
That's true.
Out of my marriage. 3 likes away. 3 more likes, and I
even
will
that was
commit
touch
to
and
the
go for a big
Boost
guy.
Classic, a weekly recurring event. I'll even write a post-it note.
And post it to your screen. Where will the post-it note go?
It'll go on the wall
Okay.
beside my.
Once upon a time, I used to put post-it notes like all around the border of my
Computer.
external monitor. Not the laptop, obviously, but just the bigger monitor. Just
Sure.
it's all the way around.
Big post-it guy, were you?
Big post-it guy. Oh, I was a big note reminder guy.
I still am. Darnold trying to do something. Oh, I didn't get out of bounds, though, so that's going to end it. Too bad, pal.
You know what I do now when it comes to that sort of thing? I don't know about the people out there. His time is going to expire. Sorry, Kenny. 28-21, Cincinnati's going to win this thing over the Jets. It is final. Virtual Meadowlands. I'm one of those that I don't leave texts unread. You know, a lot of people like get a text, but you can see the whole thing and it doesn't require a response, like somebody writing thanks or something. So you just don't even open it. Like my wife is like that. She has like 100 unread texts. Even if she's technically read them, it would look like she has 100 new text messages.
Okay.
Drives me bananas. So I don't have, I clear that space. I have no unread texts. So if I want to remind myself of something, I will text myself. So that I know that like what's this text, and I will every once in a while look up and I got to do that.
I've emailed myself like
Sure.
that as well. Same kind of deal.
Yeah.
I'm kind of dizzy there.
100%.
Let's go with Chris Hogan as the player of the game.
Like it.
Good value play, not highly owned, very good production. And Jamison Crowder, $7,000, 32%, 1 catch. Woof.
Now my lineup was absolute trash today.
You're way down there, dude.
And I liked it. I liked it coming in, but I didn't have any of it.
Perriman. You know what? Let's switch from Crowder to Perriman for the DFL.
You had to
11%.
look at my lineup for a reminder. On
Yeah, I am actually. I forgot about Perriman. No, I used Perriman too. I just had a bit better captain.
So, where did you finish? Out of 146, I am 135, barring
I was
adjustments.
62nd. I was a little bit more
Middle of the pack.
respectable, but not much.
Mon Valley Roach is going to be our runaway winner. 8-point advantage right now. Hogan at captain, where, as you said, Krusty Koff Player Award winner, 27 points, 26% owned. Burrow, Bell, Darnold, Boyd, Bullock. Randy Bullock, Fat Randy, 18% and part of the leading lineup. Nice. Okay, very good. Well, I got to make my baseball lineup before I go to soccer, but here's what we got going on, folks. And very good, by the way. Up over 160 likes. So get that posted done, my friend, because the people have called for you. They've called you out. They want you to commit. Titans Colts, a little less than an hour. Moose coming on back with Tom Carroll. 4 for Tom today. Woo. That is the early bird special. 50 minutes, 45 to pregame-ish. Rams Texans. It will be an all-Lamarca late classic. Starting with Rossi, finishing up with Tom and Tom. Same guy. Not like the Drew Stack. Different people. Rams Texans for the happy hour sim at 6. Primetime Steelers Browns. Eagles Lions. 10 o'clock Madden After Dark. I may or may not be watching 7th Fast and the Furious movie. But you all have a great night, and look forward to catching up. I got 2 tomorrow. I will see you for 2 tomorrow. I believe the 12 and the 8, if memory serves. Either way, I will see you then at some point. Moose, the Drews, Bobo, great pleasure. Thank you all.
I'll see you tomorrow. We're on one together.
I couldn't be more thrilled. Let's do it.
Great.
See ya.
If you'd like to make your NFL games a little more interesting, you've come to the right place. It's the Even Money Podcast with Ross Tucker and Steve Fezzik.
Yeah, Vegas, baby. Vegas. It is the Even Money Podcast. Of course, presented by DraftKings Sportsbook, America's #1 rated sportsbook app. I'm Ross Tucker, former NFL offensive lineman, classic journeyman, 5 teams, 7 years. Now I'm kind of a media journeyman, I guess. Got some awesome gigs with Westwood One and CBS and the Eagles. It's awesome. I also have a bunch of podcasts, 5 of them, in fact. I've got the Ross Tucker Football Podcast, which is 3 days a week here in the offseason, daily during the season. You can also check out the Fantasy Feast once a week, College Draft Podcast, Andrew Brandt's Business of Sports Podcast, and this show, the Even Money Podcast. Everybody I talk to tells me how much they love the show. It's usually less than 30 minutes. You get exactly what you need from an NFL betting perspective. And in the offseason, we get into the other sports a little bit, although today is going to be primarily about the NFL. Check me out on social at Ross Tucker NFL. All of our shows are now on YouTube, youtube.com/Ross Tucker NFL. And of course, check us out on social media as well at Ross Tucker Pod. The star of this show, I make no bones about it, is Steve Fezzik, the only 2-time winner of the Super Bowl of professional football gambling. That is the Super Contest at the Westgate. Steve Fezzik at Fezzik Sports. Hello there, Steve.
How are you, Ross? And I'm going to call it summer. I know it's not June 21st, but the slow summer months, no, because we can bet football. There are no slow months.
That's actually a great point and something that really bothers me. Can we just establish that summer starts Memorial Day weekend? I mean, everybody with half a brain knows that. I don't know why we can't just come out and say, and by the way, it ends Labor Day weekend. It doesn't go till mid to late September. It's Memorial Day to Labor Day. We all know it. Why don't we just acknowledge it, Steve?
Yeah, it's like daylight savings time where we can just move the clock. Who cares about solstices and the like? It's all about Memorial Day to Labor Day.
So I am so excited, Steve, for today's show. We don't do this very often, but every once in a while, I hear from a listener and I start to talk with them on email, or they send me an idea or thoughts. Maybe they take advantage of one of our sponsors or something and send me a question. maybe go back and forth a little bit. Every once in a while, I'm impressed enough that I think, you know what? I want to get this guy on the show because it's cool to have a listener on the show, especially if they're smart and they're a good bettor and they have philosophies and strategies and they can provide some value. And so that is exactly what we're going to do today with my buddy. I guess I can say my buddy. It's the first time I've ever seen him in my whole life, but my buddy, Todd Pierce, joining us. Todd, thank you so much for coming on the show, man. I really appreciate it.
Hey, thanks, guys. Super happy to be here. And yeah, my pleasure. Ready to talk some NFL win totals.
All right. So before we get into that, though, Todd, got to give everybody your background because this is one of the cool things for Steve and I. We don't get a chance to talk to listeners very much. I mean, I do on Patreon, patreon.com/RT Media a little bit, but not really, not like this. We do that football feedback show every once in a while as well. But just kind of give us your background, where you live, what you do, and how you got onto the podcast.
Sure. So it's been a busy last year for sure. But I lived in New York and spent 12 years on Wall Street. I worked 6 years for Merrill Lynch, trading for them, and then 6 years at Goldman Sachs during the sort of the financial crisis, and then after. I was not responsible for the financial crisis. I have an part in that, just for the record. And then we decided to move out to Telluride, Colorado, about 9 years ago. So became a bit of a ski bum. Moved out to Colorado with two young girls, and still was able to work for a firm in New York, but just was able to do it remotely, sort of before the whole remote thing was in, and was kind of cool. So in the last year, we moved back east after COVID, back to New York, realized we didn't really like it too much back east, or not as much as we did out here, picked up again in April and moved back out to Park City, Utah.
So I go to Park City, Utah every other year. I love that place, man. We ski at Deer Valley,
Sure.
but that place is amazing. I could totally move there. I mean, I'm not going to, but I could.
Yeah, I mean, it's been fabulous so far. My wife had actually never even been out here before she moved. I just kind of convinced her, but we both love the ski town vibe, and I'm probably about a driver 9-iron away from the slopes right now, so it's a pretty good spot so far.
At Park City or at Deer Valley?
At Park City, yep.
Okay. Gosh, that's amazing. And do you go out a lot?
Yeah, I mean, we just moved out back in mid-April, so during ski season we'll be out there, a couple times during the week and every weekend for sure. So, pretty excited.
This is probably a pretty dumb question, but how far is Deer Valley from Vegas, from Fezzik in Vegas?
So I did the drive a couple weeks ago. It's about a 6.5 hour drive if you're doing it comfortably and you got kids with you. But I was able to do it a couple weeks ago and meet the great Steve Fezzik in person and chat some win totals. And yeah, it was a real pleasure. So.
Oh, wait a minute. I didn't even know you guys ended up getting together.
We did. And Todd and I's claim to fame, we were at a 5-star hotel. And I don't know, they didn't like us because we asked for drinks and the waitress said, "Oh, I'll bring another waitress right on over." And I turned to Todd. I could just tell by her body chemistry we were not going to get any beverages, and we did not.
What? Why?
I can only blame it on Todd.
I guess she was done for the night and would have been a good under bet for sure.
That's amazing. All right. So, Todd, before we get into your NFL win total philosophies, and I know Steve has some stuff on NFL win totals. How did you first hear about the show and start listening to Steve and I?
So back when I was in Telluride, a bunch of us used to play poker at a Tuesday night game above a bar in downtown Telluride. And, each weekend, a few of the guys would bet on, NFL games and just some play money, but something to do and have on the games on the weekends. And in doing that, I wasn't just going to throw my money out there. I might as well, really wanted to learn. So I happened upon the Even Money podcast, and you guys had a pretty solid record, luckily, for, many of the years. so just kind of progressed really from there. I remember a podcast on one of your other shows with Kyle Brandt, and just you guys were kind of just chatting it up as old college buddies, and there was just a ton of energy on it. Really loved it, and really been listening ever since.
Oh, that is awesome, man. So nobody even told you about it. You were on the hunt for a betting podcast and you saw it.
Yep. Just listened to it, one or two times and said, yeah, I think this is what I want to be listening to. And you guys didn't disappoint. So it was great.
I know there's a lot of betting podcasts out there now. Steve, we should probably maybe I can have intern Casey look it up. I can't imagine, Steve, that there's very many shows that have documented better NFL records than you and I over the last 5 years.
We have run really well. We've made some good selections and the like. And I also think we've gotten ahead of a lot of lines because we tend to do the podcast earlier in the week. And we've won a lot of games where we predicted the line move correctly and wound up winning, by those hooks, especially on the 3 by getting at it early in the week.
That's actually a really good point because we do the show on Tuesdays now. We used to do it on Wednesdays. Most NFL betting shows, I feel like they do it Thursday or Friday after the injury report comes out. So they have access, Todd, to more info, but it makes it a lot harder to get the better of the line like Steve and I do. I'm sure there are people out there, Steve, that listen to us on a Tuesday and then another one maybe on a Friday or Saturday morning, whatever, Sunday morning. I don't care. But the one thing you've taught me is the value of getting ahead of the line. And I feel like we do that a lot.
Yeah, no question at all about it. And I mean, look at the season wins, this year in the NFL, Denver was sitting at 7.5 for a while, and now they're at 8.5 to 9. So getting in front of the information, getting bets in early, and when news is breaking, the second that key news comes out, you got to go ahead and jump on it. Some people got Green Bay under 11 with Aaron Rodgers uncertainty.
It's funny, Todd. I was talking to a buddy of mine that's got a similar background to you, actually this weekend. And I think the only show of mine he listens to is the Even Money podcast. But he said for him, and he started listening to it before me, there were other shows out there that were too long, and he didn't have the time. He's like, you guys are 28 minutes. Boom. I get what I need. I hear the recap to hear how you did. And then I get the picks for that week and I'm good.
Yep. I like that it's certainly quick and efficient. I can listen to it while I'm trading during the day. I can flash the lines up on my screen pretty easily. And you're ready to go for the weekend. You do get ahead of it.
So tell the listeners, Todd, the story about you telling your wife you had to go to Colorado recently for a work trip, and she's like, don't you trade from home?
So we had just moved back out west. We had been driving for 4 straight days. But we got back out here right before the NFL draft, and I was looking at some of the lines on the Colorado books, and I said, man, I really have to figure out a way to get over to Colorado before the lines change after the draft. So I said to my wife, hey, I got to go on a business trip. And immediately she said, you don't have anywhere to go. You work from home. And so I had to run through and explain why taking advantage of an early line on an NFL win total is a great idea, both fiscally and for my pure enjoyment. So I had to drive 3.5 hours to a place called Dinosaur, Colorado, which I don't advise anyone going to ever. I stayed at the Blue Mesa Inn for a night. I literally thought I was going to drive pretty much off the face of the earth. But I was able to get those bets in before the lines moved and was pretty happy on the ride home. Told my wife it was a great business trip.
Wow. Steve, those are like your stories from back in the day.
While we're talking about Colorado and Utah, there was a period of time in the year 2000 that when I was working as an executive in Los Angeles, myself and some other associates from Transamerica, we would rotate. We'd fly up to Salt Lake City. Then we would, and I know, I get it, you couldn't handicap, you couldn't bet in Salt Lake City at the time. We would drive west on godforsaken, I believe it was I-80, to Wendover, Nevada. It's a border town, Utah and Nevada. There's a west and an east Wendover. The squarest sports books in the history of the planet. I could tell you what they were doing in terms of mistakes and lines, but you would not believe me, including a 17 parlay card that paid 120 for one, where randomly picking, you're at a 3% disadvantage. We had an ROI of about 100%. It was 100% with the lines they had. Long story short, by November, we had crushed the State Line and the Rainbow casinos to the point they wouldn't pay us, had to go to the Gaming Commission to get paid. They were so angry.
That is amazing. So, Todd, I'm curious, your background on the finance and as a trader, does that come into play with your strategies for placing your bets and season win totals, or really anything?
Sure. Similar to trading, I'm really just looking for some major inefficiencies in the market. And if I think I have that edge and can exploit that edge, I'm going to put, next to as much as I can on that slight edge and do it over and over and over again, because over the course of time, that will pay off. Especially on some of these early markets, call it pre-draft and even right after the draft when, call it Las Vegas puts some of their early lines up. There's a huge discrepancy on some of the team win totals that, you're really getting 50, 60 cents of value on some of these markets. So it's really, you're getting, call it a half a win in your favor, which at the end of the day could be a difference between a push and a win at the end of the season.
And you obviously felt strong enough about the drive to Colorado. So you've got some you really like. You want to tell us about them?
I do. Sure. We'll start with a couple unders. Right out of the gate, Houston under, you can find it under 4.5 as of last week, -110. They have the third toughest schedule in the league. I think everyone knows what's going on with Deshaun Watson. As of today, they have the oldest roster in the league after signing a personal, I'm a fan of him, but Rex Burkhead. But they're literally just signing volume off the street. They have a rookie head coach that's really up against it in a bad spot. They lost Will Fuller. They have a drastically aging defense. They lost J.J. Watt. So they're really, really in a bad situation. At most, I think they're going to win 1 to 2 games. So I really like Houston under 4.5, -110.
Steve, what do you think? 4.5 is a pretty low number, but it doesn't look good there on a lot of levels. The coach, I feel bad for him when he's like talking about Deshaun Watson. They will have a lot of competition. I know that they've got like 8 guys you've heard of at every position. The problem is you heard of them a few years ago, or none of them are really that good. This is like a Belichick philosophy. You go somewhere new, and you let the players sort out who's going to be a part of the culture you're trying to build and who's not, who still has it, who doesn't. Like, I think in their mind, all of this depth, all of this competition, they're going to end up getting in their mind 4 solid guys at each of these positions because of all the I've never seen a team bring in this many guys, ever.
So Houston wins 4 games last year with a top 5 quarterback. How are they going to win 5 games with no quarterback? I fully endorse that play.
That's a really good point. All right, what else you got, Todd?
So, unfortunately, one of the next under is Steve's Las Vegas Raiders. I like them under 7.5, -110. You can still get that at some of the sports books out in Vegas. They lost quite a few veterans. They lost, especially on the O-line, they lost Trent Brown, Rodney Hudson. They lost their top wide receiver, Nelson Aguilar. The division has gotten much tougher. The Chargers obviously, are in a great spot. They have a real young but pretty progressive new head coach. KC's already the dominant player. And in Denver, Aaron Rodgers might still land there. So you're up against a brutal division. Based on their forecasted win totals, they have the hardest schedule in the league. They really did nothing in the draft to help themselves out. They reached for an offensive lineman that some rated in the third round, and they have a bottom three defense in points allowed with really, really no help in sight. So to me, you take advantage of the inflated line in Vegas, and you bet the under on the Raiders, 7.5 -110.
Steve?
Yeah, it's a great point about the inflation of the lines. And this happens with the Golden Knights as well. In faraway places, the Raiders are 7. In Vegas, the season win number, for the most part, 7.5, because they know that the locals are going to support the Raiders and bet over. You know, one interesting intangible, 4 of the top 5 priciest tickets of the NFL this year are Raider games here in Las Vegas. If there's one thing I know about this city, we have some very fiscally savvy people when it comes to this sort of thing. If the Bears fans want to pay $2,000 a ticket for a good seat, the Raiders fans will certainly be more than happy to sell it to them. I wonder, how large will our home field advantage be on most games with so many of the visitors planning their vacation, the football fans, about coming to Vegas for a weekend to watch their team play the Raiders?
So you said something I thought was interesting about the line being different. Here's my question about season win totals, Steve. Why don't they make them all half a line, a half game, 7.5, 6.5, 9.5, and just slide the juice so that there's no pushes?
It's a great question. And, some of the sharp books actually do that with prop bets, that they'll go ahead and they'll put up, how many points is LeBron James going to score? And they'll put 27.5. They'll never put 27 because they don't want there to be a push. But the problem is that a half game is worth about 45 cents in a 17-game season. So if the correct number really is 7.5, well, obviously with the Raiders, then it's easy to put up at 7.5. But when you've got a team that's spot on a certain number, it's hard to – bettors don't like to see like a -155 associated with the bet. They would much rather, if the number on a team should be, say, Tampa Bay should be 11.5, and put the vig in each direction. Tampa Bay moves up to 12. Now you got to put over 11.5 -155. It discourages action. People don't like to lay those big vigs or take those small pluses. They want to see -110 or -115 in each direction, if that's what the number should be.
By the way, the DraftKings has a ridiculous deal again this week. Their basketball deals have been absolutely incredible. Absolutely make sure when you go and download the top-rated DraftKings Sportsbook app, you use promo code Ross. You can turn $1 into $100 in free credits. Limited time, only at DraftKings Sportsbook, promo code Ross. That is the key. All right, Todd. Well, by the way, Todd, are you any good at this? I probably should ask that. Sir, we just did 21 minutes. For all we know, Steve, maybe he's terrible. Maybe this guy makes millions doing Wall Street stuff and loses half of it on betting. We probably shouldn't even have had you on the show till I found that out.
No, it's been a pretty good past few years in this market. And when I had chatted with Steve a bit, if you're able to get the best of the lines right out of the gate, it's a huge advantage. So when everything's said and done at the end of the year, even if there's a major injury or a couple guys go down on one team, you're still getting a fantastic, start or from the run up on it. And to me, that's all I'm looking for. If I can get the best of the numbers on a season long, I'll take that every day.
All right. You got any more?
Sure. So if we're looking at a couple of overs, really like Miami over 9 -130. They have the 4th easiest schedule in the league. They won 10 games last year, albeit a lot was due to the magician Ryan Fitzpatrick coming in and saving the day late late in the game. You have Tua getting a full training camp this year. He gets all the reps with the ones. You have a rock-solid coach in Brian Flores that has essentially built the team the right way. You have a massive upgrade in weapons with Will Fuller and Jalen Waddle. And their defense was pretty incredible last year. They were fourth in points allowed. They added Jalen Phillips, an outside linebacker, and Javon Holland early in the draft. So I think Miami, at the very least, is set up to win, 10 games, and they're really in a good spot. I like Miami over 9 minus 130.
Steve?
Don't like Tua. Agree with everything Todd said, but I'm not going to bet on Tua to lead his team to a winning record.
Steve, how do you do your win totals, by the way, while we're on it?
All right. Well, what I do is I actually calculate as a starting point what Vegas says each team should win. And I have a little spreadsheet. There's an example. You can't read it. But I take the point spreads on each and every game that the Westgate has out. So you can bet right now every single game in the NFL season. And so I plug in the point spread. I convert it to a money line. I convert that to a probability of victory. So if you're a 10-point favorite, you should win the game, a little over 80% of the time. And I chug it out for each and every team. And that's my starting point. Based upon these point spreads on each and every game, I calculate exactly to the nearest decimal how many games every team should win. So that's my starting point on my forecasts.
Okay, then how do you marry that with how you feel about the team?
Well, then I've got to go ahead and take a look at the point spreads at the Westgate, the casino in question here that's dealing on the lines, and say, you know what? Are they consistently dealing a slightly too high number or too low number on a team? Do they have an opinion on a team that differs from my opinion? And I'll go ahead and make note of that. And based upon that, I'll start tweaking the numbers that just the pure math says each and every team will win. But sometimes, just looking at it, the number's off versus what the actual number is that's being dealt by Vegas. Unfortunately, I just did the whole AFC North. It's amazing. Every single team matched to like the nearest decimal on those spreads with what's being dealt. The season win market has become much more efficient just in the past few years.
So I got to know, Steve, how much time does that take you? That sounds like that would take a lot of time.
Yeah, it does take time, and that's why I haven't finished yet. But the nice thing about it is now I've got every single team's schedules week, 1 through 18. So I can use this all year long by putting in the spreads, looking for good spots, bad spots, etc. So it's something I would have had to do anyways. So this is just another part of the overall handicap and getting ready for the year.
I was going to say, you need to get an intern, bro. You need to get an intern to do all that math.
I'm looking, man. I'll say this. Anyone at In-N-Out Burger that's unhappy with their current job, contact me. And I'm convinced Popeye's Chicken has the worst employees in the planet and really good food. If they just fired everyone and hired all the In-N-Out Burger employees, their sales would double.
How did we get there from me asking you about an intern? That was amazing. All right, Todd, I forget how many you had. Do you have any more?
Sure. I'll give you one more. I do like the Giants over 7. You can still get it at certain books at minus 120. They started 1-7 last year. They had a rookie head coach. Saquon went down, but they did finish 5-3. This year they had some big additions. They have a Dory Jackson that they signed to a 3-year, I think it was $39 million deal. You get Kenny Golladay in there. You have a healthy Saquon Barkley back, and in the draft they spent some capital for Kadarius Toney. So Daniel Jones has all the weapons he needs. Certainly on offense, they can let everyone in the wide receiver core kind of go back to their normal position. And he has sort of some security blankets in both Golladay and Barkley now on those sort of tough 3rd and 4th downs. Also, the Giants D went from allowing the most points allowed in 2019 to 9th in 2020. So I do think that their defense will be able to keep them in games, and they are overall in a pretty weak division. So all we got to do is get to 8 wins. They can still have a losing record, but I do like Giants over 7 minus 120.
What do you think, Steve?
I think it all depends upon the health of Galladay and Barkley. Those who are betting on the Lions know how important Galladay was to that offense when Galladay was healthy, and Barkley, of course, for the Giants. But with both those guys, with their recent injury problems, let's see if they can stay healthy. That's ultimately probably going to decide that bet.
Todd, thanks so much for coming on the show, man. This was awesome. I love getting listeners on to hear their story, their personal stories. One of the reasons why I love our patrons, again, I said it earlier, but patreon.com/RTmedia. It's just fun to get to know listeners. It really is, to get to know their backgrounds, how they listen to the show. I know you guys know us because you hear us all the time or you watch us all the time, whatever. We don't know you. So it's fun to get to know you a little bit. Once you sent me that Word doc with all the info, I was like, okay, this guy knows what he's doing with the Wall Street background, Merrill Lynch, Goldman Sachs. We actually recently had my financial advisor, Kurt Schultz, was on the Ross Tucker Football Podcast last week. So it was good timing. Really, really appreciate it, Ty. We might have to have you on, maybe make this an annual thing. Oh, before I forget, do you want to promote anything? Like, I'm looking at, what's the Nizzles 270?
Well, 15, 20 years ago when you signed up for, Twitter back in the day, I was big into poker, right at that time. And so, then having the Nizzles was essentially having the nuts in poker. So you just sign up for one of those names and then you add a few digits on it. So at the Nizzles 270 is my handle on Twitter. For anyone that wants to chat NFL win totals or get some insight into sort of what I'm looking at, feel free to hit me in my DMs. And then sometime late fall or early next year, I should have my website up and running. And I will be sure to let you know. And obviously, if you make it out to Park City this year, hit me up. We'll have a few daddy sodas.
Oh, man, that's a great idea. Todd, thanks so much for coming on the show. Really appreciate it.
All right. Thanks a lot, guys. See you, Steve.
Good to see you, Todd.
There he is, Todd Pierce. Steve, I love that, man. I love meeting, even if it's virtual. You got to meet him in person, but I love meeting our listeners.
Oh, absolutely. And if you like Todd and you like that idea of a Wall Street trader that also bets on sports, I don't know Joe Pita, but Joe Pita is a guy with a similar type of background, and he wrote a book called Trading Bases. So that's a great book if you like this conversation with Todd to go ahead and get. Talks about a Wall Street guy, ex-Wall Street guy, that started betting bases for a living.
Make sure you subscribe to the show, whether it's on your podcast app or youtube.com/Ross Tucker NFL. Check us out on social at Fezzik Sports, at Ross Tucker Pod, at Ross Tucker NFL. Maybe we'll have another listener or two over the summer. Why not, right? Especially if they're knowledgeable. Rate and review the show, or in some other way, show us that you deserve to be on the show, and we will strongly consider it. Other than that, good luck, everybody. Hope you guys make some money.
Thanks for listening to the Even Money Podcast. Make sure to also subscribe to the Ross Tucker Football Podcast, the Fantasy Feast, Business of Sports, and the College Draft. All available at Apple Podcasts, rosstucker.com, or wherever podcasts can be found.
A lot of times on the show, I mentioned DraftKings. Here's what you need to know. You got to be 21 or older, New Jersey, Indiana, or Pennsylvania only. New customers only. Restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER, or in Indiana, 1-800-9-WITH-IT. By the way, if what I was talking about included a deposit bonus, doesn't always, sometimes it does. Deposit bonus requires 25 times playthrough, and deposit bonuses are paid out in site credit.
I have no idea if we're live or not. I think we are.
We're live. We're live.
I've lost the Slack channel again, so it's my fault. Here we go. Okay, I don't know. Anyways, welcome back in, DK Sim fam. I know that was like the A+ welcome of welcomes, but yeah, when you're doing 3 sims in a row, things can get a little bit confusing.
Do you want to try again? Should we just?
I don't even want to try again. That was enough.
Okay.
That was enough. Look, it's Saturday. It's my 3rd sim in a row. You're just gonna get what you get at this point.
Okay.
And you're going to enjoy it. So I am happy to be sitting here, though, again, with Tom, my buddy. I'm just happy to be sitting back here with the DK Sim fam again. We got one more to go. We had a nice little interesting sim there. We got Kenny Ducey dropping in to see the demise of the Jets at the last one, Tom. It's kind of just poetic justice right there. He started boasting. Sam Darnold is going to be like the next Peyton Manning. And then, it was
God.
Disaster from there. He didn't actually say that. I'm putting words in his mouth, but you get my point.
I was going to say that's not even a good comp.
No, it's a terrible comp. I don't even know who a good comp for Sam Darnold would
Everyone
be.
keeps saying Mahomes is a good comp, which is really unfair to Zach Wilson. But
yes,
try and think of someone who's like Patrick Mahomes but worse, and maybe that's who we should comp him to.
I've heard Aaron Rodgers, which again,
Patrick Mahomes. Yeah,
you're picking like top 5 ever quarterbacks to compare him with. It's just it's kind of cringeworthy. But anyways,
not good. Maybe Tony Romo.
Tony Romo.
But also Romo's so good too. Like it's like
he is very good.
Hey, when you're picked number 2 overall, I guess that's the expectation, right? We're trying to be like, oh, that's not fair to him. It's not fair. It's like you're number 2. Maybe you should actually be this good, but he goes to the Jets, so that's why we're all a little like, eh.
Yeah. Yeah, when you're number 2 overall, it's true. You're not going to get compared to like Alex Smith.
Right.
Alex Smith was a number 1 overall.
That's who I was going to say too, Alex Smith.
But it is a fair point. In this sim that we're about to do together, we have the Indianapolis Colts and the Tennessee Titans. I feel like I've talked about these 2 teams for the last 10 days in a row. So
we did this exact sim for a different matchup like 10 days ago.
Yeah. So it's pretty funny that we have these 2 teams on. I talked about the AFC South a ton this week. And again, I'll say it right off the top. I do like the Titans, over the Colts this year. But again, we're in, I don't even know what month it is, June. We got like 3 months to go till training camp. A couple months till training camp, 3 months till season. Like things can change. But right now, I'm definitely kind of getting on the Titans hype train. I don't even know if there is a Titans hype train. There's just people pumped about Julio Jones, but
you can create it right now.
This team,
choo choo.
Yeah,
choo,
I mean, people are liking it, right? So I'm kind of more high on just the Titans potentially just being a better team than people realize. But anyways, did you get a captain in? So I know you did.
I did, of course. I got Derrick Henry. Speaking of Titans,
I did too. I did that as well. I did on Derrick Henry.
Dude is a monster. You got to have him in there. Then I have kind of a Colts stack. Blankenship, Burton, Hilton, Pascal, and then I got Corey Davis. So I have 2 Titans.
Okay. All right.
I'm not in love with it. I'll be honest.
I also captained Derrick Henry. You got Rivers, Hilton, Brown, Campbell, and Doyle. Well, Doyle rules. Well, Doyle's like the 3rd tight end in this sim. I think he's 2nd. But anyways. Appreciate that. Cost Movie Collection, man. Appreciate the
so
shout
I
out.
had when we did the schedule game the other day for the Colts, I had them at 12-5. And I'm looking at the Titans right now.
That's right. We did the schedule for both these 2 teams, didn't we?
So the Titans at 11-6. So I think the Titans are going to be good too.
Yeah. And again, it's not like I think you're a crazy person if you pick the Colts over the Titans. I see a little bit more upside. Wow, that's a nice run by the I just see a little bit more upside with the Titans personally, but
you had the Titans and Indianapolis both with good records. I think you had the Titans slightly better. I forget what you had for the Colts record, but
I either
had them up there.
10 or 11 wins. I can't remember.
What was the team that had the crazy start? I think the Colts. The start to their season. It's hosting Seahawks, hosting Rams, at Titans, at Dolphins, at Baltimore, hosting Houston, at San Francisco, hosting Tennessee. That's the first 8 weeks of the season for them. That's 1 guaranteed win in 8 weeks.
Pretty crazy. Yeah.
The home game against the Texans. Everything else, you could tell me the other team wins and I wouldn't be shocked.
Yeah. No, it is a very crazy start. And if you are if you are like on the Colts or anything, it's definitely something to consider. Just their schedule and how rough it is. From
And the rest of the way, it's hosting Jets, hosting Jags, at Buffalo, hosting Bucks, at Houston, hosting Patriots, at Arizona, hosting Vegas, at Jacksonville. It's just a tough schedule throughout. I mean, it's like we said, that Week 18 matchup at Jacksonville in the humidity like that. That's not a gimme win.
No, not at all, man. It's
and the Colts are going to probably need that win with how close we think this division is.
Yeah. No, it's a rough schedule. So, they'll have to take care of, either they'll have to just go like, maybe even if they just get through 500 through that section. I mean, it could be good. They do have a lot more winnable games, like in the back half of their schedule. Definitely opens up for them. So
yes,
but they're going to need Carson Wentz to kind of like keep it together early in the season. So it feels like a season where it's either just going to click for the Colts right off the bat with Wentz, or it could be a bit of a disaster. We never know.
So Jordan Lindenbaum saying, I don't think they are comparing his skill level to Mahomes, just his style of play. I understand the comp, but when you throw that name around, it's only natural that people are going to be like, I thought we were getting Mahomes.
Yeah.
But I understand the comp. Like, dude that's not afraid to improv a little bit, mobile, throws on the run, makes crazy cross-body, cross-field throws. Like, all of that tape is out there from him at BYU. It's just that he was playing at BYU and there's not a ton of tape.
Yep. Yeah. And, strength of schedule stuff.
Oh wow. What was that?
Were you with me the other day when Rivers did the RPO?
No.
And, like, legitimately, he jogged for 20 yards. Like, I can't remember. I think I was with Brandon Christel. He legitimately did an RPO.
Christel? I've never heard you say his name before. Is that how you always say it?
I don't know. I honestly, I don't even know.
Brandon Christel.
I say Christel all the time. No one's corrected me, Tom, so I don't know.
I always have heard it Brandon Christel.
Is it Christel?
That's what I thought. Brandon Christel.
Never corrected me, so I just assumed I was saying it.
You sounded super like Midwestern there.
You know what?
Morgan in the background with her Midwest accent.
Oh, I thought that was
Burton.
I thought that was Jack Doyle for a sec, man. It's Trey Burton though.
Burton.
Thought I was gonna.
Did I have Burton in my lineup?
I tight end like 3. I don't remember you saying Burton's name, but it could be.
If I didn't have, I do. Okay, good. I was gonna say if I didn't have him, I definitely thought about it. There you
Anyways,
go.
we got a Colts touchdown. We got Rivers to Burton as we're debating how to say BK's name.
That run by Rivers was one of the more unimpressive things I've ever seen in these Sims. And I know it's not like the play lasted very long, but it's like he got the snap and he just like walked forward 3 steps and got tackled.
Imagine that play, but he gains 20 yards. That's what we saw him do the other day. And it took like 5 minutes for the play to unfold because he was.
They run the old Hail Mary, send everyone deep, then just run with the quarterback play, the old Michael Vick play.
No, it was a straight RPO. He faked the handoff and just took the corner. And the defense was like, what are you doing? And they just stood in awe of how slow he was running for like 20 yards, and they finally died. It was so bad. Someone needs to clip that and get that.
The computer does weird things sometimes, man.
And to pick Phillip Rivers of all quarterbacks. Then we had a debate about who would win a 40, Phillip Rivers or Tom Brady.
Ooh, I mean Brady clearly wins, right?
Yeah, but Brady's 40 coming out of college was like 5.25. But
he's gotten more athletic.
Yeah,
which
I think
is
we
insane.
said
But
that.
he has.
I think that's what we said. Like Brady's 40 time is probably faster at this point in his career.
Definitely, I think definitely because he didn't like work out back then. He's fully admitted he used to like crush Diet Cokes and burgers on the weekend with the offensive line. Like there's famous stories. Ross Tucker, I think, is one of the ones that used to tell this story at one of the jobs that he has, of the DraftKings family now.
Sure.
Where at the Patriots O lineman used to go out drinking, and Brady famously just showed up at one of their meetups one time and beat every single one of them in a chugging contest. Like knocked every single one down. Boom, boom, boom. Beat every single O lineman. He's not doing that anymore. Him and Alex Guerrero are out here, freebasing avocado ice cream.
Yeah. It's he's definitely changed. I mean, it is funny. I always cringe when people put up like the before and after pictures, like him when he just graduated or when he's like, second year
at the combine,
and then now. But I mean, the dude definitely has gone through like a diet/lifestyle change.
Oh, no doubt. I mean, look, let's just be realistic here. The man has had some work done facially. Like, come on. There's no way that your face changes like that without some help from people that go to school for a long time.
Probably wouldn't be the
He's
first
had veneers. Me and my buddies are obsessed with Tom Brady. We talk about these things. He has veneers. He definitely has hair plugs or had a hair transplant of some type at some point in his career.
Yes.
You look at his Super Bowl, that's what we always talk about, the Super Bowl on the podium picture, like his third Super Bowl win compared to now. He looks really old in 2004. And you look at him now, and he looks younger than he did in that 04 picture.
And I mean, like his wife obviously being in that industry as well.
Yes,
probably got good connections with that.
He's
kind of stuff.
And his skincare regimen is on point. Come on,
absolutely, dude. So, yeah, I agree. I agree with most of what he said. He's probably had some stuff done.
But like we said, like his workout regimen has gone nuts since then. All the pliability stuff. He's definitely a faster quarterback.
Yeah, I think so too. I think you got to give him credit there. Be an interesting race though.
I would love to see a competition like that in the Pro Bowl. They'd never do it because of injuries, but just like straight up like king of the court style races. Dudes just doing 40s against each other.
Well, here is an interesting factoid that we found out when we were researching this yesterday in The Sims. Ben Roethlisberger ran a 4.75 coming out of college, which was basically the same as what Aaron Rodgers ran. So
that's actually not all that surprising if you remember Big Ben early in his career. Like, dude.
Yeah, it's true. Early in his career.
Like, he would move around in the pocket, and guys would jump on him, and they'd try and tackle him. He'd shake him off and then bomb the ball downfield.
And that's legitimately why people compare him to Josh Allen sometimes, or compare Josh Allen to Ben Roethlisberger.
Yeah. Because young Roethlisberger was like that.
Yeah, he had a little bit of in him.
Now, the years that he was like leading the league in passing yards, by that point he already was out of that. But like first 4 years of his career, 5 years, Roethlisberger was a mobile dude.
Yeah. Yeah, easy to forget, especially the last 4 or 5 years. I mean, basically.
It's been a long time at this point. Like
basically just a big tree in the pocket.
The amount of hits that dude has taken in his career, and I know he loves. We all make fun of Roethlisberger for milking injuries and always announcing his own injuries before doctors look at it, but he's taken some blows, man. When you're that big, it's like a center in basketball. What a move by AJ Brown.
Yeah, I thought he was going to get in there for a second.
But centers in basketball get destroyed in the post, every single one of them, and they're just the fouls are just called differently in NBA games. It's the same thing for dudes at that size at quarterback. He is reffed differently than a guy like Lamar Jackson.
Yeah, for sure. And again, to that point, we bring up the idea that the lifespan of the big wide receivers typically can be a little bit shorter than the shorter ones. It's same for QBs in a lot of ways. I mean, they get hit a little bit more. I don't know. 7-0 Colts. There's the end of the first cube.
Where are you at in the lineup? The contest, I should say.
34th. I got Derrick Henry in the captain, like you. Rivers, Hilton.
Yeah, I'm in 62nd.
Brown.
So
we had Trey Burton touchdown. That's it. You had Trey Burton though, didn't you?
I did, but Derrick Henry hasn't done much. Ty hasn't done much. I got a goose egg from Corey Davis. Pascal ain't done nothing. Blankenship has 1 point. So
and you didn't roster. You don't have Rivers either, do you?
No.
Okay. All right, that's where we sit, folks. AJ Brown, 41 yards. It's like one nice play, basically the only nice play. Hilton's got one catch, 15 yards. Okay. Hope everyone's having a good sim day. Everyone's got nice stuff to go on tap after you're done watching the Sims, of course. Still got 3 more to go after this one. This will be my last one of the day. Is your last one the next one, or are you coming back?
No,
later?
I got 2 more today. I'm back
that's
for
right,
Madden
yeah,
After Dark. Yeah.
That's right. I forgot. Okay.
Yeah. Yep. Back to back for me here, and then Madden After Dark. 4 wide today, baby.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Kaufman and I decided we're going to call you Weekend Tom from now on.
Hey, I'm doing 8 a weekend. I don't mind the nickname.
Works. It works for you. Works for us. I like it.
Old, reliable, Iron Horse himself.
I created a U.S. Open contest too for the U.S. Open next week, Tom. If you're interested, it's a $1 buy-in. It's in the league. 200 people. The DK Sim Fam.
Is it in the DK Sim Fam room?
Yes, it's there.
I'll join.
Golf's very easy to make. You just pick 6 players.
And especially since you and I have talked before, like I follow the game loosely enough where I could beat someone like Koff who doesn't follow it at all. And that's all I really care about.
I'll definitely take you over Kaufman in the golf. I'll never forget.
Here we go, U.S. Open Bonanza, if you guys want to get in.
There we go. The Moose.
Reserved. When do lineups lock?
We got like 5 days now. Thursday.
Yeah. No, I know, but I know it's like at a weird time of day, right?
Yeah. Thursday, early Thursday, like 5 a.m.
There we go. 25 people in it already, so 175 spots open. Derrick Henry.
Ooh.
No, come on.
I thought he was in there. Okay, second goal from the inch line. But yeah, get in there, folks. You guys came through with we were just trying to get 150. You guys came through with like 170 there. So keep smashing that like too. We'd appreciate it. Get up to 200. Start this Saturday off with a bang. Bang. There he is. Yeah, you're not going to stop Derrick Henry with one guy. What are you thinking, Indianapolis Colts? What are you thinking? Give your head a shake. Put it on correctly. There's Derrick Henry tying this game up. Let's go.
He's a beast.
Derrick Henry.
There's a defensive line out there for a reason. You're going to want all of those dudes to try and stop him. Oh, I mean, you could drive a Cadillac through that hole.
I usually never.
Great push by the Titans O-line.
I usually never roster like the big running backs and the captains. So now that I have them there, I really would like to see like a record game here. Like I want all the points.
Brian C. asking, Moose, since y'all started last year, how many sims have been completed? Over, under 1,800? It's a good question. At first, you guys weren't doing 6 a day, right? And then during the football season, there's few less. I'm sure we could figure out the math on it. One of these days, we'll count them all up, Brian C. It's a lot.
Oh, Brian C. wants to know like how many we've done so far.
How many times have the Madden Sims been played on the Dream Stream?
Oh, yeah. Good dear God. I'm not the guy who keeps track of it because I don't really care if I'm being honest.
It's tough to do the mental math on it because there's been different iterations.
Kaufman was here. He'd get out his like notebook and be like, and pretend.
He could probably figure it out.
Kaufman legitimately, I know he's got like a ledger and he's like keeping track. He's like, I'm 300 ahead of Clash now or something. Yeah.
Well, I know the way that I submit my invoices to my bosses. It's, I can very easily see how many I've done if I just count the final.
That's
number
actually true.
Month.
I could actually do that too.
But I don't know what his deal is because he's like he's a DraftKings host. I am just a contract guy. But,
yeah.
Robert says that Koff has done 700 plus. So there has to have been at least 2,000 sims.
Yeah, I think we hit like 2,000. So it's probably over 2,000.
That's wild.
Brian. See, yeah. Yeah, we started over a year ago now. And when we started, we only started with a couple a day to start, like 1 a day, then 3 a day. Then they're like, hey, you guys don't need lives. Let's do 6 a day. And we're like, cool, because we all kind of like it, to be honest. So
yeah, why not? Yeah, I feel like I have a life doing these. One of the Drews of the Drew stack telling us that we hit 1,000 sims last September.
Okay.
So
I believe that.
very nice. Excited for the day that we hit 10,000 Sims.
In all honesty, we were very lucky to be able to start this during the pandemic. Obviously, a lot of people going through other stuff, losing jobs, etc., having to adapt or whatever. So we were very lucky to be able to get this done. I think at DK, we really only had like 3 weeks of downtime where there was like not much sports. They were doing the marble racing or whatever was available. But I only had like a 3-week hiatus during the pandemic. What was your pandemic like, Tom? Like when at the start? Like, what were you doing?
Stunk because I was producing a daily radio show in St. Louis.
Oh yeah.
So,
sports?
No sports, obviously. The pandemic happened, so it was right before March Madness was supposed to start.
But it was a sports show, sorry.
Yes, yeah. It was a morning sports radio show for the ESPN affiliate out here.
Yep.
So Illinois is a big D1 college basketball team in this area. They were supposed to make the tournament. We were excited about that. That didn't happen. Cardinals season got delayed. Blues season got put on hold. So you guys all know this. So we just had nothing to talk about. By like week 3, it was like, okay, we've done about as much time machine segments that we want to do here. Like, this is going to be tough, man. It really is. And then the host I was working with was a COVID layoff in late April.
Yeah.
So I was given a new show still in the mornings in early May. And then by mid-June, I was a COVID casualty. So I spent about 6 weeks on the shelf last summer looking for jobs.
Yeah.
And then the opportunity with Vegas Insider came about with Morton Anderson, and it started doing that ever since. So COVID definitely had a weird little impact on my life, but it turned out for the good because I love what I'm doing right now, and it allowed me the opportunity to do this at nights sort of as a side gig. So I got completely lucky. It's now a remote job, so I'm at home.
Yeah.
Get to spend way more time with my fiance. It's just honestly blessing in disguise.
And correct me if I'm completely wrong. Are you moving back to Boston?
There's speculation.
Okay. Yeah, you don't have to give us the info if you don't want.
There's speculation that a New England move might happen at some point here in the next few months.
Fair. Yeah, if you want to leave it at that, that's fine. I couldn't remember if you were if that was announced or whatever. Don't worry
Speculation.
About it. We won't need to pry anymore.
There's rumors.
I'm not like Kaufman. I won't pry for your exact schedule.
There may be an official announcement coming in the coming days.
Fair enough. Sorry for
it's all good. Hey, we're free to speculate.
No, but I appreciate you sharing your story of the info during the pandemic. I think
a lot of people can relate to that. It's affected all of us.
Just very volatile time in life, in stocks, in everything. The pandemic.
Everything, every aspect of life.
It is a 6 months I will never, a year essentially that you'll never forget. Really, so
wild times, dude.
And again, I know it hasn't worked out great for a lot of people either, and there's still people transitioning.
Totally. I realize how lucky I am that a lot of negatives revolving the pandemic for me at first turned into positives.
Yeah.
I recognize that I am in the minority.
Yeah. Yes, and I know there's still people waiting for real life to get back kind of on track because that's the industry they're in. And again, I definitely feel badly for those people. We're not going to get into a full discussion of, how it was handled or whatever, but I just hope everyone's, keeping their head up and stuff like that and keep grinding. Because, I know I had it was a very short period for me, but it was a 3-week period where it's like, okay.
It's scary.
I got nothing here.
Right.
Time
when
to
you're
get back
a dude that
grinding.
does what you do in the sports world, and there's no sports, you especially have nothing to do.
Yeah. So it was weird. It was like, okay, really just nothing here. So I'll tell you this. It was a good couple months of online poker I grinded because everyone was playing. So
you're like,
I didn't really end up being a positive break for me too. And then I come back.
You're like, time to clean up on online poker.
Then I came back and DraftKings is like, hey, you want to work twice as much as usual because we got these Sims now. It's like, all right, I guess things are working themselves out here.
Exactly.
But again, that's just luck of the draw. I hope everybody else, like I said, if you're waiting or still, the industry's coming back.
I just want this border to open up between the U.S. and Canada so Moose can get over here and hang out.
We're
breathe in the fresh American air.
They've already started to list some restrictions, like if you're fully vaccinated, you don't have to get tested or you don't have to quarantine. So I'm already planning trips. I'm going to be in Arizona at some point in the fall.
Yeah, you like Arizona. You bring up Arizona a lot.
I'm not like
you like the desert.
It's not that I don't like heat. It's the humidity that really will just legitimately sometimes make me sick. So I like the dry heat, man. I like Vegas. I like Arizona a lot. It's good golf courses too. There's just a billion golf courses around there. So
Varder Robinson asking how I ended up at DraftKings. Producer Madison and I went to college together.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah, and so her and I are friends, and she knew that I was working in the podcast space, talking about things similar to what we talk about here on DraftKings, and had a background of talking for a living, so she thought I'd be a good fit. So got in touch with the DraftKings team here and sent all my info over, and then I think it might have been 5 weeks later after submitting my info, it was sort of okay, submit it and see what happens type thing. Things opened up, and I got the call. They brought in the righty, and I haven't left since.
I like Bubbles' comment here, man. I made more money during the pandemic than I ever have. Y'all get any more of those viruses? Again, I'm not making light of it.
Extreme Dave Chappelle voice, yes.
Very funny Dave Chappelle. I agree. And no, I do not want any more of those viruses.
No.
Yeah, crazy times, man. Again, we can kind of reminisce a little bit about it at this point. We're kind of in the home stretch, but hopefully everyone's doing well.
God willing.
God willing, no kidding. Please, no more variants. We don't need the Zelda variants, or whatever,
Trust me, I saw
the Wario variant. That feels like we're almost there. So
yeah.
Okay. Here we go.
Oh man. Anyways, so football's fun.
Yanu Smith. Yanu? Is it Janu or Yanu?
Yanu.
You like Yanu Smith? You excited for him?
Current Patriot.
You excited for him on the Patriots?
I am. I really am. Even though I don't know who's going to be throwing him the football, I'm happy to have a football player like him on our football team.
Yeah, I agree. I think of all the pickups, that's the guy to get kind of semi-excited about.
He's really good.
He's going to be good.
Bert, our resident Crimson Tide fan, said, Mac Jones, Tom. Man,
okay, yeah.
Look, I want to be so wrong about him. I can't get excited for Mac Jones. Because I know how close we were to getting Justin Fields.
Is Bert a big Alabama guy then? He's giving us Alabama info.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Bert. You went to Alabama, right? He's a big Crimson Tide guy. Yeah.
Okay. Roll Tide.
Yeah, class of 2015. There we go.
Congrats on all the success.
He saw lots of winning.
Bill Belichick will be on his way to offer you a min price deal here in a second.
He loves the Saban connects. Yeah, I one of my sports bucket list things is to see a game at Tuscaloosa.
Yeah, it would be fun, wouldn't it?
One of my buddies has talked about doing that for his bachelor party. He wants to go to Alabama LSU, either stadium, whether it's in Baton Rouge or in Tuscaloosa. So it's on the list. It's on the list. I'd prefer Baton Rouge. Those are two places I want to get to, though.
Obviously, if you're a fan of a professional football team, going to a football stadium in the NFL is going to be really appeal to you. But if you're just going for experience, the college football is
I think it's light years ahead of an NFL experience. It's college football, way better game day experience.
I mean, I'm not American. I've never been to a college football, but I don't even think that's a hot
not American, take. Never have been.
But but I don't think that's a hot take I'm giving out. So
I've been to 2 SEC games, but they're not we'll say high end SEC. When you talk about legendary party SEC tailgates, everyone talks about LSU and Alabama and Auburn. Right. I've been to a Mizzou game. I've been to 2 Mizzou tailgates, and I've been to 1 at Vandy, but it was LSU at Vandy the Joe Burrow year, and it was basically like an LSU tailgate at Vandy. So we're in Nashville, basically participating in an LSU game day. It was incredibly fun.
So you saw Burrow at LSU play, like on
Yeah.
Oh, awesome.
He threw, I think, 6 touchdowns in 1 half. It was insane.
He seemed to throw like 6 touchdowns in every game that last
I saw him
year.
and Jefferson play together.
His God damn, his
We had
last
great
year.
seats too. God, they were good.
Yeah.
And yes, Mizzou tailgates are fun. I've only been in the stadium for Mizzou once, actually. Went to a tailgate without going in the stadium the first time around.
Well, what is known as like the top like kind of 3 college places to like see? Like if you were,
I mean,
like,
you know that's controversial.
it is.
But I think
just give me your opinion. I mean, I'm sure the chat will tear it up.
I've been to a few, obviously, like I said, but generally it seems like everyone says Madison, Wisconsin is like way up there.
Wisconsin, okay.
And then LSU game day is one of the ones that's way up there. And then it's just a crapshoot the rest of the way. Like,
okay. Our producer Drew says BC.
Yeah, that's the
maybe
BC
LSU.
and URI. I bet BC game
URI.
day.
Rhode Island?
Yeah.
URI.
URI game days are He's joking, obviously.
Our
In
resident
Northeast,
Alabama guy says LSU sucks.
I've heard Baton Rouge is legendary on date.
I'm sure.
On game days.
I'm sure they're all awesome.
But like I've had buddies that have been to. They went to OU. They love Oklahoma. Norman on game day is crazy. I've been to a game at USC. Game day there is nuts. I have a good friend who's a Ohio State guy, and of course it's the Ohio State. Everything is the greatest there. But I mean, I've seen his like Snapchats and stuff when he goes to games there. It looks nuts.
I wonder what old BYU gets up to. I wonder what theirs are like.
Oh, I'm sure they have a very nice time. They drink water and they enjoy themselves.
I'm sure they are fun in all seriousness. I'm trying to make fun
Kaufman's movie collection saying Iowa tailgates are superior to Wisconsin's. I'm sure the Big Ten is full of great tailgates, you know. The Midwest knows how to get down. Oh, yeah, ASU getting thrown out there.
I'm sure. And Florida, I don't know. I don't know.
ASU's a legendary party school. I'm sure
ASU
Florida's great because Gainesville is the University of Florida. Like that's what Gainesville is. That nothing. Once you leave that campus, it is a different town. Like that, great college town. I went to a basketball game there. Actually, I saw Joakim Noah, Al Horford, like their senior night. I went to their game because my grandparents live around there. Really cool spot.
Okay, drop us your legendary college experiences if you would like. I have no
Bubbles saying it depends on where you live. That's true. That's a regional question, no doubt.
Yeah, for sure.
And he says where I live, it's Texas versus A&M.
I would imagine there's some pretty awesome ones in Texas.
I've heard Austin's great on game day.
Texas
Nate
A&M
says Nebraska, and I have a buddy that used to live near A&M. He grew up around there. He swears by A&M game days.
Yeah.
Penn State. I had a buddy that went there for grad school. Loves Penn State.
It's basically just where he went to school then.
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
well, it makes sense. Wherever you went to school is where you have A, the most nostalgia, and B, you were always with your friends. So that's really what makes a good, tailgate, pregame, whatever you want to call it.
My college didn't have a football team, so volleyball game days were lit.
The ultimate disc league games, the UD game days were the best, I'm sure.
Drew says I've been to a game at Penn State and Oregon. They went to the Hawaii Bowl, then went to the Hawaii Bowl one year. Oh, awesome. Oh, the Grove at Ole Miss. Yep, I've heard that's legendary. Drew says he's been to a game at West Virginia. Took 2 years off his life. I've heard that Morgantown gets lit.
See, our producer was screwing with me, so I didn't even know. So I'm like, Rhode Island, okay, sure, I'll throw that.
Yeah, exactly. Well, honestly, I've heard game day at URI is fun, to be clear.
Well, I was talking with Tara Lynn about Rhode Island. She was describing it to me, and it legitimately
just
sounds
the
like
state of Rhode Island. You were talking to her about it.
Yeah, she had to go up there for some reason, or wedding or something. So.
Oh, gotcha.
And again, me being like, a complete noob in American geography, I started.
What did she say about it? Because that's where I'm from. I'm curious how she described it to you.
She just described it as a really nice place to go, and especially like some beaches.
Good. That's what she should
beach
say.
Up there. And I asked her, how close is it to
Boston? Yeah, about 45 minutes. Yep.
Yeah, she's just giving me good info about it. Quite frankly.
Good.
She made it sound appealing. Like I kind of want to.
It is. It's a great place.
And that is where Cofield also had her wedding.
I saw her wedding was there. Yeah.
So one of those places you don't think about too much. As
no,
like a
smallest
foreigner.
state in the union, baby.
Yeah, exactly.
You can drive the whole thing in about an hour.
All right, shotgun, Tannehill, dart over the
Risky
middle.
World saying Florida State's the best they've been to. I've heard Tallahassee is nuts.
Yeah, the Florida. I mean,
all the Florida schools must be crazy.
Yeah, and when you're judging them on TV, like the Florida ones always look the craziest, right? Like,
yeah.
So that's
maybe
what,
not so much Miami. I've actually heard Miami is kind of a slightly overrated game day experience.
Right. Well, and there's so much else going on in Miami, so maybe I don't know.
Well, I've heard the University of Miami is in sort of a weird part of town. It's in Coral Gables, which is sort of off to the side. But do they play their home games at Hard Rock now?
Yeah, they had that stadium. I'm not sure about that, but it's true. Like it's in a bigger city. It's like you said.
Good.
It's like you said. The University of Florida has its own town. Like it is the town, whereas Miami's is like kind of off-centric, and it's in like a party town. So.
Oh, Drew's saying that they go to Northwestern for a football game every year, and he says peeks over his shoulder. It's not good. Just a bunch of nerds. Yeah, we're going to be good at football one day. Let's throw on our purple jerseys and pretend that we like sports. Look, we're in Chicago. We're the best. That's why, oh my God, I said this, I forget who I said this with, but when Northwestern made March Madness, I was at ESPN still up in Bristol, and it was the worst because ESPN's full of on-air people that went to Northwestern. So, like every single show you work on, they're like, well, we got to do a segment on Northwestern so I can talk about my guys. It's like, oh my God.
What's his name? Wilbon always brings up Northwestern.
Wilbon, Rachel Nichols, all sorts of Northwestern grads, but even like lower level tier people, and lots of producers. It's just like Northwestern, Mizzou, Indiana, and Syracuse. And Penn State, tons of grads from those schools at ESPN, and then just a random assortment of Boston schools. Like that's who runs ESPN. And then some Ivy League people sprinkled in. The bosses are all Ivy League people.
We got a lot of Syracuse grads at DK.
Oh, so many Syracuse people.
But yeah, the Northwestern thing is funny. I swear to God, I haven't watched Pardon the Interruption in 5 years, but whenever I
love PTI.
You tune in, you'd be like, oh, there's a Northwestern segment again. Every time there's some kind of Northwestern reference, and you're like, enough.
I love Kornheiser, man. That guy is just the best.
I like Tony Kornheiser as well.
Tony Kornheiser rules.
Not as big a fan of Wilbon from being
same, but it's become I used to like him growing up, but he's become sort of like a guy I love to hate because he's always name dropping. His name drops are so legendary.
I've
and
heard
Kornheiser just calls him out, dude. He's like, "Oh, really? You were golfing with Larry Fitzgerald? That's cool, Mike." Touchdown, Derrick Henry. He a beast.
Yeah.
They'll do an NBA topic, and they'll do an NBA topic, and Wilbon will be like, "I was talking with Michael Jordan on the phone last night." He's like, "Oh, were you? That's sick, dude."
I can't remember who I heard this story from, but somebody at some point said he kind of butted in front of a line, not rudely, but he was and then he was pardon the interruption, and then to get someone's attention.
In real life, that's hilarious.
Yeah. I heard that story. And I'm like, you're lame,
it tracks.
again, it's like a third-hand story. So
No, that tracks for sure.
it definitely seems to like it could have happened.
I actually have kind of a funny Will Bond story. I'll share in a second, but I wanted to just mention that Derrick Henry hits the bonus there. So I'm in 14th, people. Don't look now. And I have a goose egg in my lineup here. So if he starts to do stuff, look out. So the show I used to work on here in St. Louis, my host, Bernie Miklas, he knew Wilbon for years because he's a St. Louis guy, and Wilbon would cover the Cubs. So there's the, NL Central thing. And so he had me text Wilbon once to come on our show.
Right.
And so I texted him, and I spelt Michael wrong in the text accidentally.
no.
I inverted the E and the A at the end of his name. So he just texted me back with the correct spelling of his first name. And it didn't tell me yes or no. And then I said, "Oh, I'm so sorry. So are you able to join us?" And never responded.
You
know what?
Serious?
I learned a good lesson here today.
Yeah. Don't
triple check, and that's the thing when you're texting guests
no,
like that for shows.
Don't
you're
blame
always
yourself.
no. But Jeff, hear me out. Like you're always double and triple checking those texts for stuff like that because these are people that don't know me. They don't need to respond. Like I'm a random number texting Michael freaking Wilbon. He doesn't need to respond to me. So it was just. I mean, when you're working jobs like that, you're no sleep. Like you're firing off a million texts a day anyways. You're lucky if those texts like that don't happen more often.
Sure.
And that was Michael Wilbon's response to me asking him to come on our show.
That's like, I definitely hear what you're saying. And I know you probably have gone through, like you probably have more stories.
I was way more pissed in the moment than I am right now.
Yeah. I still give me a break, unless you got something personal against the person texting you, like you just don't like the station or you just have good Lord, man, get your head
just say yes or no. You don't need to correct me,
dude. Like you're a human being too. We all have fat fingers. I mean,
Oh, on the iPhone too. Oh my God.
Oh,
yeah.
That
Michael
fits.
Wilbon.
That fits with everything else over. Anyways, we won't bash any more of our colleagues. Not colleagues, but
peers.
Industry members. Whatever. Just act as you would like to be treated in life, folks. So it's a good lesson for everybody, including senior ESPN people. Okay. That's a funny story, man. I'm gonna remember.
Well, I, honestly, and I never even told my host about it. And in the back of my mind, I'm like, did I have the right number? Do you think it was someone else? I was just like, I don't know.
Yeah, it's just some random dude.
That happens all the time, dude. When you're producing shows and people give you numbers, you get a fumble here. Colts recover. Going to be set 3rd and 23. You'll get numbers like there was a guy that gave me Rocco Baldelli's number. And so I was like, oh, cool. I have the manager of the Twins number. He's from Rhode Island. So I was like, oh, cool. Nice. I got a 401 number for a Rhode Island legend. And I never ended up using it. And then someone they hired at my station after I left was like, I'm in a pinch. I need a Twins guest. And I was like, well, I got some contact info for Rocco if you want to try him. He's like, oh, yeah, sure. So I send him the number. Turns out Rocco had switched his number since then, and he was texting this person, and it ended up being some lady who had Rocco Baldelli's old number. And she's like, oh, yeah, people text me all the time thinking that I'm Rocco Baldelli. It's not him. It's
Oh, my God.
She's like, you got the wrong number, but don't worry. This happens all the time.
That's pretty funny.
Yeah, and then another thing there's stories. There's a million stories about this, but
wasn't it you who had to text the guys the bowler?
Oh, Pete Weber. Yeah. I texted Pete Weber.
Pete Weber. Yeah.
So the legendary bowler, the guy that's what's the celebration where he's like,
oh yeah,
I'm the man. Yeah, the hilarious viral celebration.
Who's the? What did he say?
Yeah, who do you think you are?
Oh, yeah.
I am. Right. It just makes no sense. So Pete Weber's from St. Louis, and It was in the summer. This was the year before the pandemic, but it's slower time. We do this thing called Decades Week, where you want to get a guest from different decades, and we're trying to get creative. So for the 90s or 2000s, he was like, get Pete Weber on. That would be hilarious. So I acquire his contact info somehow, and I text the number, and they get back to me, and they're like, hey, this is Pete Weber's ex-wife. I use this number now. Would you like me to pass this message along to Pete? And I was like, oh, I guess. So I was texting with Pete Weber through his ex-wife to come on our show. Right. And then finally at some point she's like, do you just want his number and talk to him? I'm like, yeah, that's kind of what I was looking for right away, but sure.
Let's cut out.
And then he got back to me to say no, because he gave me a weird answer too. He was like, I'm up in Minnesota training for an event. It's like, why are you specifically bowling in Minnesota? You could bowl anywhere. Why is your bowling training? Why is your bowling training keeping you from doing a 10-minute radio interview in St. Louis? I was like, okay, whatever.
Yeah.
So yeah, Pete Weber. So there's a million stories like this. I could tell you 50 of these.
I couldn't do that job, man. It was like I would go through by far the worst part of the job.
I
could do like that Wilbon thing. If that happened to me, I'd like legitimately flush my phone down the toilet. Like, these guys, no, like, I'm not dealing with this anymore.
It is the worst thing about the job.
Yeah. I just corrected you. Like,
yeah.
Oh my God.
One word, Michael. I'm like, oh.
Cringy. It's so cringy. Dang. Like I said, act how you'd like to be treated in life, people. That's not it. I'm in fifth here. Yeah, Derrick Henry, 2 touchdowns, 41% owned in the captain. What are you up to? You're up there too.
I'm in 13th, so shouting distance.
There you are. We got producer Drew's up there too. He's like all of us, top 15. It's just a big party.
Got like an iced tea here going. It's good stuff.
Let me get some iced tea after. It sounds good.
It's like a peach iced tea. It's delicious.
What's up, DK Sim fam? Hopefully you guys are all having a great day. Just sitting back, enjoying this little AFC South matchup with Tommy Freeze Pops. Getting a little info on him, life, whatever. Throw out a few questions if you got them. Like I said, we do have the U.S. Open next week. I got a golf tournament going there. It's the Moose. I can't remember what I call it. Oh my God.
I think you called it the U.S. Open Bonanza.
Moose. U.S. Open Bonanza. I think that's
what it was. I'll check one right now because I entered it.
Maybe you used Open twice. I can't remember. 200 people, $1 entry. So you get in there. It's in the DK Sim Fam League. I'm gonna commit to that. I'm gonna make a 200-man Sim Fam League every week. You're gonna get in it. It's golf. It'll be classic.
It is the Moose Classic U.S. Open Bonanza.
Yeah.
Still 175 spots open. You got till Thursday to get in there.
I'm gonna play all the terrible players that I recommend every week, and you guys are gonna take my money. So get in there, and we'll have some fun. It'll be fun for the U.S. Open. It's gonna be a good event.
James Saxton giving us some insight into why Pete Weber was specifically in Minnesota training for an event. He says every bowling alley has a different condition, so you have to train for those conditions. So maybe he was in a Minnesota Open of some type, and he was up in Minnesota training in those elements.
I mean, it's fair. Like it's it's
who do you think you are? I am.
The clip is ridiculous. Everyone's
what a legend.
So pumped for this guy. Yeah, it's fair. I mean, it's like curling. Every sheet of ice is a little bit different.
Exactly. Yeah, bowling and curling, very similar.
Here we go. Rivers. Down 4. 1 quarter left. It's a little Paris Campbell action. He had a pass called back. He had a goose egg last time we did a cold sim.
It's believable.
What's he up to here? What are you up to, Paris Campbell? Oh, my God. Flash the Paris Campbell stats, Sim. There we go. 5 receptions for Paris Campbell, so a nice bounce-back game for him. See what he does now. I mean, he's a forgotten guy on the Colts roster, you know? Like, he was a very versatile player in college. I'm not suggesting he becomes relevant for fantasy, but
I have another Colts receiver that has a French connection to his name, Zach Pascal. Oh, fumble. Titans defense picking up. Are they going the distance?
He's gonna go.
House call.
Opportunistic.
Oh, wow. I hate when they do that.
pull it in.
Yeah, it just freaks me out. Like, oh, don't do that.
The old Deshaun Jackson move.
Oh my God, bonehead move.
It's
Landry
it's
with the
so
scoop and score. One of the more disappointing players of my BC fandom. Just thought he was going to be so much better than he was for us, and now he's been like a decently good player in the league.
Yeah, he has actually.
You couldn't have been like that much better your senior year when you were supposed to be awesome, dude. Okay, cool.
You have a bad senior year? I mean, I don't remember.
Yeah, he did. Coming into that senior year, he was projected to be like a top 15 pick, and
right.
Everyone was hyped about him. I was like, well, we're going to stink, but at least he's going to be awesome. And A.J. Dillon was still doing his thing. I was like, all right, this could be fun. And then he just stunk. He was a little banged up, and then they were triple teaming him, and it was just Corey Davis with the goose egg right now, by the way. Leading candidate for the wooden nickel. The opposite wooden nickel, I should say.
Right.
The wood chips.
He has best
of the wooden nickel. He owes me a wooden nickel.
All right, Tennessee, though. 11-point lead now. Might get some good garbage time action from the Colts, but that'll swing things. Swung me down like 10 spots.
I will say, when the new Madden game does come out and we make the switch, I will be excited for that day. For like Julio Jones on the Titans and Simland and Stafford on the Rams. Like, that is going to be cool.
No, absolutely. It was, I mean, we all, and you come to a point, like, we're kind of reaching that where you're, like, exhausted just talking about the same players, too. And you know, like, it's like John Ross on the bench.
Yeah, we're going to all have to relearn, like, which guys work for that game, you know?
Yeah.
Like, I wonder if Mostert will be as good, you know, and all these other things.
It's definitely a learning experience because you know, the game will be a little bit different. Like, how is the sim going to react, too? I mean, definitely, like, we have better animation in this sim than we did for the 2021, for sure. You know, they did a lot
Maybe
of
I will actually win a sim in the new version of Madden.
Yeah. You know, the AI can change a little bit. So, yeah, when the new game comes out, it is going to be really interesting. I agree.
So they still haven't announced who's on the cover of Madden 22, huh?
I don't think so. No, I don't. I certainly don't remember hearing anything about it. They had their little, like, vote about it. I'm sure our producers...
4 days ago, and a website called realsport101.com says all the contenders to be on the Madden 22 cover. Let's see. Is this going to be easy for me to read right now? No, of course not. Oh, here we go. So they've got Brady in the mix, Henry, apropos of the sim, Trevor Lawrence, that would be bold. And then there's going to be a deluxe edition, I guess, where that's going to include, like, dudes that are getting in the Hall of Fame. Or maybe this is already announced. Peyton Manning. It's speculated that he's going to be on the cover of the Madden 22 Deluxe Edition. Makes sense, getting in the Hall of Fame this year.
Okay.
If Trevor Lawrence is on the cover of Madden to start his career, we all know about the Madden jinx. That's a bad omen.
Yeah, that's really putting it too. That's making it tough for the kid, man.
Yeah, that's not fair.
No, it's not really fair. You don't want to do that.
Yeah, Bert saying as a Jags fan he does not want that. I would not want that.
No, absolutely.
If Brady is on it, would he be the first guy to be on it twice? I feel like
I know I had this discussion with someone. I think Kaufman and I. Has he been on it before? Like,
I think there was a GOAT edition.
Okay.
At some point. Here,
I'm not sure if he would be the first one that's been on it twice. He definitely feels like he could have been, like, could be the first one to be on it twice.
Yeah, he was on the cover for Madden 18.
Okay. It definitely makes sense that he was on at least once. I mean, why not?
It took till 2018 to have Tom Brady on the cover of Madden, though. Like, that's crazy.
I think that's what we were sort of semi-shocked about. It was like, oh, it did take... He was on it, but it, like, took a long time. So.
Brian C. saying, how about Cam Newton on the Madden cover for stinking? It's probably not going to happen. Corey Davis almost punching it in there. Still going to be the babysitter Billy in my book.
Yeah. I believe that was his first catch. Wasn't his first. He didn't have much. Yeah, first catch, about 22 yards, though. Nice play.
Brian C. saying Tara Lynn would put Brian Hoyer on the cover because he's bald. Yeah, doesn't she have like weird reasons for why she puts people in lineups and stuff? I'm doing my first sim with Tara Lynn early next week. I'm kind of excited for it because I've heard it's a wild ride.
Oh, it's great, man.
Oh, another Audible. Wow, Audible is becoming a thing.
Tennessee can really... Oh, we're going to get a trifecta? Come on, Derek. Do it for us.
He's got chances.
I need
Ashley Edwards in first place. What's up?
Wow. Go, Ashley, go. Look at you.
Mr. Miyagi saying everybody I faded is getting the ball. Welcome to my life in Simland, Mr. Miyagi. Mr. Miyagi imitating Grasshopper. Get in.
Go. Gosh darn it. All right. 3rd and goal from the 2. What are we going to do? We can go back to Derrick Henry.
Yeah, give it to the man. Feed the man. Brian C. saying that she once said Brian Hoyer in the lineup because he's bald, so why not? Sure. Just only roster bald people. Oh, another rushing touchdown, not of the Derrick Henry variety. That's sneak. That's vulture-y to me. Like, that should have been Derrick Henry's.
It's definitely a little vulture. Tannehill obviously does have a lot better mobility than...
It's vulture-y. It's not all the way vulture.
No, and look, a lot of people rostered Ryan Tannehill, along with...
I'm just saying, if you're going to have a rushing touchdown on 3rd and goal for the Titans, you're almost expecting that to be Derrick Henry.
Yeah. They did give it to him 2 downs.
Ryan Tannehill.
They did give it to him 2 downs.
Who is mobile? Former wide receiver Ryan Tannehill at A&M. Fun fact.
Yep. Absolutely, man. Doesn't get enough talk. Like he was.
Yeah, he only played 2 years of quarterback in college. I have to imagine he was a quarterback in high school, though. Like, that's a crazy leap.
Yeah. Dudes usually play a little bit of everything in high school, so it wouldn't shock me. All right, Tennessee's blowing this one open, though. Kind of feels like how this game might go in the regular season. If you're asking
there you go, taking a Colts shot. I hate Carson Wentz. That's my Jeff impression. Oh, Tom, do your Jeff impression. Okay, cool. Yeah, I hate Carson Wentz. I'm from Canada.
Yeah.
Which Slack are we on?
Nick Foles is undefeated against Tom Brady. Don't forget to throw that out. I don't know. Yeah, that's about it. Those are my football takes.
That's why Jeff has a job.
I mean, I went on Twitter after the Eagles won the Super Bowl, and I said, they would be smart if they dealt Carson Wentz for like 3 first-round draft picks, and they just kept Nick Foles. And everyone's like, look what ended up happening. They still dealt Carson Wentz, but it was 4 years later after 4 bad seasons, and they got like a 2nd-rounder for him. So
you do love Nick Foles, man.
The guy's.
I would love for you to meet Nick Foles.
I just wish he had gotten like one more shot, like one more like I just wish that the Eagles had committed. He was so clutch there for a couple of years. I think they could have gone back to back, Tom. I really do. I really
wow. Well, they went to the playoffs that next year,
right?
They
did, and the only reason they didn't go further is because Alshon Jeffrey dropped a perfectly thrown Nick Foles pass. People
don't talk about that enough. I'm sure in Philly people remember.
Perfectly thrown. Probably would have tied the game.
There's people getting mad down in Philly listening to this. Hey, babe, get me some more Werder. I'm getting upset about this Nick Foles conversation. It's my Philly accent right there, guys.
I just want him to come back on the Eagles again and somehow just like go to the Super Bowl again.
One more ride.
Yeah, one more ride, just last ride. Foles the last ride kind of thing. It's like
Napoleon Dynamite.
It's like the Undertaker. Return. Like he's just like 20-0.
Won't go away.
I don't even know what I would do to get like Foles to beat Brady in the playoffs again.
So did you love Nick Foles before that Super Bowl run? Like, were you hyped about Nick Foles when he had that awesome season with Chip Kelly back in the day?
Yes, I was. That's
like you were high. That's when it started. Okay, because that's what I was. Where he only threw like 2 picks. It was like 25 touchdowns to 2 picks or something.
He came in. He saved the Eagles. He brought them to the playoffs the next year. And then it was like they just traded him away for no reason. And I talked about Chip Kelly a week ago. Dude was terrible with player personnel.
One of the worst coaches in NFL history.
Well, from a player personnel standpoint,
Yes.
absolutely. He was so bad.
He was bad in San Francisco, too.
Yes, he was. It just went downhill for Chip. Let's
Yeah.
put
No, he's just not a good fit. Just personality-wise, quiet dude.
Yeah.
Players didn't really like him. They felt like he was too hands-on and too, controlling of their personal lives and cared too much about off-the-field
It
stuff.
seemed like he went from like an innovative, good young coach in Philly to like basically a control freak who made terrible decisions very quickly. And it's a shame.
Like,
because
how about not getting rid of LaShawn McCoy when he's still extremely good?
McCoy, Deshaun Jackson, Nick Foles, the guys who
He
to the
missed
playoffs.
on that horribly. Like McCoy had like 4 good years after leaving Philly.
Yeah. It was. I liked Chip Kelly when he first came in the league. He was an absolute dumpster fire after he traded away.
I believe Drew is an Oregon fan. I'm sure he was really upset when Chip Kelly left Oregon.
There's a reason he was in the NFL.
He was awesome on the Ducks. Yeah, he loves Chip. Bring back Chip to Oregon.
I don't even know where Chip Kelly is now. I think he's back in college.
Save the Ducks. He's with UCLA. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. There you
UCLA.
go. Yeah. But yeah.
With that said, I don't think he's going to be there for long because they've been bad under him.
Yeah. Well, again, I
talk about 3.
Fall from grace. There's another fall. It's Marlon Mack.
Titans. Hopefully they can. No, I guess the Colts might call some timeouts here, but why? We had, I think it was Troy Aikman on the pod earlier this year, and we asked him about the UCLA Chip Kelly thing, and he was saying that Bruins fans are not 100% giving up on him just yet because he hasn't really had a real chance with his guys. That's always the excuse that fans like to use.
Yeah.
But now he has his guys. They've been in the system. It's not going to be a weird COVID off season. So if UCLA is bad this year, that fan base and those donors will turn on him and he'll be gone.
Yeah.
But like this is his last shot to be a good high-level college coach, I think.
That's one of those great go-to lines, like his guys.
Yeah, exactly, right? Like,
he
never got a
his
shot
guys.
with his guys, right? That's what at Michigan, that there was the year, I think it was Brady Hoke won the Sugar Bowl with Michigan, and everyone's like, oh, he won it with Rich Rod's guys. Like, that's Rich Rod's. Because Rich Rod, remember, he went there from West Virginia, and he was just awful. And then Brady Hoke ended up having that nice season. I think it was his first or second year with Michigan. And then he ended up being awful because he won with Rich Rod's guys. I mean, there's some truth to that, but
yeah, it does get.
It's a little
up.
overblown. It's a little overblown.
I mean, a great example. I think it was Tampa Bay when I think it was Herm Edwards.
Oh no, Tony Dungy. So
Tony Dungy.
John Gruden won with all of Tony Dungy's guys.
But again, those guys
he built the team and the culture. There's no question.
He didn't need 5 years to convert the guys to his system. He just came in and took the good players and they won.
Right.
So
exactly.
It's really got nothing to do with.
No, I think that at the pro level, I think it's completely overblown.
Yeah.
College, I kind of get it because they're kids and I understand that. But at the pro level, no, get out of here. I give credit to Gruden wholeheartedly for that Super Bowl. You got to love a punt with no time left. Glad they got it off and didn't take the penalty.
Why not? Congratulations, Titans.
That's funny. I haven't seen that ever, actually.
As we're chatting about all this nonsense, give me a player of the game quick.
Derrick Henry.
Yeah, Derrick Henry, 27 points. That's
what
you need. When you pay up, you need all that shock. You got a 40% owned captain. You need that 27 points. Easily the high scorer of these sims. Check out your prize. Good for you, Derrick Henry. What about a Not My Kid Award winner?
Corey Davis.
Yeah, 1 catch, 22 yards. Wolf.
Brutal.
I don't even know what his ownership was.
Decently
I don't think
high.
I care, to be honest.
Decently high.
All right, DK Sim fan, that was fun, man. I am out of here. That's 3 sims in a row for me. Hopefully you guys survived. Definitely check out, like I said, the Moose Open, U.S. Open Bonanza contest, 200 person. It's open for the U.S. Open, which locks next week. So get in. It's $1 entry if you want. Pays top 20. It's in there. I'll be making those weekly. Rest of the schedule coming up here. We got 6 p.m. Rams at Texans, Rossi LaMarca. 8 p.m. Eastern, Steelers at Browns. Tom's back with LaMarca. Those guys are going to be bringing you home. 10 p.m. Eastern, Eagles at Lions. Tom and LaMarca. And here's a little factoid. The Indianapolis Colts now 0-8 in the DK Sim.
And look, the way that Moose has it going for them in real life in 2021 is 0-8. So
that's right. It's true. This is all foretelling, foreshadowing, as the experts would say.
So they've lost to if you're keeping score at home, the Colts have lost to the Seahawks, Rams, Titans, Dolphins, Ravens, Texans, Niners, and now Titans again here in Simland. They got the Jets in week 9. Let's see if they can get off the schneid. Jets, kind of sneaky good here in Simland. Sneaky better than you'd think. So, we'll see. I think you're muted.
Sorry,
Jeff.
Muted myself. Definitely am a little bit, definitely are a little bit sneakier better than I think. Guys, like I said, I've enjoyed this. Have a great rest of your Sunday. Pat Mayo experience coming up next, guys. A little bit of NFL talk, I do believe. But have a great rest of your Saturday, guys, and I will see you again tomorrow.
Bye.
projections have, at least mine, have Cup over Woods, but I don't even believe that because I like Woods more than I like Cup. And it's funny how you say that Woods is underrated. I think that he is such a better because he's a fine fantasy player. I mean, all these guys are relatively inconsistent once you get to this level. For example, like Woods is being drafted as the 20th wide receiver off the board. Cup is number 23 in half-point PPR right now. But it's the little things with Robert Woods, like you said, the crisp route running, his ability to work himself into the run game, and that just makes the offense so much more effective. And he is a awesome blocker. He is one of the best outside blockers at sealing the run in the NFL on the outside. I mean, he's not T.O. when it comes down to it, but he's one of the best that we currently have. And that stuff is just not going to show up on the fantasy sheet. And sometimes that might actually take away from his target share because, if you're blocking on 3 consecutive, they don't really ask Cooper Kupp to do a ton of blocking. With Woods, they actually ask him to seal either the outside or try to seal the edge. Like when you see Henderson coming in the game, like Henderson is so fast once he turns the corner near the sidelines, and it's almost always running to Woods' side. He is exerting maximum effort on that. So it's little things like that that can take away from some of the upside that a receiver has. But I think I'm with you. I would much rather have Robert Woods in the spot than Cooper Kupp. Would you go with anyone else down here? Like, is it worth a shot to take on Deshaun Jackson? Would you think about Atwell? Just like they spent all this draft capital on him. Why not?
I would not think about Atwell. I mean, we're talking about right now likely being wide receiver 5 on this team. No, thank you. I mentioned I'm not concerned about Moore being 5'7". I am concerned about Tutu Atwell, being in Floyd Mayweather's weight class. I think that, and no, I don't want to see them fight, and I won't pay $50 for it. But I think that Deshaun Jackson with Matthew Stafford's deep ball and ability to get vertical, like if he's going to have a couple weeks at the beginning of the season where he's healthy, and we've seen him have those monster games. That's probably more the way I'd be interested in, like a DFS matchup with him healthy. And Van Jefferson came on a little bit at the end of the year as well, and they spent draft capital on him. So Tyler Higbee would probably be the third option in this offense that I have the most interest in, because after that, you got your top 3 with Kelsey, Waller, and Kittle, and then you've got the next range with the Pitts, Hockenson, and Andrews. I think Tyler Higbee has got some interest there.
I'm with you when it comes to Higbee with Gerald Everett gone. I don't want to get too sucked in, but right now he's going as tight end number 18 off the draft board. Like, he'd be a fringe, like, after that class that you mentioned, like, I feel like he's right there with Noah Fant and Hunter Henry, Mike Gesicki, and he might even be better than those guys. Yeah,
we've seen him have monster performances, right? If you look at his splits without Gerald Everett, he's absolutely a tight end 1. And like you mentioned, Stafford's got a history of knowing how to work a tight end. So I think that they run such heavy 11 personnel. He's going to be on the field a ton. I mean, that's already a good start when you compare him to other players, and you compare him to Gesicki, where there's a lot of mouths to feed there, and Stafford's better than Tua, right? You compare him to Fant, and there's a lot of mouths to feed in Denver, right? And so much of his stuff is yards after the catch, and you're looking at Teddy Bridgewater or Drew Lock there, unless, of course, Aaron Rodgers or Deshaun Watson gets traded there. But I'm not drafting fantasy players on Denver anticipating that. I think Higbee at tight end 18 is an absolute steal.
Yeah, I'm with you. Like, I see that Evan Ingram is going 40 spots ahead of him. Just give me Higbee. Maybe that works out. And the good thing is, when you draft tight ends that late, and that's why that middle range at tight end never really works out. Darren Waller's sort of an exception to that, and even he was still going up in the first 5 rounds a year ago. Is if you punt on tight end and you take your sleeper guy, if they're no good after 2 weeks, you don't feel like you have to keep them on your roster. You can make the move pretty quickly to move on to someone else. But this is what becomes the Evan Ingram problem. You draft him in the 7th round. It's like, okay, here's a guy with top 3 upside at the position. And then he sucks. But you're like, well, I spent a 7th round pick on him. I got to keep playing him. It's tight end. Who else am I going to pick up? I think that there is something. I mean, it's unquantifiable, obviously, but that's how the mentality of fantasy players work. That if I try to trade for a guy after 3 weeks, if it was a top 3 round pick, it becomes abundantly clear this guy is no good. The guy that drafted him in the first place still wants close to full value, because you feel like such a taking a guy in the 3rd round that's no good, and someone's offering you pennies on the dollar, but that's pennies more than he's probably worth. You still don't do it. It just becomes one of these psychological things that maybe it's just me, and these are traps that I fall into, but that's why I don't like the 7th round tight end type of guy.
I mean, you're talking about basic human psychology, right? Once you invest in something, to you, it's worth at least that. even if you're just the idiot that paid that price, right? So tight end after those top three guys, and we can argue about Pitts and Hawkinson and Andrews, but after those top three guys, it's definitely a crapshoot on a weekly basis. We see this every year. Every year we have the same conversation. This is the year where the tight end is so deep. It's deeper than it's ever been. 2-3 weeks into the season, I don't want to play any tight end. Like that's what it comes down to. So give me the cheap guys late, and I think Higbee's got some of the most upside there. So I'm absolutely in on Higbee.
All right, let's go up the coast. We're going to Seattle. Maybe they'll let Russ cook for the entire season. Who knows? Because that was just glorious fantasy-wise for the first 7 weeks last year. Their over-under is 9.5. Minus 125 to make the playoffs, plus 275 to win this division, 12-1 to win the conference, 25-1 to win the Super Bowls. Looking at Russ Danger, it does look like he is going to be back. He has plenty of weapons. That's all great news. And right now he is being drafted as quarterback number 6 off the board, number 47 overall. So Dak, Lamar, Russell Wilson, Justin Herbert, and Aaron Rodgers are all clumped into this little mini tier of quarterbacks. So you have Mahomes, Allen, Kyler, then those 5 guys, then everyone else. That's how they're currently being drafted. I still think that's a pretty price to pay a top 50 pick on Russell Wilson.
Yeah, I mean, this comes down to assumption of rational coaching, right? If Russell was going to be that first half of the year guy, and they were going to let him air it out, we could definitely have a conversation. But they tried to protect their defense, which was giving up historical numbers to the opponents, and they did it by leaning on the run game and making Russ go back to 28 pass attempts a game instead of 40, and that really cuts your upside. And we've seen Russ be such a high floor player because his efficiency is off the charts, right? But last year, also with that volume, he had efficiency that was it was not sustainable, throwing 4 or 5 touchdowns a game. And once some of those red zone numbers dropped a little bit, we saw kind of him come back down to earth a little bit. And then once they switched the game plan up, he wasn't the same quarterback. So if you're going to draft Russell Wilson that high, you really have to believe that Pete Carroll's lying and that they're going to go back to that first 7-8 games of the season. And throughout Pete Carroll's career, he's never really done that. I do really like Seattle to make the playoffs at minus 125. They've only ever not made it once in Russell Wilson's career, and they still went 9-7 that year and finished 7th in the NFC. And of course, now 7 teams make the playoffs. So they played a tough conference. They do get the Texans and Jaguars and Bengals on the schedule as well, 3 of the worst teams in the NFL. So I think that there's definitely going to be some up weeks for this offense, but I'm not buying in Russell at that price tag.
Well, the biggest thing, too, is I guess you can play this one of 2 ways, because the Rams projected to have a pretty good offense and defense. Don't really know about the Cardinals' defense. Maybe it's average, but the offense projects to be pretty good. And then if everyone isn't just hurt starting week 1 for the Niners, their offense and defense could be really good. So you might see a situation where Seattle's defense, not the best even now, that they just give up a ton of points and they can't stop that bleeding, and it forces Wilson to pass. Or even in those situations, do we not trust Pete Carroll and the staff to just let him? I haven't projected it, less than 550 pass attempts when I did the median projections. That's not great, and that he still scores a ton of points because of his legs. But I feel like it's even overshooting what he's going to do on the ground over 17 games. Is he really going to rush for 600 yards? Probably not.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the Russell really picks his spots, right? And in bigger games, he's willing to use his legs a little bit more, but he definitely is really looking to throw. It's not a knock on Russell's talent. And, to your point, the defense still stinks. They're not good. They got a lot better with Carlos Dunlap, which just tells you how bad they are, because that's an average player and he shouldn't make that much of a difference. But the question is, do they try to stop the bleeding by just going so slow, which has been an issue for that offense forever, their pace of play? Do they just try to really lean on the run game and keep their defense off the field? Or do they say, that's cool, you can score 30, we can score 35 with, Russell, Metcalf, and Lockett. It might be week dependent. You know what I mean? Some games they're not going to have a choice. They're going to go down 14-0 and they're going to have to air it out. But I just think Carroll's got a history of doing this, so Schottenheimer, that I'm a little bit worried about buying in on uber efficiency and low volume.
Yeah, it's even funny to look at the rushing yards for Russell Wilson. As the season went along, he ran at least attempts wise a little bit more, but you get these weird fluctuations like 29 rushing yards, 9, 52, -1, 45, 12. Like, it's going to come. It's just going to be wildly inconsistent. Like you said, it's not like having Lamar Jackson back there and be like, oh, just pencil him for like 10 for 85 every single game. Maybe sometimes he'll score more than that, and that will be fantastic. Sometimes he'll rush for a touchdown. The biggest thing that I found with his rushing, like, it'd be one thing if he was inconsistent with the attempts and the yardage, but he only scored 2 rushing touchdowns last year. So despite the fact that he runs a ton, he rarely calls his own name near the goal line. And I think that's what keeps him out of that very upper echelon tier. Now, maybe my projections are a bit low at 550 passing attempts, because if you bump him up to like 600 or 615 with the efficiency that he has, then all of a sudden he's back in the running to be number 1 overall fantasy quarterback. I just don't see it happening.
Yeah, I mean that if you're all in that Russell Wilson is going to have the volume, draft him there. If you have any concerns, and you and I both have concerns, I think you let someone else take that gamble.
In the backfield, Chris Carson returns once again as the guy that no one wants to draft. Doesn't even seem like Seattle wants him, but he continues that every time that he's healthy to be like a very good running back 2 on your fantasy team. And like, it's funny because he's always overpriced on DraftKings, it seems, until he's like hurt for like 3 weeks, then like doesn't play, and then all of a sudden you catch him at like 4,700. It's like, oh, Chris Carson time, let's go. But whenever he's healthy, he's good, straight up. But Rashad Penny is back this year. DJ Wiki Dallas got some run a year ago. Alex Collins is still on this roster. He's being drafted as running back number 20 right now. And I think that's sort of the issue. Like, I think he could finish as running back number 20. That's fine. I don't know if I want to spend pick number 35 on Chris Carson is the problem.
Well, I guess the issue, too, is you run out of running backs real quick when you do those drafts, right? And he's kind of got that workhorse upside. They will give him 3 to 4 targets a game. He is the goal line back. DJ Dallas and Alex Collins are, other than, give you the ability to do an amazing DJ thing, are not really NFL players I worry about at all. And Rashad Penny, we're going into year 4 now. I just don't care. Carson's whole thing is health, because when he's healthy, he's also a great weekly DraftKings play, right? A guy that gets you the 16 to 24 points. So I actually think that RB20 is a really good price tag for him. And end of round 3, early round 4 is a price that I'm willing to pay on Chris Carson.
Doesn't that seem like, we talked about the dead range of tight ends, like round 6 through 10, where like the quote unquote safe 3rd tier tight end is like, it just doesn't pay off. It does feel like end of round 3 through like round 7 at running back, like maybe you'll find a gem in there, but more than likely there's a reason that these guys aren't considered upper echelon to begin with, and you're better off just waiting to like round 10 and taking guys on the back end of perceived split situations who actually just win the job, backups, guys who might be starters in week 4, rather than taking like this type of player. Like, this is the David Johnson range from last year.
Yeah, I wasn't in on David Johnson. I think Carson's probably one of the last running backs that I have real interest in, but typically I try to leave. I don't want to have the heart and soul of my running back roster be constructed in the 3rd through 7th. I'm more than happy to get 1 to 2 real studs early on, load up on wide receivers and tight ends, and come back for what's ever left over at running back and let everyone else deal with those headaches.
All right. Penny, running back number 59. Is that worth a late round flyer just to see if he's healthy this season? Then all of a sudden, maybe he can chip away when Carson inevitably goes down.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're talking about a guy that's not going to play much unless Carson gets hurt, right? So
that's why you would be drafting him, though. Like we talked about Henderson a little bit
earlier. He's legit just a handcuff. Yeah, that's what he is.
Who do you think would be a better handcuff, though, Henderson or Penny?
Henderson. Okay. I think that the Seahawks would still mix in some of those other guys.
Why? If we go,
I think Henderson would be a bell cow.
Yeah.
Sorry.
If we go to wide receiver, obviously you have Metcalf, you have Lockett. Where does Lockett rank? Obviously, like I said, the DK Metcalf is going to be like a top 5 wide receiver when it comes down to drafting. Deserves to be there. Where do you put Lockett? Do we look at his inconsistency last year as something of an aberration? Does he work himself back into a top 15 guy? Because that's where he was when Russ was throwing all the time. So I guess if you were to pair one with Russ and try to make it feasible for yourself, it would probably be Lockett just based on ADP instead of having to spend all that draft capital on DK Metcalf as like a late 1st round, early 2nd round pick, right?
Yeah, the hardest part with Lockett is that like inconsistency is his issue because volume is the Seahawks offense issue, right? So like when when he sees 8 or more targets, he's like a top 5 wide receiver fantasy performances in the NFL, but like it's so sporadic when he actually gets those opportunities, which is why he started last year so hot because they were throwing so many pass attempts. So um, that's my biggest issue with Lockett is that there's so many like 8, 10, 12, 47, then 8, 10, 4. You know what I mean? Like that tends to be my biggest concern with Tyler Lockett is the consistency on a week-to-week basis in redraft.
So when we look at where he's going ADP wise, wide receiver number 17, pick number 54, that's one receiver ahead of CeeDee Lamb, ahead of Robert Woods and Kenny Golladay and Cooper Kupp. That's sort of the range, and just behind like Allen Robinson, Mike Evans, Julio Jones, Amari Cooper. So is he coasting on these big gains when people just go back and look at his stats last season? It's like, oh, really good season for Tyler Lockett. But it was really like 4 really good weeks, which you can probably bank on. But that's not the type of guy you want.
He's probably going to win you 4 games.
Yeah.
He's probably going to win you 4 games throughout the course of the season. He might also lose you 4 games. I don't know. When you name those guys, like I would rather have Robert Woods. I'd rather have CeeDee Lamb. I'd rather have Allen Robinson. I'd rather have Mike Evans. I'd rather have Julio Jones. It's tough for me to say that he's the right guy there without having any faith in the volume of this offense.
Dwayne Eskridge comes in. Do we expect him to have much of a role here?
No. I understand they spent some draft capital on him, but to me, it's going to mostly be Lockett and Metcalf, some targets to Carson. You'll get a little bit of Gerald Everett in there mixed in with the Will Disleys and everybody else's. But I just if we're saying that Russ is going to throw 550 times in the year, there's not much upside for Eskridge.
Well, here's what I have for Eskridge right now: 12% target share or market share of the targets. That would translate with the Russell projections into 40 receptions for 590 yards over 17 games. So worthless.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's going to end up a little bit lower than that.
Okay.
But I mean, listen, if he has 600 yards and 4 touchdowns, he's going to have a couple startable weeks.
Is there a path or a scenario where Lockett or Metcalf goes down? Would Eskridge be the guy you think that takes that role, and then he sees a huge bump up?
Yeah, especially with Moore leaving, right? That was a big guy that Seattle used. So if one of those guys goes down, he could definitely be in play because now you're talking about as a top 2 receiver for Wilson, assuming that he makes that transition to the NFL, right? Because he's an older prospect out of.
That's the thing. Like, it could be Freddie Swaim on this team, who we've actually seen not necessarily be useful fantasy-wise, but who's at least ingrained into this offense, knows the offense. And it's very clear that Russell Wilson doesn't mind throwing to him.
Right. Like, you're almost making a bit of an assumption saying that he will be the wide receiver 3 as, an older prospect from Western Michigan. We've seen that kind of guy flame out a lot too. So I think they overdrafted him. I know a lot of analytical people think they overdrafted him too. So he's just one of those guys where, sometimes I let people just be other people's headaches, and I'm not going to end up with much Eskridge at all this year.
Is Gerald Everett now on the team worth anything fantasy-wise, or does Will Disley still being there it's a snake eating its own tail? Like, you're never going to know which weeks to start Everett and which weeks not to start Everett? Or is Everett good enough that this is why they brought him in? He is a viable part of this passing game.
Yeah, I mean, Everett was a good prospect coming out of college. He's a good athlete. He's got a lot of run after catch ability. We've seen him have some big games for the Rams, right? Higbee is definitely better than Disley. The Seahawks do have a history of really splitting those tight end snaps and looking at 40%. But if he can get to 60 or 65%, he could be one of those guys that you almost draft Everett and maybe Higbee is the last 2 tight ends, right? And just say, well, let's see if one of these 2 works out. And if neither one of them works out, I'm going to look at the waiver wire in week 3.
San Francisco, probably one of the most difficult teams to cap from a fantasy perspective this year. 10.5 wins, minus 177 to make the playoffs, 2-1 to win the division, 6.5 to 1 to win the conference, 14 to 1 to win the Super Bowl. They are expected to be good. They were bad last year, mainly due to health reasons, but it all starts at the top. You have Trey Lance, who they just drafted. They are returning Jimmy Garoppolo. How long until Trey Lance starts for this team?
Not long. I mean, it was really interesting. The day after the first round, they asked Todd McShay and they asked Daniel Jeremiah, other than Zach Wilson and Trevor Lawrence, which quarterback do you think is most likely to start week 1? And they both said Trey Lance. Now, I know that Jimmy G is the presumed starter right now, but if there's a preseason this year, Lance is clearly the more dynamic player. Shanahan has a history of a rookie quarterback in Robert Griffin with that athletic upside that he was able to kind of groom. And, that rushing ability is a huge aspect to that offense. They've got so many playmakers in George Kittle and Deebo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk who are just dynamic after the run after the catch that I think Lance could end up starting real early. We also haven't seen a top 5 quarterback not start that season, I think in forever. So I think it's just a matter of time before Lance starts. And once Lance starts, he could be one of those sneaky late round quarterbacks because of his athletic upside with all those weapons where he could become extremely fantasy viable.
Do we think that the skill position players in this offense are better if Lance or Jimmy G is starting?
I think Jimmy G is just a dude. I think Lance has a lot more upside. But at the same time, they might try to protect Lance more, and he might run more. And the passing volume has always been an issue in this offense in general, right? Like it blew my mind when I was looking the other day and realized that George Kittle had never scored more than 5 touchdowns in a season. Ayuk and Samuel are obviously they're 2 incredibly dynamic players, but the question is, what's the pass volume? What's the pace of play of this offense? Does the defense, get healthy with Nick Bosa back? And, are they going to become a more run-oriented team? And then is it Mostert? Is it Sermon? Does Wayne Goldman take the goal line opportunities, right? Like you said, this is one of the more difficult teams to cap because there's so much uncertainty. The play volume's not great. The defense is really good. And it's probably going to be a weekly headache in terms of the game script, but there's just so much talent on this team.
Trey Lance is currently being drafted as quarterback number 24 off the board. Basically, Jimmy G is not going, so either they think that Trey Lance is going to start, or even if Jimmy G does start, it's not going to be for long, then Trey Lance will eventually be the quarterback. What sort of upside do you think that he has? Let's say he starts from week 1. He's being drafted just after Derek Carr and just ahead of Taysom Hill at the moment. Like, with his rushing ability, he could be a top 10 quarterback, couldn't he? Or will they just not run enough plays?
No, I think Jalen Hurts is kind of what you would say his ceiling was in his rookie year. So a top 10 quarterback, that rushing upside. Again, anytime you have that kind of rushing upside, rushing volume, you could see a top 10 quarterback season. So I think that's definitely within the range of outcomes if he plays all 17 games.
Running backs. Now this is tough, especially if Lance is starting. Maybe he galvanizes some of the rushing attempts to himself, some of the goal line work, because that leaves us with Mostert, Trey Sherman. Juszczyk is going to end up getting 4 touchdowns somehow and just take it away from the other ones. Jeff Wilson will eventually come back from injury, and Lord knows that he'll end up scoring 8 touchdowns this year somehow. You mentioned Gallman. JaMycal Hasty is still on this roster. Obviously you can draft these guys. Which one do you want to draft for the price? Like, you just say, you know what, give me the cheapest one, and hopefully that works out.
Yeah, I've seen that Sermon has passed Mostert in a lot of different formats, and I can't get on board with that. 2 years ago, Mostert was the number 1 player in yards per touch in all of football. He's got that dynamic ability, and people are going to point to Sermon doing so well in that zone scheme in college, but we've seen Mostert be extremely efficient on 8 to 10 touches. So with this being a split backfield, give me the most efficient player at a little bit of a cheaper price tag. I think as long as Mostert stays healthy, and obviously he's already battling a slight knee ailment, but that's not considered to be anything serious, I think he's going to end up leading the team in fantasy points.
Well, and maybe in your Galaxy Brain leagues that Sermon's going ahead of Mostert. In regular leagues with regular people, why don't you get out with the people a little bit more, Elliot? Mostert's going as running back number 25. Sermon's going at number 50.
Okay, well, in the Galaxy Brain leagues, I see that people are Galaxy Braining it. At 25 running back discount, I'd probably rather Sermon.
Yeah, I think but I think that kind of goes to the point of who is going to be the cheap guy in this offense, in this backfield. Like, investing a lot of draft capital into a guy with a real fuzzy position where, yeah, maybe he'll get 8 carries today. Maybe he'll get 17. Who knows? For a high-end price, not great. Like, he'd be essentially like a 5th, swing fourth, swing fifth round pick now for Mostert. And he could pay that off for sure, but the week-to-week consistency won't be there. Spending a 10th round pick on Sermon, or even going down the board a little bit if Jeff Wilson can work himself back into it, and one of these guys gets hurt, a lot like what happened last year, then all of a sudden that Wilson is thrust in, he's a last round pick. You're not forced to play these guys, but if they find themselves into a position where they play themselves into the starter where you can trust them, well, you were never having to rely on them anyway. It just makes your team stronger overall, rather than spending the extra draft capital, and then all of a sudden you have to have these guys be good for your fantasy team, and they're just not, so your fantasy team sucks. So that would be the wait on the ADPs and see how this shakes out. You could be right, though. As we go a month from now and reports come out of camp, Sermon could pass Mostert in terms of the ADP. That's just not what I've been seeing so far. At receiver, I mean, we kind of talked about it. Is it a Jimmy G team? Is it a Lance team? How does that affect everyone? Like, Ayuk really came on towards the end of last year. We all kind of like Deebo Samuel, and last year was an injury-plagued season for him. So I'm not really concerned with Richie James or Jalen Yaherd or Trent Sherfield. It's those two guys that I'm concerned about. My biggest problem is that they're not even number one receiving options on their own team.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those amazing NFL teams and fantasy nightmares, right? And good Lord, when you have to write this team up for showdown, is it a nightmare every time? But I don't know. And I think that's honestly the most honest answer I can give. Like, I think Deebo Samuel outperformed Brandon Ayuk on yards per route run last year. He's probably the best player after the catch in the NFL the last couple of years. They really try to get him the ball around the line of scrimmage, which probably helps with Lance if they try to protect him a little bit more. But like you said, like, this team's going to have games where they only throw the ball 22 times, and they have 3 mouths to feed, all guys who kind of have that alpha type personality, and you're paying, obviously premium draft capital for Kittle and Ayuk's. I would probably rather Samuel as the cheapest option, but all 3 of these guys for me are kind of like, when I'm going in a draft, are they falling a little bit below where they're supposed to go? That's probably where I want to take them. That's kind of where I want to get my exposure to these guys, because there's so much unknown with all 3 of these.
Ayuk's going approximately 25 picks ahead of Samuel right now. I think that just leans you towards Samuel.
Right. 100% agree.
Like, Deontay Johnson, Chase Claypool, Brendan Ayuk, T. Higgins, Odell Beckham is how that is going in the mid-20s. Then you have Brendan Cooks, Robbie Anderson, Deebo Samuel, Will Fuller, Hollywood Brown. That's what you're looking at in the mid-30s with wide receivers coming off the board. I just feel more comfortable with Samuel there. And I don't even know, like, he just feels like someone I'll use on DraftKings rather than have on my season-long team. Like, I think the only receiving option that I want is going to be George Kittle, obviously. But if they only pass 22 times a game, at least I feel comfortable that Kittle's going to get like 8 to 10 targets of those 22 pass attempts.
Yeah, when Kittle leaves the field because he's hurt, man, he's a warrior, right? Like, he broke his foot and tried to keep playing last year, and the doctors were like, "You're going to be out 8 weeks." He's like, "I'll see you in 2." That dude is a monster. I would take him after Waller. Obviously, Kelsey is tight end 1. But I definitely think getting one of those top 3 tight ends can play a major advantage in drafts, because you have a tight end that you can rely on and can put up wide receiver 1 type numbers, while your opponent is probably picking between Gerald Everett and Tyler Higbee.
I think that the actual draft capital and the value of tight end is, you would really take Waller. You would take Waller ahead of George Kittle?
I would take Waller ahead of George Kittle, because I feel like he's a guy that's, we're going to lead the tight ends outside of Travis Kelce's kind of like his own person, but we saw last year, right? He was at the top in target share, air yards. I think the way they brought in Henry Ruggs to kind of take the top off of the defense and give Darren Waller that those underneath routes was huge for him, because he's so dynamic after the catch. He's such an elite athlete. I just think that the Raiders' play volume will be higher too. Their defense is worse. They're going to have to throw the ball more. I would take Waller over Kittle.
It's funny. I'm looking at the projections right now, the median projections for the year that I ran. I didn't even notice this. Darren Waller is projected for 30 more fantasy points than George Kittle.
I mean, I like your projections and I like my opinion, so that makes sense.
And I'm just trying to see what the discount is between the two. Obviously, Kittle is going ahead of him in fantasy drafts. Kittle is going at pick number 22, and Waller is going at pick number 26. All right, they're both going in the end of the second round, beginning of the third round is where you're getting them, whereas Kelsey is going at the back end of the first round. What do you think is the better value there? Is it Waller at the very end of the second, beginning of the third, or is it Kelsey at the end of the first?
This is a cop-out answer, but yes. Like, if my answer is basically like it's always Travis Kelsey for me at the end of the first round. I think he's a cheat code. But if I don't get Kelsey, I'm very much looking at Kittle and Waller on the comeback.
If you were playing 0 RB this year, or even if you want to take a second round running back and kind of punt wide receiver off, could you ever envision a scenario where you took both Kelsey and Waller, and that way you box everyone out of tight end? And the theory behind it being that you have the best tight end by far, so you're going to outscore everyone there every week anyway. And then you make the position even thinner by taking 2 of the only good 3 tight ends?
Yeah, the question is, like, are you hurting yourself more than you're hurting your league in terms of upside? Because you're only going to play one opponent, right? So not everyone else is going to be hurt as much that week.
So theoretically, what you could do is draft Kelsey, Cam Akers, Darren Waller, let's say, with your first 3 picks. Would you hate that team?
No, I would not hate that team.
Because
that's the thing about Kelsey and Waller. They both have opportunities to be top 10 scoring wide receivers, right? I mean, Kelsey was there in the running for leading the league in receiving yards last year. He's just such a cheat code.
Because at that point, you could still build, like, if with Cam Akers as a solid number 1, although he's not being drafted that way, you could still have basically your pick between Mike Evans, Allen Robinson, and Terry McLaurin as your wide receiver 1. Then you could draft, you could probably draft Kenny Golladay, Tyler Lockett, who we've talked about, CeeDee Lamb, DJ Moore, like that realm, and Cooper Kupp, that realm of receiver as your wide receiver 2, if that's how you wanted to play it out. Or you could take, your Mosterts of the world. I probably wouldn't want to do that. And then you could even look, DJ Chark, your boy David Johnson going at pick number 77. Like, there's a way that you can piece that together where it doesn't kill you. And I guess it depends on who you're drafting with. Like, if it's a super sharp league, it's a theory that I always wanted to try out. And I tried to do it last year with Kelsey and Kittle. It just never really worked out that way, that I could get them all on the same team, because Kelsey started going too high that you couldn't snag them as a back-to-back in 2 and 3 after getting a running back in round 1. But I'd just be very curious if that strategy was viable or not.
I definitely think it is viable. I think your point about depends on your league and your league mates and how sharp they are and everything. That makes a ton of sense. And it helps that wide receiver is the deepest position, right? Because now we've moved from the 2 receiver sets to the 3 receiver sets to the 4 receiver sets, that the ball gets spread out so much and there's so much passing volume that there's so many fantasy viable receivers every week, right? So you can definitely load up. I mean, Terry McLaurin is going to be a beast. Allen Robinson is going to be a beast. DJ Moore is one of my favorite players if they stop missing him in the end zone every single week, right? Like, I think that the more you lay it out, especially in a lot of these redraft leagues, you can get an advantage and really just load up on wide receivers. I think if you're going to do that, I'm going to do it as 2 tight ends and a running back, not 2 tight ends and a receiver.
All right, that will do it on the Pat Mayo Experience. I want to thank Elliot Chris from FTN Fantasy, FTN Daily, and FTNBets.com for joining me on the line. Once again, if you go to any of those sites, especially FTNBets.com, and use code Mayo, you get yourself a discount over there right now. And also check out the AFC East preview, the NFC East preview. We're going to have more and more previews, in fact, one for every division. Shockingly enough. So smash the like button of the episode. Once again, sub to Mayo Media Network. And in the comment section, please, you tell me who the highest scoring wide receiver is going to be in the NFC West this season. Thank you all for watching. I'm Pat Mayo. I'll see you next time.
Mayo Experience. Experience.
What is going on, people? It's the Dream Stream. It is the early bird special, I think. What do we call this one? I don't know. It's me. It's LaMarca. It's Saturday. I mean, what gets better than this? It's the weekend duo here that you guys all love. Rams at Texans. Texans kind of frisky here as we sim through the 2021 season. We'll get to those interesting stats here in a second. LaMarca, how's your Saturday going?
Going slow so far. But, Mets have a 3-0 lead, so I got that going for me.
That's all that matters, right?
It really is, as sad as that sounds.
Do you get a lineup, Finn, for this one?
Nope.
Harsh, bro. Harsh, bro. Well, I did, and I'm going to share my lineup with you all.
You do that.
Deshaun Watson, captain spot. Had to do it. Come on. Easy
Yeah,
call.
I mean, Jordan dropped in our chat here, producer Jordan.
Yes.
Watson averaging 28 fantasy points per game this season.
Yeah, paying off the tease right here, LaMarca.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's cool.
Oh, I thought I gave you enough time to sell it, but
it's okay. Watson in the captain spot. Then we got the Rams DST, which honestly probably shouldn't have done that, knowing that the Texans offense has been doing what they've been doing, but Rams DST can make moves, right? We know they have players that do things. Aaron Donald, beast mode. You got Jalen Ramsey, beast mode. Those guys are awesome. Brandon Cooks, Daniel Fells. Wait, which of the Fells? Is this David Fells or Daniel Fells?
Darren.
Which of the Fells brothers is this? Darren Fells?
This would be Darren Fells.
Okay,
I don't know if there's another one.
No, there is. They're brothers. We've looked this up before. There's Fells brothers in the NFL. It's a fact.
Well, this is the one that actually plays
for the Texans.
Yes, and his name is Darren. There's
Fells.
also Daniel. He's retired now, I'm pretty sure.
There we go. Will Fuller and my man Reynolds on the Rams, who he factors into these sims, man. At 7,600, I think he's an absolute bargain. I thought about putting him in the captain spot. So we'll see how it goes. I came up pretty high in the last round, so I'm feeling kind of confident on this Saturday. We got Daniel, Tate, and Jordan on the team with us tonight. So if you have any complaints, you send that their way.
They're like, yo, no complaints.
LaMarca, I feel like we're watching a sim that could be both a sim that includes the Super Bowl champion next year, as well as the team that could be picking number 1 in the NFL draft.
Wow.
Yeah.
The Super Bowl champion.
I could see the Rams winning the Super Bowl next year.
I mean, I guess I could see it, but certainly they are a little bit further down the list than some other teams I would have.
Certainly. I think that there's a few teams you'd put above them, but there's no question in my mind on both sides of the ball. I feel good about this team heading into next season. I know that they play in a really tough division, but I mean, you get them in the playoffs, I think they could beat anyone in that conference. I think Stafford is going to be great next year. I really do.
So Jordan says the best brothers tandem in the NFL is Blake and Reed Ferguson, both long snappers.
Love that.
I mean, let's take it past football. Just what's the best brother tandem in sports?
Ooh. I mean, the Curry brothers.
That was
right
who
now
came to my mind first.
In the NBA.
The Currys.
Definitely.
There were like 17
the Seegers,
right?
The Seegers in baseball, right?
The Seegers, are they brothers?
Yeah, I think so. Let me think about this one. I like this question. I know the Griffins were doing their thing in basketball for a while. The Uptons were doing their thing in baseball for a while.
Taylor Griffin never made it to the pros.
Oh, he didn't? I thought he was a scrub here and there in the pros.
I mean, maybe he got a cup of coffee here and there.
I'm pretty sure him and Blake were on the same squad at one point.
All right, I'm going to have to pull up Taylor Griffin's career. Talk about you never know where these Sims are going to go. He played in
one season on the Suns.
8 career
games. There we go. Okay, I'm just trying to think about brothers. It's tough. I mean, the Bennetts in football were great.
Ruben has the answer, though. It's the Watt brothers.
Yep. That's the one. Haven't you guys seen the Subway commercials? Come on.
Jordan says the Paul brothers, Cliff and Chris.
Yep. Saving people money on car insurance and life insurance. Sell you an auto policy and get you 10 assists.
Also, Slim out there wants a happy birthday shout out. So, happy birthday, Slim.
What up, Slim? Slim Bala.
Happy
birthday, dog.
Tate with another good one. Might even be better than the Watts. I don't know how we didn't think about this already. But the Mannings.
Yeah, it's just they're both retired. So at first, I was trying to think of current guys at first. I didn't want to say the Mannings. It felt obvious. Like you could say the Barbers, too. McCourty twins is good.
Ernest says if we want to just expand this out to siblings, we have to put the Williams sisters in there.
Yep, no doubt. Dominated the tennis scene. No question about it. The Nolas in the MLB. The Long brothers.
Austin Nola. He's not a bad catcher.
Yep, the Long brothers is a good one. Good call. Chris and Kyle. It's got to be the Barbers at 2, says Micavelli.
Yeah, the Barbers are not bad.
751.
The Barbers
Rondé Barber. Rondé Barber Hall of Famer?
He is in the Hall.
Yeah, and then Tiki had a really good career. Not Hall of Fame level, but really good. Probably could make a case for him.
He could have made a fortune doing media after.
Yeah, it didn't work out for him. I mean, I know he's doing a national radio show right now, and I think he does some stuff for CBS here and there, but for whatever reason.
The problem is he was very critical of Eli.
Right?
The year that they went to the Super Bowl, and all of New York just decided, oh, we hate you now.
But they tried him out on the Today Show, and it didn't work.
Okay.
He just wasn't great on TV. I've heard some things about Tiki Barber kind of being a jerk.
I can buy that.
Like
having never met the man or really know anything about him, that jives with me.
Yeah. I've heard he's not that fun to hang out with.
Oh, Jordan says the Sedin brothers. That's a pretty good one.
I just hate them.
I mean, I know who they are as hockey players, so that goes to tell.
It's one of those things, though. Like as Bruin fans, as a Bruin fan, I shouldn't hate them, but because we had such a contentious 7-game series with those Canucks teams, that Canuck team, I should say, it's like ingrained in my brain to hate the Sedin twins.
Okay, that's fair. That's rational.
Brother Phil telling me to take a look at their offensive line depth chart for the Rams. That will dictate a lot of their season. It was an aging trio of Whitworth, Saffold, and Sullivan.
I think Whitworth was really good until he got hurt.
He was an All-Pro, I believe. All-Pro or Pro Bowl caliber guy last year.
You know, he did suffer that injury at the end of the season, but when he was healthy, he was as good as ever.
Yeah. I just think that talent's going to carry the day there in LA. I do.
Alex Wilson says the Bryan brothers in tennis, which I am familiar with.
Are those the dudes that play doubles together?
Yeah,
and I
just don't care about doubles tennis players.
Tennis in general?
No, I dig on singles.
Were you watching that classic at the French Open yesterday.
I did watch it.
Classic on clay.
My thing is, like, if either of those brothers were that good, wouldn't they have had more success as singles players?
Yeah, well, maybe they just needed each other to be whole, you know?
Like the
Dennis S. throwing out some good brother combos in the NHL. The Stalls,
that's like
the
those two
Sutters.
offensive linemen in The Replacements.
They needed to be together. David Gorgie saying Stafford throws 7 interceptions in the first 4 games and gets benched with the Rams start 0-4. Meanwhile, the Lions get overlooked. They play a ball control offense, catch some breaks, and start 4-1. Smiles and says, I can that. Maybe he meant to say, like, I can dig it or something
He
like
says,
that.
I can
I can see that. There you go. He adds it in. I can't. Here's the thing. I could see the Rams doing that, right? Because any situation can bust. I think that it's more likely that the Rams bust than the Lions going 4-1.
Yeah.
I think the Lions are going to be awful. But I think the Rams are going to be great. But if we're trying to say which of those two scenarios is more likely to happen, yeah, it's the Rams not figuring it out, because we've seen this over and over again in the history of sports where a team picks up a big dude in the offseason and it just doesn't work right. So I don't think he gets benched, though. Too much equity sunk into the staff.
There's zero chance.
Yeah, he's not getting benched. He could throw 12 picks through the first 4 games. He's not getting benched.
Well, I mean, 12 might be pushing it.
Fells with the first down catch. 1st and 10 for the Texans. 0-0 game here in the first quarter. We'll keep you updated on those contests as well. David Johnson with the big run. Down to the 31.
David Georgie says it's just a gut feeling I have. Tate
gut feel, baby.
Is just livid. Apparently Tate is a big Rams fan. Didn't know that any of those existed, but we have one in ops.
I thought Tate was a Bears fan. Am I thinking of someone else?
Who knows with Tate?
Yeah, he says he is a Bears fan. There you go. I knew it.
Oh, well, he just likes the Rams.
He just likes the Rams.
Okay. Respect.
Yep, Brother Phil bringing up the Matthews family. I'd say it's probably, I mean, if we're ranking NFL families, they're top 3. Like, it's the Mannings,
right?
It's the Matthews, and it's probably the Longs, right? Howie Long, Chris Long, Kyle Long. Barber's way up there, as we mentioned.
I still like the Watts.
The Watts are great, absolutely. I think you could have made a strong case for T.J. Watt to win NFL Defensive Player of the Year last year.
Completely agree.
And I think if the Steelers had finished stronger, he would have won the award. But they just defaulted to Aaron Donald because he's just an absolute monster.
I mean, yeah, he is a stud.
He's so good. Although I will say this, we had Kevin Green on the podcast right before he passed away. Rest in peace. And he was kind of downplaying Aaron Donald a little bit. He was like, he gets exposed sometimes and no one really notices it. But guys like Kevin Green, who made a living playing, in the backfield tackling quarterbacks, he was talking a lot about how Aaron Donald just there's certain things that he doesn't do. You got a touchdown here from Deshaun Watson. There's certain things that Aaron Donald does, like when the ball isn't right in front of him, like away from the play, where if he was actually as good as people say he is, it would be even more noticeable that he's like completely dominant. And it's like, and I almost felt like saying to Kevin, like, it feels like you're really stretching to say that.
Right, you want this guy to do more.
Yeah. He really, really wanted to hammer home the point that T.J. Watt was the best defensive player in the NFL.
Well,
and he was like negging Aaron Donald to do so. It's like both are great, dude. And he played for both organizations, but for whatever reason, he loved TJ Watt. But again, rest in peace, Kevin Green. I don't want to,
he great.
take a
PFF
dump on the
graded
dead.
Donald out as the number 1 rush defender and pass rusher at the interior defender position.
Crazy.
So it's hard to say that there was something that guy didn't do well last year.
And to do that as an interior lineman is incredibly impressive.
Well, yeah, I mean this
And getting
this
double
is
teamed
looking
every
specifically.
game, all game long.
Yeah, the PFF grade splits out the edge defenders from the interior defenders. So
That
he's
also
just
might
getting
be a
compared to his
situation
peers, but
where like the older player just criticizing the current play, like the way it always happens in the NBA, where Charles Barkley's like, Steph Curry ain't that good. If he played when I played, he'd be a scrub. It's like, you know what I mean?
yeah. Mhm.
Like, let's put some respect on their names.
So here's Jordan dropping a CBS did a ranking of the players. Here was their top 5 NFL players. 1, Patrick Mahomes. 2, Aaron Donald. 3, Aaron Rodgers. 4, Tom Brady. 5, Travis Kelce.
It surprised me to hear Travis Kelce in that 5 spot, but I mean, it makes sense, right? Like, he's an absolute monster. He had an incredible season last year. I just figured you hear another quarterback.
It's
in
just
there.
hard to separate him and Mahomes, you know?
Yeah.
Like, yeah, you
Absolutely.
look at Travis Kelce's numbers and you're like, man, this guy is playing tight end better than anybody has ever played tight end for the most
Yeah.
part. But how
I
much
mean-
of that is that he's playing with a generational quarterback? So,
Exactly. And that's what hurts these dudes in Hall of Fame conversations. Like, that's why it takes dudes like that longer than you'd expect to get in. I think Travis Kelce probably will be a first ballot, but I'm talking more like the wide receivers that take forever to get in. It's like, well, he had so-and-so at quarterback. It's like, well, you're really you're going to knock the guy because Kurt Warner was throwing the ball? You know, it's like, let's let Isaac Bruce in sooner. I'm glad he's getting in this year. Josh Reynolds, 2 catches, 31 yards, no touchdowns. No one really doing anything catching the ball here in the first quarter. Only 7-0 in the first quarter here. Going to update you on the contests as we speak. The Madden Stream $250 free contest. We have a 2-way tie for first place. Money Mac 1738 and Rob FTW 2014 in first place. And in the $250 free contest for the early slate, we have a solo leader. It's Dan Davin. He has a full point lead over Skid Row Bums. What a name. So we'll keep you guys updated on those contests as we continue to plug away here on this Saturday. It's me, it's LaMarco. We'll be back together for Madden After Dark. Stay tuned, kids.
So Jordan wants us to keep going. He wants us to see if we can guess who would be the next tier of players.
Ooh, okay.
The first player that came to my mind, and he kind of is the same thing as Kelce, is Devontae Adams. Like, I don't know how much of it is Devontae Adams being so much better than other wide receivers versus he plays with Aaron Rodgers, but Devontae Adams was incredible last year. So he was somebody that came to mind.
What about Josh Allen?
Yeah, I would have Russell Wilson still over Josh Allen, but
Let's
like
worry
if-
about the ranking after. Let's just come up with our 5 here. So you think Wilson's in the mix? You
Yep.
think Devontae Adams is in the mix? What about Christian McCaffrey? I know you're very high on him.
yeah, he only played like a couple games last year though.
Oh, so
I
we're
don't
basing this
know.
ranking off of last year.
I think it's only natural for people to lean on what they saw last year.
Oh, gotcha. Oh, so we're trying to predict who is on this list. I thought we were making our own list. Okay.
No, we're
Gotcha.
trying to we're trying to guess. We're trying
Gotcha. Okay. We're doing a little guessing game here. So Devontae, Russell. I think Josh Allen will be in that 5.
Okay. What about?
I have to imagine an O-lineman will be on there, right?
I was trying to think. Like I don't know if there is a
The
lineman.
Pro Football Focus nerds love O-linemen.
This is CBS Sports, though.
They also are nerds and love him.
I was thinking one of the top cornerbacks, either Jair Alexander or maybe Jalen Ramsey.
Jalen Ramsey, yeah. Okay, we'll throw that in the mix, and then we need one more. Maybe TJ Watt.
TJ Watt, sure.
Bobby Wagner, Tate says, in Seattle.
Interesting.
I mean, they had a bad year on defense. I don't know if that would impact that. Obviously, a really good player. Nick Bosa was hurt a lot of last year, so maybe not. But when healthy, very good. Here we go. Jordan reveals it. Yep, here we go. TJ Watt, Devontae Adams, Russell Wilson, Myles Garrett. Yep, very good player. And Josh Allen. So there we go. 4 for 5. Nice.
So Brother Phil says, sorry, all due respect, but Brady is not a top 5 player in the NFL at this point. A crafty veteran QB for sure, but I guarantee there are more than 4 other players more impactful than Brady in the league. And I really want to agree with you, Brother Phil, like really badly. I want to agree with you. And before the start of last year, I would have agreed with you, but he took essentially the same team that Jameis Winston had last year and won the Super Bowl with them. So I really think he still deserves to be in the consideration right where he is, you know? I actually think the top 4 on this list is pretty solid. I think that would be my exact top 4.
And down the stretch, the dude was absolute money. Like, and I know we're not even talking just postseason. Like last, whatever it was, I don't have the schedule in front of me or the stats, but the last 7-8 weeks of the season, no one was playing the position better than him. Maybe outside of Rodgers and Mahomes. I mean, he was just absolute money. And everything you said, Lamarca, I've said it on here before. Really, the only difference between that Bucs team last year that won the Super Bowl and the year before with Jameis was the quarterback position. So, you know, yes, all those young guys took a step forward on defense, but they needed a CEO in there to put it all together, and he did it. So, I think that if you want to put him lower on the top 10, fine. But I think you got to have him in the top 10. You have to. It's Brady, baby. 7 rings. GOAT. Greatest quarterback of all time. I think I'd be saying the same thing if I was a fan of most other teams. Not AFC East teams, of course. They all.
I am a fan of an AFC East rival, and I can appreciate the greatness of Tom Brady. So,
Jared Kilgore agreeing with our sentiment. Should Kurt Warner not have been considered for the Hall of Fame because he had played with Orlando Pace? The argument for only being good by playing with good players is a trash argument. I agree with you. And also, strong argument to be made that Kurt Warner shouldn't be in the Hall of Fame. I think we've had that conversation
I disagree.
before. I forget who.
I think he's a Hall of Famer.
Strong argument to be made that he's not, though. If you look at his career, half of it really good.
I value
half of
the
it
peaks.
really
I value
bad.
the peaks more than anything else. That's the kind of MVP voter I would be. I want to see that you were an MVP.
Yep, and he was twice.
You were somebody who was consistently in the top 3, top 5 MVP voting. You know, like I am very anti-compilers.
Yep.
So give me the guy with the high peak and maybe not the longevity. I'll take that every day of the week.
Are you a Terrell Davis as a Hall of Famer guy? 4 years, really good, 1998 league MVP, arguably best player in the league that season, and then washed out of the league within the next 2-3 years because of injuries.
I would say probably.
Mm-hmm. And he is in the Hall of Fame. So
Yeah,
I know
mean,
that
like,
that's another guy that
you also
people
got
look
you're
at.
comparing him to his peers, you know, and like for a running back to be washed out of the league after, you know, at age 30 or whatever, it's not that uncommon. So
I agree with you on Davis. I think Kurt Warner could be in the Hall of Fame and should be. I'm just saying there's a case to be made that he isn't a Hall of Fame. I think it's Rossi. Rossi's the anti-Kurt Warner guy. He's also anti-Davis. He is the opposite of you. He's not a peak guy. He wants longevity. He wants you peaking for a long time. And there's lots of dudes that do that. So I can't knock my man too much. That one downed in the end zone for the Rams. Brandon Cooks with that touchdown for Houston. 14 points here midway through the second quarter. Texans offense, man, they're doing things the way that they've been doing them since we've been simming these games through the 2021 season. They're looking good. Rams can't get anything going. The team I said could win the Super Bowl, looking bad. But look, Goff's playing quarterback for them.
Well, they're looking great in those uniforms.
Oh, those are so ugly. I guess you weren't on the Zoom before we got started. I was like, guys, we got to put them in those ugly uniforms. Oh, they're awful, dude.
You're not digging the gray poupon?
Those are awful. Looks like Dijon mustard.
That's what I'm talking about, baby. Pass the gray poupon.
The gray poupon. That high-class brand.
Anna in the chat is really going off against Tom Brady being good. Said Jerry Rice was greater than Tom Brady just by being a wide receiver. I mean, Jerry Rice is the greatest wide receiver ever. I think that some people who are younger than me would push back on that, but
no, I think it's pretty straightforward. Just look at the numbers and the longevity
there are a lot
and
of
the
people
rings.
who say like, "Oh,
Randy Moss."
Better.
Yep, I
when
get
Randy
it.
Moss was trying, he was the best, and maybe
Randy,
that's true.
Randy
but
Moss's
Jerry Rice,
peak. Yep.
Jerry Rice had a tremendous career, but to say that he had the same impact for his career that Tom Brady has had for his is just not true.
Yeah. No, I think Tom Brady is the greatest player in the history of the NFL, and maybe I'm biased in saying that, and I'm sure no one wants to hear the guy from New England say that, but he is. He has more rings than anyone. He continues to win all the time. He plays the most important position in football. He's like 50 years old, still winning Super Bowls. Come on.
Poppy says he's still not over the tuck rule thing. Poppy, that was 20 years ago, my dude.
Look, if you're a Raiders fan, I would still be upset. What does the universe look like if that doesn't go down the way it does?
Tom Brady has 6 Super Bowls instead
Is
of 7.
Drew Bledsoe winning those Super Bowls instead of Tom Brady? Does Tom Brady go to Buffalo?
I hate these games. We're going to say that
you're the
Tom
only
Brady,
sports fan I know that doesn't like the what if game. I love going down these rabbit holes.
Okay, so the what if game is fun, but
that's what we're doing.
This Tom Brady scenario. Oh, Tom Brady, the greatest quarterback who's ever played football. We wouldn't even know who he is if not for Mo Lewis. Come on.
Yeah.
You really think that Tom Brady would have just been a career backup? Nobody would have taken a shot on the guy? It really took an injury for him? It's ridiculous.
I'm pretty sure cream rises to the top. You know, like you get discovered eventually. Reynolds with the grab. Timeout here as they drive to end the second quarter. Under a minute to go. 1st and 10 for the Rams. No, I'm with you. Tom Brady becomes Tom Brady no matter what happens with Drew Bledsoe getting injured. I mean, all the stories are out there about Belichick loved Brady at camp. He was all ready to make the move. Of course, that's easy to say in hindsight. Another grab from Reynolds, I believe. toe dragging, 4 catches here.
If Bill Belichick has shown us anything, it's that he's not afraid to pull the trigger.
Correct.
I mean, if he had his way, Jimmy Garoppolo would be playing quarterback in New England right now.
Yeah.
He would have traded Tom Brady.
He wanted to have that succession plan in place, and Brady was playing too well to make that happen. That's a touchdown for Cooper Kupp. There you go. First touchdown of the game for the Rams. Under a minute to go here. Brady ruined Belichick's plan, right? Like, they clearly drafted Jimmy G thinking that the regression would happen and they'd be able to they'd move on from Tom Brady a year early rather than a year late. And then it was 3 years into Jimmy G being a backup, and they're like, all right, it's going to be time to pay this guy now. And this guy, Brady's still doing his thing. I mean, I can't wait for the tell-all that will come out like 20 years from now. And I know Wickersham wrote that piece that everyone in New England says he's lying, but like he clearly was right when you see Tom Brady leaving the Patriots to go to Tampa Bay, and it just seems like he didn't want to be in New England anymore.
That has the potential to be either like the most entertaining documentary of all time or the most boring.
Right, yeah, yep. It'll
like
be
if they
yep,
do
that's
the
what happened.
Patriots tell all, I do not want Bill Belichick involved with it.
That's a great point. Unless Belichick becomes like super unhinged after coaching, right? Like, what if this is all just because he has the job he has? He feels like he has to be this way. He retires. He just starts, throwing shots out in the media, like Don Shula.
I think
Don Shula used to love taking shots at dude.
When Bill Belichick retires, we will never see him again.
Yeah, he'll just chill on Nantucket.
He'll just
on his
Kaiser
sick
Sose
boat.
us and just he was gone.
Disappear. Jordan asking, what do you think Brady does after retirement? I don't think he does TV. I don't think that's going to happen. He's not that charismatic in that way. Oh, here we go. Big time score here for Oh, wow, he caught him. Wow, I jinxed him. That's on me.
Okay, so I have to bring this up because Chris Adams has spammed it now 17 times, which I guess is setting a bad precedent. If you want me to read your stuff, don't spam it. But he says Brady is a cheater. He's in the same category as all the MLB players who cheated.
Not the case.
First of all, I don't think that's even true. But even if it is, the game that he got accused of cheating in was a game where they scored like 48 points.
They destroyed the Colts
by just running the ball down the Colts' throat.
Yeah.
So,
it's not even worth giving oxygen to.
That's all I got to say about that.
Touchdown. Randall Cobb. Texans offense about to hit their average here already. We're still in the second quarter. 3 points away from hitting their average since we started simming the 2021 season. Yeah, the whole Brady is a cheater thing is just, honestly, it's become a lot more of the minority than it was right around when Deflategate was going on. But it's so far in the past at this point. Like he has outplayed being called a cheater on like a majority level. Like people have almost forgotten about Deflategate on the whole. Like these are the people that are like screaming at the sky still. Like there's very few of these people left. The Brady is a cheater crowd.
If anything, we know who the cheater is in that organization, and
Bill Belichick.
His name rhymes with Will Schmelichek.
It's William. He's the guy looking for the advantage. Brady's just out there playing games. Jordan wants us to move on. Okay, we'll move on. Rams, 1st and 10. Timeout, like we always get at this time, right before the half. 2nd and 1 here for the Rams. don't think they're going to be able to punch one in here before the half. In these putrid, spicy mustard unis.
I'm
A little
digging.
ketchup versus mustard action here, right? We got the mustard red Houston jerseys. Oh, bad drop there. Henderson, 17 seconds to go, 3rd and 1. Because we got to really just drag out this first half as long as possible. It's been the longest final 2 minutes of a half I've ever seen. Brother Phil, I'm curious what you think about Deflategate. You're a person that seems to have very sound.
We're moving on,
opinions
Tom.
football. I'm sorry, I just want to know. He's a smart guy. I want to hear what he has to say. I'm sorry. I respect his opinion.
Well, respect it on your own time.
I'll shoot him a DM later.
Slide in the DMs. It go down in the DM. It go
It
down.
go down. It go down in the DM. It go down. 10 seconds and winding. That's going to probably end the half here unless Houston will use a timeout. Nope, they don't. They shouldn't, and they won't. It's the end of the half. Texans leading 21-7. Look, real life, it's not going to be this way in the regular season. I'm calling it now. The real life Rams will stomp into real life Houston and destroy the real life Texans.
Well,
this
yeah,
season.
little bit different rosters here.
Yep, because Stafford will be at quarterback. Who knows what Watson is going to be doing, where he'll be. It's just going to be a different situation. So we'll take a look at the stats here, then we'll update you guys on the contests after one half of football. Watson, 7 for 11, 187 yards in the air, 2 touchdowns. Goff, 13 for 18, and a tud, 141 yards for him. Take a look at the rushing stats here momentarily. Curious to see where Watson is rushing. He's at 24 yards on 3 carries. Malcolm Brown, 9 for 21. Johnson Jr., that's Duke, 3 for 3. David, 2 for 29. The Johnson brothers. Josh Reynolds, he's in my lineup, 4 for 67. No touchdowns, but I feel like he's going to get a touchdown in the second half. I just got a weird Josh Reynolds sense here. Henderson, 3 for 9. Higbee, 3 for 40. Bobby Trees, 2 for 21. Brandon Cooks with a touchdown on 2 catches. Randall Cobb with a touchdown on 2 catches. And Cooper Kupp, his lone catch for a touchdown. One of the Fells brothers, Darren, 1 catch, 28 yards. In my lineup, not doing much. So those are your stats. We'll take a look at the contests. $250 free contest for this matchup. We have a new leader. It is LaFran Daniel, 84. He's in first place, solo leader, 87.26 points. And Dan Davin is the leader of the $250 free contest for the early slate here. He's got Kyler Murray, Derrick Henry, Joe Mixon, Tyler Boyd, Devontae Adams, MVS, Trey Burton, Aaron Jones, and the Titans DST. So there you go. Titans DST probably really helped them out. I was on that broadcast. They had a nice little scoop and score situation from Harold Landry. I lamented how Harold Landry... You know I love that song. Harold Landry, very disappointing his senior year at Boston College, as I mentioned earlier. So I still don't like him in real life. And I know that's not fair, but it is what it is. Brother Phil saying, well, I do know one thing, growing up in New England and playing a lot of pickup football, games in crazy bad weather that we used to let a little air out of the ball when it was cold. Okay. Not necessarily the answer I was looking for, Brother Phil. So I am gonna move on from this, I promise. No more Deflategate talk. If I talk Deflategate, Lamarca, just rip me to shreds.
It's not my job to do, you know. It's
rip me. Say Freeze Pops, shut the F up.
Ooh.
But don't say the F word. I don't want you to get fired.
Okay.
A catch there for Phils.
We got an interesting sim here, though. 21-7.
Yeah, the Texans are balling, bro. They're just not going to be good in real life. It's just not going to happen. How many wins do you see them getting? I know you don't have the schedule in front of you, and it's not necessarily a fair question, but like, just knowing what you know about the Texans, looking at 2 wins,
4 games is my guess.
4, okay. I think less. I think they're bad, man. I think they're bad, and it's just sort of a dumpster fire. Like I still feel like they're reeling as a franchise from trading DeAndre Hopkins for a running back that isn't good at football anymore. Like that stink is still there. Guys are still resenting the organization for that.
It's really hard to win less than 4 games. You know, like I remember that one year, the Jets, everybody was like, oh, they're going winless. They're not going to win a single game, blah, blah, blah. Everyone just was looking, they were looking to exploit how bad the Jets are going to be. And
like
the Jets made them pay. They had like 5 wins by week 12.
So I'm looking at last season's standings to see how many teams won 4 games or less. Falcons went 4-12. Eagles went 4-11-1. Lions went 5-11, so they don't count. Jags 1-15. Texans 4-12. Jets 2-14. Bengals
Right, so it's just
4.
the Jags and Jets.
So yeah, so 4 feels like the generic like bad team number.
Correct.
Yeah,
That's like the
median bad team. No, true. An extra game where the good teams might be resting.
Who knows? Yeah.
So maybe that's an extra win for these guys. So yeah, man, it's a franchise that I don't excuse me, don't have a lot of respect for how they run their business down there.
I think that might be an understatement.
It's just you constantly hear horrible stories coming out of there.
I mean, when you've
from
got
the front office, from the players, it's just bad.
Basically, like the 3 franchise faces that I think of when I think of the Texans are Andre Johnson, J.J. Watt, and Deshaun Watson, and all 3 of them are like, I hate it here. I like
yes.
leave, get out. It's
Yes.
It's not good.
Right. I mean, they completely wasted Andre Johnson's career. Completely. What year did Andre Johnson retire? Let's see. Andre Johnson is eligible for the Hall of Fame. So he'll be eligible this upcoming vote, I believe, if I read that correctly. So, or maybe this was his first year. Let me just look at his Pro Football Reference page. I think if you play his career on a different franchise, you're looking at a dude that could have been one of the greatest receivers of all time. And I mean, clearly was great in Houston. 7-time Pro Bowler, 2-time All-Pro. He retired in 2016 after the 2016 season. So yeah, he's eligible at this point. I think that's a dude that could get it.
Case.
Yeah. But, like, let's say that guy gets drafted to, I don't know, any other organization. I'd have to look at the draft from that year, which I can do. Let's see. Andre Johnson draft year. I always like to announce my Googles as I do them. 2003. So we'll look at the 2003 NFL draft. Which teams do Andre Johnson go to where he actually becomes a surefire Hall of Fame guy? Touchdown? No. Rams. stopping the Texans' juggernaut offense from punching it in here. Deshaun Watson and company, man, just killing it in Simland of late. Bengals, I would say there's a possibility. Here we go. No. 3rd and goal here for the Texans. Let's see if Watson just runs this thing in himself. I mean, if he gets drafted by the Saints at 6 and then ends up with Drew Brees, I mean, we're looking at a far different career for Andre Johnson. Here we go, 3rd and goal. Hands it off. One of the Johnson brothers, I believe that's David. It is. In for the score. 27-7. Texans lead.
Breaking out the jackhammer celebration.
About to be 28 once they punch this extra point in. Look, it's a shame that Andre Johnson ended up on a horrible team. He was so good at Miami, too. So, Rams, on the other hand, they deserve some criticism, I think, for how they've handled, well, first of all, how they handled leaving St. Louis, but how they've handled their draft picks in the way that they have to just continue to build their team. And look, they've been competitive, but at a certain point, you have to imagine that not picking dudes in the first round for like a decade is going to catch up to them. Like the Rams are gonna be really bad at some point, probably sooner rather than later. The clock is going to strike midnight on the team that doesn't draft people at some point. It's hard to pay everybody.
So this is fun. Jordan says CBS Sports also did an article on every NFL franchise's best team from the Super Bowl era.
Ooh, I like this a lot.
So what do we think the best teams from the Super Bowl era were for the Rams and for the Texans?
The Texans, it was probably...
Well, do the Oilers count as the Texans?
No, I would say the Oilers probably count for the Titans' history.
Right.
Yep.
So the Texans are just the Texans.
Yeah, so I would say the Texans' best team would have been, I might get the year wrong, but
it's one of those patch jobs.
2012 or 2013 when they were wearing those varsity jackets up to the game at Gillette. Remember that story? It was like Arian Foster was in his prime. J.J. Watt was in his prime. I mean, it was just a really good team. Honestly, so 2012 or 2013. What year exactly, Jordan, was it? 2012. Okay. Yep. It was Andre Johnson was still there. He had 112 catches. Arian Foster, Matt Schaub before he became awful. Owen Daniels was good. Jonathan Joseph was great in the secondary. Dwayne Brown was really good. Yeah, that was a good squad for sure.
But of course,
the Texans just squandered it.
It's just sad that their best team is like, oh, they won a wild card game.
Right. J.J. Watt was so good in his prime, man. Oh, my God. Watching that dude play was so much fun. I mean, it's a trash franchise. There's no doubt. And the Rams' best team was obviously 99.
Don't think...
unless it was 01, but I mean, 99 or 01.
They didn't win any Super Bowls with, like, Eric Dickerson?
No.
Okay.
99 is their only franchise.
It's got to be the greatest show on turf.
Show me 1999, Jordan. First and 10 here for the Rams. Drum roll, please. 99. There you go. Very nice. I like this. I like this idea. Good idea from CBS. CBS Sports just providing great content for this sim. What was the Jets? Was it the year they won the Super Bowl, or is there a modern era Jets team that is better than the team that ended up getting that upset win in Super Bowl III?
I would think that if you only have one Super Bowl victory,
that has to be it.
That has to be it.
Okay.
The better question is, what's the best Patriots team?
07. It has to be 07.
So a year that they didn't even win the Super Bowl.
Correct. That if it wasn't 07, it says what year did the Jets win the Super Bowl?
69.
I believe it was 69. Yes,
Yeah.
I was going to say 69 or 70. I think the Patriots is 07. That team was an absolute juggernaut. So, Jordan saying that was the Jets. So, there you go. You nailed that one. I'm curious what the Patriots is as we hit the end of the quarter here, heading into the fourth. 2016 Patriots were considered the best by them. Okay.
They're just not going to pick a non-Super Bowl year. You can't.
Yeah, I know, but if you think objectively, they should.
Yeah.
I'd like to look at that list and see where they rank everybody. Here you go. Deshaun Watson, 9 for 14, 215 yards and 2 touchdowns. He could possibly hit the B word here in the fourth quarter. We'll see. Malcolm Brown still stuck on 9 carries, 21 yards. No one really doing a ton in the rushing game here. One of the Johnson brothers, probably David, I believe, with over 60 yards rushing. Tyler Higbee, 5 for 60. Cooper Kupp, 3 catches with a tud. Randall Cobb, 2 catches with a tud. We have dudes that, if they have a big fourth, maybe a couple big catches, could hit the B word here. Randall Cobb's 2 for 76. So we'll see. Kenny Stills, 1 for 22. Jordan Atkins, 1 for 18. Bobby Trees, 3 for 31. So kind of a stinky game from an individual player stats perspective.
Yeah. It's the Rams are just not holding up their end of the bargain.
So I have pulled up the full list here. Jordan has passed it along. Cardinals was 08. That makes sense. They went to the Super Bowl. Falcons, 98.
Let me guess them if you're gonna.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Okay, so I just ruined 2 of them.
Well, those
Falcons
I think
98.
those were 2 of the easier ones, right?
Yep. That 98 Falcons team, people forget. I know they upset the Vikings in that NFC Championship game, but they were 14-2 that year. That was one of the better NFC Championship game matchups ever. As the Rams bring it within inside the 20 here, going to try and get another touchdown. Okay, here's one for you to guess, my friend. Ravens, pretty obvious.
Yeah, that's the what was it, 2000, the Super Bowl defense.
2000 Ravens, including Super Bowl record, 16-4, one of the best defenses of all time. Buffalo Bills.
I mean, it's one of those Jim Kelly 4 Super Bowl losses in a row teams. I couldn't tell you which one it was in particular.
It is the first of those losses, the 1990 Buffalo Bills. They went 15-4 overall, if you're including playoff record, their first AFC Championship, and obviously lost their first of 4 straight Super Bowl losses, which is incredible. Carolina Panthers.
The Cam team that lost in the Super Bowl.
Yep. Really fun team. I thought they had a real shot to go undefeated, honestly. As we drop a touchdown here for the Rams. They absolutely just busted in the Super Bowl. That Denver team was so good on defense. Cam was rattled. Von Miller was unstoppable.
Yep.
All right. Bears is an easy one.
85.
The 85 Bears. 3rd and 8 here for the Rams. Goff takes the snap, and they get the first down. There you go. It's going to be 1st and goal here coming up for the Rams.
Your guy, Josh Reynolds again.
4 line. Yeah. Josh Reynolds, man. I'm telling you, I'm feeling a Josh Reynolds touchdown at some point. Bengals. This is an interesting one. I mean, I guess it isn't, but I think you could make a case for another Bengals team. 1st and goal here for the Rams.
Well, they had that Super Bowl. Didn't they have that team that got like shellacked in the Super Bowl by the 49ers?
Malcolm Brown with the touchdown. Reynolds 77 yards receiving, so he's getting close to the bonus. Yeah, and that's the team that they have on here.
Again, you make it to a Super Bowl, If that's
Yep.
the furthest you go, it's kind of the team you have to pick.
So actually, no. So the 88 Bengals, it was actually a close Super Bowl game. It was 16-13 before Joe Montana fired the game-winning touchdown pass to John Taylor with 34 seconds to go. But they did lose to the Niners in that late 80s Super Bowl. Esiason was MVP that season. The 88 Bengals, I think you could make a case for that. I think it was the 05 Bengals. I wish they put the honorable mention, like who they would put in second and third for each of these. I think it was that 05 Bengals team was really, really good, because I'm kind of giving a nod to like the modern era, right? Like that. I think that 05 Bengals team probably beats the 88 team. Carson Palmer in his prime, Ocho Cinco and that crazy receiving core. Their defense was really good. So
They lost in
that's
the
my
wild card
vote
that
there.
year, though.
Yeah, and
Just tough.
Carson Palmer got hurt too, if you remember.
Yes. Yep.
Kimo Van Ohoffen with that tackle of the knee. I remember that.
That's a
Cleveland
good call
Browns.
right there. Kimo von Ohlhoffen.
Yeah, that guy was awesome. Who you got for the Browns? Best team ever. I'm actually surprised by this one.
Of
I
the
guess
Super
it's
Bowl era.
Yeah, it's Super Bowl.
Super
okay,
Bowl
so
era.
Now I'm no longer surprised.
It would be very different if it was all time, because
Yeah.
then you go back to like the
Then you got
Otto
Jim Brown,
Graham
Otto
days.
Graham.
Yeah.
Yep.
Man, they have been so dreadful my whole life. They had one year with like what was his name? Derek Anderson, where they made
That
the
was
playoffs.
sadly that is one of the best modern era Cleveland Brown teams ever. But the answer is the 1987 Browns. They were 11-6 overall for
the team
counting
that lost to
postseason.
Elway, right?
Yep.
Okay.
The Bernie Kosar
Wow.
team. So that was a good squad. Cowboys. This is kind of a debatable one for you. As we have a fumble by Deshaun Watson, but they retain the ball.
So I think that they're going to pick one of the Troy Aikman teams when they had like Deion Sanders on defense.
So actually, it's 92. So this was pre-Deion.
Okay.
They go 16-3 overall. I mean, it was just prime Emmitt Smith and Michael Irvin, Troy Aikman. The team was absolutely insanely good. They actually say in their little blurb here, you could make a strong case for the 71 Cowboys. They had the 71 Cowboys had 8 Hall of Famers.
Wow.
On their team. I mean, that's just insane. So there you go, the Cowboys. Denver Broncos.
I'm not sure if it's going to be the first Elway Super Bowl or the second Elway Super Bowl. I'm going Elway 1.
Yep, they went with the first Elway Super Bowl. That was the year, I believe, TD won NFL MVP. Shannon Sharp was one of the best tight ends ever.
Oh, right. And they were like 15-1 during the regular season.
They went 17-2 overall, if you count postseason.
Okay, two losses. Gotcha.
Obviously, Elway was towards the end of his career, still fantastic. Steve Atwater getting in the Hall of Fame this year. Amazing safety. Rod Smith was awesome. That was a really good team. Here we go. Lions. I wouldn't have been able to guess this one.
Pass.
1991, it was just a Barry Sanders team. I think they might have gotten to the postseason. Yeah, 13-4 overall. They won the franchise's first playoff game since 1957 in 1991. Yeah, brutal franchise. I think that you could probably make a case for one of these Stafford, Megatron, and Ndamukong Suh teams to be a better team. But, I mean, anytime you have Barry Sanders, arguably one of the best football players of all time in there, they get the nod instead. All right, Packers. This is a tough one.
Yeah, I'm going with one of the original Super Bowl teams, one of the Bart Starr teams.
So I figured that's where they'd go to, but they went with 96. They're not letting the old timers. Oh, big grab there for Houston.
So that's the Favre over Belichick Super Bowl year.
Favre over Parcells.
Bledsoe. Right.
Yep.
Bledsoe.
Parcells and Bledsoe and that whole squad. That defense that ended up sticking together and winning in 0-1. 16-3 overall. Favre was MVP. That was in the middle of his 3 straight MVP seasons, which is underrated all time, I think. But there's been so many good Packer teams. I think that you could make a case for the 2015 Packers that went 15-2 if you count their playoff loss. Touchdown, Deshaun Watson. That team was so good with Aaron Rodgers in his prime. But they go with Favre and his best season. The next year, too, that 97 Packers team that lost to the Broncos was really good. Houston Texans. We already did them.
We did, yeah.
Colts.
The Manning Super Bowl.
Yep, 2006. That's an easy one. The 09 Colts team that lost in the Super Bowl, obviously very good still. The team that lost to the Jets in the Super Bowl was considered one of the best teams ever. So that's a strong candidate too. Jaguars.
The Bortles team that should have beat the Pats.
Yeah, honestly, that should be in the discussion, but it's the 99 Jags. They went 15-3 overall. Featured the NFL's top-ranked scoring defense and 6th-ranked scoring offense. They lost to only one team 3 times, the Tennessee Titans. That's a weird stat.
Wow.
So that Jacksonville team was really good. Tom Coughlin was there, Mark Brunell, Jimmy Smith, Fred Taylor. They had Tony Baselli on the offensive line. Really good squad. Okay, here we go. The Chiefs.
I'm going 2 years ago.
Yep. 2019 Chiefs are considered the best team in franchise history. I mean, makes sense. We all know the players involved here. I actually do think you can make a strong case for one of those early 2000s juggernaut offense teams. They just had no defense. So that's why I give the edge here. Also, early Super Bowl era Chiefs were really good too. That was in the midst of them winning like 10 AFL championships or something nuts like that. And they got a Super Bowl in the mix there too. So Hank Stram, shout out to you. Chargers. Go Chargers,
no case
go.
To me that any Trent Green offense is better than a Patrick Mahomes offense.
I said you can throw him in the conversation. Come on.
No.
Be nice.
No
Be
conversation.
nice.
No
Be
conversation
nice.
necessary.
Be nice to Trent Green.
The Chargers, they're going to pick one of those Dan Fouts teams where with Air Coryell.
You would be mistaken. It's the 07 Chargers, which is surprising that they didn't go 06. I thought that team was better, but this is the 07 Chargers that lost in the AFC Championship game to the Patriots. I thought they were better in 06, the team that lost in the Patriots that got upset, if you remember.
Well, there was the one year where, like, Rivers was on, like, a torn ACL.
Yeah, that was 07, where he played in the AFC Championship game with a torn ACL. But in 06, that was the LT MVP year. I think Sean Merriman won Defensive Player of the Year. Like, I'm surprised they didn't go 06 there. Antonio Gates, obviously, in his prime. We did the Rams. Dolphins, duh. I'm not even going to let you guess. Vikings, also kind of a duh.
The Gary Anderson missed field goal team.
Yep, the 98 Vikings were incredible. 16-2 overall. Pats, apparently 2016. I want to read their reasoning. 17-2 overall, featured the top-ranked scoring defense and third-best scoring offense. And obviously, they overcame that crazy game to win the Super Bowl. Goff taking the snap. Plenty of time. Does not find his man as he throws to the sidelines. Texans shellacking the Rams right now. Honestly, they're wrong here. 07's the best Patriots team ever. Saints.
The year they beat the Colts in the Super Bowl.
Yep, 2009. There's a couple teams from that era that you could throw in that conversation as well. I think the 2011 Saints offense was one of the best ever. That got upset by the Niners on the road. There's a sack. Goff stinks. All right, the Giants.
It's the I don't remember the year exactly. It's their 80s Super Bowl when they had Lawrence Taylor.
86. Yep. And yes, Jordan, I know Goff has 243 yards passing, but he stinks. Goff stinks. Yep, Lawrence Taylor, 17-2 overall. I mean, some people say Lawrence Taylor's the best football player ever. Many consider him the best defensive player of all time. Jets, as we mentioned, it's 68. Raiders.
One of the John Madden teams.
Yep, 76 Raiders. Here we go. Yep, that was Madden. Okay, I wanted to make sure it was Madden or Flores. So there you go. Eagles. I actually disagree with this one.
Did they pick the Nick Foles team?
Yes.
Well, I mean, again, I think that's probably
they're just going with the Super Bowl.
Their only Super Bowl win.
But like you and I both know, the Andy Reid, McNabb era Eagles were better than that Eagles team. Like the team that went to 4 straight NFC Championship games, pick one of those 4. I maybe the one that got over the hump and got to the Super Bowl. I mean, prime TO with McNabb playing at an extremely high level, great defense, Brian Westbrook. That team's better. I'm sorry, CBS.
You're right.
You're wrong.
I think
Brian
you're right.
Dawkins. Come on. All right, Pittsburgh Steelers.
There have been some good Steelers teams.
This is tough.
Their best record was that year was Roethlisberger's like rookie season, right? Like he won like 13 in a row or something. But
they went on a crazy run for sure, but not. It's hard to have a better season. Than
I
this
think
one
they're going to
have.
pick one of the Terry Bradshaw teams.
Yeah, it's the 78 team, 17-2 overall.
2
Bradshaw,
Hall of Fame wide receivers.
yeah,
with
Bradshaw was league
Ron.
MVP. People forget that, and they had 2 amazing receivers. I mean, I can't find how many Hall of Famers were on that roster, but it's got to be close to double digits. It's insane. And even if you count the coach too, I mean, Chuck Noll doing his thing. Okay, Niners.
Oh man. See, like I'm not good. I don't know the years. It's obviously one of the Montana teams.
Mm-hmm.
Probably the team that beat the Bengals by 100 points in the Super Bowl.
It's the year after that. It's the 89 Niners, and it makes sense that they went with a Montana with Rice year.
Yes.
Because Montana won some Super Bowls pre-Rice.
Gotcha.
Goff. Looking to the end zone. There you go. Okay,
Salvage
Cooper
it.
Kupp. So that's going to make some things interesting here in a contest. So we'll take a look at that momentarily. 7 seconds to go here in the 4th. Seahawks.
The Russell Wilson Super Bowl win.
Yes, sir. Bucks.
This last team.
Yep. That was better than the other one that won the Super Bowl. Titans.
The Steve McNair 1 yard short team.
That's right. The 99 Titans were really good. Washington football team.
Again, I know they won 3 Super Bowls with 3 different quarterbacks.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to say the Doug Williams team.
No, it wasn't. It was the Mark Rippon team, 91. It was the last of those 3. All right, there you go. That's all of them. That's a cool article. I disagree with a few of them. I think that they went the lazy route, a few of these. They just went, they won the Super Bowl. Best ever.
I mean, that's how these lists work. It's kind of like when you look at
Rings.
power rings during the season. It's just going to show you the teams basically in standings order.
All about the rings, baby. Deshaun Watson going to kneel this one out. Goff apparently just short of the bonus. I don't care. He still stinks. And it's not on me to give out the awards here, so I'll leave that to my man LaMarca. I'll always give Jared Goff the babysitter billion. He's perpetually the babysitter billion.
Well, it sounds like Will Fuller went bagel today. So
bagel, give it to him.
And we know I am a bagel connoisseur.
That's true. What's your cream cheese of choice? I know that you like an everything bagel, but are you just a classic cream cheeser, or where do you go?
This is where my takes get contrarian. I'm a butter man.
Wow. You go butter on the everything bagel.
Toasted everything bagel where the butter's all nice and melty.
I bet it's tasty. I just love cream cheese.
I'm not I just don't, it's not for me.
Shocking. Honestly, like this is the shock of the day. Okay. So you got our babysitter. Wow, I'm just shook. I'm shook. I don't even know how to go on from this. Who is your crusty cough wooden nickel player of the game?
I'm going to look at the stats first.
That's a good way to
How
do
about
it, man.
that?
I am a fan of looking at the stats. I know some are not. I like to look at the stats as well. I sit in your chair often, LaMarca. I understand. So who you
Cooper
got?
Kupp had 2 touchdowns, so it's going to be tough to beat him, I think. But we'll take a quick peek.
Okay, so Goff just short of the bonus, 295 yards passing. Malcolm Brown, 26 yards on 11 carries. Watson, 30 yards short of the rushing bonus at 71, so 29. But,
And
you
2
know
rushing touchdowns.
Got in there twice. Tyler Higbee, 8 for 82. Kupp, 7 for 65 and 2 tuds. Bobby Trees, 5 for 55. Reynolds, my man, did not get in the end zone. 5 for 77. Fells, 4 for 73. Henderson, 4 for 11. Cooks, 3 for 86 in a tud. So things picked up for sure in the passing game here down the stretch, which makes sense. It was a blowout. You'll see that happen. So you've seen the stats. What way are you leaning?
I changed my vote to Deshaun Watson.
Okay. Makes sense. He's a
2
stud.
rushing touchdowns, 2 passing touchdowns, 70 rushing yards, plenty of passing yards. Kupp wasn't outstanding outside of the 2 catches. If he had over 100 yards, it would have been him. But I got to give it to Deshaun.
Okay. Makes sense. He's extremely good, man. Very, very good in Simland. All right, that's going to do it for me. I will be back at Madden After Dark with my man LaMarca. I think you're sticking around here, right?
I am. I'm back at 8.
There you go. 8 o'clock. You will have
Man
Matt
Rossi
back in your life with the man, Jason Rossi. But up next, Tom Brawley joins Ross Tucker and Joe Dolan to discuss the 2020-2021 NFL Rookie of the Year odds, followed by Rossi and LaMarca for Steelers at Browns. Catch you guys then.
It's time to eat.
What are you hungry for?
Sit down and get ready to consume an abundance of fantasy football knowledge from Ross Tucker and Joe Dolan.
Feed me now. I'm starving.
On the Fantasy Feast Eatin' Podcast.
Yeah, let's eat, baby. It is the Fantasy Feast Eating Podcast presented by DraftKings, and we are diving in today to the Rookie of the Year bets, which we don't do a lot of betting talk here on the Fantasy Feast podcast. We a lot of times save more of that for the Even Money podcast, but it's really interrelated when you're talking about some of these rookie prop bets. When you're talking about Rookie of the Year, obviously the people we like for Rookie of the Year, that means we'd like them to have good fantasy seasons. I'm Ross Tucker at Ross Tucker NFL on any social media platform. You can listen anywhere. You can watch youtube.com/Ross Tucker NFL. The star of this show is Joe Dolan at FG_Dolan, the fantasy points superstar. If you go to fantasypoints.com, which you should, use the code 21Feast. That is absolutely the key. We love fantasypoints.com, and we love Joe, Pennsylvania, and we love Tom Brawley, who is one of your colleagues at fantasypoints.com. Look, Tom's even wearing the Penn State hat. So legit, Tom. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, I got the whole wall represented. I got Iron City beer on the wall. I got all my Penguins and Steelers and Pirate stuff. So I represent Pennsylvania well here in State College.
Tom. Hold on a second. You live in central Pennsylvania, right?
Yes.
Are you from central Pennsylvania?
I'm from the Altoona, Johnstown area.
Okay.
I'm right in that middle area. I lived up in Wilkes-Barre for a stretch of time, down in Philadelphia. I was actually in Reading for the one summer at the Reading Eagles. So I'm Mr. Pennsylvania. I am well-traveled all across this state.
But the point is you grew up in Altoona, Johnstown, which is 100% Pittsburgh fans. 100%.
Absolutely.
Because I thought maybe you were from living in the Harrisburg or from the Harrisburg Hershey area. I was going to say, really? Pittsburgh across the board.
It's all Pittsburgh. Penguins, Pirates, Steelers. We're 90 minutes down, east on 22 there from Pittsburgh. So it's all Pittsburgh all the time in Altoona, Johnstown area.
Got it. Okay. So let's talk about Rookie of the Year stuff. Tom, well, first of all, why don't you just dive into the stuff you do for fantasypoints.com? Everybody's obviously familiar with Joe. You can follow Tom on Twitter at Tom Brawley, but you do more of the betting stuff, right?
Yeah, I do that mostly during the season. I look at lines and totals and spreads and props, and even before the season, I'll dive into the season win totals, all the player totals going into the year, draft time. I'm doing draft props, and that's my main focus. But my background is also in fantasy sports, so I'm helping Joe out with our the stock watch, do the waiver wire every week. So I'm well versed, but I'm probably like 75% on the betting side and 25% on the fantasy and season-long stuff.
Got it. But really, Joe, as I said, like if we dive into some of these Rookie of the Year odds, they're also on some level, just the fact that the sports book puts these odds out, they're on some level giving you some indication of the type of season these skill guys are going to have and should be factored in some way, shape, or form to how we're ranking these guys, where we're taking them in season-long, best ball, and dynasty.
Well, I actually think, and I think this might be more of a rookie season props kind of discussion when you bring that up, because these sports books weren't built on the books losing money. So they are pretty damn good at setting these lines. Now, you have to keep in mind when you use last year's and year before and all, dating back maybe 10 years when the NFL offenses really started to get into the modern production level, you have to keep in mind there's an extra game this year. So the books are flying blind too as to how that's going to affect things, but they're not dumb. So you look at a lot of these lines here and these props, and while we do find angles, and Tom's certainly going to bring some of those up where he looked at some of these numbers and was like, man, that number's way too high or that number's way too low. I think you can draw a picture indeed of where you should be drafting and ranking these guys because, look, they do not set stupid lines. And if they do set stupid lines, that stupid line gets pounded right away and it eventually changes. So there's a very narrow window, even if a book sets a dumb line, to hit the dumb line. And that's what Tom's doing. Tom's trying to find the dumb lines while they exist and trying to get us to profit. But the Rookie of the Year props and the Rookie of the Year futures, rather, and the rookie props, those are really interesting. It's all intertwined. It's a really interesting discussion from both a betting and a fantasy standpoint.
But, Tom, isn't it hard to know if a line is wrong or not because we're talking about rookies?
Yeah, I mean, to a certain extent, but we're studying these situations, where guys are going, playing opportunities right away. That's the whole scouting process as well. Checking out what these guys are doing in college and how their skills, are going to adapt to the NFL game here. So it's all about piecing those the jigsaw puzzle together. And that. Sometimes, the drafting rookies for fantasy, there's an advantage there. I know Joe, we both of us have been high on Najee Harris. He's just now starting to get drafted where he should have been drafted right after the draft. He was going in the third round still, even after the Steelers took him, even though, he's going to be playing right away. He's going to be getting, exclusive snaps in that backfield. He has the skill set, as we saw at Alabama, to finish at the goal line. He's a good receiver, and now his offensive rookie of the year odds, and just in best ball drafts, it's just finally starting to catch up here. So that's how you find the where people are inaccurate right off the bat, and now it's all starting to the market has started to catch up here.
So I wonder why. I mean, as soon as the Steelers drafted him, I thought he's got a decent chance at offensive rookie of the year and that he would go. I mean, Joe, you said a couple weeks on the show, a couple weeks ago here on Fantasy, you had him almost like a top 12 pick, right?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And Tom, I think this line has changed, and maybe you can give us some insight, but you bet him for Rookie of the Year because, look, we can talk all day long about drafting running backs in the first round. You were of the mind that the Steelers should have taken the lineman and then maybe take Trey Sermon in the second round, which would have been a prudent approach as well. But running backs who were drafted in the first round can win the Rookie of the Year. It doesn't matter if analytics think they don't matter. That Saquon Barkley was Rookie of the Year a couple of years ago. So you hit him to be Rookie of the Year. And also the line you hit for him, his rushing yards was 915.5. Where is that number now? Because if he plays anywhere close to 17 games, that's like 55 yards a game. I cannot imagine Najee Harris would not hit that number.
Yeah, I don't know where that number is at now. That was at other sports books. But I thought that was other sports books. That I thought that was extremely low. That has to be up over 1,000 yards, I would think, by the time opening week comes around. But you're right. These first round running backs, Saquon Barkley in 2018 won the award. Todd Gurley was picked 10th overall in 2015 and won the award. And even there's some guys down the board. Alvin Kamara was a third round pick who won the award in 2017, and Eddie Lacy way back in 2013. It was a late second round pick when he won the award. So these rookie running backs, they're sneaky. You think of quarterbacks for all these big time awards. Of course, we had Justin Herbert last year. Nobody really saw that one coming. Took a doctor's needle to puncture Tyrod Taylor's lung there to get him on the field. But, this is one award where running backs are very much in the mix with the quarterbacks.
I'm still seeing some value on that, Tom. I'm seeing a 949.5 out there for Najee Harris. Now, let's just even say he plays 15 games. That's 63 yards a game. He's getting the ball 20 times a game. So,
the big question with the Steelers is, they kind of haven't addressed the offensive line. Maybe their internal scouting, maybe they think more highly of, some of the guys that they have coming back. Zach Banner, was a guy they were pretty high on, and he, tore his ACL in the first game of the season. They've drafted some guys in the third and fourth round here that they're hoping they can plug and play. So at the end of the day, as long as Harris stays healthy, I think that's a very attainable number. But it's going to come down to probably offensive line play. But from all indications, the Steelers, they told us what they want to do in the draft. They draft a running back. They draft a Penn State guy, Pat Freiermuth, in the second round. They want to get back to running the ball. It was kind of embarrassing by the end of last season the way that they were running the ball.
Excuse me, Tom. According to Franco Harris, it's Freiermuth. Freiermuth. You might not be aware, but it's Franco Harris evidently goes to every Penn State home game too. Like, that is unbelievable. Speaking of unbelievable, did you guys know that LinkedIn's network has 740 million professionals? That's like more than twice as many how many people there are in the United States. So what that means is, if you need someone for your job, and I know a lot of people that do right now, it is hard to get quality employees. It is hard to hire right now. That's where LinkedIn Jobs comes in. LinkedIn Jobs will help you hire the right person for your role. Your first job post is free. So why not try it? Your first one's free. Literally anybody knows is on LinkedIn. So why not go there? Just visit linkedin.com/feast. Again, that's linkedin.com/feast to post your first job for free. Terms and conditions apply. That is an absolute no-brainer. I'm sure Fantasy Points does it because they've got like 50 guys on staff, so they got to find them somewhere. LinkedIn.com/feast. All right, Tom, what about Travis Etienne? What did you find on his projections? Obviously, you like the overs for Najee Harris in terms of his prop bets. What about Etienne?
Yeah, the number is a lot lower. It's 600.5, depending where you look around. I'm a little more hesitant on this number. Just there's a lot of smoke that they're going to kind of use James Robinson a lot. They went out and signed Carlos Hyde to a 2-year deal when nobody else, 31 other teams in the league weren't going to give Carlos Hyde a 2-year deal. So, he talked, Urban Meyer talked about how, they were looking at Kadarius Toney as a draft pick before the Giants took him, at 20th overall before their 25th overall pick. So it sounds like Etienne isn't necessarily locked into like, a 15 carry per game kind of role. James Robinson's still around in the mix here. So I'm a little more hesitant on this one. Maybe this is one I'll re-examine closer to the season once we get maybe a little bit more of a idea how they're going to rotate these backs in August and in the preseason. But this number, it's not daunting. It's 600 yards. It's 35 rushing yards per game. But it's something I'm probably going to stay away from because of everything that's coming out of Jacksonville's camp right now.
What about? Go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, Tom, I wanted to ask you, maybe Ross has more on running backs, but when you were looking at the props and the rookie of the year odds, what did that tell you about these first-round wide receivers? Because as Ross knows, a couple of weeks ago, we discussed, my best ball rankings and maybe our season-long rankings of these first-round wide receivers. And when I look at it, there's really only 2 guys who have a pretty great path to instantaneous production, and that's Chase and Devontae Smith. What do the betting markets say about that as well?
Yeah, I mean, Chase is kind of like the 6th or 7th favorite. Kyle Pitts has kind of moved ahead of him here recently with all the Julio talk. But his number, his receiving yards total is, pretty. The books are pretty excited about him. It's right around 1,050 yards. So, I don't know about you, Joe, but I've noticed in best ball drafts, I was routinely getting him in the middle of the 6th round, late 6th round. Now, if I start looking for him in the 6th round, he's already been taken, 5 or 6 picks before that. He's become, a middle of the 5th round.
He and Smith are just going to move up throughout the summer, and I think they'll reach a peak. Tom, I wouldn't be shocked if Chase is a 4th round pick at some point. And Smith, I could see him sneaking into that 6th round range.
Yeah, Smith, the buzz is a little bit slower on him, I've noticed. I'm still routinely getting him, 8th, 9th round. Every once in a while he'll sneak past 100 picks in some of the best ball drafts that I'm doing. But I could see the buzz building for him as well, especially with the Zach Ertz. That's going to start probably heating up here once August comes back around. If they don't get a deal done here, the June 1st date has come and gone. So, guys can, he's back on the market here. So he has a path to being the number 1 receiver in Philadelphia. So, I wouldn't be surprised if his number starts to crawl up here. He starts becoming like a 7th round pick or so. But, but it's tough for the rookie of the year stuff. These receivers, it's just Odell Beckham in the last 10 years that's won that
Justin
award.
Jefferson didn't win it last year.
Exactly. Yeah. Jefferson, he sets the rookie record with 1,400 receiving yards. He didn't even really sniff the award. It was Justin Herbert putting up, rookie records as well at the quarterback position. Those guys always take, they're the trendsetters. Unfortunately for Jefferson, he puts up 1,400 yards and can't win the award. So it takes a really special season for rookie wide receivers to win the award. So it's really not a position I'm looking to bet with these rookie of the year awards.
I'm kind of surprised. Forget the rookie of the year for a second, Tom. I'm kind of surprised Jalen Waddle's receiving yards number is higher than Devontae Smith. It just feels to me like Waddle's they've got some other receivers there, Will Fuller, Devontae Parker, whereas it feels like Devontae Smith will be the guy in Philly. Just looking at it, Tom, tell me if I'm wrong, but I feel like I would go over on Devontae Smith's prop and under on Jalen Waddle.
I'm right there with you. I love Devontae Smith's number. It was right at 725, 730. I think, anything up to like 800 is a pretty decent number for Devonta Smith. Waddle, yeah, I'm with you. I'm a little more skeptical there. They bring in Will Fuller this offseason. They're not replicas of each other, but they do a lot of the same things very well. They can get downfield. They can create after the catch. There's a little bit of overlap there. Mike Gesicki's another guy that can get pretty vertical out of the slot there for them in this offense, and you still have Devontae Parker. So, I see Devontae Smith with a chance to get to like a 20% target share, really kind of own, be the number one receiver in Philadelphia. But Waddle's path is a lot murkier here. Even like a 16 or a 17% target share in Miami would probably be, you would take that if you're drafting Waddle at this point in the summer. So, and then, there's both questions at quarterback. Jalen Hurts, performed well in some spurts at the end of last season. Tua was, it was up and down as we know. So there are question marks at quarterback for both these guys, but I just love Devonta Smith's, path to being the number one receiver in his offense a lot more.
By the way, did you guys see that quote from Tua about he didn't know the offense as well as he should have last week? I was like, not good. Let me ask you about this one. Yeah, first of all, to not know the offense as well as you should, I don't really understand. But then to admit you didn't know it, maybe I'm just a bad person because I would not admit that.
I wonder if
he's not honest enough.
I wonder if it just didn't come out the way he wanted it to when he said that. Believe me, as somebody who does all these podcasts, Ross, I've said some things on here where I was like, oh, that sounded awful. Like when I was thinking of it. But yeah, it was just like, it's kind of like smoky with Tua when you're like, all right, he comes out and he says he didn't know the offense all that well. They benched him twice in game last year. Yeah, I think it's fair to still be a little skeptical there.
All right, so here's my question, Tom. How high are the projections for Kyle Pitts, the Falcons tight end, and do you think he goes over or under? It's got to be the highest projections for any rookie tight end ever, right?
It absolutely is. Yeah, you throw in the extra 17, the 17th game there. It's 875 yards from what I was looking at. Believe me, I'm high on him. I'm going to be drafting him a lot in the 6th, 7th round range, just in case he is kind of that next Darren Waller, Travis Kelce type of tight end here. But this is a extremely high number. I started digging through the numbers. Jeremy Shockey was the only rookie tight end who's ever gone over 800 receiving yards in a season in the last 33 years. You look at the tight ends last year who cleared 800 yards. It was Travis Kelce and Darren Waller, literally two guys. The rest of the league was below 725 receiving yards at the position. Obviously, there were some guys that were hurt or banged up. George Kittle probably would have easily cruised past that, but
still, it was two guys.
Yeah, it's two guys, and this is believe me, I have very high expectations for Kyle Pitts. He's been kind of a unicorn throughout the whole process. He's the highest tight end to ever be drafted, with the 4th overall pick. He looks like a big receiver. He moves like a big receiver. So he is unique, but this is a tough number for me. I had to look under here. I'll gladly be wrong if he comes out and quickly puts himself with the Kelce's and with the Wallers and with the Kittles. But, I got to see him going up against the elite level of competition first before I believe that he can go up over this number.
And
Tom,
sorry,
Ross.
Go ahead, Joe.
Tom, who are some of the guys as we wrap up here that you've bet on to win Rookie of the Year? And keep in mind, like you're not guaranteeing that these guys are going to win the Rookie of the Year. You just see some value here.
Yeah, I touched on Najee Harris at the top there. I got a plus 1,500 number there. That number is not around very much anymore. I haven't looked around, but I know like DraftKings, the number's down to plus 800 at this point. Basically the value's been cut in half. So, the number, the reasons, that he's going to dominate the backfield here. They want to kind of change the offense a little bit here. And It's been all positive coming out of Pittsburgh. And the other one was Trey Lance at plus 900. His number has dipped a bit as well. It's I look around, I see it plus 600 and plus 700 now. The reasoning there is he's the guy that Kyle Shanahan traded up to get. He shipped a lot away to get that number 3 overall pick. not a prick, but
And we are live. I don't know why I'm singing. Hey, it's Jason Rossi. How you doing? Welcome to your Madden 21 stream here on DraftKings. Yeah, I'm coming in hot. Lamarca, how are you doing, man? Who cares about what I'm saying?
Yeah, we get you. We copy, dude. It's a Saturday, you know.
Do we?
I can't complain. You know, I'm feeling a little tired.
Yeah, gotcha.
But you know, it's always sunny in Simland, I've heard. So
it's definitely not sunny in your room, I can tell you that.
What do you mean?
Well, you got the blackout shades that are like aces, by the way. What a move. It's a power move. And can I be honest? Is there sunshine outside of your room on a day like today?
Yeah. It was a nice enough day today.
Marvin, you are a vampire. Let's just break it down. All right, let's just.
You know, me and the sun, we've never really seen eye to eye. So,
you know, you shouldn't look directly into the sun. They say
that's right.
You're doing all right there. He is Matt LaMarca. Follow him at Matt LaMarca over on Twitter. I am at Jason D. Ross. We got a great crew with us. Fun game. We got a division rivalry between the Cleveland Browns, who knocked off the Steelers, who they're facing in the playoffs last year, and one of the most wild games there was in the NFL postseason last season. It was like, I feel like it was one of those games where like the Browns were up like 50-0, and then like you're like, this game's over, turn it off, then you turn it back on, it's like, wait, it's only like a 10-point game. What happened here? But things happen like that. But here in Simland, here we go. Teams, we got a shout out to Jordan, our producer, Daniel, our technical director, Tate in ops doing that manual scoring. Smash the thumbs up. Let's get that going. Let's start the positivity. In this matchup, Pittsburgh is 4-2, Cleveland 4-3. In the division, Baltimore also 4-3, and Cincinnati 3-5. Lineups locked up. LaMarca, what does your Aces lineup look like?
So in the captain spot, I went with your beard. Fantastic beard.
Enjoy it while it lasts, man. This is it.
I'm a little bit jealous. How long did it take you to grow that puppy?
So Jordan just asked, I think about this thing's about 3 months. I want to say like April, May, June. Yeah. So like just about that time frame.
That's pretty luscious for 3 months. In reality, I went Ebron in the captain spot.
Ooh, all right. I like it.
I went with Ben Roethlisberger. I went with Juju Smith-Schuster, Odell Beckham Jr.,
Ooh,
Rashad Higgins.
Ooh, nice pull.
Steelers defense.
So good call by you. Jordan dropped in our chat earlier. Steelers have allowed 14 points per game. Odell Beckham is just 6 points per game in his last 4. And Juju over 20, averaging 20 for the last 4. So for me, Landry's in the captain. I have Odell Beckham. I got Ebron. I got Nick Chubb, Hoopa, and Jalen Samuels. No kicker, oddly for me, but I wasn't feeling it tonight. We see the chats cooking as well. Oh, look at the jersey choices. Shout out to Daniel. Those Browns. Actually, I don't even know if I like those or I don't, but I just like when I see different looking uniforms.
Yeah, we got into a little bit of debate over the uniform that the Rams were wearing in the last sim. Tommy Freeze Pops hated them. I dug them.
Which ones?
I thought they were sort of gray poupon colored. You know what I'm talking about? Like
I already know which one you. Yeah.
Like a Dijon mustard.
Love Dijon mustard with some chicken.
Who doesn't?
Yeah.
So I enjoyed those jerseys. These ones are okay.
Yeah, I could give or take. I just like I said, I like when Daniel throws just different ones at us. Shout out to Daniel.
Definitely.
In the chat, we see Fidel's. He says, hey. Litsu, Ashley says, where is LaMarca? He's here. It was before the sim started, technically. I was making fun of him before, and then he just popped on. He's got a little cough.
I'm always here, Rossi. Even when you don't think, when it's like, oh, LaMarca's not scheduled to work for 4 days, I'm here.
Dude, you know what's funny? The other day, I was out in my yard, and I saw these 2 footprints. And I was like, where did those footprints come from? And then I noticed, LaMarca, that I wasn't walking on the ground. I was being carried. And those footprints were yours, and you were carrying me. You're always here, and I appreciate that. And I need that in my life. Here we go. Brown's going to take over. They're going to start the game, should I say. Poppy Herb says, Rossi and LaMarca, nice. I'm feeling this. Remember that Blink-182 song? I'm gonna regret right now. I'm feeling this. That was a Madden song, by the way. don't know if you're familiar. What else we got in here? D-Rod. We got Poppy Herbalso's in. Brian says, what's up, LaMarca and Rossi? What's up with you, Brian? Giraffe King, Rossi, and LaMarca. Absolutely dreamy. Oh, jeez. Keeping your pants. There's a catch coming out
Probably
of the back.
the two best beards in the company, right?
Well, I don't know. I don't know everyone in the whole company, but
in the Dream Stream,
I'll take it. Well, it's funny. Yes, who was I with? I was with Christian yesterday. We were talking about hair because tomorrow we'll get into this a little bit. I'm going to be shaving my head, shaving my beard. Everything's coming off. I'm going to look like an absolute child tomorrow, but all for a good cause. We'll talk about it a little bit here. But me and Christian were talking about hair, and I was like, because Christian obviously he's known for his
great salad.
He really does. Mint salad there. And then I was like, I probably have the second, like, I don't have a lot of hair. I have like a good amount, but it doesn't grow out. It's just kind of like a helmet. And we're like, oh yeah. And then I was like, I think we have the most hair. Producer Drew just goes, nah, guys, don't forget about LaMarca. And then I forgot about that time you just unraveled that luscious beast that you hide behind your backwards cap. So shout out to LaMarca for that.
Yeah, but my hair isn't great. It's not. I would trade hair with you any day of the week.
You say that, but once your hair gets to the point where yours is, because yours like grows down, like that's a cool feeling. Like mine just goes out, dude. It's just like a helmet, literally like Freeze Pops, like he was talking about. He's like, everyone was calling him a Lego. Tell him to take off his hat in the next one. His hair looks like a Lego hair. Big run here by Hunt. Litsu saying, Rossi, the beard is sexy. Keep it. I'm jelly. Sorry. For the kids, man. It's for the kids. Reed's T says, hashtag stack them vultures. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if there's a vulture tonight. I've had a few games that are a vulture, LaMarca.
Yeah, we really didn't have one in the last game either. I mean, David Johnson scored twice. I don't know if you consider him a vulture. Not really.
No, I don't think so. Because he's at least like of scoring potential. Vultures are the guys that are like way down in price, I think. I don't know if anybody has a real definition. I just get called out for it a lot. We'll see if we get one. Our guy ate the aliens exist. He said, okay, LaMarca and Rossi, definitely worth my like. Just joining us. Appreciate you. Herb Dog saying, it's up, it's up. Already took down a free roll today. Look out, baby. You look out. What else we got? Who else is in here? CH, Congo. Mike Bizzle. Said, watching.
Yeah, Mike Bizzle wants me to talk about DeGrom and the Mets a little bit.
Whew.
I've kind of, I mean, I get a chance to talk about him basically every 5 days and how absolutely stupid his season is right now. All I can say is I hope he keeps it up. You know, I hope he's not, like, it sounds like the injury is pretty minor. They said the MRI on that came back clean, but you never know. So I just hope that he can make, you know, the majority of his starts this year. And if that happens, he's going to do some special things.
The dude is just filthy. Just like we were talking, I forget who I was on a sim with, but we're saying like who are like baseball like players to watch. And I think it's more pitchers than it is batters at this point. Whether you want to get into, what do they do to the ball? They're shaving the ball. Oh, get out of here. Hit the ball. All right, guys, hit the ball. I don't care if the ball is a golf ball or a beach ball. Hit the ball. And by the way, speaking about hitting the ball, Siebert booting one. There's a kicker halfway through the first. But yeah, I love like some of these pitchers because like I'm a big MLB guy. I watch a lot of MLB games on the app, and like when I see like DeGrom up, give me that. Tani, obviously, everyone you got to watch his starts. And you can watch him every day, actually, or the day after he pitches. Sometimes he doesn't bat, but gotta love what we're seeing there. But that's the thing. Like I feel like pitchers are like, oh, he's pitching tonight. I'm in.
Yeah, a good pitcher's duel is still the best part of baseball, in my opinion.
I agree with you.
You know, like usually we'll get one at least Scherzer-DeGrom matchup during the year, and that's always like appointment day.
It's like opening day. Usually. I think that was this year. Yeah, but I agree with you there. Oh, whoa, look at this. Herb Dog says, Yo LaMarca Rossi. I met Mario Lopez today. He was in the beer line behind me at Disneyland. Herb Dog, dude, that's the cool story I look for. Did you get a selfie? Did you pop the selfie? Did you just throw up the hand, snap it? And did you say hi? Did you give him that? Did you guys hug? Is he vaccinated? What happened? Any more?
I think if I saw Mario Lopez, I would just go on living the rest of my day.
But see, that's what I love about you, LaMarca. I feel like that would be if, like, the president walked by you, or if Ben Roethlisberger walked by you, Mario Lopez, you just keep going, getting things that you need to get done. Like, nothing's slowing you down, nothing's breaking your stride. You're just like, yeah, whatever. Yeah, I think I saw him.
If I saw the president, I would probably be. I mean, they wouldn't let me get near him, first of all.
True.
They'd be like, oh, big time security threat.
Would you throw out a fist bump? Like, just be like, so?
Probably.
It could be any president. I don't care what we're talking about. It's president's a president.
Yeah. That's like Kaufman told his story about how he ran into Jamie Foxx one night after a playoff basketball game or something. And he's like, I didn't want to bother him. It was 3 a.m, so I didn't say anything. And I was like, I don't think I would have had that kind of restraint. Jamie Foxx is one of my favorites, so I probably would have had to say something there.
Listen, you gotta. There are those people. Like, I don't know, because like obviously working in radio for a while, like I got to interview a lot of my favorite bands and meet some cool people, but I can't think of like a time I was like, oh my god, that's that person. But when you don't expect to meet somebody, like Herb Dog said, he gave him the bro hug, so I'm like, all right, cool. But like, I don't know, like what I would do. Like sometimes I don't know if I want to be the guy who doesn't bother them. Like I remember when I was a kid, I was starstruck because I saw our local weatherman. That's like the biggest celebrity I thought I met.
Did he have a cool name?
Todd Gross, I believe.
Oh, never mind.
Yeah. But he was on the news, and I was like watching him at 5 o'clock every day when I was eating my like 5 dinners because I was a chunk.
There's like a local New York weatherman who goes by like Stormfields. I was expecting something like that.
In New York, you're pulling that #1 market. You're pulling Stormfields. That's
you got to stand out,
Oh, bro, that's Nebraska stuff. Who's going into New York, strolling in, strutting those as you like? I always like to use this term when I see it. Strutting those cheeks, and you're like, "What's your name?" Oh, my name's David, but I go by Storm.
Stormfields, Channel 4.
Oh God, what a clown! Get him on here. Herb Dog says he took a picture with my wife. She was way more excited than I was. Well, duh. No offense. Herb Dog, with all due respect, like Mario Lopez, just. What a pair. That guy's got a nice set everything going. By the way, the Steelers on the march here. 1 minute left. I don't think we've done. You know what I was thinking about this, LaMarca? Have we done a third degree with you? I don't think we have. Do you even know what that means?
No, not at all.
Hell yeah. Line them up, baby. Third quarter, you're going into the third degree with Jason Rossi. It only rhymes if you pronounce it that way. And there's a touchdown to the hottest man in Simland. I think he stinks. But it's Juju Smith-Schuster. He's the highest owned in the contest. He comes in at 62.5% in the free showdown. He scores your opening drive touchdown, averaging 20 points over the last 4. Your
Juju
guy.
On the beat.
Get it. TikToking. Doing other things. You know what? I got to give Juju a little credit here, though. As much as I'm not a big fan of his on the field. He's been very quiet this offseason. For a guy who's going into a contract year. I know he signed the tag and stuff, but like you just think he'd be making like you'd hear more quotes from him. Where like right now everyone's in OTAs. I think he's just under the radar.
Yeah, it's a good point. I don't know. Maybe he's trying to just stay out of trouble, keep his head down, type of thing.
Smart.
I'm sure once the season starts, he'll be doing his thing. Hate it or love it, Juju's gonna Juju.
It's the truth right there. Must be go says you. I said nothing slowing Matt down. It's like more like nothing speeding him up. No, but same thing must be. All right, you don't have to try to make it a joke. It's the same thing. It's all. Nothing's breaking this kid's stride. All right, you cannot rock LaMarca. He's He's going to down the street. I don't even know what would actually get him out of his apartment. Maybe coffee. Are you a coffee guy? We've talked about this.
Every morning.
Okay, so there it is. So that's what gets him out. He's got pitch black room. He's just in the layer. You know why? Because this guy's just hunting good plays for you. He's making sure you cash in on lineups.
I will say my MLB Best Bets article today.
Flex. What did you get? What'd you give?
Obviously the New York Metropolitans.
1.
The Toronto Blue Jays.
2.
And Nick Pivetta under 5.5 strikeouts.
Ooh, that's an interesting.
Sorry, Vince Velasquez.
Oh, okay. I didn't
Vince
check.
Velasquez under 5.5 strikeouts. He had 5.
Good
All
call.
3 better than even money. So
Now, obviously, Pivetta, you were just down on him in general. I could tell. Like, that's why you went with the Blue Jays. Oh no, Pivetta was not the one you wanted.
not Pivetta.
Sorry,
It was Velasquez. I'm always down on Vince Velasquez.
Gotcha. Well, you're obviously down on Pivetta in general, though, because obviously you're picking the Blue Jays over the Sox.
Yeah, it was more just the Blue Jays made some history last night. So let me find this elite tweet because I want to make sure that I credit it to the correct person.
Into the first quarter, will we get that? Let's see. Look at this. Yeah, so we are here. He is Matt LaMarca, just going to drop some straight bomb on you in a second from some history from Toronto, who beat the Red Sox today, which I'm not happy about. Juju Smith-Schuster, lone touchdown. Seabird hit the tree for the Cleveland Browns. I am Jason Rossi. He's LaMarca. We got Jordan. We got Daniel. We got Tate. Smash that thumbs up. Yeah, we'll talk about the haircut, Mike Bislin, in just a moment. Because when you see me at this time tomorrow, it's all gone. Did you find it, LaMarca?
I did.
What you got?
This is from a Chris Black on Twitter, @DownToBlack. There have been 4 teams now with at least 25 hard hit balls in a single game in the StatCast era. The Red Sox in 2015, they won that game 22-10.
Yeah, okay.
The Nationals in 2018, and they won 25-4. The Giants last year, they won 23-5. And then the Blue Jays last night, and they lost 6-5. So every other team with at least 25 hard hit balls in a single game has scored at least 22 runs. And
Dude,
the Blue Jays had 5.
I was just going to say, wild.
So I just figured they were due for some better luck. That was my logic.
And look at you. Hopefully people listened. Hopefully people are on there. Check out DraftKings Nation. You can check out the playbook. You can check out everything. Just find Matt LaMarca on Twitter. Links in bio. Yada, yada, yada.
Oh,
there it is. Fidel's asked, wifey making you get rid of it? No. So yeah, what you just saw, my hair and beard. I'll make 2 plugs. We'll get one out now. Tomorrow, since 2016, it came up in my Facebook memories. I've been hosting. Well, I haven't been hosting directly. I originally was just involved as what some events have, like the Voice of God, where you're just at a stadium. This event used to take place at Gillette Stadium. So here's the situation. It's the Buzz Off for Kids with Cancer. So it's an organization called The One Mission. You can check out theonemission.org if you want to maybe drop $2 or maybe some of your winnings from tonight, a penny back. Really goes a long way. But they raise funds for kids with cancer that are, in hospitals. And like I've told people all week, when you go to a hospital, what's the first thing you want to do, LaMarca?
When you go to the hospital, what's the first thing you want to do? Like hug all the kids?
Well, potentially. Let's say you have to go there. Like, you don't know what's wrong with you. You go in. The first thing you want to do is leave because hospitals are sterile. They're brutal. I don't care if you have a bloody nose that won't stop. You stub your toe and you're just a baby like me, and you call the ambulance because you don't know what's happening underneath, and you don't want to take your sock off because you're too scared. The point being, hospitals stink. I love hospitals and appreciate everyone that works there, but you just know how sterile the area is. Imagine being there 7 years old. You know what it was like being a 7-year-old. Probably for me, it was playing a lot of Nintendo, snacking on Reese's peanut butter cups with posters of Penny Hardaway, Shaq Diesel, and Drew Bledsoe on my wall. So what the One Mission does is they make, well, not my room, because nobody wants that, but like they replicate a room of a child in these hospitals while they stay. So it's a huge organization. They do great things. Normally this would be at Gillette Stadium. Rob Gronkowski's been involved, other local radio and celebrities involvement. But since, the pandemic, regulations weren't up to where they are now, where LaMarca can run free in NYC and in the Long Island kid, they still had to keep it regulated. So we will be in a studio. It will be streamed tomorrow. But again, it's one mission, so everyone's buzzing their hair. People from all ages. There's nothing that will make you more emotional, and I mean this honestly. Like, we all have our things. That's going to be a rushing touchdown through a sea of human beings. That is Nick Chubb blasting his way in for the first touchdown for the Cleveland Browns. But there is nothing, LaMarca, and I'm sure you have your triggers. Like, maybe there's some movies that you always know, oh, man, that's going to make me sad or make me cry, or potentially a compliment from someone, a loved one. I don't know. We all have our things. For me, well, I have many things. I cry probably more often than I'd like to admit. But for me, it's seeing a teenage girl that's like 17 years old, buzzing her hair. Girls of that age and the thought process of like what looks are. And, we were both 17-year-old girls at one point in our lives. And it's
longer
just
than
like,
I'd like to admit.
Sometimes we get stuck there. But honestly, it's just watching that, and then when they explain that their younger brother, their nephew, their neighbor, their friend's brother, somebody in their life has been affected by cancer at such a young age, and they take a clipper and they just shave their long, beautiful hair, and it's like prom season or graduation season. There's pictures come. It is by far the most powerful thing I've ever witnessed, and this happens from 17-year-olds to grandmothers shaving it for other people. So it is just such a whirlwind of an event. It's going down tomorrow. Again, it's the One Mission Buzz Off for kids with cancer. So I'm hosting that puppy, and I like to put my money where my mouth is, and I will, the beard, the hair, and everything, gonzo. So I'm going to look, and I'm on the 8 and 10 tomorrow night, so I'm going to look very different.
And if folks want to donate, I would like to make a contribution. How do I go ahead and do this, Mr. Rossi?
So I was originally going to have like something through, I have a nonprofit, but honestly, if you really feel the need, you can just go directly to the One Mission. You don't even have to mention us. You can't, I don't think there's like a thing about that. I was going to do this whole other thing, but I just said, you know what, I'm going to just push people to the website. So if you want to make a donation, there's a, I can pull up the actual website instead of me just saying this.
Looks like onemission.org.
Yeah, that's the direct. So you can check that out. Anything helps. Don't have to go like, oh man. I always feel the one thing, and I say this as best I can because I run a nonprofit, and you have a lot of donors that will throw a lot of money. I tell people $5 goes a long way. Way more than you not donating $5 is $5 they wouldn't have, if that makes sense to people. So if you want to do 5, 10, 15, 20, whatever, but don't feel any obligation. At the end of the day, just do something positive in your life that reflects anything. That's my other way of looking at things. But if you do have the means, you can donate directly. You can read a little bit more about it. And I promise you watch their videos, you come be a part of this event that I'm part of tomorrow, you will not have a dry eye, and it's in all the best ways.
All right, I'm making a donation officially in the name of the DraftKings Dream Stream.
Love that.
So I encourage, if you guys have a little extra disposable income right now, maybe consider throwing it. But I'm going to make sure that we show up for our guy Rossi. So I'm throwing in a couple bucks right now.
Appreciate that. Again, and if you guys
don't
want
shave
to,
my head though, Rossi.
You don't have to. You don't have to. I'll do it for you. Love to see. Appreciate the chat. Mike Bezel, Litzu, James, D-Rod. Yeah, dude. It's wild. It's a wild time. And once I get the link tomorrow, I'm not going to take anything away from the Dream Stream. You guys absolutely come here. This is our number one spot. This is our home. That's why we want the thumbs up. We ask you all the time to smash that thumbs up, and this is the time to do it. Like, let's make sure DraftKings knows, hey, we appreciate you guys even on a Saturday night. Hey, why was there 60 likes on a Saturday night stream? It must have been Rossi LaMarca being awesome. Well, that's duh. That's natural. We were born that way. But honestly, just do it because it shows this place. This is a great place. This is a good community. We appreciate you. So smash it, baby. Yarborough ended up with almost 28 LaMarca. LOL, says DFS Queenie. Coming at you. laughing too. I love when people end their comments with ha-has or LOLs.
Hey, she made a great call yesterday. She said, I like Ryan Yarbrough. I said, I don't. And DFS Queenie gets the victory yesterday. So
point DFS Queenie. Smash that thumbs up.
That said, she also picked Jake Arrieta last Friday, and he got shelled. So it's really like it's an even game. You know, we're neck and neck right now, the way I see things.
What a memory. What a memory. Did you guys have like a Friday night thing? Is there something going on here?
We do, me and Steve Buchanan, we do the slate on Friday night.
That's right.
And we talk a little baseball, little daily fantasy, and it's great. It's fun. I love it when people come and hang out and throw questions at us. And DFS Queenie is one of the people who is always in there making suggestions, asking questions. So it's like the interaction's the best part always of all the stuff. So it's been fun, you know, hearing other people throwing different ideas out and, you know, things like that.
Love that. Honestly, this is another thing I want to say, and I know I'm being maybe a little preachy right now. I don't mean it, but like, man, the Dream Stream's on fire. It really is. Like, I know we had numbers go up and down, and people come in and out throughout the day, whether it's 20 people at one point, 500, 600, 800, 900, 14,000 sold. No, like however it is, there's a big sack by the Browns D as we're under 2 minutes. But like, I love like when you just said, like, you're like, yeah, me and you know, Bukes just jump on, chat up a little MLB daily. And like 5 months ago, we weren't doing, well, there wasn't baseball, but even like 5 months ago, there wasn't anything like that. It was just these weird hours of rotating images, like in between. Now you got the slate, you got we have like multiple golf shows. Like, and I think, you know, I always tell people, and I love that DFS Queenie gets involved with it. Like, you know, don't leave. Like, sometimes those are like, the Madden Sims are great, and I love doing this. There's nothing better than me and LaMarca just being able to hang out with you guys. But like, you get some great info to potentially win some serious money. Like, you're getting it from people that are writing about it, and it's almost like the too long didn't read version of what these guys do for a daily basis, and you get to interact with them. So I think it is awesome, and I think what you do is great, LaMarca, on and off the Dream Stream. Just keep it coming, guys. Like, that's why we want those thumbs up. It's really not about us. It just shows DraftKings, hey, we like what you're doing, and there's so much more stuff to come here. So just keep that in mind. Brother. Yeah, that's it. DFS Queenie says, just trying to learn something about my worst DFS sport. Perfect. DFS Queenie, perfect. That is exactly the point of it. I always tell Moose, I'll like message Moose all the time. I'm a pretty big hockey nut, but I love like random games on the West Coast. I know no players. I'm like, give me a couple guys to play tonight. Shoots me a few. Sometimes it works. I love it. Field goal is good here from Boswell.
The Boz.
I wonder if he's ever dressed up like the Boz for like Halloween or something. Boz.
I mean, it's too good of an opportunity not to.
John, I don't believe you. I'm just gonna say that. Don't believe you. But I understand to a degree, but I don't think that's how it works. The Dream Stream itself is a separate entity than how things all come out. But appreciate you either way. Appreciate you being here. See what else we got here. Jazz, what did he say? Football. He just says football. Washington football. You're gonna drop team? I'm following you now. Sometimes I like to do that. I like to see when people like there's just a random comment. I'm like, what's he gonna follow it up with? Or they? Don't know if it's a he or a she.
CEH said checking out the Frisbee. We've been doing the Ultimate Frisbee every Friday night on the Dream Stream. Great sport. Love me some disc. I broke both of my front teeth playing Ultimate Frisbee.
No, real life?
Yeah. Yep. You know, it was like I was going for a catch. I had my hands set in the right spot, and somebody got just enough of like a micro touch that it shot through my hands and somehow got up into my chops and broke both my front teeth.
Dude.
So,
bro, like out of the gums or like snapped them in half? Like what happened?
They were kind of just snapped in half.
Oh, did you have to
I had to get bonded.
Yeah. Oh, you got.
So, you know I have a beautiful smile, but the front two teeth, that's not me. That's science right there.
Dude, I thought you were going to tell me you try to like run and get it like a dog.
That would have been a cooler story. No. By the way, it's Ultimate Disc League, not Ultimate Frisbee. The Ultimate Disc League. It's a great sport. Disc is just a cool game. If you haven't checked it out, I recommend checking out next week's matchup, Boston at DC.
Give me that disc, bro. Sick disc. I want to call some of those games. I've asked. I think it's another one of my many ideas that have been shot down, but it's okay. That's more selfish. I don't know what this means, DFS Queenie, but I like that it's a compliment. She goes, the Dream Stream has gone from bad music and flashcards. Oh, you mean in between. Yeah, never mind. Sorry, let me read it first. The Dream Stream has gone from bad music and flashcards to something organic. Said nothing more organic than Lamarca, too.
Must be. I wasn't saving that story. It came up when we were talking about disc.
Dude, we're both big disc guys. Who doesn't love a big disc?
I definitely played some disc when I was in college and could run.
I could listen. I think you, but see, this is the thing I love about you, and I don't think you would even ever admit it. And you would probably downplay this. But we talked about playing basketball and stuff. But I feel like you're one of those guys. Like once you're gonna if you say, all right, I'm gonna give it like Jordan was telling us off camera, our producer, that he was playing street hockey today, and he hasn't moved like that in a while. But I bet you still gave it his all and was moving. Like Lamarca comes across like oh man, lethargic, all this. I wouldn't do it, but I bet you we got a game going. You give it that hour of time. You give it even if that was it for the year, you would give it.
I mean, I would try. There's no guarantee my body would let me, but I've been known to get a little bit competitive in my day.
I knew it. That's why we call you the sexy big disc guy. That's what I love about it. Disc, baby. Friday night. And this Friday night, like you said, it's that game. And it's also the first time since we've joined this that we're going to have a Dream Stream post disc, which will be cool. So the games, I think, are at 6 and 8. So you'll have a later Dream Stream this Friday. Our game, Braun, has got the most receptions by 2 times, everybody. He's got 6 for 53, leading the way here. Again, the touchdowns in this one are Juju Smith-Schuster and Nick Chubb. And then we have a pair of field goals. That is why it's 10-10. We're all tied up. Tater, appreciate you dropping. Yeah, onemission.org. I'll tell you guys about it at the end. Again, one more time, because when you see me tomorrow at this time, you're going to be like, what happened?
You're going to look about 10 years younger.
This is the thing, dude. I don't know how this whole thing is going to look. Because as I've gotten older, I've noticed the difference. Mm-hmm. That's why, and I'm looking at my skin now. I'm like, ooh, it's going to be very fast. Because I haven't been I don't know if I'm going to have the tan above beard, because I've never done this with the beard shave too, at once. So I'm actually getting it done during the stream. Most of the time there's a ton of it's a whole setup at Gillette Stadium. Since we're just doing it in the studio, the past times I've just shaved it in my backyard and filmed it. It's just a whole different, the onna or the people that run the nonprofit are shaving me tomorrow. So it's gonna be very strange, and it's not gonna be professional. So I don't even know what this is gonna look like. It's gonna be wild. Lisa Robinson saying, Lamarca, I watched some of the disc game. Seemed interesting. That's it. We just asked you to check it out.
Mike Bizzle says, Lamarca looking purple. Yeah, we're doing some color stuff today, I guess. Maybe I'll be a different color for the next quarter.
I hope you are. I hope that I like the color green. That's just a personal favorite.
I think I was kind of green in the previous quarter.
Okay, I haven't looked at it. I just noticed in our private Slack you said something, but I'm all in here. By the way, shout out to Tate. Updated in the stats. Again, I always want to say, look at this. I'm just going to be this guy today. Tate, awesome. All of our ops guys, they sit there. We're over here chatting God knows what. And by the way, start dropping in some of your questions for Lamarca to answer. I'm talking about what's your favorite this, who, how big was the disc that hit you in the mouth, like stuff like that. Like no trivia, like we're talking general conversation topics. So you can start dropping them in. I'll get to all of them when when I'm done with this quick one. Though, I'm just saying, all of our ops guys, they sit here and they watch the game and they type in the numbers, not like some service, not some server in some back place. Literally, just he's like Rain Man over here. You ever seen the Hangover? He's like Zach Galifianakis in there, just watching numbers and putting them in. So shout out to him, shout out to Jordan, shout out to Daniel. Hardest working people that are on these streams. We're just two jamotes chatting it up, making no sense at all.
Just a dude dressed as a dude, just as another dude.
That's it. John says, Rossi, you're a true professional. False. And a very positive. I got that. It says, LaMarca, you know your stuff.
Oh, well, thank you, sir.
Let's see what else in here. I invented, well, I can't say, I guess, that word. Well, I can say it. Frisbee golf in 1975 when I was 14. Friends and I were throwing it around, and they said, hey, it's like golf with Frisbee. I was the first person to make a course in GG, California. David George, if that's true, Billy, good on you.
Pretty cool.
Freak, there he is. I haven't seen the Freak yet. He says, fantastic energy in the commentary. Where do we go here? Rossi, quit with the big disc. Just saying. Excuse you. I prefer, like, I don't like when they play the game with the small disc. It's hard to see. It's like a CD, right? I don't do that. Right? I don't know if Jordan's asking me this, but everything's going to LaMarca here. So the first question is, Matt LaMarca, when was the last time you were clean shaven?
Clean shaven. Probably within the last 3 or 4 years. I was trying to do my goatee, like a little goatee, and I made a wrong cut. And at that point, as we get a scoop, and that's going to be a scoop.
Look at this thing. Come on.
Maybe not.
Let's jump him. Oh, big fella. Doesn't get the wheels, but gets it down to the 6-yard line. As you were.
But, yeah, I messed up my cut on when I was trying to line my beard up, and I just decided, you know what? Let's chop it all down.
Listen, this is all about LaMarca, but I will say I've never been able to, like, do the lines on my beard. That's why I like, look like a wolf man, because I can't do it. I'm not an artist, even though I have a graphic design degree, but that's another type.
So you are kind of an artist.
Artiste. Oh, look at Baker. Danson's going to score here. One play after the turnover. DFS Queenie, what am I going to do with the beard here? Why would you even question that? Putting that crap in the trash. I don't know. You keep beard here. Don't even do anything funny with it. Maybe I'll make it rain in the place. I don't know. Matt LaMarca, what is your favorite ice cream?
Boring. Vanilla with chocolate sprinkles.
Love that.
Soft serve vanilla, though.
Soft serve. So you don't. So if I brought over like a carton of vanilla, you're like, nah, dude, keep it out for a few minutes.
I'd be pretty out on that, to be honest.
Miami Misfits says, "Hey LaMarca, my cousin got his 2 teeth knocked out playing baseball. I now always think of you when I visit them. By the way, he was drafted by the Phillies.
Oh,
so LaMarca's look what he turned it into.
I was drafted by Noah.
You're drafted by DraftKings. Actually, here's a good one, and we'll get to see a couple of people. Oh wait, first I'll go to the question. First, Lisa Robbins just says Rossi.
Oi.
Lisa. The Freak says Philly cheesesteak or footlong coney dog.
Philly cheesesteak.
Woo! Uh-oh. Don't go outside those doors, bro. We got guys with bats and hammers. What'd you say? Unbelievable. I can't believe you just said that.
Coney Island's pretty far from
I'm sure.
From where I'm staying at these days.
David Georgie's more responding, but it seems like a question. So would you rather have English toffee ice cream or pistachio ice cream?
Honestly, I can't say I've ever had either.
You really are just like bland ice cream guy, huh?
I guess so.
Mike Bizzle asked me, but we go to LaMarca because it's third degree with Jason Rossi, and it's Matt LaMarca in that hot seat over there. I can feel it boiling. Have you ever had one of the wrestling bars? Remember when wrestling ice cream bars? I know you basically, the answer is going to be no, potentially, but we're going to ask.
I don't know if I've had them with wrestlers, but like I've had them with like cartoon characters. You used to get them from the Ice Cream Man. You know what I'm talking about? Like a SpongeBob, maybe.
Yeah. Dude, I feel you. But yeah, but Mike, yes, I've had those. I used to like hunt them down in stores. They were really good. So the wrestling bar specifically had the chocolate layer on the inside. So it was like that cookie with the print of like Bret Hart, Ultimate Warrior, a chocolate layer, then the vanilla ice cream with the stick up its, you know what, bottom. DFS Queenie says, I don't think you should shave the beard, Rossi. Just my humble opinion.
It's for the kids, Queenie.
Yeah, first, and you know what? My wife feels the same way. My whole family feels the same way. But dude, it's for the kids. It's for the kids, bro. And
the good thing about beards is it'll grow back.
It all does. It all does.
One day you might do the top, and it may not come back, but the beard will.
Jordan said earlier, soft serve, and you don't even go with the twist. Come on, man. I'm guessing you're just not a chocolate ice cream guy. How about that? So actually, this did come across. Somebody, I don't know where I saw this. How did you join DraftKings? Did DraftKings find you, or did you apply to DraftKings?
I found them. They had an opening in the news desk department, and one of my friends was leaving the company, which is how I knew about the opening, essentially. And this guy, Greg Ehrenberg, I don't know if he ever did any of the Dream Streams.
No, but we see him on sometimes the slates, or we've seen him in why do I forget the name? The Sweat.
Right. Yes. So I also knew Greg, and both of them basically put my name, I guess, towards the top of the pile. I interviewed with the legend Shirag.
Yeah.
And he liked me enough to give me the job. And then once I started doing that, they were like, by the way, we have these things. It's like a Madden game, but we let the computer play and we do commentary. And I was like, well, it sounds interesting, so I'll give it a shot. And that's it.
Here you are. We are so lucky to have you. The Freak, this is very near and dear to my heart. I used to advertise for both of these. They paid me very handsomely at one time. Swedish Fish or Sour Patch Kids, Matt LaMarca?
Swedish Fish are the most overrated snack/candy on the planet. They're gross.
Gross?
They're gross.
Oh, they're so sweet and delicious, and they're little tiny fish. It's my favorite seafood.
So definitely Sour Patch Kids of the two, but I think they're kind of overrated as well. If I'm gonna have a candy snack, I'm gonna have chocolate.
No, we've talked about this. You're not a big like gummies goo guy. DFS Queenie, I don't tell anyone I gamble on these sims. It's okay, DFS Queenie. This isn't like a club. You can tell people. Bring them in.
The first rule of the Dream Stream is we don't talk about the Dream Stream.
The first rule of the Dream Stream is tell everybody, and then have people question who you are anymore and what you do with your day. Yeah, Tiger says Swedish Fish are gross AF. Really?
Gross, dude. I never understood the fascination with them.
See, I really like Swedish Fish. Sour Patch Kids, it's all about moods. Excuse me. I thought that was a question. That wasn't the people just saying that more out there. Lisa Robinson saying Jolly Ranchers. Oh, I used to get down with Jolly Ranchers. When I would like be on a diet, this sounds weird. I would down a lot of Jolly Ranchers. Now people might be like, how do you have those on a diet? Well, there's like 1 calorie in each of them. It's not good calorie, but it's just like I needed something to give me a little sweet. Just need a little. There you go, Tate. He says it in the chat. He just said, why eat fruity candy when chocolate exists?
Damn straight, Tate.
Tate and LaMarca sitting in a tree eating chocolate. Just enjoying life. What was the first CD you ever bought, Matt LaMarca?
You know, it's funny that you bring this up because I do remember. I don't know if do you think this is something that most people know?
What?
The first CD that they bought.
Well, bought or owned. I don't remember the first one I bought, but I remember the first one I owned. Like somebody, like my parents bought me.
The first one I remember buying with my own money was Third Eye Blind, Semi-Charm Kind of Life.
Dude, what an album, too. That
banger.
That thing was just smashing, dude. You had Graduate on there. How's it gonna be? Oh, wow. Just killing it. Just killing it. Whew, love that. Good call, LaMarcus, this puppy Herb.
What year did that come out?
I'm guessing
1997.
I was gonna guess that. Damn it, you made me.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, no, don't be sorry. You're not a sorry person. You're a good person and a hell of a human being.
So I was 8 when that came out.
Oh yeah.
I must have used my allowance or something.
Oh, DFS Queenie just trying to beat people's dreams over here, saying my first CD was the Beatles' White Album. What an album, DFS Queen. Oh, you're just putting together some pennies, running to the store. You had the golden ticket of Willy Wonka. Must be, says Matt, McRib or Reuben sandwich?
What even is this question?
It's like, that is like, Matt Lamar, did you like Walks in the Park or did you like the movie Fast and the Furious? Like,
no, because there is no world in which anyone can pick a McRib here. On the flavor spectrum, a McRib is like a 2 generously. And I've had some Reubens that are like among the best things I've ever eaten in my life.
Oh, Juju. Again, his second touchdown, looking to be the LaMarca sweet long hair player of the game, but still got plenty of time here. The game's going to be all tied up. There he is already hitting that 20 burger in just the third quarter here, minute 50 left to play. But yeah, I've eaten a McRib here on the Dream Stream, and to this day, it's the only McRib I ever had. I thought I was going to want it again because that's the way I get, Lamar. I think we've talked about this. I get very, I have like an addictive personality in that sense, but like nothing else, nothing dangerous. Well, maybe a McRib is more dangerous than other things, but story for an off the sim. But yeah, never went back to it. It was just fine. Yeah. Just meh. Okay, I'm just okay. Just okay. Here we go. Mike Drum wants to know, what was your first concert? And what was your first concert? And if it was with your parents, what was the first one without your parents?
So I've brought this up on the streams before. I have not attended a lot of concerts in my life.
Yep, we've talked about this.
The first concert I ever went to was with my dad, and we saw Steely Dan.
Oh, hell yeah.
And the first concert I went to without was... I think it was The Weeknd, which goes to show just how few concerts I've been to.
Yeah, a little gap there. Yeah, I think my first concert ever was there's a radio station in Boston called BCN at the time, pretty historic rock station, but they used to do like a thing called the River Rave, so it was a collaboration tour with like a bunch of people coming in. So I saw like tons and tons of bands like Jane's Addiction, The Used, Dropkick Murphys, Good Charlotte, one of my favorite band probably people don't know called Hot Hot Heat, tons of bands. I'm like a music junkie, so I could get real geeky with this. But then I started going to concert with my dad later, like Bruce Springsteen, been to a ton and all that. A lot of people dropping their first albums. Mark saying STP Core. Awesome. Pretty Hate Machine from 9 Inch Nails, says James. A couple people with them 8-tracks. Love to see that. My dad had an 8-track player, and I still miss it. Because 8-track actually, people don't talk enough about the quality of sound. It's no record or CD. CD's still the best, but I don't care what anybody says. Take your MP3s and shove them. What else we got here? My first, I love when the chat jumps. People are on fire tonight. Love to see it, chat. That's why we love it. Keep asking them questions. Mike Bill says, LaMarca, Trey Anastasio, June 22 and 23rd. Gone Rage at the Beacon.
I don't know what any of that means.
Well, I know Trey Anastasio is the lead singer of Fish. That's all I got out of that. Oh, here you go, Jordan. I'm gonna change a little bit, Jordan, producer Jordan. What's your favorite Mexican style fast food? So he puts Moe's or Chipotle. I'm gonna add in a Qdoba And I don't know what you guys, I don't know what else you have around you, but something, that style where you walk in,
Sure.
You got a little like buffet style, go down the line. What's your favorite go-to there?
So I've never been to Qdoba.
Okay.
I'm not really sure if we have Qdoba.
That's the thing. I don't know which side's which.
But we have Moe's and Chipotle. I've eaten at both of them.
Which one do you go to?
I'm going to say Chipotle because I prefer their guac, and I'm a big guac guy.
Dude, this is why I'm gonna pull a Kenny Ducey and come really close to my mic for no reason. You guys just in case anyone ever wonders, when he talks, he does this thing because he thinks this is like the way you should be talking to people, but you really don't have to do that. Anyways, enough about him. But yeah, I don't like Chipotle because they charge it for the guac. So Qdoba, back in the day, I haven't been to one in a long time, but dude, don't charge me for the guac. Don't do that. Even though, don't get me wrong, I will pay. Because it is the food of the heavens. Mm-hmm. But I'm just like, why do you do that to me? Why does that have to be extra? You know what? Then charge me extra for salsa because I don't want any.
Right. Or lettuce. You can cut the lettuce. Oh, the look of the Irish. I got my green on in this one.
5 things. And then after 5, I can get charged. Give me the beef. Give me the sour cream. Give me the guac. Give me the whatever. Give me some rice. And give me some salsa. Don't charge me for anything else. All right. Don't play this game. Stop acting like avocados are the most expensive things in the world because they're not. All right. Because I've said this, there's a joke. There used to be a video out there back in the day. Oh, you are green. He is green.
Oh.
That's what you meant. I thought you were talking about the lettuce.
No, I'm green for the stream, Rossi.
I thought you were talking about the lettuce. I was like, I don't know. I got to get away from this. I'm like, that doesn't make any sense in my head. But look at that. That is incredible. That is incredible. That is such good coloring. You look like you were dipped in food coloring. And I look like I was dipped in hair. Unbelievable. I love it. Love this. Make his beard orange. Daniel's only got so much time. Is that Lamarca or Luigi, says Tate? Yes. Oh, that's great. Got to love it.
Fidelis, I can't take any credit for this. This is just Daniel having fun.
Daniel doing his thing. Obi-Wan, what's up, dude? How we feeling, brother? DFS Queenie says Chipotle has hiked the prices by roughly 4% to cover raising of workers' wages. And DFS Queenie doing that math. Freaking nature, leprechaun. Give me your pot of gold. Giraffe King. Good stuff. Keeping it loose on a Saturday night. Hope everyone's having a great day, doing a great job in their Sims, making some money, having a great day. Mike Bizzle says Mets on St. Lamarca Day. Awesome. Michael Johnson says, just tuning in. What's up, Mr. Rossi? And then he goes, Mr. Banner, Dr. Banner. Little Hulk reference with me.
Nice.
Oh, man. Alfredo says first place in daily dollar, 5th and quarter, and a dime, baby. Get that money. Leprechaun stunt double. There it is, Lisa. He is. Obi-Wan says he just made 1.3K. I don't know what he did. Maybe investing.
So I know we're done with our question segment, but
we can keep going, dude. We'll go all day.
Must Be says, could you do 2 days without no internet, no food, and no other human contact? Are those my only 3 restrictions?
Let me break it down one more time. It is no internet.
No internet, no food, no human contact.
But is he in his room?
Right. Am I in my house or am I in an island?
Is cable involved?
Do I have television? Do I have reading material? Do I have lights?
Water. Is water involved?
Water, sure. If it was just those 3 things, I could do it. It wouldn't be fun, but I could do it. I saw a prop that these 2 gentlemen engaged in Las Vegas, where the question was, how long could you live in a pitch black room with nothing, no technology, You didn't have a clock. It was just you and darkness. And this guy said, I could do a month.
No way.
And the other guy was like, you're crazy.
DFS Queenie says, I could do that for 2 days. First of all, what you just said, absolutely, that guy is an absolute liar. DFS Queenie says, I got musical
We'll find out. I'll let you know how the story plays out.
Boy, he's actually going to do it. There's a touchdown, by the way. Nick Chubb, his second touchdown of the game. Then taking the lead. It's a good one here.
It's already happened. This has been completed. They worked out a speculation against each other. And basically, this guy had to live in a bathroom.
Like in
no bed. They might have put a mattress in there, but he lived in a bathroom for a month. And they blacked out. They boarded up the windows.
A month?
Yup. The only thing that was in there was a little mini fridge, and they would stock it with a week's worth of food, basically. And there would randomly be deliveries where they would drop off more food so that he couldn't get a sense of what day it was, how long he'd been in there. Because that's the thing, right? That's what would really drive you crazy.
Oh, yeah.
You could be like, oh, I'm on day 15, and it's really day 10.
Yeah, that's like when you're a work shift. I think 5 hours has gone by. You look over, it's been 14 minutes. You're like, oh.
Right. So they put cameras in there so that...
What is this?
They could see... This is what poker players do with each other.
Okay, because this is like some weird...
They just make these...
Are they wearing leather masks?
Yeah. So... They put cameras in so if the guy at any point wanted to be like, I'm done, let me out of here, someone would let him out.
Okay.
And his family could check up on him and make sure that he wasn't going insane and, monitor the feed or whatever. But the guy made it through like 21 days or something. And the other guy, the guy who bet him that he could not do it, ended up just buying out the wager because he's like, this guy's going to make it 30 days. So
he got to leave early and got the money.
Well, not the full amount because they worked out an arrangement.
Oh, a buyout.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay. By the way, Poppy Herb says, Rossi, I'm in line for It's a Small World. Thinking of you. Always thinking of you, Poppy Herb. Yeah, I don't think I could if we just go straight 2 days, no food, let's go like the most extreme to this, just no food. You have to have water because technically for 2 days you'd be fine, but you have to give yourself something, and there should at least be a toilet in there.
Yeah.
Let's just be real, let's not get too deranged. I still don't know if I could do it though. No internet, especially if there's no light. I couldn't be in the dark for 2 days. No chance. If
there's no light, or I'll just say if there's no way to pass the time but my mind,
yeah,
I'm not going to do it.
Yeah, I'm out. DFS Queenie says, I'd eat like a pig for 2 days before. But DFS Queenie, aren't you like a human? Like when you eat more, you want more, right? That's what happens to most people. If you eat a ton of food today, you're going to probably be a little more hungry tomorrow or super full and uncomfortable. I don't know. I don't like this. Must be. What are you doing to my brain right now? Get out of here. Let's talk more about the disc. But that was a good question, though. Makes you think. But if it was just your apartment for 2 days with no internet, even if it was no TV and no food, you probably could do it for 2 days.
I could. I think. I would.
Grab a book.
I'd sleep for a large majority of it and read. I have so many books that I haven't read that I want to, and I would just tap into those.
Start doing homework for the kids in the neighborhood, even though they can't have human interaction. They mail it to you. Get a lot of weird things done. Oh, here we go. Tiger says, I don't want to jinx myself. Well, here it comes. By saying this, but if Galladay has 20 plus fantasy points, I got a good chance of winning $10.
Hey, good luck, brother.
Yeah, for you, I hope it happens. DFS Queenie says, I sleep off. Oh, I sleep after I eat a lot. Well, hopefully you sleep for 2 days. And I could sleep for 18 hours. Oh, DFS Queenie pulling that LaMarca status right there. 18 hours? I don't think I've ever slept for 18
consecutive? That's not possible.
I don't know if it's not. I think the longest I've ever slept was maybe I'm trying to think. It was after I used to do these events. So let's say I went to bed at like 5 a.m. And then I think I woke up at like 6. So maybe it's almost 11 hours. So I guess, but 18, that's extreme.
You went to bed at 5 and woke up at 6. That's 13 hours.
No, 5 a.m. Oh yeah, you're right. 13. Wow.
Yeah, I've done a good 14 or so.
Oh, that's pretty impressive.
Probably not consecutive, but you wake up, you roll over, maybe you get a little water, and then you close your eyes and you fall back asleep for another couple hours. But 18 straight is...
She says it is possible.
That's like coma status.
You know what I'm saying? Like, do people check on you, DFS Queenie? I hope they have like friends or family in the wherever you're living. Mike Bizzle says, I can hold my breath for a minute or so. 5 days without food, as long as I'll go. I didn't sleep once for 4 days and 3 nights. I once didn't stop for 7 red lights. Is that a rap? That's got to be lyrics, right?
It was definitely, it rhymes.
Yeah, it's got to be lyrics. Because once way I was through it, I was like, where's this going? I can say for 2 straight days, no coffee, Ashley Edwards. Yeah, I've definitely pulled all-nighters here and there, but I need entertainment, dude. Like, I'm not about like, yeah, I don't know. I can't do all this. And I just sleep.
I'm done with the all-nighters.
DFS Queen says, I didn't get but like 6 hours of sleep for 3 days. 6 hours, but like, people need to get some sleep. She said, then I went into a coma. I get it. But like, that's still scary. Like, that's
gotta go into the recovery mode at that point. Yeah.
And what's your body like when you wake up from that? It must be stiff as a board. Imagine waking up from 18 hours of like just being in a like laying. Unless she sleeps upside down, does some of that like weird vampire stuff. Unbelievable. Mike Bizzle, fish. Oh, it's a fish lyrics, I'm guessing. You and your fish, Mike Bizzle. You a Swedish fish guy? What a time. David Georgia, I have a fever and the only prescription is more chub. Well, gotta be careful with that. We'll see if we can get you some more. We're at the 2-minute warning in this one. The background to our magnificent conversation, but this has been a good game here. Steelers down 7, looking to get this game all tied up in the final 2. DFS Queenie said, sore. Yeah, of course you're sore. Hopefully you stretch or do like yoga or something. Or reach for your toes. I can't imagine that back. Oh. My lower back sometimes is sore after like just a regular night's sleep. I got issues. Big sack there. Big sack city.
Olivier Vernon.
I like it. Yep, there it is. DFS Queen. My back always hurting when I sleep over 12 hours. Oh, it's been an hour. Sorry. Oh, dude, I might, Jordan. You're right. No, but you know what it is, Jordan? I'm gonna be honest. I don't like to be like overly concerned. Like, I'm obviously very neurotic because I'm a human being and of an age group in the world we live in today. But like, I'm probably gonna, once I'm like bald and shaved, I'm probably gonna like just start like literally just eating straight chicken and broccoli for like a week. Because that's when I'm gonna notice all the inconsistencies and all. Like, I have a feeling like some people think I'm gonna look young. I have a feeling I'm gonna look old. I have a feeling I'm gonna look weathered.
Yeah, I mean the no hair. Oh, we got
a big pick! Look at this! The Cleveland Browns, dramatic. I forget what Joseph. I don't think it's Jonathan Joseph who announced his retirement this week, but look at that. Bad throw by Roethlisberger, just right outside of the stretching hands. Carl Joseph. Thank you, Madden.
You were closer than me. I was going to say Corey Joseph, but I'm pretty sure he's a guard for the Sacramento Kings or the Detroit Pistons now. Anyway.
That's the thing about the, like, I don't mean to, like, you're probably more of an NBA guy than me, like, knowing where everybody, I'm pretty good, but, like, the NBA to me, like, if you're, like, a bench guy, like a third off the bench guard, or, like, second guard for, like, a team, dude, you could have moved 10 cities from the last time I remember. Like, George Hill, I still, like, is he on Cleveland?
He's on Philly now.
I know, but that's what I mean. They just fly around. I love it. Well, I love
it. It is great. Once you hit, like, a certain age, it's like, all right, you're just gonna don't rent an apartment. Just live out of your suitcase for a while.
Dude, Ollie, the snowman says my dog ate Ritz crackers, the entire box. Sounds like maybe your dog's preparing for not eating for 2 days, going into this random must be situation. Giraffe King, can I hit the cash out button now?
I've been asking for that for years, Giraffe King.
We've all been there. Just don't ask me to ask higher management. They say no to everything I ask. Must be says, will you admit there is 92.3% chance your hair won't grow back? Nah, dude. I'm a very hairy human being. My hair grows back. What this does, just in case anybody from like this funny side of it, once I'm shaved and everything, it's always a hair check. And I know people feel, but like I'm still pretty good. But tomorrow I'll really know. The lines.
I'm telling you, man, you got good salad.
It's all right. It's all right. It hangs in there. I showered today. I went out of the house too. Damn, needed Ebron, says Poppy Herb. Well, you never know here. Getting the ball back with less than 50 to play. Horrible drive for the Browns to go 3 and out. Gonna have to go, 81 yards. Lisa Robinson, we all want to know that too. Caveman Harry. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Ashley Edwards. I'm a very hairy person. Rossi's Fat Cat, what's up, dude? He says, hi, Rossi, rattle, feed me. I don't know where my cat is right now, and my wife's out tonight, too. So I had to switch up the Sims. I had to make sure the little guy got some Z's. He's zonked out right now.
Rossi Fat Cat, my dude. Or my feline.
My meow. Ooh, nice move there. Oh, look at this dancing around. I'm going to take a quick look at my team because it's absolutely horrendous. I can already tell.
The burger up over the bonus.
Burger bonus. I am in 70th out of 78. Good for me. Yay, me. Yeah, by the way, sorry, everybody. I didn't make the contest till like 6 o'clock. It was really dumb.
I got in there. I'm in 28th, so I'm not doing a ton better than you.
You're doing great, though. What do we got here? Somebody asked, Russ Fat Cat. Hi, Lamar. Oh, no. He said, are you two on the next one as well? No, it's going to be Freeze Pops. That's going to be your ball game. Lamarca, who's going to be your Lamarca big disc guy player of the game?
I'm going to give it to Nick Chubb. I thought he had a pretty big disc today. 2 touchdowns, 52 yards. He was the captain in the winning lineup, and he was only 31% owned.
Good.
Pretty cheap as well. So I'm giving it to him. I'm giving it to
Good call.
Chubb.
Who's going to be your babysitter, Billy? Not my kid.
Babysitter Billy. Can I give it to a tie? 2 people?
Sure. It's your award. You do whatever you want.
Jarvis Landry and Rashad Higgins.
Well, I'm a different color now.
Both players, no catches.
There
I'm red.
Oh, it's like Mario and Luigi. But see, like, I'm telling you. Like,
it's a me and Mario.
All right. Before we get out of here, he's going to be back with Freeze Pops for Madden After Dark. It's going to be a blast. You're not going to want to go anywhere. Maybe they'll sing. Maybe they'll take their shirts off. Maybe they'll be multicolored. Who knows? But I just want to say again, tomorrow I'll be you can check out onemission.org. I'm going to be shaving this old beard, this hair. I got to get one last kind of random look here. That makes me look it probably makes me look younger. That's what they do to all the, 90210, the OC, when they were 30-year-old actors. They always just made them put their hair in their face because they look younger. Do I look younger or just like a buffoon? Maybe both. But yeah, anywho, but yeah, you can check it out. So I'm going to be shaving the head for kids with cancer, the beard as well. Everything's gone. I'm going to look so damn different tomorrow at this time because I'll be on with Kaufman and Glash, who's returning from suspension tomorrow night. So I just want to say appreciate everybody, the positivity that was outpoured earlier to Lamarca. If you guys do want to drop anything you can go check it out. onemission.org. And if you want to see what I look like, I don't ever do this as well. You're going to obviously want to say for Madden After Dark. It's Lamarca and Freeze Pops, 2 of the best. But I'm going to be back here tomorrow at 8. So you're going to see something and it's going to be funky like a monkey. And I'll be
gonna come and just tell you that you look beautiful.
Well, I appreciate it. I'm going to probably, I don't know if I'm going to be insecure or not. That's going to be the weird thing. I don't know what it's going to feel like. Like, I know I'm going to feel good. It's going to be a very emotional day tomorrow. If you guys want to check it, I'll post on my Twitter at Jason D. Rossi, like the link to everything, like the stream, but like, it's going to be interesting. But I appreciate you guys. I'll let you guys get to the in-betweens here of the Sims. Shout out to Jordan, our producer. Awesome job today, man, as always. Daniel, look at, like, what are we looking at right now? Daniel, you're amazing, as always. Creative, son of a gun.
Red's not a bad color for me. I'm not going to lie. I feel like
your eyes look amazing. They really do. Like, you're actually kind of scaring me. Tate, awesome job in ops. Shout out to everybody who won. Love each and every single one of you individually and collectively. Follow him at Matt LaMarca. I'm at Jason D. Rossi. Check out my podcast. It's Pop Culture Pile Driver. I do it with Babysitter Billy. This week we covered the movie Superbad. You may have heard of it. You may like it. See what we thought. All right, LaMarca, final word before we get out of here.
See you at 10. Rossi, you the man.
Right back at you, my friend. All right, we'll catch you guys back here, 10 p.m. Bye. Drink your water, say your prayers, eat your vegetables.
It's the Ross Tucker Football Podcast.
Oh, yeah, it is. But it's not just any Ross Tucker Football Podcast. It is a Monster Monday presented by DraftKings. I am joined by my college buddy today, the star of Good Morning Football, Kyle Brandt, who's in Australia for some unknown reason. Get to Kyle momentarily. College teammate, roommate. If you guys are longtime listeners, you know he's been on probably about once a year, I would guess. It's a new week, by the way, which means we'll have a new Spread the Word winner via social media. I love those of you that engage, just like Maverick in Top Gun, in any way. Quote tweet, share on Facebook, reply, like, love, I don't care. At Ross Tucker NFL, engage in any way. I notice, I pick a winner, I send you something signed in the mail. You can also always do that with at Ross Tucker Pod, which is the show's handle as well. Sponsor confirmation email winner. You guys know the deal there. I'll tell you today about ExpressVPN, which is actually pretty legit, especially if you're like in Australia and you need to make sure you have a way to block your IP address like Kyle right now. I'll tell you more about that a little bit later. And then the YouTube shout out, youtube.com/Ross Tucker NFL. Just subscribe and then go ahead and comment on any of the videos. There's actually a bunch of like league-wide news to get to since Thursday's show with Greg Cosell. We've got rosters, race norming, Toradol. They're trying to get rid of Toradol. I'll have a lot to say about that as well. But first, it's Big Show time.
The Big Show.
All right, so most of you already know this, but we get new listeners and new viewers all the time. Today's guest is one of my best friends in the world. My wife absolutely adores him because Kyle's just real. Kyle's just so real and genuine and authentic. Loves this dude. He is literally the star of Good Morning Football. And since the last time we did this show, he started one of the most popular podcasts in the galaxy called 10 Questions, which is amazing. Since the last time he came on, since the last time he came to my house, you can check him out on social media at Kyle Brandt. It is 6:15 a.m. Eastern time, 8:15 p.m. Sydney time, which is why Kyle looks so lit up there. What is going on? Oh, first of all, thank you for coming on the show, blah, blah, blah. Why are you in Australia? What are you doing?
All right, I'm glad you asked. I've been dancing around how to describe this and what phrase I should use, and I've settled on this. Check this out. See what you think. I'm in Australia on assignment.
Yeah,
that's how I'm using it. On assignment. It's a secret mission. I'm down here on work. I'm in Sydney, Australia. I'm actually talking to you, dude, from the future. Like, I am 14 hours ahead of you right now. You just woke up. It's the earliest podcast ever recorded. And I'm doing, it's like 9 o'clock. I got to tell you, dude, there's a lot of things in Australia that are cool. A lot of things already drive me crazy. all of the clocks are on that 24-hour thing. So I'm looking at the stupid digital clock on my microwave right now, and it says 2023. And I'm so jet lagged and weirded out, I can't subtract 12. So I don't know what time is that, 1 o'clock? I have no idea what it is. But that's what it is. 2024 now. That's where I'm joining you from.
That is amazing.
Yeah.
So, okay, you're on assignment. So,
yeah,
obviously, you don't go to Australia on like a weekend assignment. So you're there for a decent amount of time.
Indecent, I think, actually, is the expression. I go right past decent to indecent. I'm here for like, this is the other phrase I've been using is, I'll be emailing like work people and I'll be like, thank you for reaching out. I'll be on assignment in Australia for several weeks. It just sounds so cool. It's like I'm James Bond in Monaco playing cards or something. Like I'm trying to make it sound as cool as possible, where in reality, I'm sitting here in my sweatpants and my Ugg slippers and I had 2 ho-hos for dinner. So it's not sexy in any way, but it sounds cool. I'm here on assignment for several weeks, Ross.
So first of all, saying you're on assignment is amazing. I love saying that when I'm away. I love that. I love saying on assignment. It sounds amazing. And Australia is amazing. One of our awesome listeners, the guy that actually grades us on the Even Money podcast, like he grades our bets. Mm-hmm. His name is Sean Grady, lives in Australia. We call him Grades. Like that's his nickname. Isn't that unbelievable? His last name's Grady, and he grades our bets on the Even Money podcast. But he's every time we do with the patrons, every time we do a happy hour, he's the one that sets it up on his Zoom. So Kyle, it'll be like 8 o'clock at night.
Yeah.
And because we're doing a Zoom, whatever, it'll be noon. And he'll be on this happy hour with us from his house in Australia. And he's like, yeah, I'm supposed to be working right now. I'm kind of working, whatever. He sets it up. So anyway, people in Australia are amazing. Right when and we never talked about this, right when I retired from football, my wife and I went on a trip to New Zealand and Australia. We spent almost a week at Hayman Island. It's like some awesome island off of Sydney, off of the northeast coast of Sydney. It's amazing. I can tell you a bunch of stories there. And obviously Sydney, we did the Opera House. We did the bridge thing. We did all that stuff, man. It was amazing.
See, I think of you and Kara going on a trip around your football retirement when you went on that like ill-fated road trip where you had to turn around in Cleveland because your back hurt. Like that's a totally different trip, right?
That was when Buffalo cut me after my back surgery. Yeah. And the idea of being in central Pennsylvania, just like waiting for a call was horrible to me. I just couldn't. It felt like a waste of time. So we got the idea to do a cross-country RV trip. Tell me this isn't galactically stupid, by the way, Kyle.
Okay, go on.
You get a call almost every week to go try out. Like somebody like the right guard in Detroit gets hurt.
Sure.
So they call you Sunday night. You're on a plane Monday. You work out Tuesday. They tell you whether or not you're signed. You fly back. Like our idea was, we would just go, and wherever I was, I would go and fly to that city and do the workout while Kara was with the RV. How stupid is that? Like, first of all, it's not good for working out to be in a motorhome. Secondly, I'm going to leave my like 25-year-old wife at these like random motorhome places so that it was like for two smart people. It was one of the dumbest ideas of all time. Driving the motorhome killed my back. We made it to Cincinnati, my former teammate Alex Solfstead, and we were like, this is the worst idea ever. It hurts my back. And we turned around. We didn't even make it past a contiguous state.
Yeah, it's a bad plan. I am picturing a scenario by which you have to tell Kara, like, all right, honey, here's the deal. You're going to stay at this this KOA campground in Omaha, Nebraska, and I'm going to fly to try out for the Jets for a job I'm not going to get, and then I'm going to come back and we'll restart the trip. And aside from all the football stuff, Ross, I'm just thinking of what I know of you. Never mind football, never mind your back, anything. I just hate the idea of you cooped up into an RV. Like, you would go crazy. You're too big and too sweaty and too, like, possessive of your space. Like, the whole thing was a disaster.
Terrible, terrible idea.
Yeah.
What is a good idea is the podcast you started for The Ringer and Spotify 10 questions. This is what's weird about life and time.
Okay.
You were here at my house with your family last August, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And so we're only talking 10 months later.
Yeah.
Since then, you started a really popular podcast. You've had a bunch of awesome guests on. It's a thing that people enjoy and talk about and like, and you've had second series or whatever. Like, isn't that weird? It feels like that was longer than 10 months ago, but I guess it wasn't, or maybe it was a little bit longer. I don't know.
Well, it was a great trip, first of all. You guys are the best hosts I know. Incredible. So the thing I always like about going and staying with you is that, like, you're always going to eat. Like, there's always going to be enough food. And then you guys did a sushi spread and a pizza spread. It was unbelievable. And I remember that about the podcast because it was first coming together. That was like the real formative days. And, like, you know, you're this like old, like Obi-Wan Kenobi of podcasts, like the wise sage, and you've got this incredible setup. And like, I'm trying to connect to audio on the Zoom. I'm a rookie. But I remember I stepped out of dinner and I walked into, I don't want to, brag for you, Ross, but Ross has this nice room where there's a piano. It's a grand piano. And I'm standing by it. You can't hide money. I'm standing by it. And I had two text threads going. One was I had just a couple weeks ago done an Aaron Rodgers episode, and like I was having a correspondence with him about like when it was coming out. And then also I was trying to book Guy Fieri to come on, which was the next episode we did. So like if you looked at my phone, it was like the coolest phone ever. And my text messages, it would be like Brooke Brandt, Aaron Rodgers, a Guy Fieri, and then like Peter Schrager or something. But it was pretty good top four.
That's amazing. So here's the thing I've never understood. Like, your first episode is Aaron freaking Rodgers. And not just Aaron Rodgers, dude. He's like drinking whiskey or something. Like
the whole time.
Like that. So I don't know that I've ever seen that. Like, I don't know if I've ever seen a star quarterback. I mean, I've probably seen a star quarterback be somebody's first episode, but like he just comes on and he's drinking whiskey. Like, he just decided, you know what? I think that might have been the first time, because then during the season, he did a weekly thing with Pat McAfee, whatever. But I honestly think your show is when Aaron Rodgers started his bleep you routine. Like, I'm just going to go dominate this season, dominate every interview. I don't give a bleep anymore. I think it started with your show.
It might have, because I remember what you're talking about with the whiskey. So put yourself in the situation. Anybody listening, you watch podcasts, maybe you do them yourself. These days, it's always about, the virtual window and everything. And so let's say I had agreed with him, we were going to meet at 6:15 and come on in, and like you go and you get there early and you got, whoever's crew is helping you out. And then there's this like tense moment where you look at your watch. It's like, oh my God, it's 6:15. Is this really going to happen? Is this massive whale of a guest really going to show up? And then all of a sudden it's like, bzz, Aaron has joined the room, and there they are. And it's this really exhilarating moment. And I remember I looked up at him, and he's got one of these, cheesy, like Starry Night fake backgrounds that we were all playing with a year ago when, quarantine was still new. And he had what appeared to be like a bucket of scotch in his hand, like at 5 fingers, whatever the hell it was. And I remember thinking, like, I need to nail this. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Like the night that Jerry Maguire writes the memo or the mission statement that gets him fired, Tom Cruise has that line where he's like, nights like this don't come along very often. I seized it. And when he had the whiskey and he's pulling from it like aggressively, I'm like, the opportunities don't come along. I could do this 80 years and I will never get, the best quarterback in the world, like get day drinking scotch, ready to talk about whatever I want with no time limits. Dude, we talked for an hour and a half. That's a once in a lifetime interview. And I'm like, I got to maximize this thing.
Well, you did. And obviously you've been building on it ever since. Very proud of you. Love the show.
Thanks, man.
I've watched several episodes. It's awesome. I also love, you've kind of become the guy that like cuts promos. I've seen him for the Bills. I've seen for the Eagles. So here's the thing about Kyle now, okay? Everybody needs to have people in their life that they're just blatantly honest with, right? Like they just say what it is. And that's, by the way, why my wife loves Kyle, is Kyle just says like the truth, right? So I got to be honest with you. Kyle is very popular among Eagles fans, for videos he's done over the last few years. He's also very popular among Bills fans for the videos he did, especially last year. So I have been an Eagles fan since I was 5 years old. I now do Eagles pregame. I do Eagles preseason television, okay? I played 3 years for the Buffalo Bills. It's the team I have the greatest affinity for. I would be lying, Kyle, if there wasn't part of me that isn't like, what the heck is going on? First of all, I should be cutting those promos. Secondly, do those people know you're a Bears fan? You are a Bears fan. You've always been a Bears fan. You'll always be a Bears fan. I watch these promos and I'm like, these people don't even know he's a Bears fan. This is ridiculous.
Keep going. It's all coming out. Let the healing begin. It's just, listen, Ross. When I was standing there that day on the Rocky Steps on the day of the Philadelphia Eagles Super Bowl party, and I was hanging with Randall Cunningham and Brian Westbrook and all us like OG Eagles guys, we were talking about the true meaning of being a Philadelphia fan. And it's not. I'm not sure it's something you would understand. You never did play for the Eagles. You're a fan. Big deal. There's thousands of fans. To really be in the inner circle, you have that true understanding. But listen, I understand you're jealous. I would be jealous. But I'm glad you brought this up because I get this all the time, and I think it's an interesting conversation about media members and fan bases. So I get that. They're like, hold on a second. Like, I know you're an Eagles fan. Oh, you're a Bills fan now. Oh, you're a Browns fan? Wait, you're a Bears fan. I'm not a fan of anybody, and that includes the Bears. I was as a kid, and here's how I define it. I don't care if the Bears lose. Like I was born and raised in Chicago. I grew up with Walter Payton bed sheets, all that stuff. But I don't care if they lose now. I like to see good things happen for them. I get excited about what they do. But like if they lose, I'm like, oh, those idiots. I'm not down. I'm not upset about it. And as far as like the Bills and the Eagles, I've never said I'm a fan of theirs. I'm not. I did that Bills promo, the first one. The first thing I said was, I've never even been to Buffalo. I have no idea what it's about. But when the playoffs start, you start to have a feel about some teams. And sometimes those teams are not the front runners. And if you start screaming about that feeling, genuinely, people like it.
Yeah, it was awesome. Although, wait a minute. You kind of can't have it both ways.
What do you mean?
Well, I saw the video you did when the Bears drafted Justin Fields.
Yeah.
And you made it like, we've been waiting our whole lives for this. I'm so proud of them. So you can't now say you're not a Bears fan and then do the video where you're like, I'm just so proud of them. By the way, I thought that knowing you, that was totally real. And I know that you felt that way. You were proud of the Bears for moving up and drafting Justin Fields. That wasn't fake.
But I was. However, I would counter to that. That feeling of pride is not just attached to the Bears fan that I grew up with. Like, I'll tell you something. I was really proud of the Browns, like when they won that playoff game against Pittsburgh. I like had this genuine feeling of nurturing, almost parental-like, and I know where it comes from. It comes from, like, I have a background in sports radio where I worked for Rome for years and years, and so when you do that, especially if it's like a national show, like you get the Cleveland callers and you get the Buffalo callers and the Detroit callers, and like you kind of they become a character in your life and you become an attachment to them. So sure, I was proud of the Bears because the Bears like hung their balls out there. It was an incredible move. But I feel proud of different teams too. Weren't you in your own way, even if you weren't a player, even if you'd never played for them? Last season, weren't you proud of the Buffalo Bills? I was.
1,000%. I root for the Bills, and not just because I played there, but because those people deserve it. I root for the Browns. I have said for a long time, I think the Browns have the best fans in the NFL. And people get all upset about it. Look, there's amazing Steelers fans, Eagles, Cowboys, Raiders. I get it, right? The Browns fans are so loyal and so diehard. And for the last 20 years, their team hasn't even really given them hope. I mean, not even hope.
I know.
And yet they still, when I had a radio show on Sirius, they would call all the time. Every year, I see the tweets. I think that they are the most loyal fans in sports. Nobody's ditched them. Browns fans are Browns fans are Browns fans. And I love it. All right, I got two more for you. By the way, this always happens. Like I could have 20 more for Kyle, but I try to keep the show to 30 minutes because I respect that that's your workout time, your commute time. Plus, I like to leave a little bit more, right? Like we'll have to have Kyle on after we find out what his assignment was. He'll have to be on the show again. All right. This is a random question, okay?
Yeah.
But you'll know where I'm going with it. How does your body feel? And I don't mean like the working out. I've seen your video. I've seen you're in great shape. I mean, do you have any lingering effects of playing high school and college football? Because to those of you who don't know, Kyle was our starting running back at Princeton for like 3 years. Like Kyle was a Division I starting running back, which is very hard to do, and he was very good. How does your body feel? Like, do you have aches and pains from college football?
Yeah, they're coming up. Here's the thing, and anybody listening who played high school or college football could relate to this too. I won the running back Powerball, and let me tell you what I mean. I played 9 years of running back, and I never had the big knee injury. I never had the big elbow injury. I never had the ACL, the MCL, any of that stuff. So I got really lucky. Never separated a shoulder. Never tore a labrum.
Whoa. I was there when your elbow bent the other way, dude.
All right. But here's the thing. My elbow did go on the other way. My elbow was on backwards. And the last carry of my football career, the last play was against Penn senior year, who, like, I hope that entire program rots in hell. I hate them. But I dislocated my elbow. You know who I was talking crap to about Penn, Ross? Like the prince of Penn right now, Stefanski. And he is like, he was saying all this stuff about like, oh, Kyle Branch just, doesn't like Penn because he couldn't get in there. And I'm like, hold on a second. I'm not going to start doing this elitist Ivy League talk, but saying that someone like went to Princeton because they couldn't get into Penn is like saying that like someone is playing for the Chiefs because they couldn't make the Browns. Like it's not it doesn't make sense at all. It's terrible trash talking. You obviously went to Penn. So anyway, back to my body. It's okay. I did yoga this morning here, and like there's just a lot of cracking now. Like my knees, like it's like a Roman candle inside my knees. Even though I didn't blow them out, it's just like when I bend down, like to get in a catcher's squat, it's like there's like a drum roll, and I don't know where that's coming from, but it can't be healthy.
All right, so here's why I'm asking you. I was recently with a buddy, okay, and his back like went out on him. All right, and like his back was in bad shape. And I was, I had a back surgery in Buffalo. I have back issues 3 times a year. So I'm helping him through it. I'm telling him, I'm giving him advice or whatever. I finally, after a day or a couple hours, I say, can I be honest? He's like, yeah. I'm like, and he did not play college football. He played high school football. I'm like, there's like a small part of me that like almost is happy that your back is bothering you like this, because it makes me think, you know what? Maybe it wasn't just the 7 years in the NFL. Like maybe I would still have issues just from college football like you, or maybe some of the stuff is you can just be a high school football player and your back is like, it almost made like the aches and pains I have from the NFL more worth it because maybe they weren't all from the NFL. Like maybe I would have had them anyway. Is that a totally warped way to look at things?
No, like we all want to suffer in our misery with anybody else, and that like kind of validates you. Plus, like, dude, for those years you got the NFL, you were paid really well. None of the rest of us got paid to play football. We were doing it for free. So I can understand you. And by the way, I also know how you work, and you like to keep track of everybody and what number they have and what they're this. Like you always have an inventory of everybody's everything. So that does not make a surprise for me that you wanted to hear that guy suffering. It's fine. I do the same thing.
All right, last question.
Yeah.
Junior year, we were roommates. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think? And we'll do a whole other episode about college stuff, but
okay.
Percentage chance if I said to you, Kyle, 22 years from now, we will both be getting paid well and have really nice careers talking about the NFL. What percentage chance would you have given that? When we were juniors in college, neither one of us ever talking probably a single day that I can recall about being like an NFL broadcaster or whatever.
Very, very, very low. You got to understand that, first of all, there weren't a lot of constructive conversations in that room to begin with. Let's just set the stage for the listeners. You're talking about 6 guys, all college football players. I was about 205 at that point, 205 pounds. And I was the smallest of the 6 by probably 40 pounds. So I was like the runt of the litter, because I think the next smallest was Freitag, and he was like ripped out of his mind back then. He was huge. So, and then you had like the 300-pound club that I couldn't even approach. So if I even touched the remote control, let alone drank somebody's Diet Dr. Pepper, I was screwed. So I wasn't talking a lot about the future at that point. And honestly, Ross, I think I would have been disappointed if I knew that we were going to be talking about football and making a living, because I like, at this point, I wanted to be making like Avengers movies and all that. So that didn't happen. I'm on my plan B.
I don't even know what I thought at the time. I always wanted to be a broadcaster growing up, but then at Prince, I guess I just thought I would do the finance thing like
you definitely
everybody else
did.
does.
Don't lie to the listeners, Ross. Like, you were ready to work for some sort of Wall Street and consulting on it, because that's where the river flows in Princeton. Everybody's doing that, and you're hearing that this guy's with Lehman Brothers and this guy's this, and you're like, I guess that's what I'm supposed to do. And that's where you were going, and then I went on the freaking real world. It got nuts.
Thank God I made the NFL.
Thank God, I
didn't
know.
do that. I mean, I like my life now, man. That would not have been. That would.
Because
not
imagine
have
if you
been
didn't even try. I mean, one thing if you tried to make the NFL and they just didn't want you, but like, you very easily could have been like, screw it, I'm going to start losing weights, I'm done with football, and I'm going to start putting a suit on. None of those helmets behind you, none of that stuff behind you. It's all poof, it's gone. And like, honestly, let's be frank, Ross. You'd probably do really successful. You probably have like a massive house, but like, you don't have all the helmets, and the helmets are everything.
And I wouldn't love it as much as I love what I do now, which is getting a chance to talk with someone like you 14 hours into the future. Here's the best thing you can do. Follow him on social media at Kyle Brandt. That way, when he has awesome clips from Good Morning Football, you can watch him, and you should watch that show. That way, when you get a new 10 questions episode on The Ringer, you can watch or listen, and that's how you'll be the first one to find out what his exciting assignment is. One of my best friends in the world. I love him. Kyle Brandt. Thank you so much, Kyle.
Love you. Good night. I'm going to sleep.
It's good morning. By the way, Kyle, I mentioned this earlier. He needs to be on ExpressVPN right now. Like, you got to keep your data private when you go online. He's in a different country. You know, they could go ahead and they could go in and they could find out, you know, what websites he's on. I think he's by himself right now in Australia. I have a guess what websites he could probably be on. Look, ExpressVPN, when I'm in a hotel or the airport, my connection gets rerouted through an encrypted server and my IP address is masked. You get a random IP address shared with other VPN customers. It makes it more difficult for third parties to identify you, to harvest your data. So if, like me, you believe that your data is your business, secure yourself with the #1 rated VPN on the market. Visit expressvpn.com/Tucker and get 3 extra months for free. That's expressvpn.com/Tucker. Go to expressvpn.com/Tucker to learn more.
Tuck's Takes.
Morning, Ross. Well, let's start with some league-wide news that we'll talk about. Since Thursday's show, here's what's happened. NFL looking poised to keep some of their roster rules from last season, including 16 players on practice squads and unlimited guys coming back off of IR.
I kind of thought they would do this, Bri. This is really terrific for everybody. I mean, 16 practice squad spots. You're talking now about 69 guys that essentially make a team. 53 active roster, 16 practice squad, 69. That's a lot more paid opportunities for guys to be able to be in the NFL. I love that. There was 5 guys on the practice squad when I started. So you're going from 58 to 69, and on and off IR unlimited means They actually have more than that because you can have a guy on IR for 3 weeks, bring him back. Used to be had to be on IR for at least 8 weeks. Used to be if you went on IR, you're done. So all of these are ways to have more guys be on rosters, which I love.
Tux takes.
The NFL is going to be halting the practice of race norming as it relates to the concussion settlement lawsuit. And Andrew Brandt talked with Chris Seeger, the head of that lawsuit.
Oh, that's awesome. I love that. Yeah, I mean, I'll let you guys check out Andrew's Business of Sports podcast to talk about that and the concussion settlement lawsuit. I know it's been in the news. Obviously, they're going to go back and reevaluate all of the guys' assessments for which they had the race norming initially, which is an expression or a term, I must be honest, I never heard of until this.
Tux takes.
NFLPA also issued a statement recommending no more usage of Toradol among players, which I know you kind of relied on, right?
Well, yeah, so I'm a little confused by this. I read the statement. The first time I read it, it made it sound like they don't want you to take Toradol. Like they don't want players taking Toradol because of excessive bleeding. But then I read it again, and it seemed like maybe they just want them to take it orally and not get it injected. So Toradol is like a total body systemic anti-inflammatory, and it's amazing how well it works. It's honestly amazing how well it works. I'll never forget, Bri, I never saw it once in my life until I was in the NFL. We didn't do that in college in the Ivy League. You get to the NFL, first game, I look over, there's like 6 guys in line getting shots in their butt. And I remember thinking, what is that? Is that cortisone? Because I had heard of cortisone. No, it's not. Cortisone is you inject in a specific injury, in a specific area, and it sort of like numbs the area. Toradol is like the best total body anti-inflammatory you've ever gotten. And I got to tell you, there are games where I don't know if I could have played without the shot of Toradol. 2004, when I had the herniated disc in my back, that helped tremendously. So it's interesting. I tweeted this at Ross Tucker NFL last week. I guess I'm just surprised that now after at least 20 years, I don't know, it might be 30 years, at least 20 years, I'm surprised that now is the first time that they're realizing there's an issue with it. I don't know what players are going to do if they're not able to get those Toradol shots, because that got me playing time bonuses. That got me a chance to play in games I otherwise wouldn't have. So that's interesting.
Tux takes.
Some other news includes Doug Flutie has announced the USFL is coming back in 2022, and the Raiders signed Sam Young.
Sam Young's been around a while at this point, so kudos to him. I think Mike Mayock, the Raiders GM, called Sam Young's games when he was at Notre Dame. In fact, I'm pretty sure he did. As for the USFL, you know what I don't understand, Bri? I don't understand why, like, the XFL, which is reportedly still a thing and coming back next year, and the AAF and the USFL, like, whoever is the money and the ideas and the thoughts behind these, why don't they all come together and pool all of their resources so that they really have everything? Anybody that's interested in the second league, they have all the resources, everything. It's like they keep trying these one-offs rather than pooling their resources. I do think that you can have a spring professional football league that can have success. I think enough people watch AAF, enough people watch XFL, that if they stuck with it, you could have some success. I just don't know. If you only do it for 1 year, that's not long enough. AAF had financial issues. XFL had the COVID. I just don't know. USFL, hopefully they'll have neither. I just don't know. I don't even know who the backing is. Sounds like Fox Sports is behind it, which is good. Shout outs, by the way, Pizza Boy Brewing, Sporticulture, Vision Comics with an X, HumanHeadNYC.com. Certainly check out the College Draft Podcast today. Emery Hunt and I went over every pick in the NFC East. Great interview with Kyle Brandt. Hopefully you guys really enjoyed that one. Other than that, I think we're done here.
Thanks for listening to the Ross Tucker Football Podcast. Make sure to also subscribe to the Fantasy Feast, Even Money, Business of Sports, and College Draft. All available at Apple Podcasts, rosstucker.com, or wherever podcasts can be found.
A lot of times on the show, I mentioned DraftKings. Here's what you need to know. You got to be 21 or older, New Jersey, Indiana, or Pennsylvania only. New customers only. Restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER, or in Indiana, 1-800-9-WITH-IT. By the way, if what I was talking about included a deposit bonus, doesn't always, sometimes it does. Deposit bonus requires 25 times playthrough, and deposit bonuses are paid out in site credit.
We are here. It's Madden After Dark, Saturday night. Matt LaMarca. What's been going on? What did I miss the last 2 hours or so?
Daniel had some fun with the colors. He changed.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, he was like making my shirt and hat different colors. Me and Rossi talked about, I don't know, just shenanigans, basically.
Okay.
But we had a good time.
When Daniel gets creative with that stuff, it's always a fun time. Things get loose.
Yeah, Daniel. Daniel sometimes the chat enjoyed it. The chat enjoyed it, I think. So yeah, we got another game here. What do we got? Lions Eagles, huh?
We got Lions Eagles. So for me, I went with Marvin Jones in the captain spot, and I think it's because I forget if it was you or Jeff the other day was singing the praises of Marvin Jones as being one of the most underrated fantasy guys ever. So I put him in the captain spot, keeping that at the front of my mind. I'm like, you know what? I'm going Marvin Jones. So I got him in there, $11,100. Amendola, Goodwin, Jackson, Jeffrey, Wentz. So a bunch of Eagles, but Marvin Jones, baby, taking it to the bank. Who you get in your lineup?
I didn't make one.
No lineup. Okay.
I have family in town from Michigan.
Oh, okay.
I actually have
Nice.
this on. They're watching right now. So hi, Ann Audrey. Hi, Jerome. But I was
What's up,
hanging
fam?
out with them. I ran it down to the last second, and I got here just in time.
Just in the nick of time. Cool. Well, we're happy to have are they the Lamarcas as well?
Well, my aunt was a Lamarca.
Okay.
I don't know I honestly don't know what she goes by these days. She's just Ann Audrey to me.
Here we go. Ann Audrey, what's going on? Happy to have you here. Grammy, if you are watching, we'd love to have you as always. I'm glad you got a bookshelf earlier today. That's going to be exciting for you. We love when families watching the sim. I mean, that's what this is about. It's the DK Sim
program.
Fam, right? It's the fam. So we got Jordan, we got Tate, we got Daniel on the production staff, and we're excited.
I'm monitoring Morgan. This Clippers Jazz game. The Clippers look like they're going to even this series up, perhaps. They've got a 14-point lead at the moment, but you never know with the Clippers. They're known to take.
They've squandered some leads in the past.
So
we know that they're capable of that. So we'll keep you guys updated on the contests as we move along here. The top owned player in this showdown, Miles Sanders, the running back for Philadelphia, 67% ownership. I'm surprised by that number. Carson Wentz, 62, Stafford, 51, Ertz, 46, TJ Gronkinson, 44.
The Gronkster.
I think he has the ability to be a really good tight end at some point in the NFL.
Well, if he's ever going to do it, next year would be the year. They don't have a single wide receiver who you look at and say, oh, that's a guy who should catch 100 passes this year.
Right.
Now,
he's going to see targets.
He's going to lead the team in targets, I would bet. So if he can't produce as a team
probably
leader
stinks.
in targets, then it might never happen for him.
Yeah. Good call by you. So you mentioned Marvin Jones being one of your fantasy darlings every year, someone that is drafted lower than he ends year after year after year. Who are some of those other guys for you, LaMarca? Give us like 2 or 3 other steals. Any little morsels you want to drop on us of dudes that can be like Marvin Jones for people as they get ready for their fantasy drafts here over the next few months?
That's a fun question. All right, so I'm looking at the ADP right now. At the quarterback position, Justin Fields is coming off the board at QB 18. I think that once he gets the job in Chicago, whenever that be it week 1, be it week 5, he's going to immediately put himself into QB1 conversation with his rushing ability. So I like the idea of grabbing him as a QB2 in fantasy leagues. You know, if you're playing in a 2-quarterback league, I would feel very comfortable having him as my number 2 quarterback this season.
Now, Justin Fields is going to be a guy that in Chicago, the fans are going to be screaming for him to get that quarterback job as soon as possible. I think BK, when I was on with him over the last few weeks, he read the biggest jersey sales in the league right now, and 3 of the top 5 were Justin Fields jerseys.
Wow.
Blue, orange, and white were all in the top 5. So I think you're right, man. I mean, Fields is going to have that job at some point. Fan pressure, will be there, and I'm excited for him. So who else you got?
So sliding over to running back, Najee Harris right now. Now, this is being weighted down a bit by one site. I'm using the Fantasy Pros ADP right here, which aggregates from a few different locations.
Mm-hmm.
So they have Najee as the number 22 running back at the position.
You love the rookies, huh?
Rookies are typically a good source of fantasy value. I mean, you have to take the right ones, obviously. But Harris, I think, is a threat to get 20 touches per game as a rookie. So he's coming off the board as running back 14 on CBS. I think that's a lot closer to where I would be drafting him.
I like that.
So I think
he's going to be a part of that offense. No doubt. William Grimes wants me to sing the Tommy Boy song that I do occasionally here. So here we go. Oh, Tommy Boy, the pipes are calling from land to sim and Twitch land. There you go, William. Had to get that in. So what are we thinking about in the receiver spot?
Well, let me give one more rookie. A cheap rookie running back right now. Michael Carter for the Jets.
Yeah, people like him.
Right now, he is running back 45 in drafts.
Oh.
He will be the Jets' top scoring running back this year. I feel pretty good about that. I like his chances to be a borderline RB2, flex play type of guy when all is said and done. So I think he's a nice value as well.
Okay. So we've got 2 running back steals for you guys, rookies that could have impact early. What are we looking at in receivers? I know you already said Marvin Jones the other day, going to have a big year. Anyone else, maybe a young player, another rookie?
Not a big year. I want to preface it. Not a big year.
Big year for where they're drafted.
Right. He always outproduces what he's expected.
Correct. Yeah, no, we're not looking at a guy that's going to have a Michael Thomas year from a few years ago, but...
I was going over this with Jeff the other day, wide receivers deep this year, man. There's a lot of players at this position. So I think there are going to be some real steals. I look at, let's see. The Miami wide receivers, like Will Fuller right now, wide receiver 32. Will Fuller was a top 10 wide receiver until he got hurt last year. Now, obviously, quarterback downgrade this year playing with Tua. He's going to have to deal with Devontae Parker, but I still think with his big playability, that's too low for him. Corey Davis, wide receiver 49. He's going to be the number 1 wide receiver on the Jets.
A lot of Jets on this list, Lamarca.
Okay, no more
someone
Jets.
has to touch the ball, though. I mean, I get it.
And you want a guy that you can put in the Marvin Jones category. This is another guy I talked with Moose on the last sim.
Touchdown, Miles Sanders.
John Brown.
Yeah,
always undervalued.
Miles Sanders, the top-owned person in this contest. So, have to imagine a lot of people happy there. Not in my lineup, not in Lamarca's imaginary lineup. Miles Sanders.
Oh, no, I played him in my imaginary lineup.
Get it? No, you're not allowed to do that. You can't just put all of the guys that score in your imaginary lineup.
What's stopping me from doing that?
Me. I am stopping you from doing that.
All right.
All right. You got any tight ends in the mix here?
Tight end's tough. Tight end, I really want to get one of those top guys this year.
Yeah.
I have no problem using a first-round pick on Travis Kelce. I'll take Darren Waller. And if I miss on Kelce Waller, then I'm diving into the George Kittle, TJ Hawkinson, Kyle Pitts tier. That's like kind of where I want to be this year because I think that the drop off after that is pretty significant. As far as a guy who's just like solid and undervalued, maybe Eric Ebron.
Ooh, yeah. Ben Roethlisberger loves him. Did he stay in Pittsburgh?
He's still in Pittsburgh. Yep.
Yeah. He had a nice season as far as tight ends go from last year. I mean, it was a tough year for the position outside of the guys that were amazing. Like, if he didn't have the top two and then Kittle when he was healthy, it was tough. Tate asking about Noah Fant.
Jordan says, who is your top kicker and what round do you take them in? I don't draft kickers because I don't play in leagues with kickers. You want kicker talk?
That's right.
You talk to Rossi.
Forgot about that. I forgot about you. Get rid of kickers. You don't play. Is it you that doesn't play with defenses either?
No kickers, no defenses. Miss me with that.
So smart, honestly. Hawkinson with the grab. So we had a question from Tate from our production staff asking about Noah Fant. Do you like Noah Fant as a guy, as maybe a guy that will overperform or maybe have a breakout year?
So he is tight end 8 right now. I think that's fair for him. Like the 7 guys who are being drafted ahead of him, I think I would have all 7 of those guys ahead of him. Travis Kelce, Darren Waller, George Kittle, Hawkinson, Pitts, Mark Andrews, and Logan Thomas. I think all 7 of those guys should be drafted above Fant. And then I think Fant's pretty good after that. So,
sure. Shout out Logan Thomas, by the way. Just switching positions and being awesome at tight end. Rare that you see the quarterback to tight end move work in the NFL. I mean, it rarely happens. The only one I've ever really heard of, to be honest. It's usually quarterback tries to be a receiver, washes out of the league in a year or two. Terrell Pryor was good for a stretch there, too.
Remember Matt Jones? He was like the Arkansas quarterback, I want to say. And he ran like a super fast 40 and ended up being a first-round draft pick at wide receiver and just was an absolute bum.
Yeah. Well, what about your Jets had Brad Smith for a while?
Yeah, he was okay. He did some gadgety type stuff.
Yeah. Shout out to the Mizzou Tigers. My SEC squad. They love him here in St. Louis. All right. Detroit Lions. First down. Move the chains. I believe that was Kerryon Johnson. First and goal here for Stafford. Takes the snap. Finds the running back. Gain of a couple. How much better will the Eagles be than the Lions next season?
A few wins. Mm-hmm. I think we said I have the Lions winning 4 games. I think the Eagles are like 7 to 9. 9 best case scenario type of thing.
Yeah. Stafford handing the ball off. Gain of about 2 or 3 there. Could get the ball on about the 1-yard line. Yeah, I like Jalen Hurts, but I just don't know that roster is good enough to win double-digit games. But, I mean, look, anytime you can do the receiver quarterback, here we got to play here 1 second. Touchdown. Swift with the score. His ownership is decent. Check that out in a second. Lions tying it up here after the extra point from Matt Prater. One of the best kickers in the league. LaMarca hates kickers, but look, we're gonna respect kickers on this broadcast. Got mad props for Matt Prater.
I mean, you've got your kicker thing. Rossi's got his kicker thing. I'm allowed to be the anti-kicker thing.
Yeah, it's fine. There's enough kicker love on here. I understand. Swift is owned in 23.38% of lineups in the flex for the free showdown. Take a quick peek at the contests. Dan Davin still in the lead. Oh, that is not the correct contest. That is the early contest. Looking at the $250 free contest for this matchup, we got, it's loading, PC Tribe 23 in first place, 40 points. Miles, Deshaun Jackson, Zach Ertz, TJ Hawkinson, Marvin Jones, your boy, and the Eagles DST. He's got the tight end stack here. Do you think Zach Ertz can still be an effective player in the NFL?
Effective, yes. Like star, no.
He had a nice little run.
Yeah, he had a nice career.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. All right. The end of the first quarter, 7-7. Two teams that we think will be mediocre to bad next season in real life. Eagles pretty good in Simland, actually. They're a decent Simland team here in Madden 21. We'll get the stats for
Both of
you
these
here
teams
in a
came
second.
in with decent records, or average. The Lions are 4-3, Eagles 3-4.
True. As we sim through the season with the old rosters, with the new schedule, both these teams in playoff hunt still. Miles Sanders, 7 attempts, 31 yards. Kerryon Johnson, 2 attempts, 22 yards. We'll get the receiving stats for you in a second. Zach Ertz, 2 grabs, 22 yards. Swift, 2 catches, 3 yards. Touchdown. You got to love that efficiency. A lot of dudes with 2 catches, 1 catch, singular. So, it's your typical first quarter run-of-the-mill stats here. We will continue to keep you updated as the game goes along. Jordan with a question here for us on Slack. Will the Colts win a game in Simland this season? They are 0-8.
Wow.
Moose and I have talked about this a lot, and I want to just run it by you real quick, Lamarca. To start the season, the Colts have one of the more difficult records I've seen in a long time. They are hosting the Seahawks week 1. Then they host the Rams at Tennessee, at Miami, at Baltimore, host Houston, at San Francisco, host Tennessee Titans. I mean, that's, I would say, one guaranteed win to start the year. I think the Colts personally, I'm looking at, I got them at 1, 2, 3, 4. I got them at 5 wins through their first 8 games. But there's a world where the simulation reflects reality. If Carson Wentz is a dumpster fire and they have some injuries, like, I don't think 0-8's out of the question. There is a world where that could happen in real life.
That is a brutal start, man.
It's a gauntlet, dude. And then it doesn't really get that much easier. They have your Jets at home. They have the Jags at home. But then they're at Buffalo and then host Tampa Bay. Their first 12 weeks are a grind. I mean, it's a tough schedule throughout. I mean, I don't want to go through their whole schedule, but it's tough. I think the Colts are good, and I actually think Wentz is going to be better than he has been in recent years. I like that fit for him. Really good offensive line, good defense.
It'd be pretty hard for him to be worse than he was last year.
He could be, though. He could be worse. Or if he's equally as bad, it's a huge loss too. I like the fit. I think that getting back with Frank Reich is going to be good for him. What do you think about Carson Wentz? I forget where you stand on this. I know Moose is a hater. I'm personally up on Wentz. I think he's going to be better. Where do you sit?
I'm hard out on Wentz. Hard out.
Hard out.
Hard out. Yeah,
you've seen enough.
I think once you're a quarterback and you take too many hits, you start getting the happy feet. Like, I think you just get broken after a certain point. So I think he may just have taken too many hits at this point. I don't think he's going to, just all of a sudden become a completely different guy with a new team.
It's completely fair. And it's not like he's a spring chicken either, right? So not crazy old, but not young enough where we could say, oh, well, we don't know what he is yet. Like, we know what he is. We know what his peak is. And I think we can all sit here and say he's not going to hit that peak again. I don't think he's going to be an MVP guy. But I do think that he can get in there and he can be Alex Smith for them, or just a shade under Alex Smith, and that can work for the Colts. I think they're good enough. Just like those Chiefs teams were for a couple years there with Alex Smith, 10 wins, 11 wins, that range. I mean, they have a really strong roster.
I think
He's
at this point in their careers, the Alex Smith comp is blasphemous.
Yeah, okay, you're one of these Alex Smith defenders.
Alex Smith was
Alex Smith. I love Alex Smith.
A tremendous
These teams
game
never
manager.
win though. This.
Oh, all he did was win. All he did was win. Who
Alex
cares about
Smith.
that?
But is Alex Smith winning you a Super Bowl?
He did not.
Do you
He's
think
getting you
that he was
closer than
capable
Carson
of?
now.
I'm saying Carson can be Alex Smith in that he's not the best quarterback in the league.
He would have to severely cut down on his turnover rate.
Right, because he hasn't been good the last few years. That's what I'm saying. They're going to ask him to do a lot less here.
Okay,
They got good
I
good
get
running
your point.
backs.
If your point is that Carson Wentz can become a completely different player than he's been at any
Yes.
point in his career and become a game manager,
yes,
then yeah, I guess he would make the Colts a viable team. I just don't know what you've seen from Carson Wentz that makes you think that's a viable outcome.
Because I think, and look, this is just wishful thinking on my part, but he's going to a smart organization. There's a touchdown there for Ertz. He's going to a smart organization with good pieces that can look at him and say, hey, that version of you doesn't work anymore. You clearly have it in you to be a game. Like if at your peak you were like a gunslinger guy that could make the big throws, you have to imagine that you can scale that back and then become a game manager. It's like a flow chart, you know?
You're saying that if you have the arm talent, you should be able to do this, and we have seen time and time again that that's just not true.
Man, you
need to have the right mentality.
I'm an optimist, LaMarca.
Yeah, you know what? And it's good to believe in things. You know, it's good to have dreams. Good to have hopes. I like to try and ground mine somewhere in reality.
I believe that the Colts can harness what's left of Carson Wentz and have a dude that can go in there and manage the team. That's how I feel.
Best of luck to you.
14-7 here for the Eagles. So in 3 years, which team do you think, like if we take the next 3 years, like sample size of what they do over the next 3 years, which franchise do we think is going to like where they're at more, Indy or Philly? Because we know Indy has a better roster, question mark at quarterback. Philly still building, but they probably like what they have in Jalen Hurts right now. I know you're not crazy high on Hurts, but you believe in him enough to say that they can win 7 to 9 games in his first full season at quarterback.
Yeah, if you're asking me which team I would like, which core I would rather have, it would be Philly. And they have a lot of work to do, so I don't want to downplay that, but the first step is finding the answer at quarterback, and I think Philly is closer in that department. Because maybe Jalen Hurts isn't the guy, but at least they're not paying him $30 million a year.
Right.
You know? The Colts are stuck with Carson Wentz for better or for worse.
Makes sense. Sound logic from Matt LaMarca. 1st and 10 here. Detroit Hawkinson with the grab. Going to be a second and medium here for Detroit here in the second quarter. Virtual forward field.
And I was waiting for this, but Jeff Friedman says, if Tannehill can be on a Super Bowl contender, Carson Wentz can. And every time, this is going to be the new thing. Anytime a quarterback flames out and then changes teams, he's going to be compared to Ryan Tannehill. And Ryan Tannehill is the exception. He is not the rule. If we keep seeing teams sign these throwaway quarterbacks and hoping that they are going to find the next Ryan Tannehill, we're going to have more disappointments than successes. You know? There aren't a lot of stories where guys have been bad in one place and then went and found success in another place. Like, you can throw Alex Smith at me. Alex Smith was fine in San Francisco. And he was fine in Kansas City. And he was 5-1 as a starter last year. The guy wins football games. Ryan Tannehill just came from a disaster of an organization. And everything worked when he landed in a better spot. So if you want to make the Tannehill comp, I think that your better bet is to go with Sam Darnold, because he fits the narrative more than Carson Wentz does.
But you're low on Darnold.
I am. I've watched enough of him that I don't think he's good, but like that's what you're hoping for, right? You're just hoping that he was so mismanaged, given so little talent to work with, that you can unlock him with a new, with a better coaching staff and supporting cast. But I don't see it, but it could happen. I could be wrong.
Do you think Tanny can keep it up there in Tennessee, or do you think at some point the clock is going to strike midnight and
Absolutely.
he's just going to be Ryan Tannehill?
The team's only getting better, you know?
So you think he continues to progress with him or maintain at that?
He's not asked to do a lot, you know, but he does his job.
Like I think Carson Wentz will be in Indianapolis.
Varder giving me some flack, saying that you're not even going to mention that Carson Wentz was running for his life in Philadelphia. The offensive line was in shambles. That's part of it, but I don't think he's been particularly good just in general. Like, he had that one year where, yes, he was an MVP candidate, and then he came in and the backup quarterback won a Super Bowl.
Nick Foles, baby.
You know, and I think we can safely say that Nick Foles is not good. We've seen Nick Foles now in Jacksonville and in Chicago, and it's been a disaster. We saw him in Oakland, and it was a disaster. We've seen
something about Foles in that Garden Green, man. It works.
So maybe that Philadelphia team was just super talented, and whoever was under center there was going to have a good year. I think
maybe
there
he
are
just
plenty
has
of
clutch
reasons
gene,
to be
Lamarca.
skeptical of Carson.
Yeah, and look, I've mentioned this a few times with Carson, but I do think that the offensive line thing is going to really help him out because, like the commenter said, I forget who it was, but a guy that's struggled with injuries, then having to worry about getting hit almost every play, not good for decision making. So that's just another part of the reason why I'm optimistic. I like to live life with see this bottle here, Lamarca. Well, I guess this is a bad example because it's basically full. But let's pretend it's half full. I'd say it's half full, not half empty. I'm that guy.
That's good. That's a great way to live life.
And Lamarca would say, well, how much water is in that bottle? That's how much is it. He wouldn't go
would
either.
say that
he lives by the numbers, and I respect it.
For
I respect
me,
it.
Being skeptical often pays out bigger than being positive.
You ask the hard questions.
Asking the questions and taking the stances that people don't want to take is usually the best way to profit.
You're the guy in the scrum that the coaches and the players don't want to see.
Right.
Mark is going to be in there.
I'm the guy at the craps table. Everybody's having fun. They're hooting it up. Woo, yeah, roll it. And I'm sitting over there in the corner and I'm playing the don't pass line. And I'm just betting against the table.
Are you the guy at the blackjack table that tries to like do things that benefit the table, or are you just playing your own game?
I don't like to play with strangers because they mess me up, you know?
Yeah.
If you like, here's my nightmare. This has happened to me multiple times and I hate it. You're sitting down, you're parked at the table, you know, you got your friends maybe, you've got some comrades that you've made at the table and you got a good run going. And then all of a sudden some guy comes stumbling out of the nightclub. He takes 3 crumpled $20 bills out of his pocket, throws them on the table, and just bets one hand and loses and then leaves. And it just kills the mojo, throws it just ruins everything.
Yeah. So you're a big like atmosphere of the table, like juju vibes, like
yes.
Yeah, when the dealer changes, you guys are like, okay, we need to get out of here. We got to follow this dealer, you know?
You get the sad sacks who just sit there and they'll lose with like a 19 and they'll just be like, oh, can you believe this? It's like a very self-defeating, self-fulfilling prophecy.
Yeah.
So you need to keep the good vibes going. You need to keep the energy high.
Yes. 100%.
But you also need to make the right decisions, Tom. Let me point that out correctly.
It's the most important thing.
As someone who has read the book.
Decisions are important. Zach Ertz, 6 catches, 64 yards and a tud. Really good half for Zach Ertz. Taking a look at the bottom of pass catchers here. Miles Sanders, 1 grab, 6 yards. So not doing much catching the ball, but he has a touchdown. So all those people that own Miles Sanders probably happy to have him in their lineup as of now. So we will keep you updated on stats at the end of the third quarter. Let's take a look at the contest. The $250 free contest for Philly versus Detroit. Solo leader? No, just updated. We have a 5-way tie for first place. Sugar Rush 06, Saren V, Trod G 23, Jimmy Cricket 34, and Nick Cat 916, all tied for first place in the $250 free contest. And let's take a look at the free roll here. Always fun to see how low I am in the contest. And yeah, I'm about as low as you can get. I'm in 1/16th out of 122. Let's see why. Marvin Jones ain't done nothing.
While you're looking that up, Bruiser says, why don't they play Cousins? I would probably be winning if he played. What has happened? Painful. Cousins was awful in game 2. I wrote in my article today that I thought Cousins was going to be completely out of the rotation. He didn't play in the second half of game 2. He got abused when he was on the floor. So I am 100% not surprised that he has not played.
He's one of those guys that's like a name dude, so people will throw him in the lineup. And he's flashed,
you know.
But
he's had a lot of injuries throughout his career, and they've just kind of sapped him of the player that he used to be. So.
Yeah, it's at his peak. He was good. I would not say he was like a fun watch though. Does that make sense? Like Cousins was frustrating, constantly complaining, just taking full quarters off.
For sure.
Just if you were a Kings or Pelicans fan, you probably hated Boogie at times.
He's definitely got some Kyrie to him.
No doubt.
Rossi told me to tell you that you need to take your hat off and that you look like a Lego head.
He likes my hair.
He said that you look like a Lego head. I've seen you without your hat on. You look fine.
Yeah. I don't dislike my hair. It's just one of those things where if I just get out of the shower and my hair's all wet, I'm like, I'll throw a hat on so I don't have to, keep pushing my hair out of my face. Fairly simple.
That's when you rock the ponytail, Tom.
I don't have ponytail length though. I've never gotten that far. I wanted to get that far back when I started growing my hair out in late 2017, but I had to go to some function, and it was in my hometown, and so I stayed over at my parents' house the night. Some function, I forget. It was at my high school.
Society?
No, I just didn't know the word for it.
Yeah, I was attending a function.
I was attending a function, and my assistant put it on my calendar. And my parents were like, "You can't show up to that looking like that. Like, you can't." I'm like, "Oh, I'm trying to grow my hair out." I'm like, "Yep, nope, sorry. Like, you gotta just work with what you got here. Go get a haircut. Go look like an adult, please." So I was unable to make it past the awkward phase and see how long it could go. But I have very chia pet hair. It just continues to grow out straight. So it would have taken a while. But ever since I got that haircut, I've just stayed at this length the whole time. But there was part of me when I started growing this. I said, I want to see how long I can go because I have lots of friends that are losing their hair, and I was like, I'm not. So I want to see how long I can go. Take advantage while I have it.
I'm happy that I got to let my mane grow out one time.
Yeah.
I guess the beard is the mane. I got to let the old locks flow once in my life.
So right now you have pretty long hair. You're in that moment right now?
Incredibly long, Tom.
Yeah. Because you wear the hat, but you can see it. You see it poking out the back.
Maybe for the third quarter break, I'll unleash the full mane. Let everybody
just release it over your face. So this is the longest you've been in your life by a lot.
By a lot.
Yeah. Was this COVID induced, or was this a plan all along?
COVID induced.
Yeah, love that.
My sister got
that's
married.
Good length.
My sister got married in December of 2019, and I got my hair cut right before her wedding, and I haven't gotten it cut since.
You haven't even trimmed up the ends or anything like that? Just let it fly?
Nothing.
Wow. What does the fam think?
I think at first my dad was kind of happy because my dad was bald at 20.
Yeah.
So he's like, man, I'm impressed. Your hair's hanging in there pretty good. And now everyone absolutely hates it. Absolutely hates it.
They're sick of it now.
And yeah, should cut it. You need to cut it.
When are you gonna cut it?
Soon, but I've been saying soon for 2 months.
Does there need to be a big life event to force you?
There's
to cut
gonna
it?
have
another
to be
wedding or
get it done.
Yeah. Makes sense. Maybe you hop on the old Tinder, match with a lady. That's when, and you try and feel her out ahead of time and see okay, is she a long hair gal? Does she want this thing cut right? If the lady's worth the haircut, you got to weigh these options. Swipe right, swipe left.
There.
Stafford hands the ball off. First down. Lions going to be first and goal here from about the 3-yard line. See if my man Marvin Jones can get a tud here in my captain spot, eh? Let's get a little Stavin Mavin.
Come on, Marvin. Do it for Tommy Freeze.
Do it for me. Just come on. No, yeah, there we go. Goal line stop. Give me some Marvin. I'm rooting against any Lions touchdown that is not Marvin Jones. Damon Ariel saying you can donate the beard hair to birds and squirrels. I thought that sentence was going to end with a cool nonprofit, and no, it was just birds and squirrels.
Well, again,
those
is
animals
a transition.
eat hair?
if you're
fullback!
Caw.
We got a fullback! I admittedly do not know who the fullback is for the Detroit Lions. Apologies to Lions fans. I'm going to pull up the depth chart right now. Nick Bodwin, B-A-W-D-E-N. Nick Bodden. I was going to say Baldwin. It looks like Baldwin is spelled. His name looks like Baldwin spelled incorrectly. That's who that is. Nick Bodden with the score. Have you ever seen a Nick Bodden touchdown, Lamarca?
Never.
Okay, we're going to look up Nick Bodden. Get the bona fides of Bodden here. Pulling up the Wikipedia page. Nick Bodden is an American football fullback who is a free agent. He played college football at San Diego State. Played for the Lions for 3 years. He's a free agent, as I mentioned. He's from Los Gatos, California, 24 years old. And he suffered a torn ACL in OTAs and was ruled out of the 2018 season. Tough way to start the career out. And he's been put on IR every year of his career. So, Nick Bodden, congrats to you for some Simland success, because real life Nick Bodden's knees not allowing him to succeed. If he wasn't hurt, Nick Bodden would be the greatest fullback of all time.
I think you're right about that.
He has similar flow to you, Lamarca.
His is much better.
Wow. Absolute vulture. That one hurt. Miles Sanders with the carry. Short gain. Which of these jerseys do you like better? I think it's an obvious answer.
Easy Lions.
Oh, I was going to say Eagles. These classic Eagles unis are awesome.
I'm a classic. I'm a blue over green guy. Any day.
In general, I agree with you, but I just think these unis are better.
I like the sky blue. You know, it's soothing to me.
It's a good look, no doubt. Look, they're both great uniforms. It's apples and oranges thing, no doubt. I just think the Eagles should switch back to these unis full time. Their green they have now looks like it's like booger green. It's gross. Give me the Kelly green, baby. Get rid of this booger green.
You're very passionate about these unis.
Love uni talk. 3rd and 1 here for the Eagles. Carson Wentz, future Pro Bowler, with the first down throw.
He's having a good sim.
He's really good in Simland, man. Alshon Jeffrey with the grab. Rank the AFC South quarterbacks as they stand right now, and we can. You know what? That's tough because Deshaun.
I was going to say, are we putting Tyrod as the Texans?
Yeah. How about that? We'll throw Tyrod in instead of Deshaun, because who the heck knows? He's a question mark.
And we're talking about right now if I need to win a game tomorrow.
Yes. Power rank.
I'm going to
go Trevor Lawrence.
I'm going to stay on brand and go Tannehill 1, Lawrence 2, Wentz 3, Tyrod 4.
Why are you going Tanny over Trevor?
Because I've seen it from Tannehill as an NFL quarterback and haven't seen it from Trevor yet. I do think Trevor will obviously be very good, but there will probably be some growing pains. You know, remember Peyton Manning threw like 20 interceptions in his rookie season.
Didn't he set the rookie interception record or something crazy like that? Yeah. He joined a very bad Colts team and then made them very good for a long time. Trevor Lawrence, I think, will be as good as those upper echelon guys. I'm not calling him like a GOAT, but he'll have a run where he's one of the best quarterbacks in the league for a decent amount of time. He's going to be a good player. I personally would take him number 1 right now.
Trevor.
Because, yes, I
playing
think
the upside game.
I'm playing upside because we know Tannehill. And we know, and for me, I know what Wentz is. I think Wentz is going to be, like I know you said it's crazy to think. I think Wentz in the Colt system is going to be tame and not asked to do a lot. So I'm going to go Trevor, Tanny, Wentz, Tyrod. And honestly, I never call. Oh, here we go. Here's the hair, baby. Look at the flow, guys. Look at that lettuce just flowing. Just some romaine, baby. It's like a romaine iceberg mix. Yeah. Yeah, rock out, bro. That's good stuff. Yeah. Is that Dave Grohl? Carson Wentz, 16 for 18, 178 and a tud. Stafford, 13 for 15, 119 and a tud. Not a lot going on passing there. Miles Sanders in B-word territory, 17 carries, 83 yards and a tud. Kerryon Johnson, 6 for 35. Not a whole lot going on for the rest of the ball carriers in this one. The hair looks great, dude.
Thanks,
you got to
man.
unleash that more often. Zach Ertz still at 6 catches for 64. Deshaun Jackson, 5 for 66. Swift, 3 for 11. Jeffrey, 2 for 29. Marvin Jones, my captain, doing a whole lot of nothing. 2 for 14. Geronimo Allison, one of the best names in the NFL, 2 for 21. And Miles Sanders, just that lone grab, 1 for 6. Hawkinson, 2 for 26. He's in the babysitter Billy conversation, no question about it. So there's your stats through 3. Let's take a look at the $250 free contest, shall we? 5-way tie for first place continues. Sugar Rush 06, Saren V, T-Raj 23, Jiminy Cricket 34, and Nick Cat 916, all tied for first place. And I'll take a look at the free roll here. I'm probably still doing terribly as LaMarca continues to just flow out here. Are you just laughing at yourself on the screen here? I'm in 109th.
I'm reading some of the comments.
Yeah, what are people saying?
The one that had me laughing was Ashley says I look like the guy from from Scary Movie 2 with the strong hand. You know what I'm talking about?
Yes. What a reference. Just an absolute pull by Ashley Edwards. That's awesome. So is this the first time you've unleashed the flow on the stream?
Like this? Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, everybody's asking how I keep changing the color of my screen. It's not me. It's Daniel. Daniel's having a little bit of fun tonight. So right now he's got me rocking the fuchsia, I guess.
Is my background not dark enough to make that change, Daniel?
Oh, you want him to play with your colors too?
Yeah, I like colors. Carson Wentz, 3rd and 11. No, it's okay, Dan. If it would look bad, though. What I think would be cool one day, like Take On Me by Aha, if we were all just, sketched one day when we'd be on camera. Completely cartoonized. That'd be cool. 4th and 16 coming up here. Deep field goal try for the Eagles.
Clippers, by the way, up 15 with 6 minutes left. Oh, make it 18.
That's good. That was a deep field goal there. Oh, who we having sent over here? Oh, my God.
Is that by your guy, the GOAT, Matt Prater?
No, the Eagles put that through. Daniel, that is an awesome – I don't know who that is, but that picture is you, LaMarca.
I hope you're saying it's me in X amount of years.
Yeah. When you're 60, that's you.
Jordan says 5 years.
What show is that? Deadliest Catch.
Deadliest
okay, nice.
Catch.
Nice. Yeah, that's perfect. That guy looks like he has ended people's lives.
He looks like he's seen some stuff.
Yeah, for sure. Imagine doing a job like that, just going out on the deep sea missions out in the waters of Alaska. You're just gone for weeks, freezing cold. I mean, you got to be a special breed to do that. And you got to bet on yourself too, right?
I think I could do it.
You think you could do it?
Yeah.
Are you a big camper?
No, hate camping. But I am a boat
I
guy.
know that it's different. But I feel like those type of people would like that type of job.
I'm a boat guy, though. You know, like,
okay.
I like boats.
But, like, boats in sub-zero degree weather?
Yeah, that's no problem.
I do like, I am a bundler. Like, I do enjoy throwing on layers.
Yeah, you layer up and it's not an issue.
I just think at a certain point you'd go insane. I mean, you can only layer for so long, Lamar. You're from a 4-season part of the country. At a certain point, you're gonna wanna, you know, let the lead out a little bit. You know.
Well, that's not like a year-round job. You work seasonal.
It is seasonal. That's true.
You bang out your however many months, and then you go home. It's
and
great.
then you go, and then you know what you do in the summer? Fish. For fun.
You know what you do in the summer? Whatever you want.
Nothing.
Whatever you.
I've actually heard those Alaskan cruises are really nice when the weather's nice. Like, everyone always tells me that's gone on those things that it was like the best vacation they've ever been.
I've heard that too. I've never done one.
It's on the list. It's far down the list, but it's on the list.
Are you a cruise guy?
Never been on a cruise in my life.
So I'm not, I'll be honest, I've been on a couple, all like Mediterranean cruises.
Yeah.
When I was a kid, and I loved them. But as I've gotten older, I feel like cruises have kind of gotten like this rap of being like a little bit, I'm trying to think of the right word. Like trashy. You know, like, oh, you want to go to the Caribbean, just go to the Caribbean. You know, stay at some place, stay in Aruba or whatever. But I like being on the boat. It's cool to me.
So what? So you've been on a couple cruises. When's the last time you went out on a cruise?
Years ago.
Okay.
I was probably about 18, so we're talking 13, 14 years ago.
I'd like to do it one day. It's not something I have like a burning desire to do, but I think that if you've never done it, you got to at least try it, right? I've heard the food situation on cruises is nuts.
Insanely good.
Yeah. And that's like a big motivator for me. I mean, let's be real.
I respect that, Tom.
You know,
one night they were serving like escargot, which I've never had before, right? Because where else do you eat?
Where are you gonna eat that? Right.
But the guy was like, basically, it's just butter and garlic. So I was like, all right, I like butter and garlic.
Same.
Let me try some of them, and it was good. So I was like, yo, my man, these are delicious. And he brought me like 4 more trays of them.
That's amazing. Marvin Jones? No, Kenny Galladay. God. Yeah, man. I mean, if you can get 4 trays of escargot going on the cruise ship, I mean, that sounds like great. I mean, I've
They'll
never
give you
had
whatever
it.
you want.
I've never had it. It sounds like something I'd enjoy. You said
You know
butter,
what,
you
Tom?
said garlic. Those are 2 things I
You ever heard that
greatly
song?
appreciate.
You can have whatever you like. They were actually singing about cruises.
That's all it is. It's just cruise ship music.
T.I. was a big cruise guy.
Love T.I. What's T.I. do? Is T.I. in jail?
No.
He was, though, for a little
He
bit.
did for like tax evasion, I think.
Yeah. That's where they get you. That's where they get you. You got to pay your taxes, people.
Pay your taxes. Coming from Tommy CPA Freeze Pops.
Must be saying no way Tom's head would fit on a boat.
Oh, come on now.
That doesn't even make sense. Of course my head would fit on a boat. What is this, a boat for ants?
Needs to be at least 3 times bigger than this.
I never saw Zoolander 2. Have to imagine it was awful.
Yeah, I've never seen it either, and agreed.
Yeah. I know Rossi was very anti-Wedding Crashers 2. Where do you sit on that?
There was a Wedding Crashers 2?
It's coming out. So they're starting production or something along those lines in the fall.
Is it the same crew?
Same exact cast and crew.
Do we have a general idea of the premise?
No. I mean, maybe if there is a premise out there floating on the internet, I have not seen it. I just know that they are making them, and it's going to be the same cast.
Gut reaction, not excited for it. I'll probably watch it, but I won't actively seek it out.
So I would watch it more for the curiosity than the anticipation, if that makes sense. Like, I am not going in thinking, like, I can't wait to watch this hilarious movie. I'm going in going, I'm kind of curious what they're going to do with these people.
Right.
Because Rossi said it really well the other night. The story's ended for those people. We don't need to know anything more about them.
Right.
Honestly,
no, you know what's going to happen. One of them is going to be having, I don't know, marital issues of some
Yeah,
kind.
I was going to say, there's a divorce. One of those two is divorced. No, and my money's on Vince Vaughn. Vince Vaughn feels divorced. Wasn't he in a movie about divorce?
He did a movie with Jennifer Aniston called The Breakup.
Vince Vaughn divorce. Let's see. I just Googled that. Maybe he's gotten divorced in real life, so this is a bad thing to Google.
I think you might be thinking of the movie The Breakup.
Okay, gotcha. So they just broke up.
Right. He meets Jennifer Aniston like at a baseball game or something.
Yeah.
And it's about like two people who really like each other, but for some reason they just can't make it work.
A tale as old as time.
Beauty and the Beast.
That's a combo that's in a movie together that I should see that movie. I like both of those actors quite a bit. Koff joining the YouTube chat to say what's up. What are we talking about? We've been talking about hair, cruises, wedding crashers, Carson Wentz, fantasy guys that you should draft that are going to go too low and you can get a little value. What else are we talking about tonight, Lamarca? All good stuff.
Yeah, I mean I don't have really much to add to that. I think that's a good rundown.
I think I covered it, right? I'm not missing anything. Jordan asking, what movie was the one with Adam Sandler and Jennifer Aniston? And I don't know the answer to that, but I know, didn't they do a few of them for Netflix? Adam Sandler's made like 5 movies for Netflix that I've never seen.
Yeah, I haven't seen. He's referring to the one where it's like murder date or mystery date, or it's them on a boat.
Jordan says it's called Murder Mystery. Okay.
Yes. Okay.
Tate confirming. Yeah, haven't really seen any of those. I know that he has a massive deal with Netflix and he just makes movies for them and they just go unseen by me. And I'm a big Adam Sandler fan, so maybe I'm a fraud. 2-minute warning here. Hit by the Eagles, 1st and goal coming up. I would not mind.
Hoffman says the breakup sucks. I won't go that far. It's not.
He says Vince Vaughn rules, so there we go.
It's not a great movie.
Most rom-coms aren't great movies, Lamarca. It's a fun fact for you.
Some of them are good.
I said most aren't, though.
Yeah, most are not good.
Oh, man. Trying to think of what's the movie with Vince Vaughn and Jon Favreau? I'm blanking on it. Swingers. Oh, what a great movie. Young Vince Vaughn was an absolute stud.
You got to double down, baby.
Baby. Touchdown. Eagles. Alshon with the grab. I think Alshon's in my lineup. Pivotal touchdown. If you're worried about the outcome, you're probably not, because it doesn't matter. But hey, if you're an Eagles fan, you like to see your team win virtually or in real life.
Hey, there was a pick'em pool here, you know, standing.
Oh, well, there you go.
Standings
Pick'em pool.
such.
The pick'em pool matters. I'm in 118th. So no reason to even check in on that for me.
My virtual lineup is in first place. I've played all the best players in this game in my head. I know you told me that I'm not allowed to do that, but
I hate you.
What are you gonna do? You're not gonna drive to my house.
Why you think you can break the rules like that, man? Celtic guy, or no, that's not Celtic guy. Sorry, I'm a Celtics fan. That's how I read that. Celiac guy, Selly guy. I don't know. Whoever you are, you're in first place. Congratulations. 3-way tie. J Slot and 4-star Dad. 3-way tie for first place in the $250 free contest. Congrats. One of my favorite things to do is try and pronounce names of DK usernames that I just have no idea where I'm going when I start saying the word and where I'm going to end. Always fun. Kaufman saying he wants us to come to Boston.
Never know what you're going to get.
Forrest Gump, overrated, underrated, or properly rated?
Properly rated.
I would say it's become slightly underrated because it's like a cool thing to say that it's a bad movie.
I've never heard one person make that take.
Really? Okay, so it's like the cool movie guy on the internet thing to say that it's corny and like not actually a good film. And
that's just a horrible,
I went to
take.
Emerson in Boston where there's a lot of film snobs. It's a big film school.
Ugh.
So I get a lot of that in my feed, like movies that are actually like really good. They're like, oh, that wasn't actually good. The story arc was very predictable and the character development was weak. And, well, you're supposed to believe all these things. And what does it say about society? It does not say anything. It's like, shut up. Forrest Gump's a fine movie.
It's better than fine. It's a good movie.
I will show Forrest Gump to my children.
Of course. I mean, listen,
is it realistic?
Is it realistic for one man to do everything that Forrest Gump did?
Yes. Yes, it is. You can do anything, Lamarca. You can do anything you put your mind to.
I mean, the guy meets the president 3 separate times for 3 separate things.
Which president did he show his butt to?
Nixon, I think.
Yeah, that's good stuff. Early investor
they
in
told
Apple.
me it was a $1 million wound, but I haven't seen any of that money yet.
Forrest Gump is awesome. He flashed Nixon, yep. Shook Kennedy's hand. Yeah, Forrest Gump won the Oscar. That's the thing that makes like the Emerson film nerds upset. They're like, oh, it's a travesty. Because I think Goodfellas was up for it that year too, or something. Like a movie that is clearly better lost to Forrest Gump, so people are mad about it.
Who really cares?
Not me. I think that the Oscars they're subjective. So who cares? Like, exactly, who cares?
I can't tell you who won the Oscar this year.
I don't know off the top of my head either.
Well, there you go.
Weird movie year, right? Like, and the movies like didn't exist. And I know Daniel might get mad about that because he's a big movie guy, but and Koff as well, who's apparently listening. It was a weird year for movies. That's going to end it, people. 24-21, the Eagles get the dub. Lions take the L. Eagles continuing to roll here as we sin through the 2021 season. Lamarca, who do you have in the holster here as either the babysitter Billy or Krusty Koff wooden nickel player of the game? And obviously we have the stats on the way here, but I didn't know if you had,
folks.
If you didn't have anyone on deck. See, I like the fact that you're waiting for the stats because that is very on brand for you. You're a numbers guy. It's cut and dry, people.
Well, it's easier to do it if I'm in the contest. You know, I can just look and see who's the winning captain and but right. I'm not in a contest, so I want to see the numbers.
Makes sense. I want to see the numbers, people. So we'll get those numbers to you shortly, and the stats will update momentarily for those contests. Carson Wentz, 21 for 26, 240. Stafford, 26 for 28, both have 2 tuds. Congrats to them.
Good game for your boy Carson.
Yeah, future MVP Carson Wentz. Miles Sanders, 19 carries, 92 yards. Good game for Miles Sanders. Had really high ownership and a touchdown. Kerryon Johnson, 7 for 36. Not much to speak of for the remaining ball carriers. DeAndre Swift leading receivers with 9 catches, 60 yards, and a receiving touchdown. Zach Ertz, 7 for 74 and a tud. Sean Jackson, 6 for 85. Alshon Jeffrey, 4 for 52 and a tud. TJ Hawkinson, 4 for 52. And, a lot of menial numbers the rest of the way. Marvin Jones had 3 grabs. Danny Amendola had 3 grabs. Miles Sanders, that 1 grab for 6 yards. So stats have been spelled out for you, my friend. Who you got?
Kaufman says, cut my hair. Yeah, I know, Kauf. My player of the game is DeAndre, don't call me Stromile Swift.
Okay.
25% owned approximately, even less than that, but 9 catches for 60 yards and a touchdown as a receiver. Give it to me.
You like that. You like that as a DeAndre Swift owner. And Kauf's just jealous that he can't pull off the flow. Let's be honest here.
So jealous.
Who you got for Babysitter Billy?
What did Hawkinson do? Seems
Not
like
a whole
we didn't
lot.
say his name a lot today.
Not a whole lot. I want to say 3 or 4 grabs, no touchdowns, and obviously high ownership being the player that he is. So I think that's a fair route to go.
By the way, Tom, Daniel made you green.
Oh, yes. I look colorized. Love it. I'm green. I'm green. A dabba dee dabba die. That's not how it goes. All right. Tomorrow's schedule: noon, Niners, Bears, me, Cough. Gonna be here with you to start the day. You're gonna get me for 4 straight to start the day. 2 p.m. Panthers, Falcons, Jeff, me. 4 p.m. Dolphins, Bills, Jeff, me. 6 p.m. You'll get this combo again. Pats at Chadges. Then you'll get Kaufman and Rossi for the 8 p.m. with the Jaguars and the Seahawks. Madden After Dark, Washington, Broncos, Glash and Rossi. Glash returning from vacation. So a well-rested Brendan Glasheen. That should be fun. LaMarca, pleasure as always, buddy. Love spending time with you. You're just a dude that when we're together, I just feel like I'm hanging out with you, just shooting the breeze about life. Like I feel like you're a good hang. I'd love to hang out and just like drink Diet Cokes and just talk about life and
maybe one day,
sports,
Tom.
and
maybe one day
we'll have a nice meal together. Get the
well,
boys
that's
together.
We'll just, like you said, we'll crush Diet Cokes and hot dogs.
Exactly. Bunch of sandwiches to the face. So, all right, guys. Pleasure as always. We will see you tomorrow here on the DraftKings Dream Stream. Bye-bye.